Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 186, Chapter 185, The Current Situation in the Land of Fire. Hokage Tower. Minato Namikaze had been summoned. He knelt respectfully before Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Hokage. Minato. Hiruzen looked at him for a long moment, eyes full of weight. I've always believed you are the true inheritor of the will of fire. I want to entrust Konoha's future, and the future of the shinobi world, to you. Are you willing to accept this responsibility? Recently, Hiruzen's actions had already hinted that this was coming. Minato's expression was resolute. I will not let you down. Good. Hiruzen nodded, satisfied with the answer. Originally, I had hoped to hold the succession ceremony in a more ideal environment. But the road ahead of you will be filled with thorns. I'm ready for whatever comes. I've made up my mind. Hiruzen's expression softened slightly, and he smiled. If it's you, I believe you'll do well. Only then did Minato allow a faint smile of honor to show. After this brief exchange, he returned home and shared the news with his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Hiruzen didn't keep other factions guessing. He gave no room for Danzo Shimura or the treacherous Uchiha clan to speculate or manipulate behind the scenes. Danzo had no chance from the beginning. He'd made major blunders during the Third Great Ninja War. His reckless decisions drove Kiri, once an ally of Konoha, into Kimogakure's arms. And as for Orochimaru, despite being Hiruzen's own student, he was now entangled with Danzo. Hiruzen would never pass the title to him. Compared to that, Minato, the student of Jiraiya and Hiruzen's grand student, aligned far more with Hiruzen's vision. Just 4 days after publicly announcing his retirement, Hiruzen formally named the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the war hero of the Third Great Ninja War. No one could object to a hero like him taking the mantle, not even Danzo or Fugaku Uchiha. This was the man who made even the proud Tsuchikage, Inoki, issue orders to abandon missions at the mere sight of the yellow flash. Had Minato not fought so fiercely on the IWA and Kumo fronts, it's entirely possible Konoha might not have won the war at all. Apart from a few schemers eyeing the Hokage seat for themselves, the rest of Konoha erupted in joy when they heard the announcement. It was clear that Minato Namikaze, the people's hero, had earned the unwavering trust of the village. At that very moment, Konan and a Kiri ninja had arrived at a port in the eastern region of the Land of Fire. Thanks to Kakuzu, the notorious money burner, neither of them had dared to waste any time along the way. As they traveled through the Land of Fire, Konan keenly noticed the changes taking place. In nearly every town and village they passed, locals wearing uniforms stamped with the Kirigakure Company logo were busy running errands. Some delivered parcels, others helped with farm work or cleaning. Once they completed their tasks swiftly and to a high standard, these workers, clearly trained, would politely ask for feedback, and if anything was lacking, they would correct it immediately. Konan had seen her fair share of commission work before. The Akatsuki had often taken missions to fund themselves, and she'd witnessed how a Megakure shinobi carried out jobs. To be honest, the Akatsuki's service attitude had already surpassed Amagekyu's usual standards, but compared to these civilian workers, there was still a considerable gap. She even visited one of the network centers, where technicians were patiently teaching newcomers how to submit requests through a centralized web page, filling in contact info, postal codes, addresses, all of it saved for future use. Depending on the nature of the request, the system would automatically match it with the appropriate service company, calculating cost based on distance, time, and difficulty. Fees rarely exceeded 4 digits. Customers could pay on-site or upon job completion. There were first-time users, and many returning customers who realized that compared to hiring shinobi, this was both better quality and more affordable. It was all incredibly organized. The system had clearly taken root. Konan asked the staff about their wages, how they were paid, and what kind of tasks they handled. Beautiful girls rarely encountered resistance, let alone someone like Konan, who was stunning and handed out paper flowers. The local workers answered warmly, and everything they shared was positive. Konan didn't yet fully understand the implications of all this. But one thing was clear, what she saw was real, and the people genuinely seemed better off. And what about Konoha shinobi? Konan hesitated, then asked, did they ever give you any trouble? They came asking questions at first. There was even a time they almost fought with Kiri shinobi. But then someone from the Daimyo's government stepped in and stopped them. Haha. I was there, it pissed them off so bad. The workers couldn't stop talking, each more eager than the last to gossip and explain everything to the outsiders. The excitement in their voices didn't sound like they were citizens of the Land of Fire, it felt more like they belonged to the Land of Water. Then one added with a grin, "Oh yeah, the guy from Kiri. I heard he's a Uzumaki. Used to be one of Konoha's allies, but then something happened and they cut ties. Guess Konoha felt guilty, so they didn't dare push it too far. A ninja from the Uzumaki clan." Konan knew that well. Her close friend, Nagato, was a descendant of the Uzumaki who fled to the land of rain after the destruction of Uzushio. She handed out a few more paper flowers to thank the enthusiastic staff. Watching the workers chatting animatedly as they walked off, Konan couldn't deny her feelings of shock. In just a few years, maybe not even a full year, the hearts of the Land of Fire's lower class had clearly turned away from Konoha. According to her investigation along the way, these companies had only emerged in the past year. But the computer centers? They'd been installed even earlier. Originally, the machines were just for selling entertainment software and video games, which proved popular and helped the centers spread rapidly across the country. In the final months of the war, when Konoha was still too tied up to notice, Yagura and his advisors laid out the entire foundation. Then, just as the war ended, the companies launched with a web-based commission system, and all those centers already scattered across the country became like planted explosives waiting to detonate. Konan passed through more than one village in the Land of Fire. Aside from the capital, where Konoha still held some sway, the rest of the country had all but slipped through its fingers. Konan was happy for the people of the Land of Fire, even imagining a future where the Land of Rain citizens could enjoy the same prosperity. But she also felt a chill on behalf of Konoha. This silent economic war, no blood, no blades, was something she had never even heard of. It might be the first of its kind in the entire shinobi world. From that perspective, Hiruzen Sarutobi really was handing Minato a Konoha with a very thorny future. Konan turned to the Kiri Kunoichi. "If the Akatsuki accepts your proposal, will the Land of Rain end up like this too?" The blue-haired girl thought for a moment, then replied candidly, "Not entirely." It was an honest answer. No one could guarantee that, with a precedent now set, Hanzo of the Salamander wouldn't fall into the same trap Konoha did. If the Kiri ninja had confidently said it was a sure thing, Konan would have been even more suspicious. But at least this offered a real possibility, a real chance, something far more tangible than that vague, distant dream of peace. Just as Konan was working through her thoughts, the Kiri ninja added bluntly, "But, doesn't your Land of Rain not even have internet? Kind of like the Land of Wind. So yeah, the whole computer network strategy wouldn't even work there. At best," she added with a sheepish grin, "you could sit at the same table with the Wind Daimyo. Sometimes the truth cuts sharper than any kunai." Konan's spark of newfound motivation shattered to dust. Konan, smiley face. Chapter 187, Chapter 186, The Land of Mist, now clear. They boarded a ship at the Fire Country's port, heading for the Land of Water. If the changes in the Fire Country had given Konan the feeling of stepping beyond the Rain Country and into a broader world, surprising her with its differences and widening her perspective, then what she now saw was on a whole different level. Just from standing on the deck and gazing into the distance, the developed port city that loomed ahead was already starting to shake the foundation of her worldview. As the ship entered the harbor and cruised down the waterway, the sights and sounds that met her senses made Konan feel like she had entered another world entirely. The steady rumble of ships lifting anchors and starting their engines echoed in her ears without pause. Cranes lined the port's outer edge, lifting and lowering with mechanical precision under the operation of port workers. Sailors, captains, deckhands, and even ninja wearing kirigakure forehead protectors bustled about, shouting orders and heaving crates in a coordinated frenzy. The intense sensory overload, both visual and auditory, hit Konan all at once. A kirigakure ninja, familiar with her stunned expression, commented with a knowing smile. Everyone who visits kirigakure these days has that same look. Back when Konoha was still at war, it was even busier here. As relations with Konoha soured and Kirigakure achieved self-sufficiency in agriculture, official exchanges between the two villages dwindled significantly. Kumogakure, on the other hand, still seemed to have the ambition to keep pushing forward and thus maintain ties with Kirigakure. Nowadays, most of the cargo flowing through this western port of the Land of Water came from independent merchants rather than government channels. As the official presence lessened, the private sector stepped up to fill the void, and grew stronger in both presence and volume. Kirigakure and the government of the Land of Water had merely taken the lead in setting things in motion. Now, they were stepping back and letting the capable hands of the people take over. And the port was just the beginning. After disembarking, a Kirigakure ninja led Konan to the passenger transport station connected to the waterway transit system nearby. They took an elevator up to the elevated terminal. The walls of the elevator were made of glass, offering a breathtaking view of a cascading waterfall just outside. Once they stepped out, they entered the station. The first floor housed the ticketing area and plaza, the second was for arrivals and departures, and the third was a rest zone. After buying 2 tickets, the Kirigakure ninja returned with a frustrated sigh. "Damn. We just missed the last ferry." Konan shook her head. She actually didn't mind the wait, it gave her a moment to take it all in. That's okay. They had gotten more comfortable around each other during the journey. The Kirigakure ninja grinned. We've got about 20 minutes to kill. Want to head up to the third floor and wait there, Conan? Sure. They rode another elevator to the top level. As the doors slid open, the view that greeted them was spectacular. From this indoor vantage point, the sky stretched out endlessly beyond the floor-to-ceiling glass walls. Conan couldn't help but walk up to the railing, leaning forward slightly as she took in the scenery. The fog that was said to constantly shroud the land of water was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with soft white clouds, stretching as far as the eye could see. Below, what drew her attention next was the waterway, just as vast and seemingly infinite as the sky above. Though man-made, the waterway blended harmoniously with the natural world, its white stone surface complementing the surrounding scenery. In the distance, she could see small passenger ferries gliding along the channel, each no bigger than a delicately carved fruit pit from this high up. On the ground beneath the elevated waterway, white specks dotted the green grasslands, flocks of sheep, grazing or running in groups. Conan murmured, "It's like something out of a fairy tale." The Kirigakure ninja stepped forward with a small chuckle. "Fairy tale, huh? After the war ended, we got a lot of tourists from other countries. Some called this place paradise, even heaven. But I think you're the first one to call it a fairy tale." Conan blushed. "Does that sound childish?" "That's not what I meant." The ninja quickly changed the subject and resumed his unofficial tour guide duties. The passenger waterway only opened less than a year ago. Since the war just ended not long ago, there aren't many international travelers yet, so traffic is still light. He pointed to the left. "See that direction? That's the freight waterway. It's been running for 2 or 3 years now." Conan followed his gaze. The freight canal was wider, deeper, and clearly built to handle large cargo vessels, not the smaller passenger boats. "These canals lead straight to our village, Kirigakure. During the war, everything we sold to Konoha and Kimogakure was shipped through here, from the village straight to the port, and then sent out from there. Technically, they're all ships, but their propulsion systems are totally different from those used at sea. These waterways are too shallow, and the vessels too heavy. They'd run aground. They used coal for power at first, but that changed in the second year. They said the emissions were polluting the air. Now the ships run on electricity, magnetism, and chakra." Conan blinked. "Chakra?" "Yep. The transportation companies hire Kirigakure shinobi to supply chakra as an energy source. You've heard of the Uzumaki clan, right? They're famous for having massive chakra reserves. One of your friends looks like she might be from the Uzumaki, bright red hair, stands out a lot. They're often hired for this kind of work. So, they were basically being used as human batteries." She couldn't help but wonder, what would Nagato think if he heard about this? 20 minutes later, the next passenger ferry arrived. The Kirigakure ninja boarded with Conan. Unlike the massive freight ships, this boat was compact, meant for people, not cargo. There was no need for anything larger. Each vessel could carry around 40 passengers, though it wasn't full this time. Designed like a sightseeing bus, the ferry had an open roof with transparent safety walls and guardrails to prevent accidents. Conan leaned out slightly to peer at the waterway. The ferry floated steadily atop the canal, and though it appeared to hover somewhat, its movement relied on electromagnetic propulsion. The sleek white vessel gave a light jolt as it aligned with the canal, then began its journey. It wasn't fast, not even close to a ninja's running speed. Conan was sure she could outrun it effortlessly. "Mommy, it's moving. It's moving." A young girl's gleeful shout snapped Conan out of her thoughts. She glanced at the civilians around her and decided against asking any half-formed questions. A gentle breeze blew past, calming her spirit. Conan allowed herself to relax in the setting so starkly different from the rain country. Truly, it felt like a different world. In the rain country, her surroundings had always been shrouded in gloom, damp, gray, and oppressive. Endless rain seasons, people in raincoats and straw hats, their expressions numb. Tangled webs of underground forces lurking beneath the surface. Rusty drainage systems built ages ago to handle the rain, now leaking that metallic scent of rust and copper into the air. No sunlight. Sometimes, she couldn't even tell if the pipes were actually rusted or just looked that way. And yet here, in the land of water, could this really be the same world under the same sky? A quiet sting crept into the corners of her eyes. "It's winter, is the breeze too cold for you?" Conan turned her head away. "No. I'm fine." "Get some rest," the ninja said softly. He smiled, knowing that girls were often more emotionally attuned. "It takes a few days to reach the village. We'll have stops along the way. When we do, let's grab some food. My treat, so don't be shy." "Okay. Thanks." Chapter 188, Chapter 187, Departure for Sunagakure. The Mizukage's office. Yagura carefully reviewed the report from the Kirigakure shinobi sent to the Land of Rain. The mission had gone well. The shinobi in question was a graduate of the second class from the Ninja Academy after the Bloody Mist policy was abolished. Judging from the proposal offered to the Akatsuki, and the bait they dangled, Yagura estimated that Yahiko, with his idealistic obsession with peace, had a 99.9% chance of at least not rejecting them outright. And if he didn't reject it, then Yagura had plenty of ways to wear him down over time. But Conan's response had been a surprising bonus. Yagura had instructed the envoy to the Land of Rain to politely invite Jiraiya's old team, just as a formality, with no real expectations. He knew the trio's hearts were rooted in the Land of Rain, prying them away was near impossible. So for Conan to accept the invitation and come on her own, to Yagura, it felt a bit like studying abroad. And that was a good thing. She'd written a letter to Yahiko and Nagato detailing her experiences in the Land of Water, supporting Kirigakure's proposal and expressing hope that it could bring change and opportunity to the people of the Land of Rain. Her feedback would significantly speed up Yahiko's decision. What, did people think it didn't pain him to spend so much hiring Kakuzu? To the elder Ginshur, the water in Mizukage had practically become a metaphor for money flowing away like a river. Uchiha Obito only started targeting Akatsuki after the Ninetales incident. So for at least another year or two, Yahiko's version of Akatsuki is still in control. Which meant now was the perfect window to use Akatsuki to help Kirigakure break into the Land of Rain. Let them do the work. Once they'd opened the door, Yagura would follow the same strategy he'd used for the Land of Wind. As for Conan, who had unexpectedly arrived in the Land of Water for this study abroad, Yagura decided to let her be. No special arrangements. Let her roam the village freely, travel as she pleased. On one hand, he believed Kirigakure itself would naturally leave a positive impression on her. On the other, he was the Mizukage. Busy. He didn't have time to dote on someone just because she happened to be Conan. Having wrapped up the one matter that required his personal attention, Akatsuki, Yagura moved on without pause to his next task, delegating affairs to Mei Terumi in preparation for his absence from the village. A formal invitation had arrived from Rasa, the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure, inviting Yagura to attend the first joint Chunin exam since the war. With the third great ninja war over, Konoha, isolated and with no other options, had been forced to resume its alliance with Sunagakure. And Kirigakure's strategic pressure on both these tragic brothers had certainly helped push them back together. This joint Chunin exam was more than a test. It was a signal to the world that the two villages were rebuilding their relationship. Sunagakure had extended an invitation to Kirigakure to participate, but Yagura declined. Given their current ties to the highly anti-Konoha Kimogakure, interfering in Konoha-Sunagakure relations would only raise suspicion with the fourth Raikage. Even after the refusal, Rasa still personally invited Yagura to attend as a guest. Clearly, the exam was just a pretext. Rasa's true intention was a face-to-face meeting, a chance for the two Kage to communicate directly. And the topic? Obviously, the debt Sunagakure still owed Kirigakure. It had been 3 months since the war ended, and Sunagakure hadn't paid back a single coin. The Kirigakure-Sunagakure non-aggression pact signed before the war had not been revoked, and the relationship between the two villages was still officially friendly. Which meant, no excuses. That debt had to be repaid. Yagura accepted Rasa's invitation. Mei Terumi had served as his deputy for 4 years now and had more than lived up to his expectations. Her administrative talent was outstanding. 5 days later. News came from across the continent, the first round of the joint Chunin exams in Sunagakure had concluded. Since the exam had been arranged hastily for political optics rather than actual merit, there was no traditional 1-month gap between the first and second rounds. All right, that's everything, Yagura said, wrapping up his handover of responsibilities to Mei. Oh, one more thing. Conan from Akatsuki is here in the village. If you get a chance, keep an eye on her. Mei gave a serious nod. Understood. Her attitude caught Yagura off guard. You're taking this pretty seriously, huh? He had only mentioned it in passing. At the very least, they couldn't afford for anything to happen to Conan while she was in Kirigakure. If she died unexpectedly here, and Nagato snapped, pain would bring judgment to the mist. Mei calmly replied with a reason Yagura couldn't refute, anyone you keep tabs on tends to be extraordinary. It was a simple truth, and not without precedent. Back during the war, the ones Yagura had flagged for the intelligence division, Minato Namikaze, Kakashi Hatake, Shursue Uchiha, had all proven themselves remarkable. More recently, the ones Yagura had brought into his own circle, Mangetsu, Zabuza, Amiri, Kisame, and Mei herself, were all top-tier talent. Sure, Mangetsu and Mei came from well-known clans and had fame backing them. But Zabuza, Amiri, and Kisame were born as commoners. No excuses, no shortcuts. Yagura just smiled, choosing not to continue the topic. Careful, some things are sensitive. Yagura stepped through the gates of Kirigakure. Behind him, a group of well-informed shinobi had already gathered to see him off. Their eyes were filled with concern and trust as they looked at his still youthful frame, small in stature, flanked by 2 tall guards on either side. From the crowd, someone shouted boldly to the escort team. Zabuza. Kisame. Take good care of the Mizukage. More voices quickly joined in, that's right. If Lord Mizukage gets so much as a scratch, commit seppuku to atone. No, even if you did, that wouldn't be enough. Zabuza and Kisame. The pressure was immense. Like, seriously. They were 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Couldn't they get a little respect? Ha 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 ha. Yagura covered his mouth, laughing shamelessly as he eyed the stormy expressions on their faces. You heard them, right? No no no, said Mangetsu, stepping forward with a wave. They've got it wrong. He turned to the crowd with a smirk, then looked back at Yagura. The real question is, who could possibly hurt you? Normally, Mangetsu would have been the top pick to serve as escort. But the climate in the Land of Wind didn't suit the Hozuki clan, so he was ruled out. That left Zabuza and Kisame, who happened to be back in the village these past few days, with the job. Yagura gave him a warm smile. I can be hurt, you know I'm sad you won't be coming with me. Please keep your emotions in check. The veins on Mangetsu's forehead throbbed with effort. Get lost. If you've got energy to spare, go check in on Suigetsu. Yagura let the teasing go and turned his attention to Elder Ginshur, standing behind Mangetsu. He stepped forward and extended a hand. The elder handed him the Mizukage hat. Yagura took it and placed it on his head. Thank you, elder. The hat now rested exactly where it belonged, on the head of its rightful owner. Ginshur looked at him with pride, his smile warm and satisfied. Be careful on your journey. Yagura adjusted the hat. I will. He raised his hand high and waved goodbye to the gathered shinobi of Kirigakure. Then, he set off toward the east, toward the Land of Wind. Chapter 189, Chapter 188, Water Mirror Jutsu, Full Counterattack. All 3 of them were strong shinobi. And with the second round of the Chunin exam set to begin in just 3 days, time was tight. No passenger boats this time. In other words, they ran on foot. Dry running is boring for shinobi. So they decided to spice things up with some wet gossip. Yagura, ever the warm-hearted type, casually checked in on his subordinate and friend's love life. Hey, Kisame, how are things going with your girlfriend lately? That's right, Kisame, the guy with thick eyebrows and a face that screams, forever alone, had actually gotten himself a girlfriend over the past year. And among all the people around Yagura, he was the first to break free from the shackles of singlehood. When Mei Terumi heard about it back home, she nearly went full lava release and melted her entire living room. TSK. No matter how Yagura looked at Kisame, he couldn't see the guy having any sort of romantic appeal. But reality is often far more ridiculous than fiction. Even the boldest novel wouldn't dare write a love arc for Kisame, but here it was, happening right in front of Yagura's eyes. And to make it even more absurd, she was the one who made the first move. A former ANBU teammate of Kisame's, pretty, well-built, and kind as hell. Kisame, clearly used to people prying into his business, casually brushed it off. It's fine, I guess. Fine, huh? Yagura's curiosity burned even brighter. But Kisame wasn't giving an inch. Zabuza crooked his finger, motioning Yagura over. He's got a photo of her in his wallet. Yagura rolled his eyes. Please, I knew that ages ago. You're way behind. Kisame's just an old-school romantic. Kisame glanced off to the side, pretending he hadn't heard a thing. That attitude made it hard to dig up any juicy details. Yagura gave Zabuza a probing look, but the latter immediately looked away. Don't even start, I haven't got a girlfriend, and I'm not planning on getting one either. Yagura knew Zabuza didn't have much going on romantically yet. But someday, that kid would. Besides Kisame breaking out of bachelorhood, several others around Yagura had found their own small happiness in the past 2 years. The Hozuki clan had a new member, Suigetsu had been born. Mangetsu finally got the little brother he'd been hoping for. Kimimaro was born into the Kagaya clan, a clan of battle maniacs, but this time, they hadn't gone completely off the deep end. The Yuki clan still stood strong. Haku was born into it under normal circumstances, and in this life, he bore the name Yuki Haku. Funnily enough, on the exact day and time Haku was born, Zabuza happened to be visiting the Yuki clan on official business. Yagura's gaze grew more intense by the second. Zabuza decided to deflect. Where's Sasori? Didn't he say he'd come? Over the years, Sasori, once a rogue ninja, had gradually been accepted and integrated into the ranks of Kirigakure. Still, he mostly holed up in his workshop and rarely came out. Him? Sasori still technically has rogue ninja status, so showing up to meet the Kazekage would have been weird. Yagura, now distracted, nodded. Plus, his relationship with his grandmother Chio is complicated. Hard to explain. So I didn't push it. Zabuza let out a silent sigh of relief and raised an eyebrow at Kisame, signaling for backup. As long as Yagura wasn't roasting them, he could go off on someone else all he wanted. Kisame nodded in agreement. Eventually, Yagura picked up on the odd vibe. The conversation was getting a little dry, so he dropped it and focused on the road ahead. 2 days later, they arrived at the coast of the Land of Wind, stepping into the desert. Yagura knew full well the crimes he'd committed against Sunagakure. So before setting out, he'd already expected this journey wouldn't be smooth sailing. Just as he anticipated, they hadn't even made it half a day into the Land of Wind's interior before trouble showed up. At a way station along the main road, Sand Shinobi lying in ambush beneath the dunes burst out of the ground in a surprise attack. "There's the Mizukage. Kill him. Die, and atone for your sins in the war." Zabuza swung his executioner's blade, batting away a volley of kunai. "There's a lot of them." Kisame struck fast and hard, cutting down the vanguard with brutal efficiency. Pathetic. Who gave them this kind of confidence? Surrounded on all sides, Yagura remained calm. "Guess it's time to test whether you two are qualified to be my guards." The moment they got the go-ahead to go all out, both Kisame and Zabuza launched into the enemy ranks like wolves among sheep. Kisame fought like a beast, his wide, powerful swings and brutal taijutsu crushed the Sand Shinobi with overwhelming strength. They had no room to counter, no chance to react. Even when one of them managed to land a hit, Samehada immediately healed him, restoring his chakra. And the more chakra Kisame absorbed, the stronger he got. On the other side, Zabuza's fight was less brute force and more horror story. Thanks to the executioner's blade's ability to drink blood, he didn't need to strike vital points directly to kill. He just had to land a hit near a vital area. From there, the iron inside the target's body would absorb blood and grow, turning into a deadly iron bloom from the inside out. SCHK. One Sand Shinobi took a hit near the collarbone. Seconds later, an iron spike erupted through his neck from the inside, slicing his artery open. Brutal. Terrifying. Like two unstoppable killing machines, they carved through the Sand Shinobi ranks without mercy. The enemy realized they couldn't keep wasting forces on these two members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. From the sidelines, the Sunagakure Jonin leader shouted. "Keep those two pinned down. The rest of you, with me, will kill the Mizukage. You can't even handle me and Kisame, and now you think you can assassinate Yagura directly." In the chaos, Kisame and Zabuza locked eyes across the battlefield. There was only pity in their expressions, for the ignorance of the weak. With the swordsmen momentarily tied up, over 300 Sand Shinobi surged toward Yagura under their commander's lead. Yagura finally moved. Oh my, should I call this courage, or stupidity? In a flash of lightning, he disappeared from their sights. The next moment, he reappeared outside their encirclement at 3 o'clock, smiling. Or maybe you're just overconfident. With his current strength, unless another Kage-level opponent showed up, Yagura didn't even register these cannon fodder as a threat. Still, their morale and bravery were admirable. Just like Intel said, Mizukage is fast. Taijutsu's strong too. Don't let him close in. Switch to Formation B. Use ninjutsu. Yes, use ninjutsu. Yagura's smile deepened. He deliberately let them get some distance. He was baiting them to attack with ninjutsu. Over the years, he had fully mastered Isabu's water mirror jutsu. Not just mastered, it had evolved. He had fused it with his water blade technique. And what's more, while water mirror jutsu usually countered with a single mirror attack. What if he reflected their jutsu twice? 3 times. Beneath him, magnetic release users manipulated iron sand to bind his legs. Step 1, immobilize. Rows of Sand Shinobi formed snake-like formations and cast their jutsu. Wind style, wind cutter. Shuriken typhoon. Scorch style, flame sphere. Yagura condensed a water blade in his hand. He reversed his grip. The blade gleamed like a mirror, capturing every technique coming his way. The magnetic release ninja sensed danger and quickly wrapped his arms with more iron sand, but it was too weak. Yagura broke free effortlessly and swung. The blade flashed forward. Water mirror jutsu, full counterattack. Boom. First wave, a perfect copy of the enemy's ninjutsu smashed head-on into their attacks, canceling them out. Massive explosions rocked the battlefield. Then came wave 2. From behind the smoke, the Sand Shinobi saw something horrifying. Their own jutsu, wind blades, fireballs, and weapon techniques, coming back at them from the opposite direction. 300 shinobi, each staring at the very technique they were best at, now aimed at their own throats. They froze. And then. Crash. A deluge of destruction rained down. Dozens, hundreds, were obliterated in an instant. Only 2 magnetic release users remained. Yagura broke free completely, locked eyes with them, and moved like lightning. They instinctively threw up sand-iron walls for defense. But Yagura poured chakra into his fist and shattered the wall, following up with a clean slice that ended both their lives. All of this, done in the blink of an eye. The sand shinobi who had surrounded the Mizukage were completely wiped out. Blood-soaked, Yagura stood tall, eyes turning to the other 2 battlefields. Wrap it up. His gaze, like that of a god of death, swept across the desert. Seeing their comrades annihilated in a heartbeat, the sand shinobi fighting Zabuza and Kisame lost all will to fight. And when Yagura got serious, there were no jokes, like now. Zabuza and Kisame sped up their cleanup, ensuring no enemy survived. No witnesses. No escapees. No intel leaks. Whether they could threaten Yagura's life or not, that was a matter of strength. But from the moment they decided to assassinate Akage, their deaths were already sealed. Zabuza emerged from a sea of corpses and walked up. You all right? Yeah. Didn't look like anything could touch you. Zabuza scowled, even while speaking casually. No matter how many times I see it, it's just insane. Yagura's, no, Isabu's, water mirror jutsu could reflect and cancel any long-range ninjutsu. That was the original version. But after Yagura evolved it, it became an almost unbeatable instant-cast counterattack. Insane, sure. But it's not cheating. Pulled out of his battle trance by Zabuza's sarcasm, Yagura added. It's not something I can just spam, it burns through chakra like crazy. What he did just now, reflecting 300 shinobi's attacks twice over, cost him twice the total chakra they used. That was its flaw, against massive numbers. But if the enemy count was small, then it became almost uncounterable. Yagura tactfully skipped over the part that Mangetsu and the others always nagged him about. Let's pick up the pace. We need to reach Sunagakure before dark. After such a warm welcome from the Kazekage, it'd be rude to keep such a passionate host waiting. Kisame grinned. Yeah. Passionate is one way to put it. Hundreds of shinobi lives, thrown away just like that. Yagura let out a small hum. A trifle. He probably couldn't afford to feed all the conscripts from the war anyway. Chapter 190, Chapter 189, Meeting Rasa. The trio quickened their pace. As the sun dipped below the horizon in the late afternoon desert sky, Yagura finally arrived at the outer perimeter of Sunagakure. The Land of Wind's geography was flat, open desert, completely defenseless terrain with no natural barriers. During their respective tenures, previous Kazekage had built defense projects aimed toward major potential enemy routes. One of them was this, Thread of Heaven. The towering sand wall, over 20 meters tall, served to block out the wind and sand during times of peace. In times of war, it was meant to provide defense. Sunagakure's shinobi could climb the stepped wall to rain down attacks on approaching enemies from above. But, during the Iwagakure raid a few years ago, the Thread of Heaven lasted only 3 hours before it fell. At that time, most of Sunagakure's forces had been dispatched to Sunagakure to search for the missing third Kazekage, leaving only a skeleton force to defend the village. They were simply overwhelmed by Iwagakure's superior numbers and strength. It was the first time in history the Thread of Heaven had ever been used for its intended military purpose, and Sunagakure had utterly failed. Afterward, the village barely held out a few days before being forced to sign a humiliating ceasefire with Inoki. Yagura studied the towering wall before him with amused curiosity. On Sunagakure's side, word had already arrived via courier posts from earlier relay stations. According to the estimates, 4th Kazekage Rasa had arrived ahead of time to personally receive the guests from Kirigakure. It was as if the minor scuffle earlier on the road had never happened. Yagura smiled cordially. Kazekage, a pleasure to meet you. Seeing the Mizukage in person, someone he'd exchanged messages with over the years, Rasa couldn't help but think of all the awkward compromises they'd made in past diplomatic dealings. Still, he kept his expression neutral and said, Mizukage, you've come a long way. It's an honor to have you join us in observing the Chunin exams. Yagura returned the politeness. You're too kind. Thank you for your gracious invitation. I'm glad I'll get the chance to witness the younger generation of Sunagakure and Sunagakure. It's unfortunate that we just held our own Chunin exams in Kirigakure, so we didn't have any qualified genin available to participate. By bringing this up first and offering an apology, he preemptively blocked any snide remarks Rasa might have prepared about Kirigakure's absence from the exams. Not that it wasn't an excuse. Both men knew the real reason perfectly well. They were both several years into their terms as 4th Kage, no longer the inexperienced rookies they once were. Time and pressure had matured them both. That is a shame, Rasa said. Yagura nodded. Perhaps next time, if there's another opportunity. A joint exam between Kirigakure and Sunagakure wasn't out of the question. The condition, of course, was excluding Sunagakure from the arrangement. Right now, Kirigakure held the number 3 spot among the 5 great villages. Their diplomatic strategy, as the third ranked, was to ally with number 2, Kimogakure, to weaken number 1, Sunagakure, until it was dragged down. Whether they held joint exams afterward didn't really matter much to Yagura. He had no concern that Kirigakure's genin would embarrass the village on that stage. Rasa pushed aside his private calculations and invited the trio to pass through the Thread of Heaven's fortifications. Following Rasa and a few Sunagakure shinobi, the 3 from Kirigakure walked into the narrow corridor between 2 towering sand walls. Yagura casually made conversation. Quite the impressive feat of engineering. Thank you, Rasa replied. His answer made Yagura feel slightly awkward. After all, he'd just been internally mocking the wall as a desert version of the Maginot Line. T/N, the Maginot Line is a line of concrete fortifications, obstacles and weapon installations built by France in the 1930s to deter invasion by Nazi Germany and force them to move around the fortifications. But the narrow, oppressive corridor had a chilling visual impact. It earned the praise, in a way. It would be difficult to breach this wall from the front. Any elite shinobi trying to enter through this passage would likely find themselves isolated and vulnerable to ambush, Yagura observed. Rasa responded with the pride of someone whose national monument had just been praised by a foreign guest. Exactly. During wartime, our shinobi rigged this entire corridor with traps and barriers. Slipping through unnoticed isn't so easy. Haha, well, let's hope there's never a day when Sunagakure has to use it again. Yagura always believed that war was merely an extension of politics, a last resort with a steep cost. Just look at Sunagakure and Sunagakure. They'd sacrificed their lifeblood in the Third Great Ninja War. Now, both were crippled and desperate to recover. Even if war did break out again, the ideal outcome was always to fight it beyond one's own borders. If enemy forces ever reached the Thread of Heaven, rather than being stopped at the border, or in a third-party battleground like the Land of Rain, it would mean the Land of Wind had already fallen to an unimaginable degree. But Rasa read a different implication from Yagura's words and smiled. With relations between Sunagakure and Kirigakure as they are now, and the 2 of us here, I doubt we'll ever see that wall in action again. He misunderstood, but it wasn't a problem. Yagura had indeed come to Sunagakure to ensure they'd become an obedient and reliable ally. He blinked once, smiled, and gave a casual, non-committal nod. Of course. By the time they emerged from the corridor, the last sliver of sunlight had disappeared. The sky had darkened to a dusky gray, the lingering heat of the day replaced by a cool breeze. Rasa asked, "How are you finding the climate in the Land of Wind?" "Honestly, a bit too dry. It's very different from the humid Land of Water. First time visiting, so I'm still adjusting." "Haha, then you'll have to come visit more often. If you don't mind me freeloading on your food and drink, I'd be delighted." "Not at all. The Mizukage and Kirigakure are always welcome." Of course, as long as the debt remained unpaid, there was no real friendship. At least, not from Kirigakure's perspective. Everyone knew that no real political negotiation would take place on the very first day of a diplomatic visit. Later that evening, Yagura dined with Rasa, sharing a meal filled with local Land of Wind specialties. The dinner was nothing but a polite exchange of compliments and political pleasantries, full of mutual flattery and practiced humility. After Rasa left, Yagura and his group settled into the top-floor suite of the guest quarters. Well, that was exhausting, Zabuza grumbled as he collapsed onto the soft couch, feeling more drained from dinner conversation than any battle. Yagura rummaged through his bag and tossed some jerky to Zabuza and Kisame. "Didn't eat enough, did you?" Zabuza caught the snack. "Thanks. Didn't have much of an appetite." He knew about the ambush, Kisame said bluntly. There's no way the Kazekage wasn't aware of what those Sunagakure shinobi were up to. Any Kage who couldn't detect irregular troop movements within their own village wasn't fit to sleep soundly at night. They'd be assassinated in their sleep before they even noticed. Better to resign than lead under those conditions. Kisame scowled. Getting ambushed for no reason and not being able to retaliate, it's infuriating. They knew all too well that those subtle dinner power plays weren't in their wheelhouse. No killing power, all insult. Yagura chuckled and soothed them. "Come on now. We all know he knows. And he knows we know. If he'd really ordered the hit himself, we could accuse Sunagakure of attempting to assassinate the Mizukage. But it wasn't a real attempt. If he'd wanted me dead, he would have made his move back at the Thread of Heaven. At most, he gave it tacit approval. Since none of us were injured, the worst we can do is accuse him of negligence. It's meaningless. We see through it, but we won't call it out." Zabuza and Kisame weren't fools. They could figure out most of the underlying game on their own. But Yagura still spelled it out, just to make sure they understood. There was nothing they could do that would meaningfully shift the situation. Rasa's definitely trying to provoke us, Zabuza muttered. Don't worry. We won't let him get too comfortable. Sunagakure had invited them here with the clear intent of dodging its debts. Dodging debts, what audacity. Yagura always believed in repaying respect with overwhelming force. While he distracted Rasa and the Hokage on this end, agents from the Water Daimyo's court were already making direct contact with the Wind Daimyo's government behind Sunagakure's back. He pulled out a change of clothes. The dusty grime from the journey was getting to him. Isabu, let me out. I want in. Yagura, why? Isabu, that stinking Shukaku's chakra is unbearable. I need a wash to get rid of that tanuki stink. Yagura, you really think your fishy stench is any better? Isabu flares his tail, fine, fine. I'll let you out. A tiny mud turtle popped out onto Yagura's shoulder, ready for bath time. Slipping his change of clothes over his other shoulder, Yagura waved a hand. You guys rest up. I'm gonna take a shower. Click, thud. The door closed behind him. Lord Kazekage. Yoshimaru, Anbu, and personal aide to the Kazekage, stepped up beside Rasa with a quiet report. Confirmed. All of them are dead. No survivors. Rasa showed no hint of sorrow for the loss of his shinobi. With Yoshimaru, there was no need to pretend to be a benevolent leader. He replied coolly. Good. They were all brainless nobodies. Their deaths didn't matter. Post-war Sunagakure didn't need so many shinobi. The Wind Daimyo, disillusioned by the village's poor performance in the war, had cut military funding. Only the Lightning Daimyo still aligned closely with their Kage. The recent sting of Kirigakure's schemes had made things even worse for Sunagakure's finances. Let the useless shinobi clear themselves out. If they managed to intimidate the Mizukage on their way out, even better. And if any of them had survived, they might have brought back intelligence on Yagura. Rasa had already led the village through the mysterious disappearance of the previous Kazekage, the Iwagakure ambush, and 4 years of war. He was now a seasoned leader. He knew how to leverage useful deaths. Grief was a luxury. What Sunagakure really needed now was a way forward. He turned to Yoshimaru. Where is the third Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen had announced his resignation and named his successor, but the formal handover hadn't yet occurred. For now, he remained both the nominal and acting Hokage. Yoshimaru replied, he's crossed into the land of wind. He'll arrive before tomorrow's exams begin. Rasa nodded, relieved. Good. Excellent. Once bitter enemies in the Third Great War, Konoha and Sunagakure could now be allies in the face of Kirigakure's underhanded maneuvers. They would pressure the Mizukage together. Chapter 191, Chapter 190, No Choice Given. Early the next morning. Yagura, escorted by Sunagakure shinobi, arrived at the venue for the second round of the Chunin exams. Seated at the observation platform on the top floor were the three Kage. Yagura once again saw Rasa, whom he had met yesterday, and also the recently arrived Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had come early that morning. As the host, the Kazekage sat in the center seat. Yagura and Hiruzen took their places to his left and right. With all three major figures present, the opening act for today's proceedings began, observing the joint Chunin exams hosted by Sunagakure and Sunagakure. Yagura didn't have high hopes, the political undertones of this gathering were overwhelming. Still, by the end of the morning, having watched the elimination rounds from the quarterfinals to the final match, Yagura turned out to be the most engrossed observer among the three Kage. The other two were clearly distracted. This guy, is he seriously here just to watch the exam? Rasa had originally wanted to use this time to break the ice and start a casual conversation. But seeing how absorbed the Mizukage was in the matches, there simply wasn't a good opening. He and Hiruzen could only let the idea go for now. Neither of them brought up sensitive topics that might disrupt the mood of the occasion, and that was just how Yagura liked it. He was well aware of his role here, the decoy, the one sent out to draw attention. By putting himself front and center, he was buying time for the Daimyo's office of the Land of Water to work behind the scenes. It would be far easier to break through Sunagakure by going around the Land of Wind's Daimyo than by confronting the village head-on. Given that the exam came on the heels of war, the genin who had survived and grown stronger through those harsh times displayed remarkable skill. Even though none of them were names Yagura had heard before, their abilities were clearly above average compared to genin from peacetime. In the end, the winner of the final match was a shinobi from Sunagakure. Whether this victory was due to the Sunagakure ninja truly being that strong, or because Konoha had held back stronger candidates as a diplomatic gesture to mend ties with Sunagakure, that was up for debate. Yagura kept his opinions to himself and refrained from asking questions. Once the exams concluded, he congratulated Rasa with a calm and measured tone, even offering praise for the skill and potential of the Sunagakure genin who had won. He also expressed polite regret to Hiruzen, though he noted that Konoha's runner-up had also performed impressively. Yagura's well-balanced remarks offered both Rasa and Hiruzen a chance to ease into friendly conversation. As the victor, Rasa responded with modesty. Haha, you're too kind. Our youngster just got lucky, that's all. If the youth from Kirigakure had been able to participate, the results might have been completely different. Translation, he was trying to bring Kirigakure into the fold. Hiruzen chuckled lightly. Indeed. The younger generation of Kirigakure shinobi has gained quite the reputation in recent years. We've heard many stories from various factions. Sadly, we haven't yet had the opportunity to witness their abilities firsthand. On the surface, it was praise. But underneath, he was also subtly reminding everyone that during the war, Kirigakure had been accepting missions from various countries. At the same time, he was playing along with Rasa's effort to win Kirigakure over. For Konoha and Sunagakure, both significantly weakened after the war, securing Kirigakure as an ally would be a huge gain. Externally, it would allow them to counter the growing ambitions of Kimogakure and Iwagakure and isolate those two expansionist villages. Internally, it would give them a chance to discuss Kirigakure's growing presence and investments in the lands of fire and wind, investments that were draining Konoha and Sunagakure's wealth. And as for the debts Sunagakure owed Kirigakure, turning from debtors into allies might at least open the door for negotiation. Yagura quickly picked up on the shift in tone from both men and began thinking from their perspective. Clearly, Rasa and Hiruzen had coordinated before deciding to invite him to this exam. No, our genin are nowhere near your level, Yagura replied with a small wave of his hand. My stance has always been one of peace. Kirigakure hasn't seen real conflict in a long time. I've already ended the Third Mizukage's blood mist policies. Honestly, I don't even have the heart to let them out where they might embarrass themselves. Kirigakure's diplomatic stance had been carefully deliberated between Yagura and the elder. It was now clearly defined. Kimogakure was their equal ally. Iwagakure was a secondary enemy. And Konoha was their primary threat, to be kept in check. With a simple wave of his hand, Yagura firmly rejected the olive branch Rasa and Hiruzen were offering. The two men's carefully laid plans immediately began to unravel. Tension hung in the air atop the observation tower, and a spark of hostility began to brew between the three Kage. Lord Kazekage, Kirigakure sincerely hopes Sunagakure can become our friend. Yagura turned to Rasa, singling out Sunagakure. We received your earlier message of goodwill. But if we're to become friends, I believe it's best if there are no financial matters between us that might damage our relationship. In other words, if you want to be friends, start by paying back your debt. I believe we've shown more than enough goodwill already, Yagura said. During the war, Kirigakure never once demanded repayment. Yagura glanced at the time. It's been almost 4 months since the war ended. Your village pulled out of the war a full year before Kimogakure did. I'm not even holding you accountable for that time. But now that peace has returned, I hope Sunagakure won't betray Kirigakure's goodwill. Rasa's expression darkened further. If they could pay it back, they would have done so already. Sunagakure was in no position to offend Kirigakure, which had quietly built up its strength. If they pushed Yagura too far, Konoha wouldn't help. Kimogakure and Iwagakure might even take the opportunity to strike. Rasa would have to thank his ancestors if those two didn't kick him while he was down. But why hadn't they paid the debt? Because they were broke. Those wartime loans from Kirigakure, used to purchase military supplies, had ballooned with interest. The total now exceeded Sunagakure's projected income for the next several years. And with the war over, they now needed funds to rebuild and reorganize the military. They also had to pay compensation to the families of fallen shinobi. Everywhere they turned, they needed money. On top of that, the Land of Wind's Daimyo had slashed their military funding, and Kirigakure's cunning tactics had undermined them from the ground up. This isn't the right place to discuss official matters, Lord Mizukage, Lord Kazekage. In the end, Hiruzen, older and more seasoned than both Yagura and Rasa, stepped in to restore order. The Chunin exams have concluded. How about we take some time to rest? Lord Mizukage, would you be willing to speak with us this afternoon, alongside Lord Kazekage? He could see that Kirigakure had no intention of aligning with the Konoha-Suna partnership, not in their current strategic outlook. This was clearly a carefully considered diplomatic stance, not something that could be changed with a few words. Still, the very fact that Yagura had accepted the invitation meant there was a window of opportunity. It was a chance for Rasa and Hiruzen to slowly chip away at his stance. Rasa took the opportunity Hiruzen had laid out for him. Lord Hokage speaks wisely. Lord Mizukage, would you honor us by visiting the Kazekage Tower at 1 o'clock? If they could get Yagura to the table, then they could begin unraveling Kirigakure's current priorities, one by one, and start negotiating through diplomacy and trade-offs. Yagura agreed. That afternoon, at 1 o'clock sharp, the three Kage gathered at the Kazekage Tower. The meeting began. Rasa proposed that Sunagakure would completely abandon its D-rank mission market in exchange for leniency on its debts to Kirigakure. A trade between two poisons, one slow-acting, the other deadly and swift. After consulting with Chio and the other senior leaders, Rasa chose to swallow the slower poison. It was the only way Sunagakure could stay afloat in the short term. Hiruzen, meanwhile, played the supporting role throughout, using polite but empty words to try and soften Yagura's stance. For 3 days straight, the talks continued. To say there was no progress would be inaccurate, but in the end, they got nowhere. Yagura didn't want Sunagakure to pick between two poisons. He wanted them to drink both, and then kneel. But he, too, was stalling for time. On the third day, during the midday break, Yagura finally got what he was waiting for. A delegation from the Land of Wind's Daimyo had arrived. An official brought with him a treaty jointly agreed upon by the governments of the two nations. Chapter 192, Chapter 191, The Daimyo's Blow. The relationship between the hidden villages and their respective daimyos is, at its core, one of mercenaries and employers. Only, the mercenaries in this case, the shinobi villages, are far from ordinary. If a powerful shinobi wanted to establish a shinobi village in a country that didn't already have one, they'd need to go directly to the daimyo's government and recommend themselves. If the daimyo believed the country could afford to maintain a military force of its own, he'd grant approval. Once approved, a specific region within the country would be allocated to the village. Within that region, the shinobi village would hold autonomous control over personnel decisions, laws, economics, and military affairs. In other words, they governed themselves. Because of their actual military power, these villages could wield significant influence over foreign affairs, sometimes even representing their daimyo's interests in diplomatic negotiations, whether it be with allies or enemies. However, when it came to formal alliances or declarations of war, shinobi villages still needed to seek the daimyo's permission. The final say always rested with the daimyo's office. The daimyo was still the true authority in diplomacy, with full rights to bypass a village like Sunagakure entirely. Realizing this loophole, Yagura and Elder Ginshur acted immediately, reaching out directly to the daimyo's office in the Land of Water. Over the past few years, through all kinds of flattery and lucrative tributes, the old and young duo from Kirigakure had steadily built a mountain of goodwill with the daimyo. Now, the daimyo agreed to back Kirigakure's move against Sunagakure, cutting sand out of the conversation entirely and initiating direct talks between the Lands of Water and Wind. While Yagura stood at the forefront, drawing attention on the surface, the real work was happening behind the scenes. In just a few short days, Daimyo's heir personally took charge of the diplomatic mission, greased all the necessary wheels with Wind Country ministers, and aggressively pushed through every stage of the negotiation. And now, a representative of the Land of Wind's daimyo had arrived to deliver the final blow to Rasa. Lord Kazakage, after this, you'll need to visit the daimyo's estate in person, to explain your role in the war and to properly thank him for his generosity. The minister handed Rasa a copy of the newly ratified treaty and read the terms aloud. First, all war-related debts owed by Sunagakure to Kirigakure will be cancelled. Second, in exchange, the Land of Wind will waive all import tariffs on goods from the Land of Water for the next 10 years. Third, the Land of Wind and Sunagakure may not, under any pretext or legal excuse, suppress the development of foreign enterprises operating within their territory. And so on. Except for the first clause, all other terms were part of a bilateral agreement between the two countries and thus completely outside Sunagakure's jurisdiction. Clause 1, the cancellation of the debt, was the only one directly involving the village. But make no mistake, the Land of Wind wasn't paying off Sunagakure's debts out of generosity. The money Sunagakure owed was a consequence of its own wartime decisions and military failures. The daimyo had no obligation, nor the benevolence, to shoulder the burden. And then came the final gut punch. Following this debt cancellation, the minister continued, for the next 10 years, the Land of Wind will cease all military funding to Sunagakure. The existence of the shinobi villages relies on the approval of the daimyo. Both in name and economy, they depend on the daimyo's financial support, especially the military budget that allows them to maintain a powerful shinobi force. The daimyo pays these villages to safeguard the nation during wartime, repel foreign threats, and fight for strategic advantages and territorial expansion. Compared to Kimogakure and the Land of Lightning, which are tightly aligned, or Kanagakure and the Land of Fire, which trust each other deeply. Sunagakure and Iwagakure have failed again and again, contributing nothing of value in 3 major wars. Their poor track record has made them increasingly unpopular with their respective daimyos and ministers. After Sunagakure's latest defeat in the Third Great Ninja War, the Wind Country's daimyo saw the village as nothing more than a money pit. Can't win wars, still cost a fortune, why keep funding you? I might as well spend that money expanding my harem. And so, the village's military funding was slashed again and again. Too many failures. No more hope. Taking advantage of the proposal from the Land of Water, and after hearing some persuasive words from his ministers, the daimyo made a final decision, cut Sunagakure off completely. Out of sight, out of mind. No, we're not suppressing you. We never intended to. If you succeed, you'll just end up paying more taxes anyway. The only real sacrifice was a bit of lost tariff revenue. Nothing the daimyo couldn't live with. The Wind Country's daimyo had already finalized both military and diplomatic decisions. Rasa was simply being notified as a formality. But from Rasa's standpoint, this treaty looked very different. Sure, the immediate threat had been defused, they no longer had to repay Kirigakure. But in the long run, with the Wind Country officially lifting restrictions on Kirigakure's economic expansion, nearly 20% of Sunagakure's commissioned mission revenue would vanish. With the daimyo's office withdrawing all military funding for the next decade, one of the village's three main income streams had just been completely severed. At this rate, even maintaining their 10,000-strong standing army would become impossible. Rasa's vision went black. He nearly collapsed on the spot. Thankfully, Yoshimaru was there to catch him, saving him from losing face in front of the minister. Rasa forced himself upright and said, "Minister, please convey my deepest gratitude to the daimyo for his generous kindness. Weakness was a sin. And losing the war was the root cause of everything that had followed. Had Sunagakure not lost the third great ninja war, the daimyo's disdain would never have gone this far." And yet Rasa still had to be thankful the daimyo hadn't gone so far as to replace the village entirely, or worse, demanded repayment of an unpayable debt. "Soon, I will visit the daimyo's estate myself to express my thanks in person." The minister didn't bother exchanging pleasantries with the defeated Kazekage. He rolled his eyes, turned on his heel, and left the Kazekage's office. Only after the minister left did Rasa finally have the mental space to sit down and process what had just happened. The daimyo's sudden move had left Sunagakure in an even worse and more passive position than before. And the timing couldn't have been worse. Rasa refused to believe this was just a coincidence. Someone had orchestrated all of this from behind the scenes. "Where is the Mizukage?" he barked. "Send someone, find out what he's up to right now." The moment the daimyo's minister arrived, Rasa had put everything else on hold, even a strategic meeting with Hiruzen Sarutobi and Yagura, just to meet him. It didn't take long for Anbu to report back on Yagura's whereabouts. In a village like Sunagakure, where intelligence was tightly monitored and feedback flowed quickly, it was impossible to hide for long. Their report confirmed Rasa's worst suspicion. The Mizukage has returned to the guest residence and is currently receiving a diplomatic envoy from the Land of Water. Before the Third Mizukage era, the relationship between Kirigakure and the Land of Water's daimyo had been one of polite distance. The daimyo provided steady funding, and the village was expected to do its job, but never interfere in the country's internal family politics. But under Yagura's rule, that dynamic had changed. Economic ties had grown deeper and deeper. The more money the daimyo made, the better he began to view Kirigakure. Now, for the first time in history, he was even cooperating directly with them. A flamboyantly dressed, wild-haired young man, Oda Nobunaga, heir to the daimyo, slapped Yagura hard on the back, laughing uproariously. "Ha ha ha. You really pulled it off, kid." The Fourth Mizukage Kirigakure wasn't just a military asset anymore, it was a money-making machine. Under Yagura's leadership, Kirigakure had become the economic core of the entire Land of Water, driving national growth in all directions. A shinobi village like this? You couldn't find a better one anywhere in the ninja world. Oda Nobunaga threw an arm around Yagura's shoulder, grinning slyly. "Hey, tell me honestly, do you have another move up your sleeve?" A flash of cold intent flickered in Yagura's eyes. "I do." The daimyo's cooperation had already dealt a major economic blow to Sunagakure. Going forward, the village would have no choice but to bind itself to Kirigakure to survive. Sunagakure still had some fight left. But now that Kirigakure had embedded itself within the village, the room for maneuver was massive. And Yagura fully intended to personally rip out the last remaining fangs and claws from Sunagakure's dying beast. Chapter 193, Chapter 192, The Ninetails Jinchuriki. After sorting out the consequences of the Wind Daimyo's latest moves, Rasa urgently increased the personnel watching Yagura. He couldn't afford to let him stir up any more trouble. At the same time, he contacted Hiruzen Sarutobi, asking for advice on how to resolve the situation. But if it were just a matter between hidden villages, Hiruzen could still choose to support Sunagakure and stand up to Kirigakure on their behalf. Now that the issue had escalated to the level of the daimyo, there was nothing he could do. Hidden villages had no authority to intervene in decisions already made by the ruling court. After much thought, all he could tell Rasa was to visit the daimyo more frequently and petition him directly. The diplomatic treaty was set in stone. However, withholding military funding from Sunagakure was considered an internal matter for the Wind Country. Rasa might still have a chance to salvage the situation. The next morning, Hiruzen left Sunagakure. Kirigakure had made their stance crystal clear, they had no intention of joining the Konoha and Sunagakure alliance. After evaluating the situation on his own, Hiruzen realized he couldn't sway Yagura in the short term. Prolonging his stay would only waste time, and he feared things would spiral out of control back home. And by back home, he had two worries. First, would the fire daimyo fall into the same trap as the wind daimyo? Second, he'd only been gone from Konoha a few days, but already there were troubling signs. A message had arrived. Danzo Shimura was beginning to act out again. Minato Namikaze was brilliant and capable, but far too green to suppress that old schemer. After personally seeing Hiruzen, Rasa sent a team to quietly sound out the daimyo's court. Then he arranged another meeting with Yagura. Rasa kept his bitterness buried, forcing a calm tone. Mizukage, quite the move you pulled. What move? Yagura twirled a pen between his fingers, expression unreadable. I was sold out by my own daimyo too. You owed us, and now your daimyo wiped your debt clean by using it as a bargaining chip in diplomacy. You gained, we lost. Looks like we got the short end of the stick. Yeah, right. Who'd believe that crap? Still, it was the same logic Rasa had used when he ignored the rogue Sunanin who'd attacked Yagura. Without proof, politics operated on what was known yet unspoken, unless you were bold enough to flip the table. But in this power game, Sunagakure was far weaker than Kirigakure. Schemes and tricks held no real sway under the crushing weight of power. Mizukage, if there's something you want from Sunagakure, just say it outright. Kirigakure didn't want to join the Konoha-Suna alliance because they were already allied with Kimogakure. Their strategic goal was to keep Konoha isolated. That much was clear to both Rasa and Hiruzen. But what made Rasa so furious was that, by that logic, Kirigakure should have targeted Konoha directly, so why were they taking it out on Sunagakure? If you're going to hit Konoha, hit Konoha. Why the hell were they the ones getting punched? Oh. Losing your cool already. Yagura had had enough of playing the diplomatic game these past 3 days. Leaning back into his chair, he narrowed his violet eyes with a mocking smile. Now that the fire shadow's out of the picture, I can speak freely. Let's get something straight. If your village had honored the deal and repaid the debt, I wouldn't have had to take action. You're the one who tried to dodge repayment by cozying up to Konoha. You're the one who extended this invitation. Rasa could no longer hide his hatred. So, what, this is all my fault. I brought the wolf into my own house. You built that bottleneck defense line so well, yet didn't even use it properly. Yagura sighed on their behalf. There's a spot open for Sunagakure in Kirigakure's alliance. Konoha isn't part of it. You chose wrong, Kazekage. So now I have to help you correct that. Whatever Konoha could offer you in trade and supplies, we can match. Rasa's expression darkened. So that's it. The reason you won't join our alliance, the reason you targeted Sunagakure, it's all to isolate Konoha. Once you take us out of the picture, Konoha stands alone. Kirigakure, Kimogakure, Iwagakure, none of you will ally with them. Just like during the war, they'll be surrounded and friendless. His voice rose with barely contained fury. Yagura's moves were starting to look like he'd turned Sunagakure into a pawn to weaken Konoha. But they were still one of the 5 great hidden villages. They had their pride. They hadn't fallen so far as to be used like some disposable tool. You've got it wrong. Yagura corrected him, tone flat. The one trying to dominate the world is Kimogakure. They're the ones targeting Konoha. I have no reason to destroy our relationship with them. So Kirigakure just wanted to crush them, huh? Rasa's face twisted with rage. This is how Kirigakure treats an ally. An ally, sure, Yagura replied with a bored tone. But you're not Kimogakure. You're not our equal. Yagura didn't share Rasa's view of equality, not even close. Elsewhere, his water mirror clone was nearly done coordinating with a high-ranking Suna defector. They're outside Sunagakure. Northeast sector. Distance, angle, Yagura silently mapped out the exact location in his mind. Rasa's eyes widened in horror. He shot to his feet. How do you know that? That was where the Ninetails Jinchuriki was being held. An S-class secret of Sunagakure. And mere knowledge wasn't what terrified him. It was what that knowledge meant. What are you planning? Yagura didn't reply. His gaze shifted out the window, toward the Ninetails' sealed location. He had always enjoyed working with tailed beasts. A few years back, it had been the 8 Tails. Now, his sights were set on the Ninetails. Outside the Ninetails prison. The corpses of Suna's Anbu lay scattered across the sand, killed in a single strike. Ahead, the traitor from Suna led the way, using specific jutsu to bypass the detection seals and trap illusions guarding the perimeter. The 2-man infiltration team entered the sealed prison without resistance. Without that, Suna traitor, Yagura's water mirror clone wouldn't have been able to slip in so easily. Seals, illusionary barriers, mazes, and traps. From the outside, it looked like endless desert. And yet, during the Third Great Ninja War, Kirigakure, Kimogakure, and even Iwagakure had already mastered using their tailed beasts in battle. But Sunagakure? All they could do was lock theirs up and throw away the key. They couldn't even use the power they were trying so hard to control. Konoha's Ninetails was strong, but at least they managed to keep it contained. But this was just the one tails. Nothing but flaws. Yagura came to a stop. The Suna defector gestured toward the massive gate. This is it, Mizukage. The towering door loomed overhead, large enough to imprison a tailed beast. Enormous sealing scripts were etched into the metal surface. Open it, Yagura commanded. I don't have the seal break formula, Mizukage. Oh. You serious? Controlled remotely by Sasori's mind control technique, the traitor had no way to lie. He bowed his head. Mizukage, I've followed the orders and brought you here. As promised, the technique should be removed, right? Even if he'd brought the Mizukage all the way here, he didn't have the ability to undo the strongest seal set by Suna's own elite team. Treacherous Kirigakure. And that bastard Sasori of the Red Sand. Your schemes won't succeed. Boom. Yagura casually gripped the bars with both hands, and shoved the massive doors wide open with raw strength. As if it were nothing. He released his grip and glanced back at the stunned Suna traitor. The Uzumaki clan's technique. Your sealing team doesn't hold a candle to their methods. He stepped into the darkness of the prison. The deeper he went, the clearer the figure at its heart became. Seated cross-legged atop a low stone platform was the Ninetales Jinchuriki, a withered old monk named Bunpuku. His face was gaunt, his eye sockets sunken until his pupils were barely visible. It seemed to take all his strength just to lift his eyelids. But from the moment Yagura had entered the cell that had held him captive for decades, Bunpuku had already foreseen the end. His aged eyes were calm and dim, unfazed by the approach of death. My apologies, old one, Yagura said softly. I'm going to separate you from Shukaku now. He raised his hand, chakra gathering at his fingertips, and gently pressed down on the sealing mark carved into Bunpuku's body. Chapter 194, Chapter 193, A Meeting of Minds. With a light touch of his fingertip on the sealing formula, Yagura's consciousness blurred for an instant, and crossed over. When he came to, Yagura opened his eyes. The tiny human stood atop Isabu's massive head. There was no visible boundary to the space around them. They'd entered the tailed beast's spiritual realm. Well now, this is quite something. Yagura quickly grasped what had happened. He casually tugged at a lock of hair and settled down familiarly atop Isabu's head, glancing across at the pair on the other side, an old monk and Shukaku. Sitting cross-legged atop Shukaku's head, the old monk, Bunpuku, seemed calm despite Shukaku's usual short temper. Oddly, the one-tail had no complaints for once. Even Bunpuku, typically the picture of serenity and detachment, showed a hint of surprise. Surprised at where he now stood, and that he hadn't met the death he'd anticipated. Yagura didn't hesitate to offer praise. Impressive. To enter this realm at the very last moment. That's no small feat, don't you think so, Isabu? Watching Shukaku's unusually calm demeanor, Isabu quipped to his long-lost brother. Well, Shukaku. I never knew you had this side to you. Shukaku's sandy fur puffed up in indignation. But conscious of the fragile old man perched on his head like a candle flickering in the wind, he reluctantly held back his temper. Don't get cocky. I haven't even started on you, Isabu. And who the hell is this human brat? Why does he call you Isabu? Shukaku was the only one who liked tossing his own name, Great Lord Shukaku, around outside. So this is you after toning it down. Yagura feigned shock and scooted back, then adopted a defiant stance. Isabu and I are madly in love. We've been together for years. Even if you're his sibling, your disapproval means nothing. Isabu and Shukaku. The tailed beasts were speechless. Shukaku looked at Isabu with a glint of sympathy. Oi, has he always been like this? Isabu couldn't quite nod, but he couldn't deny it either. You get used to it. That all-too-familiar, go-with-the-flow attitude reminded Shukaku instantly of his old turtle brother's nature. I knew you'd be the first to betray us. Meaning, of course, to live peacefully with a human. Yagura chimed in for Isabu, that's not true. The Eight Tails beat you to it. His previous Jinchuriki just wasn't as brilliant as I am. Shukaku snorted, his wide tanuki nostrils blowing out twin gusts of sandy wind. That damn ox, always going on about how great humans are. I never saw it. Yagura chuckled. All that aside, you and this Bunpuku are the second pair to step into this space. Present company excluded, of course. Though it might have been the third pair, Yagura wasn't sure where Killer Bee and the Eight Tails stood. No matter. Yagura had been teasing the Tsundere for a decade and knew just what to say. Before Shukaku could puff up again, Yagura turned to the monk sitting on his head. This is the inner world of the tailed beasts, old man. You can only come here once you've truly connected minds with your beast. Bunpuku's expression shifted slightly. Forced to bottle up his irritation, Shukaku glared fiercely at Yagura and Aisabu. Aisabu responded with a blank, dead-fish stare. Yagura continued his little lecture. In all of history, only a handful of Jinchuriki have reached this realm. You and Shukaku are the second. The first, naturally, was me and my dear Aisabu. To have endured decades in a Sunagakure prison without going insane, his willpower and mental fortitude were extraordinary. Even Shukaku had come to respect him, likening him to the Sage of Six Paths. Over the years, they'd even become friends. Bunpuku now understood what this realm truly signified. He had been a Jinchuriki since childhood, and now, on the brink of death, his decades-long bond with Shukaku had finally earned the One-Tail's approval. More than the praise he once received from Shukaku, that recognition brought Bunpuku genuine joy. The old monk pressed his palms together. From his sunken, hollow eyes, tears silently fell. Thank you, Shukaku. Shukaku gave a barely perceptible nod, accepting the sentiment. But when it came to Yagura, he wasn't nearly so kind. With a piercing glare and sharp tongue, he snapped. Humph. Aisabu's human. If it weren't for you, I'd never have gotten this far with the old man. In the real world, just before Yagura undid the seal, he'd had no idea what Bunpuku and Shukaku had exchanged to bring them to this point. Ignoring the Tsundere outburst, Yagura raised a brow. So you do care that he was dying, huh? What a soft-hearted little tanuki. A perfect jab. Aisabu nearly cracked up laughing. Shukaku froze, then exploded. I am not a soft-hearted tanuki. Unable to win with words, Shukaku turned his fury on Aisabu. And you? You're the damn turtle here. That used to be Aisabu's berserk button. But after years of being teased by Yagura, he couldn't be bothered with childish beast banter. His lack of reaction made Shukaku feel like he'd punched cotton. He suddenly realized, Aisabu had changed. He was becoming just as annoying as his human. Compared to Yagura, Bunpuku seemed far more likable, quiet, obedient, and sensible. Still, once they left this realm, Shukaku would be saying farewell to his decades-long companion. The thought made him lose interest in arguing. Instead, he snapped at Bunpuku, if you'd been a little more like this guy, maybe those damn humans wouldn't have locked you away for decades. Shukaku was confident, if Bunpuku had ever tried to unleash his power, breaking free of Sunagakure's feeble seals would have been easy. To Shukaku, their low-level sealing jutsu were child's play. But Bunpuku remained calm and silent, just as he had the day the third Kazekage first imprisoned him. Even Aisabu had picked up on the monk's unusual qualities. Shukaku, it's unlike you to take a liking to someone so quiet. Shukaku huffed. And you? Falling for someone this loud and shameless. Aisabu accepted the loud part. But the rest? He's the shadow of his people, but what I like most is his idiotic sincerity. Inside Yagura's spiritual realm, Aisabu could perceive every emotional ripple in his companion. Ahem. Yagura abruptly cut them off before Aisabu spilled any more secrets. He crossed his arms. All right. Sorry to be the villain here, but, Bunpuku, Shukaku, this is goodbye. Shukaku, at least you'll be free again. Shukaku scoffed. Freedom. That's not up to me. If you can't beat the Kazekage and his ninja, that's your problem. Yagura casually exploited the resentment Shukaku had just expressed. But you could take this chance to avenge the old man. When it came to being sealed by humans, not all tailed beasts thought alike. Shukaku. He was itching to punish the bastards. Aisabu. Complete opposite. During Yagura's early, unstable transformations, Aisabu spent most of his free time joyfully swimming in the sea. That jab landed hard. Just earlier, Shukaku had grumbled about the monk. Aisabu sighed inwardly. Shukaku's pupils narrowed into sharp, golden crosses. He could sense Bunpuku's emotions wavering. Knowing the monk, there was no way he'd approve of revenge. But Shukaku liked that even more. Yagura closed his eyes, withdrawing his consciousness from the inner world. The Jinchuriki seal dissolved. In the real world, the One-Tail's massive chakra surged forth from Bunpuku's body like a dam had burst. Chapter 195, Chapter 194, Coerced to Bow. The entirety of Sunagakure went into full battle readiness. Yushasha. This great lord finally gets to come out. Shukaku's high-pitched roar echoed across the village. The moment the presence of a tailed beast's chakra was sensed, the shinobi of Sunagakure mobilized without hesitation. Having experienced the bloodshed of war, Sunagakure's forces were exceptionally disciplined. The moment the order was given, they rushed to the front lines. A tailed beast ball launched from Shukaku's mouth struck directly on the defensive wall known as Thread of Heaven. The explosion of energy bloomed like a second sun, obliterating the entire northeastern defense line. That same defense had held against Iwagakure's forces, outnumbered 3-1, for over 3 hours. Now, a single-tailed beast ball had reduced it to rubble. Watching the puny, despicable humans be annihilated in his attack, Shukaku howled with maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. Die. All of you, die. Inside the Kazekage's tower, Rasa watched from afar as Sunagakure's shinobi launched a wave assault against Shukaku. His hands gripped the windowsill tightly. Unless one had the power of a Kage-level shinobi, no one below Jonin could stand a chance against a tailed beast. The only thing they could do was trade lives for chakra depletion. Shinobi who had survived wars were priceless assets to any village. A Jonin who had earned their rank through battlefield experience was leagues above one who passed a test. Yet now, they were reduced to sacrificial pawns. Behind him, Yagura's voice sounded, calm and unhurried. Kazekage Dano, the tailed beast has gone berserk. It's sudden and urgent, you don't need to worry about someone like me. Rasa sneered inwardly. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Sunagakure, starved for funds, could only afford to maintain a few thousand active shinobi. And even their combat ability had to be discounted. Those veterans returning from the battlefield would now die in droves fighting Shukaku's rampage. Thousands of seasoned warriors were not the same as thousands raised from scratch inside the village. No need. Sunagakure still has powerful shinobi. Rasa flicked his sleeves and returned to his seat. Let's continue, Mizukage. Since you're so eager to make Sunagakure Kirigakure's ally, tell me, what exactly is your village offering? Since the time of the third Hokage, Konohagakure has always been Sunagakure's ally. There was some misunderstanding before, but that's all resolved now. We remain friendly partners. During the Third Great Ninja War, the very first term in the peace treaty between Sunagakure and Konoha stated, Sunagakure must acknowledge that the death of the third Kazekage was not caused by Konoha. Thus, the public explanation framed it as a tragic misunderstanding, and the third Kazekage's death once again faded into mystery. Konoha had won the war, they had the authority to refute Sunagakure's accusations. Ironically, that led everything back to the truth. This time, Sunagakure stood with Konoha. Yagura's plan succeeding hinged largely on one fortunate event. Hiruzen Sarutobi had already left the village. The third Hokage was now preoccupied dealing with domestic issues in Konoha and had no time to linger. If Sarutobi had stayed, he would never have allowed Kirigakure to snatch Sunagakure away. With Shukaku's rampage, Sarutobi could have kept an eye on the unstable Yagura. Rasa could have focused on suppressing the beast. Casualties wouldn't have been so devastating. Rasa's sharp gaze fixed on Yagura. So tell me, Mizukage. What reason does Sunagakure have to betray Konoha? But fate wasn't on Sarutobi's side. He would never have expected Yagura to stir up a storm right here in Sunagakure, under the Kazekage's watchful eyes and surrounded by countless shinobi. Even Rasa himself hadn't foreseen it. Yagura thought to himself, Sasori truly lives up to the name, Kazekage Slayer. Gambling on recruiting Sasori had paid off beyond expectations. Thanks to the intelligence network Sasori had left behind in Sunagakure, Yagura had forced the village to bow its head to Kirigakure. Konoha was about to lose its only true ally. Outside, the thunder of battle between Shukaku and the village shinobi echoed through the window. Even though Thread of Heaven had been reduced to ruins, the shinobi still held it as a front line, preventing the tailed beast from advancing into the village proper. The shockwaves of combat were so intense that even the Kazekage's tower trembled. Rasa sat motionless, eyes ringed with exhaustion, bloodshot with strain, waiting for Yagura's offer. He had accepted the reality that they were outmatched. Now, for the heroes bleeding and dying for their village, he would negotiate for the highest possible return. Casualties. He'd seen worse during 4 years of war. He would not let mere numbers shake his reason or resolve. One hand holds the stick. The other, a sweet fruit. Yagura understood well, everything up to this point was about weakening Sunagakure, forcing them into Kirigakure's arms. Now came the part where he had to offer terms that Rasa and the village couldn't refuse. Sunagakure lies in the desert, resources and habitable land are scarce. I can promise you this, everything you once traded for with Konoha, you can now obtain from Kirigakure. If Kirigakure wanted to poach Sunagakure, then whatever Konoha once provided, Kirigakure, and even Kimogakure, had to match or exceed. Our prices won't exceed market value. Allies don't cheat allies. Shinobi don't betray shinobi. Rasa gave no reaction. For a village so impoverished it could barely feed its own people, basic trade goods were the bare minimum Kirigakure needed to offer. The real bargaining chips were still to come. Kirigakure had to give Sunagakure something Konoha never could. Smart people don't need to say much. Yagura cut to the chase. First. Sealing techniques for tailed beasts. Of course, he wasn't about to hand over the Uzumaki clan's original formulas. He'd water them down, 2 tiers weaker. Still enough for Sunagakure to study and use. Their current sealing technique was trash. Jinchuriki had to stay awake constantly to suppress the beast. If they fell asleep, the tailed beast broke free. What kind of garbage was that? The former Third Mizukage had thought Kirigakure's sealing methods were weak. If he'd seen Sunagakure's, he would have realized there's always something worse. Outside, Shukaku was still on a rampage. Chio had entered the battle. To minimize casualties, she didn't hold back, she went all in with her strongest puppet technique, White Secret Technique, 10 puppets of Chikamatsu. You need this, don't you? Yagura asked plainly. Rasa silently weighed the offer. That monk, Bunpuku, had been a miracle. Shukaku had remained dormant in him ever since the time of the second Kazekage. But Bunpuku's time was almost up. After this rampage, Rasa didn't expect him to live much longer. When a Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast inside also dies for a time, before reappearing later. And when that happened, Rasa would need to find a new Jinchuriki. Not everyone was Bunpuku. Few could endure decades with Sunagakure's sorry excuse for a sealing jutsu. Rasa's eyes slowly settled into a calculating calm. He was acknowledging Yagura's first offer. Second. Yagura laid out 3 scrolls and unrolled them in front of Rasa. Crow. Black and Salamander. You know these, don't you? They were all elite puppets, widely used by Sunagakure's puppet corps. How could he not recognize them? But how did the Mizukage get his hands on them? The answer was obvious. Rasa clenched his fists. Yagura continued, I propose that the genius puppet artisan behind these designs create a new batch, on par with Crow, Black Ant, and Salamander, for Sunagakure. What do you say? Sasori had crafted those 3 puppets as toys in his youth. Kankuro would later train with them from childhood. A few more like those, and Kankuro would hit the jackpot. Not that Sasori still played with ordinary puppets anymore. Sasori of the Red Sand. So it was true, just as intelligence had hinted during Yagura's battle with the Third Raikage. So this is how it all connects. The intel on Jinchuriki. The information on chakra barriers. It all likely came from Sasori of the Red Sand. In an instant, Rasa connected the entire chain of events. His expression turned 3 shades darker. You Kirigakure people took in an S-rank rogue ninja from Sunagakure. And now, you use the creations of a man who should have been ours, as bargaining chips. Yagura remained calm. Since he's a rogue ninja, which village he joins is his own decision. I never lured him in. Facing Rasa's fury, Yagura didn't flinch. Rather than blaming us, perhaps you should reflect on how Sunagakure treats its talent. Chapter 196, Chapter 195, Chio. The internal policies of Sunagakure regarding talent management, Yagura only took a casual jab at it. Whether Rasa would actually change anything was his own business. But based on what Yagura knew of him, it wasn't likely. Lord Kazekage, just a small question. Seeing that Rasa had started to accept reality, Yagura relaxed a little and asked in a more casual tone. How many children do you have now? Rasa, nearly 30 years old, replied, a son and a daughter. And another one on the way. That third child would be Gara. Almost born already. Still, Rasa had put in quite the effort during the Third Great Ninja War. 3 wars in the ninja world, and Rasa fought in all 3. Yagura offered a rare compliment. With your bloodline, Lord Kazekage, your children are sure to grow into exceptional shinobi. The future, renowned trio of Sunagakure siblings. But apart from those 3, no other shinobi from Sunagakure would become widely recognized. Especially since Temari would later marry into Konoha. Rasa could tell Yagura meant the praise sincerely, but he had little interest in hearing it. Thanks. He knew full well that bowing his head to Yagura symbolized something far greater, that Sunagakure would, from this point forward, be seen as a step below the other great villages. Officially, they were still part of the 5 great hidden villages. But that was only because even a sinking ship has a few nails left in it. No matter how weakened, Sunagakure had once known wealth and strength. The foundation was still there. With 2 Kage-level shinobi remaining, they were still far beyond the reach of a minor village like Takigakure. Whether it started when Sunagakure chose to side with Konoha to default on debts, or when Yagura subtly began moving against them in the shadows, things had long been set in motion. Years ago, Kirigakure had worried Sunagakure would drag them into war. Sunagakure feared a sneak attack from the Mist once war began. That fear led the 2 villages to sign a secret non-aggression pact between the Mist and the Sand. Today, that pact was officially worthless. The real root of the matter was simple. Ever since Sunagakure's defeat and their severely diminished strength, there was no way that treaty, built on equality, could survive. A dark thought surfaced in Rasa's mind. I wonder how the Hokage and the Tsuchikage will react to this intel. Sunagakure had effectively been pried away, forced to side with Kirigakure and Kimogakure. Konoha and Iwagakure now had no other allied villages. The third Hokage and third Tsuchikage, the oldest among the 5 Kage, were about to find themselves squeezed out by the 3 younger fourth Kage. Even if Konoha was soon to appoint its own fourth Hokage, it wouldn't change much. In fact, the very reason the alliance between Konoha and Iwa would never happen was because that fourth Hokage would be Minato Namikaze. Thinking about how this decision might reshape the future of the ninja world, Rasa forced himself to accept Yagura's conditions. Good, Yagura said with a smile, offering his hand. It's a blessing for the shinobi world to have a Kazekage who understands the greater picture. I'm sure Lord Raikage will be pleased to hear this. Rasa shook his hand, though inwardly he scoffed. The fourth Raikage was a famously competitive hothead, far worse than his father, the third Raikage, at this point. Officially, the alliance was led by Kimogakure. But how much of this had been the Mist's doing? Rasa suspected Yagura had made most of these moves himself. Even if war had been won, and Sunagakure had submitted, Rasa could already imagine how smug that bad kid Raikage would be. The old Mist Sand Pact was now officially null and void. From this day on, Sunagakure would be the subordinate in this new alliance. In accordance with an unwritten understanding, Rasa also refrained from participating in the battle to subdue Shukaku. He watched the distant battlefield where the tailed beast raged, thinking about the path Sunagakure should take from here. Their revenue had dropped drastically. There was no way they could continue supporting such a large number of shinobi. They'd have to shift to a model like Kirigakure's Bloody Mist era, an elite-focused approach to shinobi training. But puppet masters? Their units were expensive to maintain. Eventually, Rasa's thoughts landed on the most immediate option, Shukaku. If they could obtain more effective sealing techniques and successfully control the power of the tailed beast. In the Third Great Ninja War, Kirigakure, Kimogakure, and Iwagakure had all made use of Jinchuriki in battle. All had proven effective. Tailed beasts had value. Under Chio's leadership, the Sand Shinobi finally managed to suppress Shukaku's rampage. When the one tail was sealed back into his host, Bunpuku, the old man's body, already fragile as a dying flame, gave out completely. With the death of the Jinchuriki, the tailed beast temporarily vanished as well. Sunagakure now had only a few months to find a qualified replacement. Fresh off the battlefield, Chio didn't even take time to rest. She rushed straight to the Kazekage Tower. Something had happened there. She pushed open the door with force. Lord Kazekage. Elder Chio. Rasa was safe. He nodded and motioned for her to sit across from him. Finally able to catch her breath, Chio sat down. She noticed the 2 teacups on the table, so Rasa had just been talking with the Mizukage. And somehow, Shukaku had come up during the conversation. Chio glared. Where is the Mizukage? He just left. Rasa briefly explained what had just transpired, his bloodless battle with Yagura. He especially made sure to bring up what he'd learned about her grandson, Sasori. After Sasori defected, Sunagakure hadn't actively hunted him during the war. But thanks to Chio's efforts behind the scenes, they had been monitoring his whereabouts. There had long been reports of Sasori showing up in Kirigakure. But with the war raging, Chio had been unable to go herself. Now, with Yagura openly confirming Sasori's location, Chio was sharply reminded she still had a grandson out there. She cast a healing jutsu over her own wounds, processing everything Rasa had just told her. Her first concern wasn't Sasori, though. Did you get the sealing techniques? Compared to a grandson who betrayed the village and helped its enemies, Chio cared more about Sunagakure's safety. Rasa nodded solemnly. Reassured, Chio stood. Then, Lord Kazekage, I'll go see my grandson. So what if he defected? If he dared to harm Sunagakure's interests, she would set things right. Go ahead, Rasa said. And don't worry. Sunagakure still has me. Chio returned to her home briefly, freshened up from the fierce battle, and gave a quick update to Ebizo. She packed a few puppet scrolls and traveled light, heading west toward the pass known as Heaven's Crevice. It was the route Yagura would have to take to return to Kirigakure. Chio. Sensing someone behind him, Yagura turned to find a person he wasn't expecting, and wasn't quite sure how to face. Chio glared. What a rude youngster. Yagura quickly motioned for Zabuza and Kisame not to draw their weapons. She's Sasori's grandmother. That familiar, gentle way of calling the name, Chio, grandma, the words caught in her throat. It had been over 10 years. The only ones who had ever spoken of Sasori that way were his parents. Chio. Grandma. Yagura quickly adjusted his tone, giving her the respect due to an elder. Did you learn about Sasori from the Kazekage? I'm sure he'll be happy to see you. Just a grandmother visiting her grandson. Not a village elder confronting a rogue ninja. Would Sasori even want to see her? Hard to say. But Yagura wanted to take this chance to bring them together. Chio let out a laugh. Hey. Yes, it's been too long since this old woman saw her grandson. I may have been a bit rude earlier. Forgive me, Lord Mizukage. No worries. It's completely understandable. Let's travel together. Chio laughed again, the wrinkles on her face stretching with joy. She accepted his offer without hesitation. Very well, the road from Sunagakure to Kirigakure is long. With the Mizukage escort, this old woman won't need to worry about danger. Let us escort you. Zabuza grunted, but held his tongue out of respect for Yagura. Yagura simply nodded. Rest assured. Chapter 197, Chapter 196, Parting on Bad Terms. He had truly decided to return to Kirigakure with this elder from the Land of Wind. The moment they set foot on the Land of Water, on their own safe territory, Zabuza couldn't hold back anymore. Yagura. Want me to head back and give Sasori a heads up? Should they give Sasori time to prepare? Yagura cast Zabuza a sideways glance, amused, then turned to Chio and asked what she thought. No need, Chio waved her hand with a smile. Don't be fooled by this old body. That whole surprise visit thing you young folks like, I happen to be quite fond of it myself, hee. Yagura shrugged at Zabuza. Well, that plan was a bust. Yagura intended to surprise Sasori too. And without an official reason, Zabuza wasn't allowed to leave his post. Once they entered the Land of Water's borders, the difference was noticeable. Unlike Conan from Omegakure, Chio's sources of information weren't so tightly sealed. Over the past few years, as Kirigakure began lifting its isolationist policies, information about the village and the Land of Water started flowing steadily into other nations. Especially around the new year, while other countries were still engulfed in war, this one stayed aloof, its nights glowing with lanterns and laughter. But war had already begun. Arrows fired couldn't be taken back. As they traveled, Chio watched how the Land of Water was gradually thriving, approaching the prosperity of the Land of Fire. It irritated her that Kirigakure was enjoying opportunities Sunagakure never had, but there was nothing she could do about it. This little boat's way too slow. I could walk faster than this. Mizukage, this step's too high. An old woman like me gets vertigo. Ugh, this so-called candied fruit is far too sticky for my teeth. Chio's relentless barbs and complaints felt like an infinite supply of verbal kunai, making both Zabuza and Kisame want to draw their swords. After disembarking, when some of the local children in the Land of Water saw Yagura, they immediately rushed over, only to be frightened back by Chio, clinging tightly to him. Mizukage-sama. There. Don't be scared. Grandma just looks scary. Calm and unbothered, Yagura comforted the children while patiently listening to Chio's suggestions with a polite smile. Chio-senpai, shall we pick up the pace? He'd had no choice but to switch to senpai. Chio wasn't here for sightseeing. Yagura had only planned for a short escort, after that, they'd continue on foot. Oh ho, perfect. That suited Chio just fine. She had only one purpose in coming to Kirigakure. As the crowd gathering around them grew larger, Yagura gently ruffled a few kids' hair. I'm taking our guest from abroad back to the village. Sorry, I can't stay to play. The children let out a long, disappointed awe. Soon, their parents emerged from the crowd to collect them. As they said goodbye, Yagura received a small parting gift from the kids. Chio, who had earlier scared them away, now stepped up to inspect the red, cone-shaped object in Yagura's hand. What's this? A toy. You like this sort of thing? Well, I guess you are still a youngster, so it makes sense. It's a firework, Yagura replied. This year's New Year theme. He tucked the firework cone into his ninja tool pouch with a soft smile. I actually like it quite a bit. This boy reminded her of a little bug. Chio gave up her pointless teasing and sighed. Let's go. They returned to Kirigakure. Zabuza and Kisame finally escaped the wrath of the sharp-tongued old woman. Even though she'd quieted down in the second half of the trip, the damage was done. Chio refused to break. So Yagura led her straight to the building where Sasori lived. This is it. Want to ring the doorbell? The entire building served as Sasori's home and workshop. In fact, he barely left the premises, only going out to restock supplies once a week. Enough to last, so he wouldn't have to leave again until the next trip. Chio didn't hesitate. She stepped forward and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Sasori wasn't the type to keep people waiting. Yet after the chime echoed, it took 13 whole seconds before the door finally opened. A red-haired youth appeared, his eyes full of cold resentment as he stared daggers at Yagura, making the Mizukage break out in a cold sweat. He was mad. And not in that haughty tch kind of way, this was the real deal. Yagura forced a smile. Yo, the long-awaited star finally makes his appearance, like a beauty behind a curtain. Some idiotic friend thought a surprise visit would be fun. Sasori would settle accounts with him tonight. Chio lowered her eyes. Leaving your guest to stand outside. I don't recall ever teaching you that, Sasori. Sasori had indeed made them wait too long. Come in, old hag. Good, he hadn't addressed her. Yagura took the cue and made a quiet exit. His look told Chio, the rest is up to you. Use the chance. That overly casual glance annoyed Chio to no end. Mizukage, does he really think she came just to visit her grandson? Sasori's place was simple, yet not shabby. Just like his old room back in Sunagakure. Sparse and quiet. Aside from the basic furniture, the only other items in the room were several cabinets not typically found in a civilian's home, each filled with various puppets and mechanical contraptions. Chio and her grandson stood about 3 meters apart, silently walking to the center of the living room. She rubbed her nose, noting the heavy scent in the air, a mix of incense and wood shavings. Her eyes quickly landed on a coffee cup on the table, next to a machine and some raw materials beneath. Coffee. Not good to drink too much of it. Sasori spoke flatly. Why are you here, old hag? A grandmother coming to visit the grandson she hasn't seen in ages, is that such a strange concept? At last, Chio's pent-up anger found its outlet. She marched over to Sasori's workbench. Gunpowder? Fireworks? Since when did you start making such fleeting things? Commissioned by someone, Sasori replied coolly. That time of year again, when people enjoy tossing trash into the sky. So you're making them for Kirigakure's holiday. He really saw himself as a part of this village now. Wonderful. Chio sat down and glared. Because of your betrayal, do you know how much Kirigakure profited at Sunagakure's expense? Sasori didn't hear a word after that. Sunagakure again. His hand clenched inside his sleeve, and a glint of ice flashed in his eyes. If all you came to say is that, then go. I haven't been a Sunagakure ninja for a long time. What happens there has nothing to do with me. Anger stirred, Sasori sneered. In fact, watching that village suffer, makes me feel even better. Their first reunion ended in disaster. Chio stormed out in a rage. Yagura showed up right after to apologize. Judging from what he'd seen of Chio during the trip, he'd already sensed things wouldn't go as smoothly as he'd hoped. Peeking nervously from behind the door, he asked, So sorry. Come in. Sasori gave him a sidelong glance, then went back to examining a delicate part through a monocle. It's fine. I'm not mad at you. Compared to Chio, Yagura's surprise was nothing. Relieved, Yagura slipped inside. He placed a meal on Sasori's table. My parents made it, potato stew. Don't just live off cup ramen and coffee, or my mom'll come check on you herself. Thanks. Sasori cleared away the clutter on the table and removed his monocle. Though he had scolded Sasori's diet, Yagura himself had picked up a bottle of soda, something rarely allowed at home. Pshhh, he cracked open the can. Tipping his head back, he took a long gulp. I let her come because I wanted her to see her grandson. Has she always been like that? Sasori chewed thoughtfully on a steaming potato chunk. I know, yeah. Decades as a Sunagakure elder, Chio always put the village's interests first. That's why Sasori didn't want reconciliation. Still, he had agreed to this meeting. Even though he hadn't expected much, seeing that Chio hadn't changed at all, it still disappointed him. Yagura's gaze drifted to the workbench. Amid all the puppet parts, something else caught his eye. Whoa, fireworks. These for the festival. Tested one in the courtyard a few days ago, Sasori said. Some kids in the neighborhood saw it. Their parents asked for some. Hard to say no. Said so casually. But really, if Sasori wanted to refuse, who in their right mind could make him do anything? Yagura raised his hand like a kid. I want one too. No, Sasori replied flatly. Chapter 198, Chapter 197, The Six Tails, Seiken. Yagura tried once more to meet with Chio. But Chio, still bitter over Sasori's total defection, didn't appreciate the effort. She stayed in Kirigakure only a few days before returning to Sunagakure in a huff. Not long after, a formal diplomatic letter arrived from Sunagakure's Kazekage, Rasa. In just a few days around the new year, entering the 48th year of Konohagakure, Kirigakure and Sunagakure rapidly exchanged envoys and finalized a new diplomatic agreement. Yagura's blend of pressure and persuasion had successfully forced Sunagakure to switch allies. In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen received the intel. Sunagakure's actions were making one thing abundantly clear: Konoha was about to lose its only remaining ally. Despite being overwhelmed fending off political rivals and preparing to transfer power to Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi still had to take time to confront Sunagakure about the situation. He raged at them for their fickle, opportunistic diplomacy. Rasa, for his part, didn't cut off the path entirely. His reply mixed truth with falsehood, giving Hiruzen a half-genuine explanation. The gist was, we at Sunagakure never intended to betray Konoha. Our alliance has always been strong. But given our current difficulties, and the outside pressure bearing down on us, we've had no choice but to compromise. We hope the Hokage can understand. Hiruzen knew the deal was done. He had no choice but to shelve that side issue. At this point, he had only one main task, to hand over the village to Minato, his successor, from his own political lineage, safely and securely. January 15th, year 48 of Konoha. Konoha officially held its succession ceremony. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stepped down, taking responsibility for serious failures during the Third Great Ninja War. Namikaze Minato succeeded him as the fourth Hokage. The people of Konoha erupted in celebration at the rise of this war hero. After 4 long years of hardship during the war, the village had sunk into gloom. This moment felt like salvation, Konoha's shining light returning. Whether sparked by genuine emotion or amplified by official propaganda, the public truly believed that the genius Minato would restore Konoha's greatness. That day, Minato received the 2 biggest pieces of good news in his life. His wife, Uzumaki Kushina, was confirmed to be 1 month pregnant after a checkup at Konoha Hospital. January 16th, Sunagakure. The third son of the fourth Kazekage, Rasa, was born. His mother, Karura, died during a difficult labor. The boy was named Gaara. On Chio's suggestion, given Gaara's impressive bloodline and latent talent, he was chosen to become Sunaгаkure's next Jinchuriki for the One Tail. The previous host, Bunpuku, had perished during a rampage, and Shukaku had died alongside him. Under Rasa's supervision, and without needing another chaotic sealing battle, Chio easily sealed the just-revived, still weak Shukaku into the infant Gaara. Kirigakure. Yagura had just received the news about Uzumaki Naruto and Gaara in quick succession. Busy as he was, it finally reminded him, Kirigakure still had an unresolved tailed beast. He temporarily set aside military and administrative affairs and headed personally to the sealing site of the Six Tails, Seiken. He ordered the sealing and combat squads stationed there to begin preparations for Jinchuriki containment. Then, he summoned the designated Six Tails host, Chunin Utakata, to get ready. In the original timeline, Utakata had an unreliable mentor who left him with childhood trauma. But in Yagura's first year in office, that teacher had been removed. Yagura had enrolled Utakata in the Ninja Academy, letting him grow up like any normal child. And it worked. The fact that Utakata had been chosen as a potential Jinchuriki at such a young age proved his exceptional talent. He graduated early in his 3rd year, became a genin, and then passed the Chunin exams with ease. Qualified in skill and sound in mind, he was now ready to become a Jinchuriki. 3 days later. The sealing site of the Six Tails was a damp, shadowy cave deep underground. Each tailed beast had its preferred habitat, Shukaku-like deserts, Isaba the ocean. Leading the way, Yagura glanced back. Nervous. Utakata, brown-haired with long bangs covering his left eye, wore a sky-blue haori. His hairstyle was similar to Sasuke's in Boruto. He shook his head. No. With a cool, distant expression and a taller, lankier frame, he appeared more mature than Yagura, even though he was 2 years younger. That mature face, paired with his demeanor, gave the illusion he was older than Yagura. Oh. Yagura stretched the sound, teasing, it's a tailed beast, you know. Super scary. Roar. Utakata remained composed, eyes straight ahead, clearly not taking the scare seriously. With the Mizukage here, I'm not afraid. Raised in the post-Blood Mist era, like many others in Kirigakure, Utakata held absolute trust and obedience toward Yagura. He even raised his hand to shield Yagura from a dripping droplet overhead. Yagura smiled, pleased. Keep that up when you're bonding with Seiken. As they chatted, Yagura led Utakata deeper into the cave, eventually handing him over to the sealing team. Yagura himself moved into the inner sanctum to meet the Six Tails first, maybe lay some groundwork. Knowing he'd be needed soon, little Isabu popped out on Yagura's shoulder, ready to assist. Hey, Isabu, Yagura asked, what's your cute Seiken like? Are you too close? Him? We get along all right. Better than I do with Shukaku. Just, don't let him hear this. Why not? Isabu usually called the other tailed beasts by name. Seiken hates being called cute. Can't stand it. And he doesn't want to be treated like a little anything. Isabu paused, hesitating. Also. Yagura repeated, also. If you listen closely, your voice and his, they sound the same. They reached the wall separating them from the seal. Yagura stopped, raised his torch, and peered inside. And there it was, the Six Tails. A massive, pale lavender slug with 7 circular mouth-like holes on its face, lying there, motionless in the damp stone chamber. Seiken, Isabu called, wake up. Hearing that familiar voice, and being called by name again, Saiken stirred from slumber, bleary-eyed. Aisabu. Yagura stood by quietly as Aisabu took the lead, listening to Saiken's voice. Sure enough, it sounded eerily similar to his own. It made him a little uncomfortable. Thanks to their similar tastes and living nearby, Yagura and Saiken had a decent rapport, just like Aisabu said. After a quick exchange of greetings between Slug and Turtle, Saiken's eyes narrowed at Yagura. His tone was wary. Aisabu, you've given in to the humans, just like Gyuki. He could sense it. Aisabu didn't try to deny it. It's not just me and Gyuki. Shukaku too. Saiken looked genuinely startled. Shukaku. Aisabu thwacked Yagura on the back of the head with his tail. Yagura winced and stepped forward. Okay, my turn, right? What Yagura had to say to Saiken wasn't much different from what he told Aisabu years ago. He laid out a clear enemy, a greater outside threat, and proposed they form a unified front. Since Aisabu was already clearly aligned with this strange little human who shared his voice, Saiken didn't doubt the setup too much. Otherwise, he'd have questioned whether Aisabu had lost his mind. He asked a few questions, things only someone with true inside knowledge could answer. Yagura gave all the right responses. Saiken believed him, mostly. Before agreeing, though, he had one final question, one that clearly mattered to him. This human of mine, what kind of person is he? His soft, gooey body wobbled slightly, six tails swaying. If he's like you, he added with a grimace, I don't think I'd like him much. After being adored as Kirigakuru's beloved Mizukage for so long, Yagura was genuinely taken aback at being told to his face he wasn't likable. Still, he smiled through it. Then what kind of human do you like? One tail curled up under his chin, and Yagura thought he saw a blush on a slug's face. Saiken's answer was shy but not too shy, blunt but not too blunt. Handsome ones. If he's not as dashing as the Sage of Six Paths, at least let him be easy on the eyes. First, Yagura thought seriously, Utakata should meet that standard. Then came the urge to complain. For some reason, he suddenly imagined Saiken as a blue pal. Hearing such sappy words come out of a voice identical to his own. Yagura had spoken plenty of ridiculous things himself, but this was different. It made him squirm. Saiken felt the same way. Chapter 199, Chapter 198, Sealing the Six Tails. Yagura glanced sideways at Aisabu with a questioning look. You never mentioned your sixth brother had this kind of personality. Aisabu replied with a helpless expression, you think I could say that out loud? Yagura tugged the corner of his mouth into a wry smile. Utakata should meet your requirements. Before we begin the sealing, should I bring him over to meet you? Saiken gave a lazy, content nod, sure, why not? Yagura returned shortly after, bringing Utakata and the sealing team with him. From outside the sealing barrier, with the reliable and powerful Mizukage standing guard beside him, Utakata looked up at the massive beast within the seal and casually remarked. That's one big slug. The Six Tails, Saiken, observed the boy who would be his container for the foreseeable future. He rubbed his slimy hands together with a squelch. Call me Teacher Saiken. Sticky. Slippery. Utakata couldn't quite get over the weird feeling. With no better words, he forced out a compliment. Cute. Saiken remained completely unfazed. Still, Utakata, the stoic and aloof cool type, passed the test in Saiken's book. Yagura glanced at Aisabu again. Your sixth brother likes that kind of thing. I thought he hated being called cute. Isn't he supposed to have a bad temper? He's calling it teacher now. Aisabu, don't ask me. I'm just as confused. Yagura, he used my voice. I'm not okay with this. Talk to him. Aisabu, and you think I was fine when you used Saiken's voice to mess with me? You have any idea how long it took me to mentally recover after that? Yagura blinked in surprise. Did Aisabu just use an exclamation mark? He shifted his gaze. It's not like I harass Aisabu that often. Maybe once every 2 or 3 days. That's pretty healthy for our relationship. The captain of the sealing team stepped forward. He was long used to the fact that the mist-tailed beasts tended to differ wildly in demeanor from those in other villages. Mizukage-sama, should we begin the sealing? Yagura glanced toward the barrier separating Saiken and Utakata. Being stared at by a huge pink blob monster with gooey eyes was finally starting to crack Utakata's usual calm expression. When Yagura finally turned his attention back to them, Utakata hesitated. Mizukage-sama, something about this feels off. Was he really about to let this sticky, slow-talking monster get sealed inside him? It didn't feel right at all. He began to waver. Saiken drawled, yes, let me out already. Aisabu nudged Yagura. They'd been partners for many years, Yagura understood what he meant without a word. Sealing team, Yagura ordered, prepare to begin the tailed beast sealing. Don't worry, Utakata, you won't be in any danger. Isabu hopped onto Utakata's head and gently tugged him backward, guiding him a safe distance away. The sealing team included shinobi from the Uzumaki clan and had access to their unique sealing techniques. They had recently optimized the barrier holding Saiken. Not only did it require fewer shinobi and less chakra to construct, maintain, and dispel, but it was also far more effective than the previous version. Otherwise, budget-conscious Kirigakure would never have allowed a tailed beast to be sealed away for so long without putting it to use. Yagura felt like he'd just experienced the joy of robbing someone blind. This was so much faster and easier than developing things on his own. The sealing team dispersed to their designated positions around the barrier. The red-haired captain stood at the head of the formation. With perfect synchronization, the sealing team formed hand seals down to the millisecond. Release. The intricate black sealing array before them unraveled, breaking down and disassembling itself. With a faint hum, the previously gelatinous, transparent barrier began to dissolve. Saiken tested the edge of the barrier with his tail, which passed through unhindered. It's really gone. Yagura gave a short nod. Of course. The massive beast slowly squelched his way forward, dragging a wet trail behind him as he loomed over the tiny humans. With a slow sweep, his tail smashed through a stone ridge before lifting high into the air, then came crashing down straight toward Yagura. The tailed beast, who had just been so friendly, had suddenly launched an attack. Mizukage-sama. Utakata tried to rush forward, but Isabu yanked him back. Relax, kid. He's not that easy to take down. Saiken's tail lashed out again and again. You're the one who faced Uchiha Madara, right? Let me see just how strong you really are. Yagura raised an arm and caught the blow head-on. His footing remained solid, he didn't budge an inch under the force. But it wasn't just brute force, Saiken's body was secreting highly corrosive acid. Even brief contact caused the coral armor and clothing protecting Yagura's body to sizzle and burn away, searing pain lancing across his nerves. This acid was on a whole different level, even compared to the Yuki clan's melting release techniques. He quickly analyzed Saiken's capabilities. Coral palm. Beneath his hand, coral rapidly sprouted and grew, wrapping protectively around his body. The coral then spread along Saiken's captured tail, crawling quickly toward the beast's torso. But despite coral being highly effective against most opponents, it corroded into blackened dust as soon as it touched Saiken's acidic body. Just as Yagura expected, but all he needed was a moment of restriction. He gathered wind release under his feet, lightning crackling in his violet eyes. Combining lightning release for piercing force with wind release for aerial propulsion, he shot into the sky like a missile. Driving his elbow down, he slammed Saiken's tail back into the ground. Testing my strength. Don't go crying to Isabu when you lose. This is my fight. Boom. Saiken, with his enormous size, couldn't dodge in time. Yagura crashed into him with immense force, blasting a gaping hole through his soft body. The combination of physical power, lightning's penetration, and wind's slicing pressure tore through the gooey flesh with ease. But the wound began healing almost immediately, visibly knitting itself back together. Yagura vanished from view, reappearing instantly to strike again. Boom. 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 Like a human warhead, he pierced Saiken again and again, each blow landing with precision and force. On the final strike, water chakra surged into his hand, forming a blade. With a single clean arc, he sliced straight through Saiken's midsection. Wind and lightning still swirling around him, Yagura landed with a heavy thud. His fierce gaze swept across Saiken's immense body, now splintering apart like a shattered target. Torn muscle and dissolving skin lay exposed to the open air. His upper body clothing had been completely corroded away by the earlier acid attack. Saiken, your body's different from the other tailed beasts. Even after being torn to pieces, Saiken's regenerative abilities were astonishing. Like a slug, each severed piece squirmed its way back toward the main torso, leaving slimy yellow-white trails behind as they merged with the largest chunk. Demonic water domain. A swirling water blade whipped around, collecting the scattered chunks into a pressurized water prison, isolating and locking them in place. But Saiken didn't even try to recover those parts, he simply regenerated the rest of his body from what remained. Isabu, watching with a knowing look, muttered, "That's enough, Saiken." If they kept going, he worried Yagura would lose more than just his shirt. Saiken's six tails wiggled a little more enthusiastically. All right. Seeing this little guy with my voice is so strong, I feel reassured. That's what you took away from this. Maybe you should go fight Namikaze Minato instead. Yagura retracted his chakra, thoughts drifting. Still. I'm not sure if Minato's Flying Thunder God and Raiznan would do much against Saiken's body. What we really need for this kind of opponent isn't a technique meant for people or armies, but something on the scale of a city buster. He gave the signal to the sealing team, who had taken shelter during the fight. Saiken, this time, cooperated with the sealing. Yagura couldn't help but sigh, should I call this lucky? All the tailed beasts assigned to Kirigakure have been pretty well behaved. No need for all-out war. Utakata lay on the altar prepared for the sealing ritual. The Uzumaki clan shinobi used the 8 trigram seal, the same one Naruto would one day inherit. Saiken's chakra was slowly drawn out, his massive body shrinking visibly as it was absorbed into Utakata. Bit by bit, physically and spiritually, the Six Tails was sealed within him. In the end, only a tiny, juvenile version of Saiken remained outside, the mouth on his face squinting like a pair of eyes. Teacher's inside now, Utakata. What kind of line is that? Yagura, still bare-chested, winced at the voice that now sounded exactly like his own. He muttered. This is, kind of terrible. Really terrible. I recommend that you check out my new fanfic, The Shimura Actually Has Ice Release. It's really good. In short, the protagonist is Danzo's son, so Danzo supports him, he has good mentors, bloodline limit and so on. I won't say much about his background, the fanfic will explain it in the first chapters. I would recommend to check it out, quite a nice fanfic, no system, no harem, no excessive power. I like his backstory, especially that he has support, so his power has backup, and the relationship with Danzo without much emotion, more like Danzo's dream of becoming a Hokage, transforming to make his son a Hokage. Chapter 200, Chapter 199, Not a Guest. The sealing was complete. Unlike what had happened years ago when Yagura was first sealed with Isabu, Utakata didn't immediately pass out from the shock of the tailed beast's chakra. Partly, it was because his body was more mature than Yagura's had been back then. And partly, the sealing technique they used now was simply better than what Kirigakure had back in those days. I wonder how things are going in Sunagakure. How did they handle sealing Shukaku into Gaara? The thought popped into Yagura's head uninvited. He shook it off and reminded Utakata. Make sure you bond with Saiken over the next few days. Tailed beasts aren't as hard to deal with as you think. They're actually easier to get along with than most people. Especially the ones from Kirigakure. Isabu was a chill, bald turtle who practically lived a whatever happens, happens lifestyle. Saiken was a calm, unflappable giant slug. Way better than the temperamental tanuki or the explosive fox. All thanks to Hashirama Senju. Still leaning on the ceremonial platform, Utakata slowly sat up and nodded obediently to Yagura's instructions. He had just sealed a tailed beast, after all, his body was still feeling heavy and sluggish. He pulled open the robe hanging loose on his chest and looked down at the sealing mark etched into his skin. Mizukage-sama, how long did it take you to master the tailed beast's power? 1.5 years, maybe 2, Yagura answered honestly. And that was with Isabu's cooperation. Then he chuckled. Not bad. You're already eager to start. Calm down, tape face. You've got a decade to figure it out. Utakata blinked, a little stunned. He said, he wants to come out. Like Isabu-sama did. That's not going to happen. Tailed beast chakra wasn't exactly easy to control. If it leaked out now, Utakata, barely registered as a beginner, would lose control of his mind in an instant. Yagura looked to Isabu. You think it's safe? Don't want a repeat of earlier when he smacked me with his tail the moment he came out. Isabu replied, let the human get used to things a bit longer. Did you see me come out right at the beginning? Yagura thought about it. True. You're surprisingly considerate. Ever thought about writing a handbook for Jinchuriki? Isabu shut that idea down immediately. He didn't want his siblings ganging up on him for selling them out. As for Saiken, he didn't really want to come out. He was just feeling a bit salty. If Isabu got to pop out, why couldn't he? Saiken, human, you better start training seriously with your master. Didn't Isabu's human say it took 1 year? Let's aim for half that time, yeah. Utakata, but even Mizukage-sama needed that long. Saiken, fine, then let's call it 10 years. Utakata. That felt a bit extreme. Utakata didn't think he was better than Yagura or anything, but come on, he wasn't that hopeless, was he? Was Saiken's sense of time a little off? Saiken, you humans don't live as long as us, so. 1 year or 10, it all kind of blends together for us. Oh. That actually made sense. It was like how 1 year in a cat's life was like 15 for a human. So in a way, humans were the tailed beast's cats. Utakata got lost in thought. Saiken, I don't hate that comparison. Yagura asked, you two done talking? Yes. With the Saiken situation finally dealt with, Yagura sent Utakata off to bond with his new partner. Yagura returned to his office desk. Things in Sunagakure had finally calmed down. Rasa had made multiple trips to the Wind Daimyo's residence. After much bowing and begging, he finally got a reluctant green light. The money would keep coming, barely. Just enough to scrape by. Left with no choice, Rasa started slashing the village's internal military budget, cutting puppet research funding, and shifting focus to their tailed beast Jinchuriki program. The fourth Raikage wasn't particularly interested in Sunagakure's involvement. But he was happy to see Konoha now completely isolated. In Konoha, Namikaze Minato had just taken office. Just untangling the political mess within the village was already giving him headaches. You had to clean up your own house before you dealt with outsiders. For now, Minato didn't have the luxury of focusing on external threats or power plays. Yagura, on the other hand, was in the opposite position. He'd already dealt with outside threats. Now, he could focus entirely on internal matters. Like planning for the upcoming New Year festival. February 9th, New Year's Eve. Okay, that should do it. The Kirinin finished tying the sash of Konan's kimono and stood up, rubbing her sore back. Phew, dressing up really takes it out of you. Come on, turn around and let me see the beautiful lady. Going with local traditions, Konan had taken off her Akatsuki cloak and put on a festive kimono for the holidays. The kimono had been a gift from the Kirinin. Nothing fancy, just an affordable, everyday style that any household could buy. The design featured soft camellia flowers, adding a gentle, melancholic elegance that matched the rainy aura Konan naturally carried from the land of rain. The well-fitted kimono hugged her figure, highlighting the graceful curves of an 18-year-old woman on the verge of full maturity. Blushing, Konan turned around. A month ago, she never would have imagined herself in a situation like this, so different from her life back in the rain. You're beautiful too. The blue-haired Kirinin wore a light blue and white kimono that perfectly captured her energetic personality. Whoosh, boom. Fireworks exploded outside the inn window, lighting up the night sky in brilliant colors. The fireworks festival had officially begun. Crap, we're late. The Kirinin suddenly remembered her assignment from the Mizukage. Yagura was supposed to meet with Konan tonight. Let's go, Konan. Konan had been briefed about the plan in advance, but now that the moment was here, nerves hit her hard. Are you sure it's okay for me to wear this to meet the Mizukage? Relax, relax. Mizukage-sama's super easy to talk to. The Kirinin leaned in with a cheeky grin, whispering, just between us, he's totally a straight-laced guy. No matter how good you look, he only knows like 3 compliments. That's what his deputy, May, told me. 100% verified. They stepped out of the inn together. The streets outside were drenched in festive red decorations. Vendors lined the roads selling candy, toys, and holiday goods. A special flower street had been set up just for the festival. After years of effort, the people of Kirigakure had gradually embraced the holiday as an official celebration. With over 300 mundane days in the year, this one week gave everyone something special to look forward to. Up on the main stage for the fireworks show, Zabuza stood there with a sour face, holding the hand of a pale, 3-year-old child. Why am I stuck babysitting this brat from the Hozuki clan? Yagura chuckled. His father is out on border patrol, and his mother's helping with clan duties. No one else is free. Then why was the Mizukage doing nanny work? And why was he getting roped in? Zabuza wanted to curse someone out. But Hozuki Haku was a well-behaved kid. Even without his parents, he hadn't cried or thrown a tantrum. If he had, Zabuza definitely would have cursed someone out. Big brother. Big brother. Little Soijetsu was curled up in Mangetsu's arms, tugging on his collar and pointing at the fireworks in the sky. I want that. Mangetsu was speaking into an earpiece, his expression serious. Understood. I'm heading over now. His stern face softened a moment later. You stay here for just a bit, okay? I'll be back soon to play with you. Soijetsu could somehow tell his brother wasn't going to take him along. His big watery eyes started to fill with tears. Mangetsu handed his cute little brother to Yagura. Yagura, could you watch him for a bit? Yagura accepted the child, though he was clearly irritated and confused about what could be so urgent. What's going on? Mangetsu waved it off. Nothing big, just a little something. Anbu spotted an intruder in the village. I'll handle it. Thanks for the effort. Yagura trusted Mangetsu's strength enough to let him go without worry. I'll be right back. Mangetsu vanished. Not long after, the Kirinin arrived with Konan. Yagura exchanged a few polite words with Konan, asked about the Akatsuki, how she'd been doing since arriving in the village, and so on. But he didn't let the conversation go on too long. This wasn't about politics or work. Tonight was for relaxing. He told them both to enjoy the festival and forget about grown-up problems for once. Outside the hidden mist village, a figure in a black cloak stood still, face hidden, gazing at the sky. He had been standing there for a long time. Another man emerged silently from the earth, his body seeming to blend with the land itself. Beautiful, isn't it, Madara? A meaningless illusion. The masked man turned to leave. But before he could take a step, a sharp blade whistled through the air, stabbing clean through him. It didn't feel like it hit solid flesh, but it wasn't a teleportation trick either. Mangetsu landed in front of the two intruders, blade drawn, his sewing needle sword glinting under the fireworks. You too. I don't remember seeing a masked man and a pitcher plant on the guest list for tonight's festival. Chapter 201, Chapter 200, Mangetsu vs. Obito. Mangetsu's eyes were locked on the cloaked figure in front of him, alert and ready to strike at any moment. A man even Kisame couldn't track down back when he was with the Anbu. During the era of the Third Mizukage, Kisame had been tasked with uncovering whoever had sent the tailed beast proposal to Fukuki Suikezen. When Yagura took over, he kept that investigation alive, assigning to continue the search. But they never found even a trace. Now, Mangetsu considered himself lucky. His eyes narrowed as he prepared to fight. Lucky me, looks like I've caught a big one. The man in the cloak turned slowly, lowering his hood. Beneath it was a mask that revealed only a single eye. From the build, Mangetsu guessed he wasn't very old. But the oppressive aura rolling off him constantly kept Mangetsu's senses on edge. Yagura trusted Mangetsu to handle almost any situation. But this wasn't just any situation. This was someone from his original timeline. His old enemy, Uchiha Obito. Half buried in the earth nearby, the black and white figure of Zetsu muttered from the Venus flytrap-shaped opening. TCH. We just heard something interesting was happening in the land of water and came to watch the show. Didn't expect to be targeted. Talk about rotten luck. Obito didn't intend to get dragged into anything unnecessary. The single eye visible from the mask began to spiral, distorting the space around him as he tried to absorb himself into the Kamui dimension. You're not getting away. Mangetsu threw his long blade like a javelin, aiming directly at the eye at the center of that swirling space. Whoosh. With his other hand, he launched the water gun technique to intercept Zetsu before he could intervene. The flying blade disrupted Obito's teleportation just in time, forcing him to phase instead of vanish. The sharp edge of the thread-woven blade embedded in the ground behind Obito. The trailing wire shot through his body and ended up gripped in Mangetsu's hand. Mangetsu began to piece things together. As he pulled the thread from both sides of Obito's body, he noticed something odd: no visible change, no damage. This isn't like Mukumo's cloud release. This guy can phase through physical attacks, and the source is his eye. A dojutsu. Obito stepped away from the threads. That was fast. From that brief clash, he realized he couldn't just slip away by absorbing himself, he'd get interrupted again. A clean retreat was no longer possible. The only option was to fight and find an opening during the battle. Chains clinked as they dropped from his body, ending in handcuff-like rings that snapped onto his wrists. Mangetsu narrowed his eyes. So that's your weapon. This mist ninja was no ordinary opponent. Obito glanced over at Zetsu. Zetsu. Who is he? Zetsu, with eyes and spies spread all across the shinobi world, answered. He's Hozuki Mangetsu. Leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The Mizukage's top confidant. The 7 ninja swordsmen. Obito muttered, remembering the name from his time in Konoha. So that's who you are. SHNK. Mangetsu fired a water iron cannon straight into the ground in front of Zetsu. If Zetsu had hesitated for even a second, it would have drilled straight through his head. Mangetsu raised his water pistol and aimed it at Zetsu again, snapping his fingers with the other hand. Bubble technique. Bubbles erupted from the ground, surrounding Zetsu and attacking in tandem with the water blasts. Between the two of them, Mangetsu judged that the masked man was the real threat. But the flytrap freak, silent, able to burrow underground, and likely possessing intel on him or even the hidden mist, was too dangerous to ignore. Under threat, Zetsu sank back into the earth, leaving the fight to Obito. Like a rat hiding in the sewers, Mangetsu muttered. With Zetsu gone, he turned his full attention on Obito. This masked man wielding chains and cloaked in darkness exuded a danger that made even the bloodthirsty mist of old pale in comparison. Mangetsu yanked his thread blade back, once again observing Obito's phasing ability. He didn't give him even a second to escape. Charging forward, he shouted. Coming to watch the fireworks festival in Kirigakure? Since when do rats have an instinct for light? Obito didn't bother replying. He needed to end this quickly. He swung his chain weapon hard, meeting Mangetsu head-on. Mangetsu formed a one-handed seal. Bubble technique. From the grassy field, bubbles surged out faster than his own body, shooting toward Obito, only to pass harmlessly through him, just like the needle thread blade earlier. The bubbles exploded on the ground like water balloons, sending pressurized water bolts everywhere. But none touched the masked enemy. Not a single drop. Not just physical attacks, even ninjutsu passes through. Either he can phase through any attack, or, like cloud release, he can make his body intangible. If it were the first case, then he was practically unbeatable, like Yagura's water mirror technique. But someone with that kind of power wouldn't be hiding in the shadows like a rat. Mangetsu leaned toward the second option, something that could be countered, but he needed confirmation. Engaging him at close range, Mangetsu purposefully used sloppy swordsmanship, swinging his thread blade in wide arcs. Not just the blade, his entire body passed through Obito's as if he weren't even there. Even the handcuffs controlling the weapon chains didn't make contact, he phased right through those too. Mangetsu's body landed right on Obito's chain. With a terrifying clank, the chain yanked taut. Obito's arm snapped forward, twisting the chain to bind Mangetsu tight. Mangetsu struggled hard. So your weapon can switch between solid and intangible based on when you attack. Same goes for your arms. And he was strong enough that even Mangetsu couldn't break free. Obito pulled the chains tighter. Then, in a moment of distraction, he phased his arms out to slip off the cuffs and began absorbing his body into Kamui for escape. But Mangetsu responded instantly, turning to liquid and surging through Obito's chain weapon like a roaring current. His body became a tide of water crashing back toward Obito. Obito had no idea what the name Ozuki truly meant. Zetsu did, but Mangetsu had already silenced him before they could exchange intel. Lacking that information, Obito didn't expect Mangetsu to possess a technique so similar to his own, something that could also nullify physical attacks. Mid-absorption, Obito had no time to phase. The water torrent slammed into him, knocking him into the air. He phased a second too late, barely avoiding a direct hit. So your power lets you phase to avoid attacks. Not too different from our cloud release. Mangetsu's upper body reformed from the crest of the wave, and in his hand now gleamed a new blade. The explosive blade. The water created from his transformation now filled the battlefield, restricting Obito's movement. Muscles swelling from absorbed water, Mangetsu raised the blade and slashed down with force, releasing a scroll covered in explosive tags. You can't phase through attacks while you're escaping. So you had to stop and switch to phasing. Just like a rat cornered in daylight. He switched seals, his body fully reforming, severing his connection with the water stream. The scroll whipped through the air, its tags igniting with fiery bursts of chakra. Boom. Chapter 202, Chapter 201, 3 Ninja Blades. The smoke from the explosion created the perfect cover for an enemy to escape. To be safe, even with an explosive tag blast that could envelop the entire body, the odds of it actually injuring this Uchiha were slim. Mangetsu swapped his grip. With a sweep of his dual blades, the Hiramakarei, he scattered the thick smoke and cleared his vision. Hiramakarei. It was a blade technique Mangetsu had developed himself. In the past, Hiramakarei could only be used for chakra-enhanced hammer strikes. Now, with the blood-grooved blades releasing sharp chakra beams, he unleashed a relentless assault on Uchiha Obito. Obito phased through the water spray and slashing chakra attacks using Kamui. Aside from being caught off guard by Mangetsu's initial water release liquefaction, none of his subsequent strikes had landed. Even the water release move that hit earlier had been shrugged off. With Senju Hashirama's cells grafted into his body, Obito's regenerative ability quickly healed minor injuries. He reattached the chain-linked gauntlets to his arms, weapons in disguise. Standing tall across from Mangetsu, unscathed, his blood-red Sharingan glared through the mask. Get out of my way. Mangetsu smiled, goading him further. Uchiha, huh? Maybe I shouldn't call you a sewer rat, you're more like a scythe. Hard to hit, and even harder to kill. His attacks moved faster than Obito could absorb and flee. The only real way to injure him was to strike faster than he could phase. Mangetsu would have to ramp up the speed and rhythm of his attacks. He sheathed his blade behind his back and charged forward in a low crouch, closing the gap instantly. Obito ducked and sidestepped the horizontal slash from Hiramakarei. Mangetsu narrowed his eyes, he dodged that one cleanly. Obito formed hand seals and spat out a stream of fire right in front of Mangetsu. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. He'd realized it now. Unless he fought this mist swordsman head-on and put him down, there was no way he'd escape Mangetsu's pursuit. So he changed tactics, no longer relying solely on Kamui to avoid battle. The massive fireball engulfed Mangetsu completely, but his liquefied body took the hit head-on. One empowered arm, reinforced by the water arm technique, swatted the fire away. From behind his back, his other hand had already swapped weapons, this time, the long blade, Nuabari. A flick of the wrist and the needle-thin blade shot forward. Obito heard a faint whoosh, his Sharingan catching the Nuabari flying at him from the side. Too slow by just a beat. The needle blade pierced clean through the gaps in his chain weapon, perfectly threading through and dragging his body along with it. His stance faltered, feet stumbling from the impact. Mangetsu didn't waste the opening. He didn't even pause to use another blade technique, he raised his hand instantly. Water gun. The water gun technique, Mangetsu's fastest attack. Even at close range, Obito managed to phase just in time, letting the water bullet pass through harmlessly. The attack failed, but Mangetsu only smirked. He's solid when attacking, and only phases when he's about to be hit. Which means, he can't keep that phasing ability on constantly. He has to pick his moments. There's a limit. Boom. Obito's fist slammed into Mangetsu's chest with brutal force, shattering the upper half of his body. What remained of Mangetsu collapsed to the ground, then dissolved into water, merging into the pool that had formed during the battle. Thanks to the Hozuki clan's hydrification technique, he was immune to physical attacks as well. Submerged in the puddle, Mangetsu silently analyzed this Uchiha with his unusual jutsu. In a ninja world where most shinobi had high attack and low defense, surviving a fatal blow was often more valuable than having one more offensive jutsu. Mangetsu had already noticed during their earlier clash, this enemy was physically stronger than him. And Mangetsu ranked second only to Kisame among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist in terms of raw strength. A Sharingan user. Definitely an Uchiha. He possessed a phasing ocular technique and an extraordinarily durable body. But this wasn't taijutsu. Raw strength and endurance weren't enough to qualify. Mangetsu could tell, Obito had a tough body and brute strength, but lacked refined technique. Someone like this shouldn't be an unknown. But Mangetsu couldn't recall any Konoha Uchiha that matched what he was seeing. He'd have to extract intel bit by bit, mid-battle. Obito was also starting to piece things together. He jumped back and unleashed a stream of fire at the water-covered battlefield. Fire style, great fireball. Mangetsu didn't follow, instead reforming from the puddle, standing firm as he made hand seals. Water bubble technique. A barrage of water bubbles flew forward, crashing into the incoming fireball. The delicate bubbles burst on contact with the flames, each releasing a massive surge of water that smothered the fire entirely. More powerful water bubbles followed, punching through the fire and smoke in waves. Mangetsu's water release overpowered Obito's fire jutsu easily. Obito's gaze darted through the battlefield, assessing the position and number of water bubbles. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Small fireballs shot out in rapid succession, intercepting the water bubbles one by one. Upon impact, the bubbles burst, and inside was not just water, but a thick, flammable liquid. The small flames exploded into raging fires, igniting a wide area, and even scorching back toward Obito. That's not water, it's oil. His Sharingan had spotted it. When the bubbles burst, the liquid inside was sticky and combustive, nothing like water. Frustrated at being played, Obito snarled. Enough with the damn tricks. Knowing his last attack hadn't finished the job, Mangetsu dove into the flames, closing the distance yet again. In each hand, he gripped one half of the dual-blade Hiramakarei, slashing fiercely in close combat. Even with his body greatly enhanced by Hashirama cells, even with the Sharingan tracking Mangetsu's every move, Obito was still being overwhelmed in taijutsu. Time and again, Mangetsu's strikes landed, only for Obito to phase through at the last second. Why? Why is he still attacking, knowing it won't land? As the seconds ticked by, even though Obito was adapting to Mangetsu's blade techniques thanks to the Sharingan, his expression grew darker behind the mask. He's testing my limits. This guy doesn't have much combat experience. Mangetsu had a clearer picture now. He deliberately slowed his attack, feigning an opening for the third time. Obito couldn't resist. Convinced that he'd adapted to Mangetsu's moves, he lunged forward. Gripping a wooden spear, he broke through the block from Mangetsu's blade and rammed it into his body. Chakra surged into the spear. Spikes of wood burst outward from inside Mangetsu's body in all directions. That's the wood release. The legendary bloodline of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Mangetsu had thought he was taking this fight seriously enough already. Still, he liquefied his body again to escape the wooden spikes. You really are dangerous. Even wood release couldn't kill someone who could turn to liquid. Obito followed up immediately. Fire style, great fireball. Wood fueled the flames, and inferno surged forward, burning away Mangetsu's liquefied form entirely. FWIP. Nuabari shot at him again. Obito leaned to the side and dodged. 2 more Mangetsus closed in. Chakra surged from Hiramakarei as a massive chakra beast smashed down from above, missing as Obito dodged. Another Mangetsu struck upward, exploding water and fire from his blade, forcing Obito higher into the air. Then, he landed. Right into nearly invisible wire threads strung across the battlefield. A clone in the distance yanked the threads. Long blade technique. Obito had to phase again. If he didn't, those tightening wires would slice his feet clean off. The real Mangetsu and 2 clones, each wielded a different ninja blade. Even with his top speed strikes, Mangetsu alone couldn't consistently force Obito to phase. But with clones and layered attacks, the pressure was constant. My liquefied body can keep going all day. Mangetsu stared straight through Obito's mask, as if he could see inside. You're deliberately cutting back on using your ability. Running out of steam already, Uchiha Scythe. Chapter 203, Chapter 202, Forced into Danger. Mangetsu's relentless taunting and ridiculous name-calling finally paid off. Obito, entangled in a fight he couldn't shake off, was starting to find himself in real danger. Don't underestimate the power of the Uchiha's eyes, you ignorant mist shinobi. Coming from the man who would one day orchestrate the massacre of the entire Uchiha clan, those words carried an almost absurd irony. Unfortunately, Mangetsu didn't know about that yet. If he had, he would have mocked Obito with even more enthusiasm. Your Sharingan's dojutsu is definitely more unique than what's commonly known, and then there's that legendary wood style. He could hear the arrogance in the voice of this masked stranger who never dared show his face. Mangetsu sneered. But that doesn't mean people without special eyes are useless. Don't you think that's a bit ridiculous? After Rin's death, Obito no longer cared about the rules of the world or the pain within it. He stopped seeing the value in the lives of ordinary ninja, mere ants to him. Yet now, one of those very ants had backed him into a corner. Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan allowed him to phase through attacks, but only for 5 minutes at a time. Since the moment this mist shinobi had caught onto his technique and dragged him into a drawn-out battle, half the time had already ticked away. And that wasn't his only concern. Though they weren't inside Kirigakure, they weren't far from it either. I ordered the other shinobi not to interfere in this fight. Mangetsu could clearly see Obito's hesitation and wasted no time exploiting it. So, what should I call you? Uchiha, he said mockingly. Your abilities are too strange. Any shinobi without a trump card would just be throwing their life away fighting you. Obito had come to the battlefield after hearing from White Zetsu that Kakashi and Rin were surrounded by Iwa Nin. He had left Madara's underground hideout in a rage, only to arrive and see Rin die by Kakashi's hand, struck down by Chidori. In that fury, he slaughtered over 100 Iwa shinobi on the spot. That carnage had been possible thanks to the unstoppable force of Kamui, his wood style gifted by Hashirama's cells, and his now enhanced body. If Yagura finds out I let one of our trained shinobi die so easily, he'll come after me with everything he's got. Mangetsu grinned. Which is exactly why I came to fight you. Obito gripped his wooden spear and charged in, abandoning his earlier evasive stance. He surged toward Mangetsu, who held twin blades. Even a body that could liquefy to avoid physical attacks had to have a weakness somewhere. Wood style, combined with fire style, might force him to reveal it. The real Mangetsu had already escaped using a clone. Obito's arm erupted into wooden branches, shredding through his sleeve and growing into a tree taller than a man, blocking the incoming attack. He severed the tree instantly. His foot slammed into the ground, shattering the earth as he spun and charged at the long blade-wielding Mangetsu. That one, the wielder of the stitched, seamless blade, was the real threat. During their earlier clash, that weapon had proved to be the most dangerous, wide range, no warning, and impossible to read. The spear in Obito's hands pierced clean through the clone wielding the long blade, pinning it to the ground with overwhelming force. Branches exploded from the tip and sank deep into the earth, pinning the clone in place. Fire style, great fireball. Flames roared to life, burning the pinned clone to ash. But at that moment, the explosive blade-wielding Mangetsu appeared behind Obito, swinging his weapon. As the blade cut through the air, orange sparks lit up along the steel. Boom. The explosion tag embedded in the blade detonated, colliding with Obito's fireball. Fire engulfed both of them, the blaze soaring high into the sky. Even the fireworks festival currently being held inside Kirigakure paled in comparison. Feeling his two water clones vanish, Mangetsu, the real one, watched as Obito took them out within 2 exchanges. That level of physical power, even Kisame might lose to him. Even so, Mangetsu's real body still had the edge in experience and swordsmanship. The Hozuki clan's water clones retained about 80% of the user's strength, far more formidable than the common clones that held just a tenth. Yet even they weren't enough to stand against Obito. The real Mangetsu weaved hand seals. Water style, water wall. A torrent of water surged out, dousing the flames. From within the waves, 2 clones emerged, retrieving the long blade needle and the explosive blade splash from where they'd fallen. Mangetsu himself leapt into the water, liquefying and surging forward to attack. He clashed with Obito in close quarters, blade after blade slicing through the wooden spears and barriers Obito summoned for defense. Eventually, his entire body, sword included, phased clean through Obito. Hiramakarei, unleashed. Mangetsu spun in the surf and brought the Hiramakarei crashing down. Obito phased just in time. Again. No new tricks. Mangetsu was starting to think he'd seen everything this Uchiha had to offer. He had a solid grasp of his opponent's capabilities. Neither Obito's strength nor vitality, not even his wood or fire style, posed a critical threat. And as long as Mangetsu avoided eye contact, the Uchiha's infamous genjutsu was completely useless. The only thing preventing Mangetsu from landing a finishing blow was that damned phasing technique. Still, the real Mangetsu and both his clones now attacked in tandem, each wielding one of the 7 ninja swords. Obito was forced to stay intangible almost constantly just to stay alive. Attack after attack landed on nothing but air, and Mangetsu was starting to get annoyed. Luckily, trash talk was his specialty. "You're really afraid of dying, huh? But don't even think about running. We're in the territory of Kirigakure. The longer this goes, the worse it gets for you. Sure, weaker shinobi won't join in, but that's not a guarantee." Every word landed like a jab, needling at Obito as his 5-minute timer neared its end. "And I can't guarantee that someone stronger than me won't show up after hearing the commotion." Obito froze mid-step. In that moment, the needle blade pierced his body, and this time, it hit. But Mangetsu immediately sensed something was wrong. A massive, terrifying surge of chakra erupted from Obito's body. He yanked his sword free and leapt back without hesitation. Back inside Kirigakure. The executioner's blade that hung behind Zabuza's back suddenly vanished, summoned away. Only one person could do that, the one holding the summoning scroll for all 7 ninja swords, Mangetsu. Zabuza felt a sudden lightness across his back. Then he remembered Mangetsu's cocky parting words and gave a small, derisive laugh. "Heh." Yagura, chewing on a takoyaki skewer, raised an eyebrow. "What the hell, didn't he say it was a small matter? Why the hell is he using the executioner's blade? And not just that one. If the executioner's blade was summoned, that meant the blunt blade and thunder blade were probably gone too." Right now, Mangetsu had 3 of the 7 ninja swords in hand. But in truth, he'd trained with all 7 after borrowing the others from their respective wielders. The time he'd spent with them was short, not enough to claim mastery, but enough to use them in combat. A creeping sense of unease washed over Yagura. This wasn't right. He knew how strong Mangetsu was. For him to go all out like this, the enemy must be far from ordinary. If all 7 blades were on the field, things had escalated. Brother. Little Suigetsu tugged at his sleeve. Yagura stuffed another takoyaki into the boy's mouth, then shoved both him and the remaining snacks into Zabuza's arms. Zabuza, now holding both Suigetsu and Haku's hand, opened his mouth to complain, but froze when he saw the grim seriousness on Yagura's face. "I'll go find him. Zabuza, alert every available shinobi. Move, now." Yagura had just remembered something, someone he'd only recently discussed with the Ninken hounds. And the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Only he could force Mangetsu into such a prolonged battle. Without waiting for anyone else to respond, Yagura vanished in a flash, racing in the direction Mangetsu had taken. Chapter 204, Chapter 203, Heavy Fist for Revenge. Outside the battlefield. On a tall tree, Zetsu, both black and white halves, emerged silently, observing the fierce clash between Mangetsu and Obito from afar. The 5-minute limit on Obito's intangibility through Kamui had run out. Mangetsu was alone. On paper, his strength wasn't much higher than the Iwa Nin Obito had killed in the past. But the Hozuki clan's hydrification technique meant Obito lacked a reliable method to finish him off. Obito couldn't afford to worry about suppressing the noise from their battle anymore. If this dragged on, he risked being surrounded by mist ninja. Chakra surged from his body, dozens, even hundreds of times more than he had before his death, a result of the cells from Senju Hashirama coursing through him. Massive trees erupted from the earth with Obito at the center. Barbed vines and wooden spikes spread out like a forest of natural weapons. White Zetsu muttered, "He's having a tough time." Black Zetsu responded, "The Mizukage is on the way." White Zetsu sighed dramatically. Yar. If that Mizukage shows up, Obito won't be able to get away so easily. Black Zetsu growled, "Unfortunate. Madara's plan might be stillborn." White Zetsu chuckled. "Obito's never had much luck, has he? So you can use jutsu on this scale. You're a bit much, aren't you?" Mangetsu had been forced back over 100 meters. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. If he hadn't sensed that abnormal surge of chakra in time and pulled away from Obito, he'd be trapped inside the dangerous forest. There were no gaps between the wooden spikes big enough to slip through. Even with his hydrification technique, Mangetsu wouldn't die from the Mokutan itself, but being torn apart would leave him unable to fight for a while. All Obito would have to do is add some fire to the mix, and Mangetsu knew he'd be in serious trouble. Forced to retreat, Obito hadn't managed to kill this strange, ghost-like mist ninja, but he had bought himself space. Mangetsu quickly realized just what kind of opportunity this distance afforded his opponent. "Like hell I'm letting you run." With a sharp glint in his eye, Mangetsu looked at the wooden forest between them. It had become an unavoidable obstacle. He didn't hesitate. Time to cut down some trees. He unrolled his summoning scroll for ninja swords. 2 of his clones immediately synchronized, forming hand seals, summoning 4 more hydrified clones. 4 additional swords appeared with a puff of smoke. Each clone grabbed a blade and leapt into the Mokutan forest, pursuing Obito without pause. He even summoned the executioner's blade, White Zetsu noted. Zabuza was currently with Yagura. Same Hada slithered across Mangetsu's body, sniffing and tasting the unfamiliar yet familiar chakra. It recognized him, someone close to its former wielder, Isabu's host, and allowed itself to be used without resistance. Mangetsu might not have as monstrous chakra reserves as Yagura or Kisame, but he was no slouch either. He hurled the long sword, Nuabari. The blade pierced straight through 100 meters of wood and thorns, flying with such force that it disrupted Obito's absorption. Obito gritted his teeth. He braced through the pain as Nuabari tore into his body, planning to absorb not only the blade but the needle and wire with it into his Kemui space. Just a stab wound. He'd lived through far worse. This kind of injury, nothing compared to the fatal damage that had once left half his body useless, was laughably easy to recover from now. As Nuabari began to vanish into another dimension, Mangetsu sensed his intent. No, you don't. With both blades, he unleashed a full-force swing. The chakra-infused slash followed the same line Nuabari had carved through the trees, cutting straight through the barrier. His battle instincts outpaced his vision. Obito stopped absorbing on reflex and ducked low. The twin swords cleaved through the forest. The massive trees and their thorny vines were leveled in one horizontal strike. Explosive blade. A scroll lined with explosive tags unrolled into the newly carved path, igniting before the Mokutan could regrow. The blast cleared a wide corridor. Mangetsu could now see Obito, especially the bleeding wound in his left abdomen from Nuabari's earlier hit. Breathing heavily, Mangetsu gripped his sword. Don't be in such a rush to leave. Obito's eyes locked on his relentless opponent. To think he's pushed me this far. Ever since that night he lost Rin, when everything in him shattered, Obito had crawled back to Madara's cave, barely clinging to life. He had accepted Madara's ideology, seen the cruelty and darkness of this shinobi world, and recognized its broken structure. He would gather the 9-tailed beasts, revive the 10-tails, and cast infinite Tsukuyomi, a genjutsu that would blanket the world and force all humanity into a dream without war. A world where Rin could live again. Through Madara's teachings, he mastered his evolved Mangekyo Sharingan and his nearly new, enhanced body. He had gained power beyond anything the failure he used to be could have imagined. Obito believed that with this strength, he could now defeat Kakashi, that genius teammate from his past. After Madara's death, instead of going to Omegakure right away to find the men with the Rinnegan, per Madara's plan, Obito and Zetsu had quietly moved between nations, seeing the world's flaws for themselves. Passing through the land of water was just one stop. This mist shinobi, young, probably Kakashi's age, was definitely a genius too. There's no way I should lose to Kakashi now. No way I should lose to a mist ninja. Ra. Mangetsu's axe came down, Obito threw a punch straight into it. Even as the sharp edge split open his arm, he didn't flinch. That side of his body had long since lost all feeling. His fist crashed through the weapon, smashing directly into Axe Mangetsu, blowing the clone apart. The remaining clones immediately filled the gap. The real Mangetsu stayed back, ignoring his chakra consumption. He formed hand seals again, creating a new water clone, picked up the fallen axe, and joined the fray. This Uchiha could phase through and absorb attacks, but not both at once. Now he was risking everything to escape, using a suicidal fighting style. Mangetsu's eyes locked onto the arm Obito had just lost. It had fallen out of his sleeve. Not a normal human arm, white and fluid, with an unnatural texture. So that explains the physical strength and healing ability. And 5 minutes. That time limit. That means he can't use his intangibility anymore. Could it be? I've pushed him into a corner. Mangetsu charged again. I thought you Uchiha were supposed to be so terrifying. Turns out you're just some guy who uses his eyes to run away. He slashed with both blades. Obito was tackled by a lightning blade clone of Mangetsu, its hydrified body locking him in place. Multiple piercing rays shot out, through Obito's arms, torso, legs. Each ray had the sharpness of refined steel, bursting out the other side in a spray of blood and strange white fluid. Severely wounded, Obito buckled to his knees. What's this? On your knees already? Oh, I get it. Did you drop your other eye? Long sword Mangetsu kept manipulating Nuabari, stabbing and pulling to entangle Obito in threads of steel. Obito slammed a fist into the ground. Massive trees burst upward, encasing his body in thick trunks. Thorny branches exploded outward to drive back his enemies. Mangetsu carved a path through the chaos with his twin blades, while his clones, wielding every other sword, hacked down Mokutan growth to stop Obito from escaping. Obito shouted, fire style, dragon flame jutsu. From inside his Mokutan cage, he unleashed a wave of fire. With his chakra reserves, he didn't have to worry about the cost. The firestorm rivaled a full Konoha Sarutobi or Uchiha team's assault. The blazing inferno turned the giant tree into a burning prison. Mangetsu wasn't injured by the flames, but something about Obito's move didn't sit right. The heat could evaporate even a hide-riffied body. Mangetsu's mind raced. Is he planning to escape from inside this inferno? From what he'd seen so far, Obito had to become tangible to absorb others. There'd be nowhere to dodge inside that fire cage. Was this Uchiha really going to take the burn just to escape? Then it hit him, Obito's strange, non-human body. Injuries others couldn't recover from, he could. Mangetsu was glad he'd forced this guy to such extremes. But he wasn't about to let him get away. A rare and dangerous spacetime technique, bizarre regenerative body, and that damned Mokuton. Obito still fought like a novice now, but if they let him escape, he'd become a massive threat to Kirigakure in the future. To counter this massive firestorm, Mangetsu would need a water-style jutsu of equal scale. He quickly formed hand seals, but found his chakra drained to the last drop. Even his 6 sword-wielding clones dissolved into liquid and disappeared. He'd been pushing non-stop for 5 straight minutes, swords, jutsu, clones, never holding back. That's when he heard a sonic boom overhead. "Yagura," he shouted. A low, furious voice echoed from the sky. I know. Of all times, why did he have to show up now? Zetsu couldn't stay hidden any longer. If the Mizukage stopped Obito from retreating, there was no chance he'd survive. Even 3 lives wouldn't be enough. Black Zetsu rose from the ground and stepped forward. Apologies. Just a few more seconds, please. Roots burst from the earth, trees rapidly growing to 10 meters tall, forming a barrier between Yagura and Obito. Yagura's eyes locked onto the blazing tree in the distance. Wind-style wings flared from his back, his speed at its peak. The shrieking sound of sky-ripping wind rang like violin strings across the air. Yagura drew his blade and slashed. Hundreds of wind blades rained down like divine punishment. The branches Zetsu had sent to block Yagura's path were cut down in an instant. Yagura's eyes burned with the fury and hatred that Mangetsu had never seen in him before. I'm not waiting. A swirl of chakra erupted in his other hand, a violent blend of tailed beast energy and wind lightning release. With a shift of stance, he swapped hands and brought his fist crashing down, smashing through the oncoming wall of wood release created by Black Zetsu. A tremendous explosion of destructive energy annihilated the towering trees in his path. In the blazing sky, a streak of pale blue light cut across the inferno, shooting through the flames that had engulfed the forest, burning it so thoroughly that its original form was unrecognizable. All around them was a sea of crimson fire. No silhouettes could be seen through the smoke and blaze, but Yagura's eyes were locked on a single point, unwavering and sharp, as though guided by satellite precision. That man. Uchiha Obito. He was right there. Boom. A single punch, like a comet crashing from the heavens, shattered the mask into pieces. Shards of it scattered in the air like falling glass. Just a little more. Just a little more, and the absorption would have been complete. Obito was sent flying mid-phase, knocked out of his Kemui absorption state by that one punch, and crashed hard into the earth. His face caved in with a massive dent. Towering trees erupted from the ground in an instant, forming a wall between Yagura and his path. The branches lunged toward Mangetsu, who was clearly showing signs of exhaustion. Obito, already in tatters from Mangetsu's earlier onslaught, had taken Yagura's full-powered blow. There was no way he had the strength left to control the wood release while also fighting off Mangetsu. Yagura glanced downward and quickly pinpointed the one controlling the jutsu, Black Zetsu. The air beneath him was empty. He shifted mid-air and dropped, redirecting himself. Water-style, coral water cannon. Landing in front of Mangetsu, Yagura released a concentrated jet of high-pressure water, slicing through the incoming wooden roots and blasting straight at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's eyes widened at the sheer destructive force of the water jutsu and immediately melted into the earth to evade it. He resurfaced near Obito, vines of wood snaking out to prop up the barely conscious Uchiha. Coldly, Yagura stared down the 2 masterminds behind the 4th Great Ninja War. He clenched his fists. That punch he landed on Obito had been satisfying, no doubt. But it still wasn't enough. Not even close to repaying the blood debt Obito had laid upon Kirigakure in that other world. Mangetsu blinked, stunned for a second, then suddenly snapped in frustration. What the hell are you doing protecting me? If Yagura had chased Obito right then and there, he could have finished him off. Yagura didn't answer. He had rushed all the way from Kirigakure at top speed the moment he realized who Mangetsu was up against. Uchiha Obito. The man he hated most in this world. And now, that man was standing in front of someone Yagura treasured most, a friend he had come to care about deeply since arriving in this world. Seeing Mangetsu alive and safe with his own eyes, Yagura finally let out a long breath. I'm just glad you're okay. Sigh. Mangetsu couldn't deny the warmth in his heart, he'd never get used to it, but there it was. He let out a helpless sigh. You're really something else. But this time, it's different. Look at who we're dealing with. His tone shifted, becoming stern and serious. He spoke with the gravity of someone invoking a legend. Would release. The kind once used by Senju Hashirama. This Uchiha, he can use it. Yagura hesitated for a moment, then smiled. Yeah, I get it now. But if you're talking about how dangerous they are, trust me, I know far better than you do. He turned to look at Black Zetsu, who was now channeling chakra into Obito to restore him. The regeneration was fast, Obito's wounds were already starting to close up. But it didn't matter how quickly Obito recovered. Because now, Yagura had made up his mind. The one who was going to die here today, wasn't going to be Uchiha Obito. Chapter 205, Chapter 204, Kill Black Zetsu. Yagura's emotional state on the way here had been wildly erratic, so much so that Aisabu easily picked up on it. A simple question was all it took for Aisabu to realize the truth. The two figures before them were the so-called agents of Uchiha Madara, the very ones Yagura had warned both him and Shiken about. Aisabu, so they're real after all. Yagura, you thought I was lying. Aisabu, half and half. You pull stunts all the time, and honestly, I didn't want to accept that you might actually be telling the truth this time. I would have preferred it if you were just messing with us. Yagura, I wish I had been. Aisabu, well, you know what to do. This agent's not on Madara's level. He couldn't even beat Mangetsu. But still, don't get careless. Yagura gave a nod of acknowledgement to Aisabu's concern. As for Obito, he clearly hadn't come to Kirigakure with Yagura as his primary target. The fact that Mangetsu had forced him into this situation already proved that Obito lacked the strength, or arrogance, to attempt taking control of Hokage right now. Besides, Aisabu had been safely sealed inside Yagura this whole time. There was no chance Obito could have manipulated Rin into her tragic fate. In this version of events, he had no reason to harbor the same grudge against Kirigakure. Shaking off the hatred in Obito's eyes, Yagura focused on how to deal with both Obito and Zetsu. Obito had appeared far earlier than expected, too early, in fact. Yagura had assumed he still had time. Time before Obito launched the Ninetales attack on Konoha. Time before he killed the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. But Black Zetsu. He needed to die now. Black and White Zetsu both looked up and locked eyes with the Mizukage, whose glare radiated murderous intent. Hey, Zetsu muttered nervously, this doesn't look good. Most of Obito's mask had been shattered in the clash, revealing half of his disfigured face. Zetsu was currently feeding him chakra and helping him recover. With Hashirama's cells at work, the injuries Obito had inflicted upon himself with his own fire release were healing rapidly. Obito's voice was low and wary. Who is that? He could tell, this newcomer wasn't just anyone. That's the Mizukage, Zetsu said, cold sweat pouring down. Even he was afraid. He might call Kaguya mother, and while that wasn't incorrect, the truth was, he himself was pathetically weak. No combat ability whatsoever. His would release. That came from White Zetsu. Black Zetsu merely piggybacked on the body. Worried that Obito might have suffered brain damage from the fight and was losing awareness, Zetsu clarified again. Just like Konoha's Hokage, he's the strongest shinobi in the village. Obito wasn't that out of it yet. At the mention of Mizukage, his expression darkened noticeably. He had already been forced into a corner by one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, just a swordsman. And now, this Mizukage had completely stripped him of his intangibility from Kamui. From that earlier blow alone, Obito could already tell, Yagura was far stronger than Hozuki Mangetsu. A whole tier above. And now, the question was, how the hell was he supposed to escape? While Obito was still recovering. Yagura quietly formed hand signs. Without a word, he sealed off every possible underground escape route Zetsu might take. Once the setup was complete, he launched the first strike, seizing full control of the battlefield. Obito and Zetsu couldn't even track his movement. Only Obito's Sharingan managed to see Yagura's afterimage, but his body couldn't keep up. Yagura's first strike was aimed directly at Obito. He moved like a phantom, appearing between the two of them in an instant. One swing of his blade, clean and decisive, sliced through the white wood-release tendrils connecting Zetsu to Obito. Obito's expression twisted. It was the first time he had ever faced a true Kage-level opponent. He had never imagined their strength could be so overwhelming. His Sharingan allowed him to barely dodge the fatal strike, but the sheer speed and relentless precision left him no room to breathe. A crackle of lightning echoed through the air. Yagura suddenly blinked behind him, bent low, and swept his leg in a vicious arc. His whip kick shattered Obito's already mangled leg and launched him through the air. One arm already gone, now a leg too. Half his body left intact, just a torso and a head. It was like being thrown back to the worst moment of his life. The only difference. At least now he still had half a face. No time to think. No time to despair. Yagura's coral palm technique activated the moment Obito hit the ground. Coral began to grow rapidly over his lower half. Mangetsu had deliberately modeled his fighting style after Yagura, interweaving taijutsu and ninjutsu to maintain a relentless offensive rhythm. And as Mangetsu's teacher, Yagura's rhythm was even faster. Obito felt it instantly. Struggling, he warped the coral off his legs into the Kamui dimension and barely managed to dodge the follow-up attack. Then, bam, a brutal punch crashed into his face. He went flying again, smashing into the dirt. Crack. His mask shattered completely, exposing his entire face to the open air. Blood poured from the corners of his mouth. In panic, he raised a hand to cover the disfigured side of his face. Arms crossed, Mangetsu scoffed. "Oh, now that's why you wear the mask." "Yeah, if I looked like that, I wouldn't go out either." Yagura didn't bother with mockery. He didn't even see the point in speaking to Obito. Some things were better handled with fists. And he delivered several more, each one a statement of contempt. Obito, now missing an arm and a leg, his face exposed and disheveled, lay in complete ruin. For now, that was enough. Meanwhile, Black and White Zetsu watched from the sidelines, horrified. They were completely outmatched. There was no way they could win. A thought began to bubble up inside Black Zetsu: should he abandon Obito and escape while he still could? At least Obito was drawing all the attention. Zetsu, at worst, was just the backup. Sure, if Obito died, Madara's plan would collapse. Madara would never be revived. And the plan Zetsu had spent so many years preparing would crumble into nothing. But if he died, then his mother, Kaguya, would never be resurrected. His gaze darkened, landing on Mangetsu. It's all his fault. He had underestimated him. If he'd warned Obito earlier, they might not be in this mess. The mental scale tipped. Obito was still alive. Yagura hadn't killed him yet. Zetsu had a small window. He had to act now. Escape. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. Flames roared toward Yagura, but water mirror technique. Yagura's mirrored surface perfectly duplicated the jutsu. Landing and pivoting smoothly, Yagura suddenly turned and bolted, straight for Zetsu. Zetsu's cowardly instincts kicked in. A spike of panic hit his heart just in time. Trees erupted from the ground, would release, blocking Yagura's approach. But water mirror technique. Yagura used the copied fire dragon to incinerate the wooden wall. The thunderous momentum behind his next strike tore through the blaze like lightning through paper. His blade cleaved straight through Black and White Zetsu's fused form. "You thought you could run?" Yagura's eyes narrowed. Zetsu staggered, stunned. He hadn't even seen it coming. Why was Yagura attacking him all of a sudden? Obito wasn't dead yet, so why switch targets? Still, this was just a White Zetsu body. His real self could simply switch hosts. There were still 100,000 bodies underground. No big deal. Or so he thought. Yagura's gaze hadn't left him. His hands formed signs. The earth beneath their feet, spanning 100 meters, began to tremble. Zetsu's eyes went wide. What was happening? Yagura raised both arms. Water style, phantom water domain. That chakra, it was monstrous. He was trying to completely destroy him. Filthy human. The worst-case scenario was happening. Zetsu's disguise, his very existence, had been seen through. He panicked, abandoning the White Zetsu body and slipping into the ground. But instead of solid earth, he was surrounded by liquid. What? A trap. Where do you think you're going? Yagura's fist clenched tight. He closed the opening Zetsu had used to slip into the water prison. Both arms lifted high. From the ground, a massive cube of water rose, at least 100 cubic meters, towering high above the battlefield. Black Zetsu, now in his true form, just a disgusting glob of black mud, scrambled within the cube, slamming against the walls in every direction. But no matter where he struck, the water was harder than steel. The situation had turned worse than he could have imagined. He was going to die. Since the day of his birth, Black Zetsu had looked down on humanity with scorn. This world was supposed to be Kaguya's cradle. These humans, mere nutrients for her revival. He had waited, schemed, manipulated Madara as a pawn in his centuries-long plan. And now, he was going to die at the hands of a mere human. He looked up, fury burning in his eyes. Yagura stared back, expression cold. With those beady little eyes showing all that emotion. "You've worked hard, haven't you?" Black Zetsu. The name hit like a hammer. He knows my name. He knows who I am. He was supposed to be the all-knowing puppet master, the secret hand guiding the shinobi world. He had even altered the Uchiha stone tablet. But now, Yagura stood above him, knowledge flowing from a higher dimension. Of course I know, Yagura said. Zetsu couldn't speak inside the water prison, but his desperate gaze screamed the questions he couldn't ask. Yagura clenched his fists again. The cube shrank by half in an instant. That grotesque lump of black slime twisted and compressed under the crushing pressure. Kaguya gave birth to you, but by the time she didn't have the strength to give her final child any power. Zetsu wasn't strong. He had merely survived in the shadows, like an insect. Like that wretched old worm. In the original Fourth Great Ninja War, Black Zetsu had once been sliced clean in half by Chojuro. However, Chojuro hadn't understood Black Zetsu's true nature and failed to finish him off, allowing him to burrow underground and escape. Later, during the final battle, Black Zetsu tried to steal Obito's Rinnegan, but Obito was protected by reanimated Hokage and Kakashi. It was only by clinging to Obito that Black Zetsu managed to avoid being killed by the reanimated Minato and Kakashi. A powerless son of Kaguya was something that could have been destroyed long ago. Back in the shrinking prison, Black Zetsu's body twisted grotesquely under the pressure, but his mind was clear enough to register what Yagura had said. He knows Mother's name. How? How could a human know something even the foolish Uchiha Madara didn't? Mangetsu stepped forward, listening to Yagura's words with a strange look. But he didn't ask questions. Yagura always had his own sources of information, and his own judgment. Looking down at the massive hollow that had been torn into the ground, Mangetsu admitted. I'm a little shocked you went this far, Yagura. Is this black slime that dangerous? Yagura gave a curt nod. Think of him like the hidden final boss in a video game. He answered casually, explaining. That half-crippled guy you saw. Just a small boss. A fool who got scammed and kept helping the people who betrayed him. So that Uchiha had already escaped during the chaos. Yagura knew. Mangetsu blinked, understanding dawning. No wonder you left the Uchiha alone and came to kill this thing first. Yagura continued compressing the prison. Exactly. Kong. A shockwave of chakra exploded outward, flattening the nearby grass and trees. Mangetsu nearly lost his footing. He looked up with a grave expression. The phantom water domain had compressed to less than 10 cubic meters. At such extreme pressure, few materials in the world could withstand the force. Black Zetsu's pitiful form didn't even have time to scream. One instant he was there, the next, crushed into oblivion. Gone. Silence. Yagura lifted the shrunken prison high into the air. With one final motion, he crushed it utterly. Boom. Water erupted into the sky like a colossal explosion. The deafening roar drowned out the entire village, completely overwhelming even the fireworks that Mist had launched earlier that night for their festival. Ow, ow. Mangetsu quickly covered his ears but was still left slightly deafened. You could have warned me you were gonna pull a stunt like that. There was no doubt about it, Black Zetsu was dead. Yagura exhaled slowly, relief evident on his face. He turned and grinned at Mangetsu, the men who had helped make this victory possible. My bad, my responsibility. You want it counted as a commendation, or a reward? Tonight, it's your choice. His tone was teasing but warm. Mangetsu tugged awkwardly at his earlobe, still dazed by the sudden windfall. Wait, seriously. Had he fallen under some kind of genjutsu from that Uchiha? No, right. Right. Yeah. Thanks to you holding them off, I was able to get rid of one of our biggest threats. Yagura's smile was genuine. One night good enough. Or maybe 3. A week. You want to play Super Mario or Thunder Fighter? Oh, he meant video games. Mangetsu sagged, relieved he wasn't trapped in some dream or illusion. Lord Mizukage. Mangetsu. We're here. Zabuza and the others from Kirigakure rushed over. Yagura waved at them, signaling that everything was under control. Facing Obito without falling to the same fate as before, and even killing Black Zetsu, tonight had been a decisive victory. As Zabuza and Mei came over, Mei's sharp gaze caught on Mangetsu's strangely dazed expression. What's wrong with Mangetsu? She asked. Yagura shrugged casually. The enemy was pretty dangerous. He went off alone and almost got himself killed. I gave him a good scolding. Chapter 206, Chapter 205, Clouds Block the Dawn. Huff, huff, huff. Space twisted into a swirling vortex. Obito tumbled out from Kamui's dimension, landing heavily. After escaping from Kirigakure, he returned to the underground cavern where the gears of fate had first begun to turn. The ninja world was vast, but there was nowhere for him to hide, nowhere but here. This place alone was safe. Obito. White Zetsu, Tobi, popped out from the wall, connecting a Mokutan conduit to Obito to help restore his strength. Looks like you really got roughed up. Obito had no intention of answering this bizarre White Zetsu, who once asked him what using the bathroom felt like. He had barely escaped death. Half his body was gone again. A painfully familiar situation. Another ordinary white Zetsu emerged from the ground. Obito quickly severed its arms and legs with a sharp chop, then attached the dripping white limbs to his own wounded body. As the cells fused together, a hissing sound and thin smoke rose from the healing points. Obito, bad news. Toby shuffled closer. Black Zetsu is dead. Obito showed no reaction. That black creature, Black Zetsu, according to Uchiha Madara, was born from Madara's will to assist with the Eye of the Moon plan. Assist, huh? If you translated that word properly, it just meant surveillance. Obito had suspected from the beginning that Madara's motivations for cooperating weren't so pure. Madara knew that too. But they shared a common dream, and under the weight of mutual interests, they cooperated. Whether or not Black Zetsu existed, Obito had already decided to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan to the very end. Most of his injuries were stabilized now, the rest he could heal with his new body's regenerative abilities. Obito ripped off the Mokutan conduit. His face darkened as he stared silently at the ground. The land of water had been the last place he personally traveled through, the final glimpse he had of this broken shinobi world, and he hadn't expected to suffer such a devastating defeat. Obito. Why are you squatting there? Did you need to relieve yourself? Toby stuck close, pestering him nonstop. Come on, tell me, what does needing to go feel like? I really want to know. Obito ignored the babbling, his mind elsewhere. Without sparing Toby a glance, he rose and sat in the old chair. Reality had dealt him a vicious blow. His experience in Kirigakure left him with a kind of unease he hadn't felt even in the other hidden villages. The other 4 great villages had just suffered a massive war, their strength was depleted. But Kirigakure was far stronger than rumors had suggested. Its untouched civilians were exactly like the ones described in the infinite Tsukimi world, no war, no pain. I have to accelerate the plan. Facing the sheer power of a Kage and a perfect Jinchuriki firsthand, Obito finally understood, he alone was nowhere near strong enough to hunt down all 9-tailed beasts scattered across the world. Besides his new body, Black Zetsu, and the White Zetsu army, Uchiha Madara had left him one more weapon. Nagato, wielder of the Rinnegan. Black Zetsu's death wasn't a huge loss. Regaining control over the White Zetsu's intelligence network would just take some time. Obito's next move was clear, he would head to the Land of Rain and bring Nagato under his command. Resolute, Obito activated his spacetime ability. Toby. Black Zetsu is dead. From now on, you're taking over. You'll control the White Zetsu army, gather intel from the villages, and track the Jinchuriki. Toby whined, but you still haven't answered my question. Several months later. The Land of Rain, Akatsuki. After receiving Konan's secret letter from Kirigakure, Yahiko made his decision to cooperate with Kirigakure's operations inside the Land of Rain. A prepared team stationed at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain had been waiting for the signal. Upon receiving the message, they immediately moved. They first offered lavish gifts to the Daimyo and his ministers, earning official approval from the Land of Rain's government. By the time Hanzo of the Salamander, leader of Omega-Kure, realized what was happening, it was already too late. The Daimyo's office had opened the gates, and Hanzo couldn't launch a full-scale attack without risking political disaster. Small strike teams from Omega-Kure attempted covert assaults, but they were intercepted and repelled. The invading forces included elite Kirigakure shinobi serving as bodyguards, few in number but terrifyingly skilled. Among them was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Hoshigaki Kisame. They also had help from within the Land of Rain itself, Akatsuki. Kirigakure's forces had already safely reached the capital. Hanzo, the so-called demigod, was holed up as always in his isolated, traditional Japanese-style compound. Orders went down. Reports came up. Everything happened within the confines of that closed space. Hanzo stared at the report delivered to him and, enraged, ripped it to shreds before slamming the remains onto his desk. Bam. Those damn Kirigakure bastards. The fates of Sunagakure and Konohagakure after the last war were there for all to see, a stark warning of Kirigakure's scheming hand. If he'd been better prepared, Hanzo was confident he could have driven these outsiders out of the Land of Rain. But Kirigakure had struck first, targeting the Daimyo's court, a move Hanzo could neither predict nor prevent. His thoughts drifted to Kirigakure's recent operations in the Land of Wind. Feeling a bitter sense of déjà vu, Hanzo narrowed his eyes. The new Mizukage seems adept at leveraging political influence through the Daimyo's office, forcing ninja villages to bow without drawing their blades, Hanzo muttered coldly. The so-called demigod, who had ruled the Land of Rain for decades, carefully analyzed his new opponent. Different from old rivals like Hiruzen Sarutobi and Inoki. Hanzo knew little about the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, both as a man and as a tactician. Still, Hanzo wasn't ignorant of Kirigakure, or Akatsuki. With Kirigakure, Hanzo even had a bit of history. He recalled how the previous Mizukage had sent his descendants into hiding in the Land of Rain to protect them from bloodline-hating enemies. As for Akatsuki, it was a sizable, unofficial organization within his own territory. A growing threat that Hanzo had never fully controlled. Now, working alongside Kirigakure, they were openly challenging Amigakure's rule. Hanzo-sama. Outside the sliding paper door of the traditional room, a kneeling rain ninja cast a shadow. Hanzo responded, "Speak." "There's a visitor from Konohagakure," the rain ninja said. "A man calling himself Shimura Danzo requests an audience." Hanzo's face darkened. Shimura Danzo. What does he want? Just hearing the name conjured unpleasant associations. The so-called darkness of the shinobi, not a title given lightly. Hanzo's first instinct was caution. After a moment's thought, he said, "Bring him to the reception hall." Rising slowly from his tatami mat, Hanzo methodically fitted his gas mask over his face. As a child, his body had been implanted with a poison sac from a salamander, making even his breath lethal. It was a blessing and a curse. But it had also helped him master poisons, tame the giant salamander summon, and rise to become the Land of Rain's undisputed ruler. Here, it was routine, both Hanzo and his rain ninja wore gas masks for survival. Hanzo strode to the reception hall. At the far end of a 5-meter-long table sat Shimura Danzo, calm as ever. Only Hanzo would arrange such an awkward meeting table, distances were just another weapon. Danzo greeted him with a slight nod. "It's an honor to finally meet you, Hanzo-sama." Hanzo wasn't feeling particularly friendly. Why has a shinobi of Konoha come to my Land of Rain? In Omegakure, Konoha was no friend. Danzo clearly understood that. He picked up on the hostility, but answered smoothly. "Hanzo-sama, let's set aside past grievances between our villages. I come today not as an envoy of Konoha, but as an individual, seeking a partnership that benefits Omegakure." Hanzo gave a cold snort. The great darkness of Konoha, offering to help without self-interest. Who would believe that? In your personal capacity? Hanzo scoffed, seizing the opportunity to mock him. Word is you're not very welcome back in Konoha these days. Driven into the shadows by the yellow flash, the great fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Danzo said nothing. His eyes, half-lidded, betrayed no emotion. A grown man pushed aside by a mere youngster, honestly, it's pathetic. The more Danzo remained unmoved, the more Hanzo felt sure that the intelligence he'd received from Konoha was accurate. That must be why you have so much free time, to meddle in the affairs of Omegakure. Having vented enough, Hanzo fell silent, signaling that negotiations could now begin. Danzo said calmly, "You're half right. The fourth Hokage is a remarkable young man, a hero who's leading Konoha toward a new future. As an elder, I'm proud to see it." Flattering words, but Hanzo wasn't buying it. However, Danzo continued, his tone sharpening, "We are indeed being pushed aside by the younger generation." He got straight to the point. "I am here to propose an alliance, against our mutual enemy, Kirigakure. To break the conspiracy the fourth Mizukage set in motion during the last war." Hanzo snorted inwardly. "You're quite well informed, huh? Since you knew all this, why didn't you stop Kirigakure before they crossed into the Land of Rain?" Danzo pressed on. "As for Akatsuki, your own village's rogue element, I propose we eliminate them as well. I can assist you. With the traitors wiped out, Hanzo-sama, you will regain full control over Omegakure." Hanzo didn't say anything, but his silence was enough permission for Danzo to continue. In the past, he could tolerate the existence of the Akatsuki, because in some ways, they had done good work at the grassroots level for the village. But now, that was no longer acceptable. Akatsuki hideout. Nagato leaned against the railing outside the base. From inside, he could hear the cheers and laughter of the other Akatsuki members like Kensuke. Somehow, even the endless rain felt a little less heavy tonight. Yahiko stepped outside, searching for the friend who had gone missing during the festivities. Nagato. Nagato turned around with a smile. Everyone's spirit. Akatsuki's dream, it's come back. Yeah, Yahiko let out a long breath. These past few months had been exhausting, he had taken on too much, borne too many burdens. We've always been fighting for our ideals, but people get tired. He lowered his head, staring at the palms of his hands. Even when we complete our missions, we don't get paid. Life's been tense, and everyone's exhaustion just keeps building up. More and more people have sacrificed themselves for the sake of the dream. He looked up at Nagato. Don't laugh at me, but I actually thought about handing Akatsuki's leadership over to you. Nagato froze. Yahiko. Before Nagato could say anything else, Yahiko raised his hand to stop him. I know myself. I'm not suited for this position. I don't have the ability. I don't have the strength, but you do, Nagato. Nagato understood what Yahiko was implying. Yahiko, you want to use the power of my Rinnegan. Yahiko admitted it honestly. Yeah. Those eyes, they're a symbol of power. Nagato turned his face away, avoiding Yahiko's gaze. I've always been afraid, terrified of having such eyes. I know, Yahiko said softly. He understood his friend too well. Leaning back against the railing, Yahiko looked at the Akatsuki, now full of renewed energy, and smiled. But that's all in the past now. Maybe. I have a little ability and a little luck too. Seeing Yahiko pull himself together, Nagato finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling genuinely happy for him. It's been almost half a year since Conan left us, hasn't it? Yahiko changed the subject, pushing away the heavy mood. Half a year without seeing her. Since we first met, we've never been apart this long. Yeah, seems like she really likes it there. Yahiko laughed. Reading her letters, sometimes it makes me want to go see the land of water for myself. We'll go someday. Definitely. Conan had been sending letters back every few days, letting them know she was safe. Besides, Kirigakure had been keeping friendly relations with them, and the changes they were bringing to the land of rain were mostly positive. Neither of them worried too much about Conan's safety. Kirigakure had even given them a guardian when they first made contact. Originally, they had hired Kakuzu, paying him to stay and protect Akatsuki for 50 days. When the contract period ended, according to the agreement, Kakuzu should have left immediately. Kirigakure didn't renew the contract with more money either. Instead, they gave Kakuzu a top-level financial officer position in the Land of Rain, an annual salary worth over 100 million. In exchange, Kakuzu would stay on with Akatsuki, at least in name. Now, Kakuzu wasn't stationed at the hideout anymore. He spent most of his time counting money and managing accounts. Whenever there was an emergency, he would rush over at once. Everything seemed to be moving in the right direction. As they talked, the conversation grew lighter, smiles appearing on their faces. Boss. Something big just happened. Kensuke rushed out, panting. Their conversation was interrupted. Yahiko immediately asked. What's wrong? Kensuke was in a panic. An envoy from Hanzo just arrived. Yahiko and Nagato both froze in shock. So it had finally come. Hanzo. Kirigakure. In the temporary home where she had settled, Conan sat bent over a pile of books she had borrowed from the library, fully immersed in study. She was like a sponge, absorbing everything she could. In the past 6 months, she had thrown herself into learning about everything she saw and experienced in Kirigakure. As Yagura had once joked, it was as if Conan was studying abroad. Eventually, the reading wore her out. Conan looked up, rubbing her tired eyes. With her pen still in her right hand, she reached out for her cup sitting nearby. Crack! Before her fingers even touched it, the cup split along its side, a jagged crack appearing without any outside force. Conan froze. Even though I'm not one to believe in omens. She couldn't help but glance out the window, looking in the direction of the Land of Rain, worry in her eyes. It had been so long since she'd returned to Akatsuki. Yahiko. Nagato. Chapter 207, Chapter 206, Orochimaru returns. Although Conan wasn't one to easily believe in omens or signs, she thought it over carefully. It had already been half a year since she left the Akatsuki. Letters could only do so much, nothing compared to the urge to go home and see everyone again. Like a single droplet falling onto the surface of a pond, her longing spread wider and wider through her heart. Closing the book in her hands, she stacked the volumes she had borrowed from the library together and said softly. I should go back and see Yahiko, Nagato, and everyone in the Akatsuki. Gathering her belongings, she stepped outside and locked the door of the temporary housing that Kirigakure had arranged for her. At the same time, her neighbor across the hall was also stepping out, pushing a baby stroller. Upon seeing Conan, she greeted her in surprise. Good morning, Conan. Such a lovely day today, isn't it? Good morning, Masao-san, Shinosuke, and little Aoi. The girl in the stroller waved enthusiastically. Dada. Good morning. The 5-year-old boy standing next to her looked up at Conan, his eyes sparkling like stars. Shyly tilting his head, he smiled bashfully and said. Conan-nichan, you're as beautiful as ever today. Did you put green onions in your natto this morning? Conan chuckled, already used to this precocious child's flirtations. No, she replied. I kept breakfast simple today. Still, it was strange. It felt like this boy had never grown up, always the same cheeky charm. Mind your manners. Masao-san playfully knocked Shinosuke on the head, switching roles skillfully, then smiled warmly at Conan and asked. Heading out so early? Going to the market for something? No, actually. I'll be leaving Kirigakure for a while, heading back to Omegakure to visit some old friends. You're leaving, Conan-nichan. The news hit Shinnosuke like a thunderbolt. He froze, stunned. "I see," Masao-san said with a kind smile. "Take care on the road, then." After bidding farewell to the neighbors she had lived alongside for half a year, Konan made her way to find Kasumi, the Kirigakure shinobi who had been assigned to assist her. Before leaving, she needed to officially inform the Mizukage. Together, they headed to the Mizukage's office, but Yagura was nowhere to be found. Instead, they explained their purpose to Elder Ginshur. Understanding Konan's desire to return home, Elder Ginshur nodded approvingly. "You've been with us here in Kirigakure for half a year now. It's time you went back to see your friends, HM." Konan bowed respectfully, touched. "Thank you very much." Spending half a year in a foreign hidden village, living freely without surveillance or restrictions, was a rare honor. The trust she was shown, the hospitality she received, and the peace and beauty she witnessed firsthand during this time had caused Konan's goodwill and loyalty toward Kirigakure to reach unimaginable heights. Kasumi then asked, "Elder, where is the Mizukage?" Konan also turned to Elder Ginshur, her gaze full of inquiry. "You're just a little unlucky," Elder Ginshur replied with a soft chuckle. "He left about an hour ago. He went to welcome a guest, someone from Konohagakure." Kasumi blinked in confusion. A guest from Konoha? Since completing her mission in Omegakure, Kasumi had been promoted directly by Yagura to a higher rank, bypassing the usual process. Her current position involved duties similar to a political officer, and she was frequently in and out of the Mizukage's office. From what she knew, relations between Konoha and Kirigakure were currently tense. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had been taking aggressive actions to root out and dismantle Kirigakure's influence within Konoha. Much like the strategies once used by the second Hokage, Minato had borrowed and refined them for his own era. The Yellow Flash, renowned for his exploits on the battlefield, proved to be equally formidable in political maneuvering. The whole upper echelon of the Mizukage's office had been racking their brains trying to figure out how to deal with Minato Namikaze. Though, to be accurate, not all of the upper echelon. The highest authority of them all, Mizukage Yagura himself, seemed completely indifferent to Minato's countermeasures, caring only about securing Kirigakure's own survival within the Land of Water. Elder Ginshur continued, "Yes, an honored guest. One of Konoha's Sannin, who has recently been declared a rogue ninja and is now listed as an S-rank criminal wanted by Konoha, Orochimaru." Since Orochimaru was now a missing nin, his status meant the usual tensions between Konoha and Kirigakure didn't really apply. At the western port city of the Land of Water. This time, Orochimaru had entered the country through official channels. The one who discovered him was none other than the Anami ninja from last time. Orochimaru had made no attempt to resist. Surrounded and closely guarded by Kirigakure shinobi, Orochimaru openly declared his purpose: he was here to join Kirigakure. Early that morning, Kirigakure's border patrol had sent an urgent, top-priority report. Upon hearing it, Yagura immediately gathered a small group of guards and set out. They arrived at the coastal trade city, the largest on the western seaboard, and headed straight for the Kirigakure outpost just outside town. After exchanging brief greetings with the station shinobi, Yagura went directly toward a very familiar figure. The moment Orochimaru laid eyes on him, he couldn't hide his excitement, or perhaps, he had no intention of hiding it at all. His golden eyes gleamed with unrestrained interest. My, you came in person, Mizukage. It's been a long time. You haven't aged a bit, Orochimaru." Yagura's tone was anything but welcoming toward this former collaborator. Still, remembering that Orochimaru had indeed fulfilled a commission for them years ago, providing real assistance to Kirigakure, Yagura decided to give him a chance to plead his case. "You survived an encounter with the third Raikage, and your teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, let you go as well. By any measure, you could call that outstanding luck." Orochimaru smiled and asked, "Did you really think I wouldn't survive?" Yagura smiled back calmly, countering, "Should I have expected otherwise?" Mangetsu, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. He had a pretty good idea what Orochimaru was hinting at. After all, it wasn't exactly a secret among the small circle closest to Yagura, from Mangetsu to Isabu, everyone knew. Because Yagura had been a little too obvious, neither side had yet torn through the delicate facade. And just like that, you'd managed to lure one of Konoha's legendary Sannin all the way here. Yagura shot him a glare. Mangetsu simply stared blankly, pretending to be oblivious. Yagura had no intention of engaging Orochimaru in a conversation about this so-called omniscience. He was already grown up. But, unfortunately, Orochimaru's arrival at Kirigakure after defecting from Konoha seemed to be very much directed at him. Noticing Yagura's displeasure, Orochimaru chuckled softly and didn't press the topic further. As long as today's negotiations went smoothly and he stayed in Kirigakure, Orochimaru knew he'd have all the time in the world to study and understand everything he wanted. As for the negotiation's success rate, Orochimaru was fully confident. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even come to Kirigakure. His snake-like eyes shifted to the side, landing on the red-haired puppet master standing nearby. He finally got to the main point. Mizukage, your Kirigakure was willing to accept a rogue from Sunagakure like him, as well as remnants of the Uzumaki clan and the craftsmen. Sasori, having been abruptly dragged out of his lab, was already in a foul mood. Upon seeing Orochimaru, that irritation deepened into a visceral disgust, like a predator recognizing another predator. And now this damn snake was using him as an example. Orochimaru continued, addressing Yagura. In that case, I imagine my strength should also be enough to interest you, to serve you. Yagura gave no immediate response. He could tell Orochimaru was deliberately stirring the pot. Maybe he was trying to flaunt his value in front of him. No need for the useless talk, Sasori interrupted, voice dripping with sarcasm. A filthy snake driven out of his own village. You really think you have any value left? Orochimaru found himself even more intrigued by this genius puppet master he had only heard of before. Oh. Sasori of the Red Sand, what value did you offer for the Mizukage to keep you here? Seeing the tension escalate, Mangetsu elbowed Yagura. Hey, they're about to fight. Over you, too. Yagura stared at him, dead-eyed. Is this supposed to be my fault? Mangetsu simply clasped his hands behind his head, unfazed. Well, it's not the first time your luck with people caused chaos. Ignoring him, Yagura pulled Kabuto aside from Orochimaru's entourage, while Mangetsu instinctively began ordering the surrounding Kirigakure shinobi to clear the area, leaving a wide open space between Orochimaru and Sasori. I don't care what brought you crawling to Kirigakure. Either way, your life stays here. With a mechanical clatter of gears and blades, Sasori summoned his masterpiece, the puppet of the third Kazekage. I'll let you experience what it means to be utterly crushed. The feeling of total defeat. I'm actually curious, Orochimaru said lazily. As the summoning smoke dispersed, Orochimaru caught a full view of the puppet and his expression shifted in surprise. Is that the third Kazekage? My finest work, Sasori said proudly. You'll savor it soon enough, you rotten snake. Yagura, who had remained unfazed the entire time, caught Orochimaru's subtle glance. The cause of the Third Shinobi World War, the disappearance of the third Kazekage, was quietly pushed aside for now. You can't escape my iron sand techniques. Iron sand drizzle. A sharp sonic boom tore through the air as countless iron sand projectiles rained down. The sheer speed and scale made dodging impossible. It wasn't something a casual defensive jutsu could withstand. The storm of iron sand battered Orochimaru's body, tearing it apart until he looked like a mutilated corpse. When the smoke cleared, all that was left was a kneeling, lifeless figure riddled with holes. But Sasori wasn't arrogant enough to believe he had finished Orochimaru with one move. He knew better. He flicked his fingers, manipulating his chakra threads. Iron sand gathering assault. Iron sand from the ground and the air converged. At that moment, Orochimaru stopped pretending. What Sasori had destroyed was merely a discarded snake skin. Orochimaru's true form slithered out from the discarded husk, dripping with yellow venom, a sinister grin tugging at his lips. Magnet release, iron sand, was it? I've been dying to witness it firsthand, he. The gathering iron sand needed time. Orochimaru, never known for compassion, seized the opportunity, his lower body transforming into a serpentine form as he launched himself towards Sasori. Puppet masters were strong because of their puppets. Their actual bodies, however, were fragile. Boom. 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 Massive iron sand blocks slammed down, but Orochimaru dodged them effortlessly, his movements slippery and unpredictable. He quickly closed the distance, his hidden shadow snake hands lunging straight for Sasori's face. Clang. Poison blades sprang from the puppet's arms, severing the snake head's mid-strike, even rotting the serpentine flesh with poison. So this was the deadly toxin recorded in the intel about Sasori. Terrifying indeed. Snakes naturally had strong resistance to poison, yet even they suffered under Sasori's crafted venom. Learning from this minor setback, Orochimaru immediately retreated. Sasori gave no quarter, pursuing relentlessly. A single slash cleaved Orochimaru's discarded skin, only for the severed upper body to regenerate its lower half midair, shedding yet another poisonous husk in the process. A repeat of the earlier trick, rendering Sasori's counterattack ineffective. Orochimaru's gaze was filled with amusement and provocation. To craft puppets to this perfection. You're a world apart from ordinary puppet masters. Truly magnificent. Sasori's disgust deepened into genuine revulsion. You're absolutely disgusting. Are you even human anymore? Realizing his iron sand attacks weren't enough, Sasori shifted tactics. The massive iron blocks broke apart, forming hundreds of sharp iron spikes. Orochimaru raised his sleeves, from which countless snakes poured out, each wielding a sword in their mouths. The iron spikes shot into the writhing mass, tearing and piercing through the serpents in a bloody explosion. Still, the seemingly endless snake horde pressed forward, forcing Sasori to counter. Toxic smoke spewed from the puppet's mechanisms, shrouding the battlefield. Every snake that entered the smoke collapsed, dead. With the obstruction cleared, the iron sand reconverged in the sky, forming two massive geometric shapes. This damn snake was incredibly hard to kill. Sasori's patience wore thin. I'm done playing games. Let's move to the finale. The iron sand cylinder and pyramid collided. An enormous burst of magnetic chakra rippled outward. Orochimaru, finally sensing real threat, dropped his casual facade. How cold. I was hoping we could have a little more fun. Enough already, Yagura called out, ending it. Sasori reluctantly retracted his chakra threads. The suspended iron sand collapsed harmlessly to the ground. Frowning, Sasori turned to Yagura. Seriously? You're planning to keep this dangerous creature in the village? Yagura shrugged casually. Orochimaru's survival skills are top-notch. You can't kill him. And when it comes to pure offense and speed, you're not quite on the level of Third Raikage. Sasori's face darkened, forced to swallow the bitter truth. Although Orochimaru hadn't seen Sasori unleash the ultimate technique, the Iron Sand world, something else had piqued his interest even more. As expected, you really know everything about everyone. Mangetsu nearly burst out laughing behind them. You snake, stop treating Yagura's secret knowledge like it's some grand revelation, everyone in their circle already knew. Orochimaru noticed Mangetsu's suppressed laughter but didn't quite grasp the full context, so he chose to focus on more pressing matters. So, does this mean you agree to let me join Kirigakure, Mizukage? Yagura, feigning helplessness, responded. Sasori even brought out the third Kazekage to entertain you. How could I possibly let you leave? It was tacit approval. The negotiation had succeeded. Orochimaru smiled, pleased. My. Don't worry. I'm not the type to blab about other people's secrets. You'd better not, Yagura said meaningfully. I'll explain the conditions for your experiments later. But if you want to join Kirigakure, there are two requirements. His gaze flicked to Kabuto, who was currently restrained by Mangetsu. First, that kid, Kabuto, he can't stay with you. Orochimaru fell silent, his reaction prompting a sneer from Sasori. Before even stepping fully into Kirigakure, Orochimaru had already lost a key asset he'd nurtured so carefully. Was this part of Yagura's omniscience too? Knowing the incredible potential Kabuto possessed. Wait a second, had Orochimaru even mentioned Kabuto's name out loud yet? Secondly, Yagura continued, raising two fingers, you must learn the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, specifically the strongest one, Dead Demon Consuming Seal. And when I require it, you will use it without question. Chapter 208, Chapter 207, Contacting Jiraiya. Dead Demon Consuming Seal, huh? Orochimaru had heard of this forbidden sealing technique, though he didn't know the specifics. Still, he waited patiently for Yagura to continue. Since the other party had brought out such a forbidden technique as a bargaining chip, there had to be something tempting enough for him. It's a forbidden jutsu that involves making a deal with the Shinigami enshrined at a Uzumaki temple, Yagura explained, emphasizing the words Shinigami. By sacrificing the user's own life, the Shinigami will seal away the target. It wasn't the Shinigami from another popular manga with a soul society. The true nature of this being remained shrouded in mystery. Mysterious and unknown things, those were what Orochimaru loved most. Very well, I understand now, Orochimaru said, smiling. It seems I can't refuse such an offer. As for Kabuto. Even though Orochimaru had invested a great deal of effort to secure this talented child, he wasn't irreplaceable. Breaking up Orochimaru's inner circle and securing the benefits Yagura wanted from him, or through him, took priority. Yagura turned to the other beautiful snake at his side. Sasori, from now on, you'll be in charge of Orochimaru. Sasori's face instantly showed visible discomfort. He's just as obsessed with research as you are, Yagura said, barely holding back a grin. It was absolutely deliberate. I'll leave this important task to you. Being like-minded was not exactly something Sasori appreciated. But Yagura had already made up his mind to recruit this rotten snake, and nothing Sasori said could change that. Putting Orochimaru under direct management made it easier to keep an eye on him. After getting Sasori's reluctant nod, Yagura turned to Orochimaru. You have no objections, right? Of course not, Orochimaru replied easily, his tone casual. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of chemical reaction this will cause. I'm quite eager to work with him. After thinking for a moment, Yagura decided there was nothing else he needed to formalize with Orochimaru for now. All right then. Welcome to Kirigakure. Orochimaru lifted the corner of his mouth into a smile. I'm honored, Mizukage. Now that everything was settled. When employing someone, trust them, when in doubt, don't employ them. Yagura casually tossed 2 scrolls he'd carried out of the village to Orochimaru. These are yours. Study them carefully. One scroll, when unrolled, was indeed the forbidden jutsu known as Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Orochimaru only gave it a quick glance before his entire being was captivated by it. The other scroll was a space scroll used for sealing items, the kind every shinobi knew how to use. Since it had been handed over along with the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, it clearly wasn't just an ordinary item. Orochimaru tried the standard method, injecting chakra to unlock the seal. He failed. Oh, that one's a little more complicated, Yagura said lightly, drawing Orochimaru's curiosity further. I had the Anbu put a Kirigakure-specific seal on it. Finally, he dropped the bombshell. Inside is a life form that's essentially immortal, and capable of using wood release. It was a white Zetsu body, formerly hosting Black Zetsu. Even after Black Zetsu had been destroyed, the white Zetsu body remained, and Yagura had claimed it as his spoil. Orochimaru's eyes lit up instantly. He stared hard at Yagura, his breathing growing heavy with excitement. Rarely had anyone seen Orochimaru so visibly lose his composure. Immortality, that was the one thing Orochimaru had always chased. An enemy who came looking for trouble not long ago, Yagura explained simply, ended up being killed by me. This is part of the spoils. He added, you're free to study it. Just make sure to leave the body intact. You'll need it once you master Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Orochimaru plus Living Corpse Reincarnation plus White Zetsu. A loophole built to break the limitations of Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Orochimaru had come to him of his own accord, and even if he hadn't mastered Living Corpse Reincarnation yet, given a few years, he surely would. As for White Zetsu, it had fallen right into their hands. Thinking of all this, Yagura clenched his fist silently, offering a quiet thanks to the good people who had made it all possible. When we get back to Kirigakure, Yagura said, I'll have the Anbu unlock the seal for you. They're the only ones who know how. Without missing a beat, Orochimaru had already slipped the 2 scrolls into his pocket, giving neither Yagura nor himself any chance to reconsider. There was no need for Yagura to deceive him. After all, once the scroll was opened, the truth would be evident to anyone. Mangetsu, who had purely tagged along for the ride, yawned exaggeratedly. So, everything's settled. Guess it's time to head back to the village. Down. His poorly timed comment earned him a pair of dead fish eyes from Yagura. Mangetsu instantly caught on. What's the matter, Mizukage-sama? Don't feel like going back to work? Yagura answered righteously. Since we've come all this way, of course we should take some time to relax first. Orochimaru. He wanted nothing more than to hurry back to Kirigakure and unlock those scrolls. In this moment, this former Konoha shinobi felt an even stronger sense of belonging to Kirigakure than the actual Mizukage did. But his opinion, and even his objections, didn't matter. He had to listen to Sasori, and Sasori listened to Yagura. The decision was made. Yagura headed over to the local garrison outpost, greeting the stationed Kirigakure shinobi and publicly praising them for their diligence. They ended up staying another half a day. After all, returning to the village meant facing an endless sea of paperwork that never seemed to shrink, no matter how much he completed each day. Might as well have a little fun by the sea first. On the beach, Yagura slowly built a sizable sandcastle with his own hands. Once Orochimaru masters both Dead Demon Consuming Seal and Living Corpse Reincarnation, we'll be able to steal something right out of the Shinigami's stomach, Yagura mused. He lifted his gaze, looking across the sea toward the distant continent and the village of Konoha. His mood was excellent. Half of the Ninetails. Hiruzen Sarutobi must feel pretty secure, entrusting it to the Shinigami. All we need is to find a child from the Uzumaki clan, and make them the new Ninetales Jinchuriki. In complete secrecy, someone could actually steal half of a tailed beast from Konoha. Everyone knew that half of the Ninetales' power alone could rival the combined might of several other tailed beasts. When the Sage of Six Paths divided the chakra of the 10 tails, it went like this: 1 share to the 1 tail, 1 share to the 9 tails, 1 share to the 2 tails, another share to the 9 tails, 1 share to the 3 tails, another to the 9 tails, and so on. When he was done, there was still half left over, so he just gave all of it to the 9 tails. Time flew by quickly during these busy days. As soon as Konan received word from Elder Ginshur about Yagura's movements, she didn't waste a second and set out immediately. Mangetsu spotted her arriving, panting slightly from the rush, and eagerly came over to ask why she had come, then cheerfully led her to Yagura's location. They found the Fourth Mizukage and Isabu idling away at the beach, fiddling with the sand. Mangetsu called out, "Hey, what are you up to?" Yagura hushed him immediately, concentrating carefully on the sandcastle he was building, which had grown several stories tall in scale and complexity. Quiet. I'm thinking. Little Isabu pushed a bucket of water over to Yagura's side. Yagura dipped his hand into the bucket, wetting it slightly before carefully reinforcing the sandcastle, filling the tiny gaps between the sand grains to strengthen the structure. After a while, he gently brushed the sand from his hands and stood up, satisfied. The setting sun over the western sea was dazzling. Yagura lifted his sunglasses slightly to see who had arrived, tilting his head curiously when he recognized her. Konan. What's the matter? Konan hesitated, then explained her purpose. She understood very well, having embedded herself so deeply within Kirigakure, gaining a detailed understanding of its inner workings. Leaving now would be like walking away with highly sensitive intelligence. Even with Yagura's open-mindedness and Kirigakure's current openness, it still put him in a difficult position. You can go. Seeing the shock in Konan's expression, Yagura laughed and waved it off. Relax. You haven't seen anything we're ashamed of. If you had, you wouldn't be leaving Kirigakure alive. Konan realized she was just a reflection of a broader trend. Over the years, many people had come to the land of water to escape the wars. After the conflicts ended, most of them chose to stay and settle down in Kirigakure, only a few returned to their homelands. The attitude Yagura and the daimyo's office showed toward them was the same one he was showing to Konan now. That said, Konan was a special case compared to ordinary civilians. Yagura took a moment to shelve his leisurely mindset and added. When you get back, please thank your friends, Yahiko and Nagato, for me. Kirigakure's operations in the Land of Rain have gone smoothly, largely thanks to the Akatsuki's efforts. The fact that he still remembered Yahiko and Nagato's names. A rush of warmth and sourness flooded Konan's eyes. She bowed deeply. Yes. Thank you very much. Crash. Seizing the opportunity while Yagura's attention was elsewhere, Isabu charged forward and rammed into the sandcastle Yagura had painstakingly built. Hearing the sound, Yagura spun around, and upon seeing the destruction, his blood pressure skyrocketed. Isabu, you little, my masterpiece. Isabu, having smashed into the castle, looked completely satisfied. Weird. I just really wanted to crash into that hole. You a hermit crab now or something? With a flick, Yagura shoved Isabu back into his own body to reflect on his actions. Did you know you just destroyed a future cultural heritage site? A sandcastle personally built by the Fourth Mizukage. You owe me cultural pride. Tourism revenue. My dream of a cultural victory is ruined. Watching Konan for a moment, Yagura's mind gradually shifted away from leisure and toward more serious matters, namely, Yahiko and Nagato. Konan, come with me. I want to introduce you to someone. Yes. With Konan following behind, Yagura led her back to Kirigakure's border camp and made his way straight to a particular tent, where Orochimaru was. He wasn't the playful type, and after achieving his goal of joining Kirigakure and getting what he wanted from Yagura, Orochimaru had buried himself in his studies, turning into a full-fledged academic hermit. Lifting the tent flap, Yagura found Orochimaru engrossed in the study of the Reaper Death Seal scroll. Hey, Orochimaru-san. I've brought an old acquaintance. Old acquaintance. Orochimaru looked up in confusion, rolling up the scroll, and then saw Konan following behind Yagura. Konan recognized him instantly. As a child wandering in the Land of Rain, she and her friends had once encountered the legendary Sannin. That was the first time she had met Jiraiya-sensei, who would later become their mentor. Orochimaru, Jiraiya's companion, had been the one to suggest killing them back then. Oh. Jiraiya's little student, Orochimaru muttered. Seeing the wary look flare up in Konan's eyes, Orochimaru finally recalled where he had seen her before. It had been 10 years ago. At the time, Konan and the others were just kids, and he hadn't recognized her immediately. It wasn't until he associated her with Jiraiya's disciples that he remembered. If Jiraiya hadn't whimsically decided to take in those 3 children from Omegakure, Orochimaru wouldn't even remember the face of another war-orphan child. Konan, Orochimaru-san is one of us now, a shinobi of Kirigakure, Yagura said, quickly smoothing over Konan's obvious unease. He sat down across from Orochimaru, his demeanor shifting as he got down to business. On the way over, Yagura had sorted through Konan's concerns, and the timeline they were currently facing. Konan had mentioned having a bad feeling. It sounded vague, even to her, but Yagura had taken it seriously. Yagura rapped his knuckles on the table. Orochimaru-san, answer me honestly. What's going on inside Konoha lately? Normally, no village would allow someone with insider knowledge to just leave. Orochimaru was a prime example of this. What kind of situation do you mean? Orochimaru asked lazily. Don't play dumb. Yagura pressed him. You were expelled from Konoha because you backed Shimura Danzo, who lost to Namikaze Minato and Hiruzen Sarutobi, right? Having lost his chance at becoming Hokage, Orochimaru had long since lost interest in Konoha's politics. He replied half-heartedly. If that's what you're asking, then yes. Yagura wasn't satisfied with that attitude. When you left, what was Danzo up to? Orochimaru actually knew the answer. After a brief, thoughtful glance at Konan, he smirked at Yagura. Take a guess. The answer, Shimura Danzo had gone to the land of rain. Yagura didn't bother engaging in Orochimaru's teasing. Resting his chin on one hand, he began analyzing the situation facing Yahiko and the Akatsuki. Danzo's involvement meant that Hanzo of the Salamander was preparing to move against Yahiko's Akatsuki. As for Nagato, Yagura had little personal stake. Kirigakure was too far from the land of rain, he couldn't offer direct support without stretching himself too thin. He was the Mizukage, after all, not a rogue ninja. Still, Yahiko's Akatsuki now faced enemies like Hanzo, Danzo, and even Uchiha Obito. Sending Kirigakure shinobi into Akatsuki. Yagura would lose sleep over even one of them dying. After much thought, Yagura had decided to intervene indirectly, by using money to bring Kakuzu to Yahiko's side early. First, it would prevent Hanzo from crushing Akatsuki before they fully formed. Second, Kakuzu would get to know Yahiko's team early, making him more likely to side with Nagato's Akatsuki later on. And if Kakuzu died, well, Yagura wouldn't exactly mourn. But now, circumstances had changed. He had Konan at his side, a willing exchange student from Akatsuki, and Orochimaru. His options had expanded. He had a chance to deny Obito the advantage he sought. And Yagura wasn't about to make things harder for himself. Orochimaru-san, you must have a way to contact your old teammate, Jiraiya, Yagura said. After decades together as comrades, he didn't believe Orochimaru would have no means of reaching him. Without waiting for confirmation, Yagura continued. Get in touch with him. Tell him his 3 disciples and Omega-kure are in trouble. Kakuzu alone wasn't enough to counter Hanzo, Danzo, and Obito. But if Jiraiya joined the fray, Nagato might just survive. Orochimaru chuckled dryly. He had deliberately severed ties with Jiraiya after defecting from Konoha. And yet, with just a few words from Yagura, he now had to pull Jiraiya out of his blacklist. He glanced at Konan. The woman's eyes were already brimming with hope at the thought of seeing her teacher again after so many years. Then came Yagura's calm, trustworthy voice. Konan, come here. Moved beyond words, Konan felt her gratitude toward Yagura deepen. In her heart, he now stood alongside Jiraiya-sensei as one of her life's greatest benefactors. Fine, Orochimaru said. Having just received a massive favor from Yagura himself, he knew he couldn't refuse. Besides, it was just relaying a message, he didn't have to meet Jiraiya personally. Summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, Orochimaru summoned a small toad carrying a long scroll wrapped around its body. Ribbit, it's been a long time, the toad said, clearly surprised to see Orochimaru after so many years. Turning to Konan, Orochimaru instructed, write your message to Jiraiya here. This little guy will deliver it. Yagura nodded his approval. Trembling slightly from excitement, Konan picked up the brush and began to write. To Jiraiya-sensei, if you are reading this. Chapter 209, Chapter 208, The Birth of Akatsuki. Omega-kure, inside the Akatsuki base. The envoy sent by Hanzo of the Salamander had come with peaceful intentions. He informed Yahiko and the Akatsuki that Hanzo wished to entrust the organization, known for its ideals of peace, with the role of peace ambassadors between the land of rain and the neighboring great nations of fire, earth, and wind. The envoy added, should Akatsuki be willing to accept Lord Hanzo's invitation, please arrive by tomorrow. Lord Hanzo will personally meet with you for negotiations. Yahiko responded seriously, understood. Please inform Lord Hanzo that I have received his message. The envoy nodded respectfully and left. For a moment, everyone in Akatsuki, including Yahiko and Nagato, was stunned by the overwhelming news. Not only had Hanzo chosen not to move against them, but he even wanted Akatsuki to serve as emissaries of peace between the land of rain and the 3 great nations. Nagato, I'm not dreaming, am I? Yahiko whispered. His lifelong dream was finally within reach. Nagato's heart swelled with joy and pride for his friend. Of course not, Yahiko. This is amazing, cried member Akatsuki, rushing up and tackling Yahiko with a hug. Your dream, our dream, is about to come true. Negotiating peace with the 3 great nations. Let's go. With Omega-kure's support, we can help others openly from now on. The other Akatsuki members swarmed Yahiko in excitement, their celebration turning into a full-on playful scuffle. Hey, hey. Stop pulling my hair. Yahiko laughed, struggling to escape the tangle of limbs. Breathing hard but smiling blissfully, he looked around at the friends who had thrown themselves into Akatsuki, heart and soul, in pursuit of the same ideals. After all the hardships, sacrifices, and long stretches without reward, it finally felt like the dawn of a new era for Akatsuki. Nagato looked at Yahiko and said, see. Everyone's willing to follow your ideals. You don't need to rely on power to lead. Nagato. Yahiko smiled and gripped his friend's outstretched hand tightly. You're right. We didn't make a mistake. I've decided. I'll accept Lord Hanzo's invitation. This could be a major turning point for Akatsuki. Once everyone had calmed down, Yahiko announced. Tomorrow, Nagato and I will go to the meeting. Member Akatsuki looked surprised. Huh? Are you sure? Let's all go together. But Yahiko just waved him off with a laugh. No need for a big group. We don't want to scare Lord Hanzo. Caught up in the excitement, no one thought to argue. He's right. Too bad Konan isn't here, someone muttered. Thinking of Jiraiya's team currently being shorthanded, Yahiko felt a pang of regret. I wish she could be here to hear the good news right away. Nagato said, we can write her a letter later. Yeah. Yahiko raised his hand high. Anyway. Today marks a huge step forward for Akatsuki. Tonight, forget the missions. Let's celebrate properly. Yeah, the members cheered. They splurged a hefty sum from the organization's funds to buy tables full of meat, wine, and dishes. With spirits high, the Akatsuki members drank late into the night, getting so drunk that by the early morning hours, they lay scattered around the main hall in various ridiculous poses. Nagato, who had only had a couple of small drinks, remained mostly sober. There were too many people to carry back one by one, and since everyone was trained as shinobi anyway, he figured it was fine to just let them sleep it off where they were. The sky was still dark. Nagato glanced over at Yahiko, who was dozing lightly against the wall. Yahiko hadn't drunk much either, he would definitely wake up on time for their meeting with Hanzo. Stepping outside the hideout, Nagato leaned against the railing on the second-floor walkway to get some fresh air. Nagato. A sudden voice behind him made every hair on Nagato's body stand on end. He whirled around instantly to see a masked man with only one eye showing. The man's presence alone made Nagato's skin crawl. You're. It was him again. He had appeared behind Nagato without making a sound, and Nagato hadn't sensed a thing. If the men had attacked just now, Nagato might already be dead. Obito spoke, trying once more to lure Nagato to his side. The world is about to change. Leave that naive fool Yahiko behind, and come work with me. This wasn't the first time Obito had approached him. But as long as Yahiko was around, Nagato had remained steadfast in his belief in Yahiko's ideals. Now, however, Hanzo and Danzo's plan was already in motion. Once Yahiko was dead, Nagato would lose his spiritual anchor. Controlling him afterward would be far easier. Honestly, a fool like Yahiko was destined to meet a tragic end in such a cruel world. Obito continued, if you keep following someone like Yahiko, you're all going to. To what? Nagato snapped. Yahiko's talk of peace through negotiation is just a fantasy, Obito said coldly. Even if you understand other people's pain, they'll never understand yours. The world won't allow it. Reality is cruel. You, who possess the Rinnegan, should know this better than anyone. No matter what you say, I believe in Yahiko's dream. Nagato's voice was unwavering. Even with death looming, his conviction didn't waver an inch. Obito fell silent for a moment. Well, it didn't matter. Soon enough, Nagato would see the truth of the world for himself. If one does not experience pain, can they ever truly see the reality of this world? Obito took a step toward Nagato. Playing tricks on purpose, his body phased right through Nagato. Even with the Rinnegan, in this regard, you're still just a mere mortal, Nagato. As his form was sucked back into the Kamui space, his final words echoed in Nagato's ears. Very well. Then let pain be your guide. Use those eyes to witness the true nature of this world. After what felt like an eternity. When he woke up, Nagato found himself alone. Yahiko soon appeared, having searched for him. There you are, Nagato. Seeing the stunned look on Nagato's face, Yahiko waved a hand in front of his eyes. What's wrong? Something happened. That man. What did he mean? One thing was clear, whoever he was, he seemed to oppose Yahiko's existence outright. Nagato shook his head. No. It's nothing. You sure? Yahiko didn't press him further. He just smiled and said. Get ready to move out. We shouldn't keep Lord Hanzo waiting. Nagato's mind kept replaying Obito's words. Was that man trying to warn them of danger? Nagato stared at Yahiko's infectious smile for a long moment, then nodded. Yeah. Let's go. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Jiraiya received a letter carried by a toad. It was a message from Orochimaru. Or rather, it had been written by Konan, one of his former students. The handwriting in the first half was unmistakably hers. After Konan's plea for help, the latter part of the letter came from none other than the Fourth Mizukage, Yagura. The contents were grim, Hanzo and Danzo were planning to attack the Akatsuki. Worse, Danzo had discovered Nagato's possession of the Rinnegan. The situation forced Jiraiya to put aside his search for his missing comrade Orochimaru. At the time, he happened to be near the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. Paying closer attention, he quickly noticed Konoha's root operatives secretly converging toward Omegakure. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. Though his 3 students had long since graduated from his tutelage, upon receiving this plea from Konan herself, Jiraiya wasted no time. He immediately set out for the Land of Rain. By the time morning passed, Yahiko and Nagato found themselves surrounded by both Omegakure shinobi and root agents from Konoha. The excitement they'd felt on the way here now plummeted into despair. Yahiko clicked his tongue in frustration and roared up toward the cliffs where Hanzo stood overlooking them. "What is the meaning of this, Lord Hanzo? Foolish brats. They actually came, and brought only one companion." Hanzo narrowed his eyes and issued a cold order, "Attack." The aim-nin obeyed instantly, rushing in from all sides. Damn it. Drawing his blade, Yahiko plunged into the oncoming tide of enemies. Elsewhere, atop a deserted ridge, Obito and White Zetsu emerged from the shadows. Before coming here, they had slaughtered the Akatsuki reinforcements who'd rushed to aid Yahiko and Nagato. No one would be interrupting now. White Zetsu cackled theatrically. "It's starting. Whoa, there's so many." "Shut up." Obito stared coldly at the battlefield. "Good. Witness reality. Abandon your foolish dreams. Awaken your Rinnegan, Nagato." Despite the fierce battle, only the Omegakure shinobi engaged. The root members hung back, even subtly retreating from the front lines. Thanks to Danzo's cowardice and self-serving tactics, Yahiko and Nagato remained alive for the moment. Amid the chaos, Nagato fought back savagely, overwhelming and killing several aim-nin. Individually, the aim-nin were weak. But their numbers stretched to the horizon. Despicable bastards. Yahiko was faring far worse. Struggling to parry attacks coming from every direction, he was quickly being worn down. As the battle dragged on, the two of them found themselves back to back. Faced with the reality that he might die here, and drag Nagato down with him, Yahiko's heart sank. "I'm sorry, Nagato. This is my fault." He wasn't the bridge to peace after all. He was just a fragile pillar, and his collapse was dragging the true bridge down with him. "Don't say that, Yahiko." Nagato caught sight of an aim-nin sneaking in from Yahiko's blind spot. Wind release, violent palm. With a roar, Nagato unleashed a massive wind blast, blowing back the enemy lines and giving them precious breathing room. "I've always believed in you," Nagato shouted. "Konan believes in you. Everyone in Akatsuki believes in you, our leader, Yahiko." Crash. The ground beneath their feet exploded as 2 monstrous black tendrils burst out, seizing Yahiko and Nagato by the neck. The sudden attack stunned even the surrounding aim-nin. The tendrils yanked the 2 back, dragging them out of the encirclement. Rough though it was, the rescue worked. Yahiko coughed violently, struggling for air. "Coo. Cough cough." Nagato was in no better shape, but when he saw who had grabbed them, hope flickered in his eyes. "Kakuzu-san." Kakuzu's cold gaze swept over the two, and he didn't bother hiding his scorn. "You two are complete idiots. If the Akatsuki members hadn't informed him, they'd already be dust by now." Jidamaru, from the supporting forces, clapped Yahiko on the back to help him breathe. "You all right, boss?" Embarrassed, Yahiko averted his gaze from Jidamaru's worried face. "I'm fine." Though he had suffered several injuries during the battle, none were fatal. Grateful, Yahiko looked at both Kakuzu and Jidamaru. "Thank you, Jidamaru, Kakuzu-san." Jidamaru had been jolted awake from his drunken stupor by a ninja mouse delivering urgent intel, reports of suspicious route movements near the Fire Country's border. He immediately set off, splitting from the others to bring Kakuzu for backup. "Good thing I got here in time," Jidamaru said proudly. "These legs of mine aren't just for show." Whoosh. Hanzo suddenly appeared in a blur, using his body flicker technique to arrive before them. Facing an enemy, and the real Hanzo no less, Yahiko and the others immediately went on alert. However, Hanzo's gaze locked solely onto Kakuzu. "You must be the reinforcement hired by Kirigakure, the rogue ninja of Takigakure, Kakuzu." Retracting the black threads into his body, Kakuzu said coldly. "Since the time of the first Hokage, you are the strongest opponent I've met, Hanzo the Salamander." Kakuzu gave a warning glance to Yahiko and the others. "Leave. I'll handle him." The chakra released by 2 Kage-level shinobi was overwhelming, leaving Yahiko and the others deeply shaken. Compared to this, their earlier fights with Kakuzu were child's play. Jidamaru immediately dropped any thought of staying behind to help. "No way, we're totally outmatched." Nagato grabbed Yahiko. "Retreat." We'll only get in his way. I'm sorry, Kakuzu-san. Gritting their teeth, Yahiko led Nagato and Jidamaru in retreat. Almost as soon as they left, Kakuzu and Hanzo's battle erupted with terrifying intensity. Seeing Yahiko trying to flee, Hanzo immediately summoned his giant venomous salamander, a beast on par with the great toads of Mount Myaboku. 3 black monster-like entities erupted from Kakuzu's back, each housing a different elemental heart, fire, wind, and lightning, to assist his assault. He kept 2 hearts, earth and water, for himself to maintain his personal combat ability and survivability. The battle between these 2 titans created a deadly vacuum zone where no one dared step. Both range shinobi and root members avoided the battlefield. Meanwhile, elite root operatives quickly caught up to Yahiko's group and surrounded them once again. This time, the enemy's pressure was far more intense than that of the common aim nin. Even Nagato found himself struggling in battle, while Yahiko and Jidamaru could barely defend themselves. This isn't good. If this keeps up. Nagato unleashed a wide-area wind release attack to temporarily push back their assailants while frantically searching for a solution. Kakuzu was tied up fighting Hanzo. There was no way Kakuzu could come to their rescue anytime soon. And Kirigakure wouldn't have stationed backup permanently in Omegakure either. The only hope left was the rest of Akatsuki. Yahiko's thinking matched Nagato's almost perfectly. Jidamaru. Where's everyone else? Jidamaru, sealing the enemy's movements with lime-style ninjutsu, shouted back. No idea. We split up after leaving the base. Based on the timeline. If Jidamaru had managed to reach Kakuzu for help, the others should have arrived by now. Best case scenario, they had been delayed by enemy forces. Worst case, they were probably already dead. But Yahiko and Jidamaru soon had no time to worry about their comrades. Under relentless assault from elite root members, they were barely holding on. Yahiko. Nagato caught a horrifying sight. Blood spurted from Yahiko's mouth, and his vision blurred. A Konoha shinobi had driven a kunai straight through his heart. Ra. Nagato raised a hand, unleashing a massive repulsive force that blasted away all incoming attacks and scattered the enemies around them. He sprinted forward in a blur, catching the collapsing Yahiko in his arms. Yahiko's eyes were rapidly losing their light. Root operatives immediately seized upon Nagato's momentary loss of fighting spirit and charged again. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball descended from the sky, cutting off the attackers. Who? Glad you asked. A mane of white hair flipped dramatically as the rescuer landed. Spreading his fingers wide and grinning boldly, he roared. The invincible legend of the Sannin. The white-haired toad sage. Jiraiya has arrived. Chapter 210, Chapter 209, Mere Mortal Wounds. One of the legendary Sannin. A disciple of the Third Hokage. The teacher of the Fourth Hokage. With such an illustrious background, Jiraiya's sudden appearance stunned the root ninja. Even if they only took orders from Danzo, it was impossible for them to attack Jiraiya without an explicit directive from the very top. Jiraiya's gaze swept over the 2 figures behind him, Nagato and Yahiko. Yahiko was already dead. Nagato, devastated by the death of his closest friend and guiding light, stood lost and dazed. His eyes reflected the shock and gratitude of reuniting with his old teacher and savior, but there was far more pain, the agony of losing his closest companion and his direction in life. If Jiraiya hadn't intervened just in time to save Nagato, if he hadn't shown him even the faintest glimmer of hope, then perhaps. Obito, this. White Zetsu, standing beside him, immediately sensed something wrong in his companion's mood. He opened his mouth but quickly fell silent. Jiraiya, a wild card they hadn't anticipated, had appeared out of nowhere. They had been so close. Just one step away. Nagato had almost fully awakened to the world's pain. Why did Jiraiya have to show up now? It wasn't just Obito asking the question, even Danzo Shimura wanted to know. The root ninja parted, clearing a path as Danzo stepped forward to confront Jiraiya head-on. Jiraiya's cold gaze locked onto one of the key culprits behind his disciple's death. Danzo. Yahiko and Nagato were my students. Your students, Danzo echoed flatly. He already knew that. Before they made their move, both Danzo and Hanzo had done their homework. The 3 leaders of the Akatsuki, originally helpless, powerless war orphans of Omegakure, had only risen to become capable ninja because of Jiraiya's mercy a decade ago. But Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were from the land of rain. After learning under Jiraiya, they hadn't served Konoha. There was a perfectly reasonable excuse. Danzo didn't fear Jiraiya. Wearing his ever-rigid expression, he stated coldly. Jiraiya, your students endangered Konoha's interests. Killing them was for the sake of the village. Jiraiya's eyes flicked once more to Nagato. He had taught these 3 children, victims of the endless wars between the land of fire and the land of rain, how to survive in this cruel world. Yahiko had been very much like him, an idealistic believer in peace. Or rather, Yahiko's ideals were shaped largely by Jiraiya's own teachings. Jiraiya didn't bother arguing with Danzo about what was for the good of Konoha. I'm taking Nagato with me. Of course, Danzo said easily. He didn't try to stop him. The real heart of Akatsuki had been Yahiko. It was Yahiko who had united those around him. With him dead, Nagato was just a lost, broken shinobi. And the fact that Jiraiya had shown up now, at this critical juncture, was both suspicious and inconvenient. But their goal was already accomplished. After weighing the pros and cons, Danzo decided he didn't want to completely alienate Jiraiya over this. Do as you please, Danzo said. Jiraiya didn't waste another second looking at that despicable old face. He turned around. His large, warm hand grasped Nagato's, and after sparing a mournful glance at Yahiko's closed eyes, he murmured a silent prayer. Let's go, Nagato. I'm sorry. I was too late. Nagato's world had already collapsed. Facing his teacher and savior, he could only nod dully, his eyes dead and hollow. Jiraiya reached out and gently took Yahiko's still warm body from Nagato's arms. He handed Yahiko over to Chidamaru. Please. Take care of Yahiko. Chidamaru accepted Yahiko's body carefully, his hands trembling. Why yes, sir. Jiraiya turned back, his voice seething with restrained fury. Danzo, once I'm back in Konoha, we're not finished. It wasn't just about Yahiko. If that old bastard Danzo hadn't colluded with Orochimaru, maybe Orochimaru wouldn't have been pushed away by Hiruzen and Minato. Maybe he wouldn't have left Konoha. Danzo leaned heavily on his cane but said nothing. Jiraiya held Nagato's hand tightly, guarding the two of them as they left that accursed place behind. Nagato was in no condition to even speak. Jiraiya had no choice but to ask Chidamaru for the location of the Akatsuki hideout. The three of them made their way to a relatively safe base hidden within a megakure. Outside, the rain continued to pour. Otherwise, the world was utterly silent. I'm going inside first, Chidamaru said quietly. He entered the hideout. Inside, he laid Yahiko's body carefully on a bed. Chidamaru's heart sank even deeper. None of the other Akatsuki members had returned to the base. All of them must have been ambushed. Outside. Jiraiya turned toward Nagato. His broad hand fell gently onto the boy's head, trying to offer him a little comfort. He drew a deep breath. Nagato. Nagato. Obito appeared, cutting him off. No matter how unexpected Jiraiya's arrival had been, Obito couldn't allow him to pull Nagato, who already had one foot in the next world, back from the brink. Nagato's body stiffened. He remembered the words he had been told before they set out that morning. Ideals. Pain. Power. Jiraiya immediately yanked Nagato behind him, shielding him, his instincts screaming that this masked man was just as dangerous as Danzo. Who are you? Jiraiya demanded. Obito raised a hand and declared calmly, I am Uchiha Madara. That single Sharingan I was real enough. But Jiraiya just sneered. What nonsense. Some little Uchiha brat dares to parade around using Madara's name. The real Uchiha Madara wouldn't be hiding behind a mask, too ashamed to show his face. He didn't bother arguing with Jiraiya about the authenticity of his identity. Neither Jiraiya nor the so-called identity mattered to his true objective. Sidestepping the white-haired Sannin, he fixed his lone eye firmly on Nagato. Nagato, join me. Walk alongside me. This world is brutally real and cruel. You need strength, and your strength can make this world feel true pain. This Uchiha was after Nagato's Rinnegan. Over my dead body. Jiraiya immediately caught the true intent hidden in Obito's words. With a swift movement, he formed a Rasengan in his palm and charged toward him. But his attack, along with his body, passed right through Obito without leaving a scratch. Think carefully about what I told you, Nagato. Obito began to absorb himself into the swirling spacetime vortex. Facing a ninja of Jiraiya's caliber, Obito wasn't ready for a direct confrontation yet. All he needed was to plant the seed in Nagato's heart. Nagato would come looking for him sooner or later. Because of Obito's bizarre spacetime jutsu and the lack of solid intel, Jiraiya chose not to recklessly pursue him, allowing Obito to safely vanish before their eyes. Jiraiya shot a questioning glance at Chidamaru, but the latter shook his head firmly. I don't know that guy. However, judging from the exchange just now, it was obvious that this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara had already sought out Nagato before. One storm barely passed before another began brewing. Jiraiya had no choice but to take this new unknown enemy seriously. The power of Nagato's Rinnegan must not fall into the dangerous man's hands. Stepping past Chidamaru, Jiraiya crouched down, grabbing Nagato's shoulders and staring straight into his eyes. Nagato, who was that just now? Nagato didn't respond. His head hung low, trapped in inner turmoil. That man. That Uchiha Madara wasn't wrong. Yahiko's ideals, they were just ideals after all. True peace could only be achieved through overwhelming power. And his Rinnegan was that power. Yahiko had thought the same way once, hadn't he? Nagato. The emotions on Nagato's face were painfully raw. Confusion, helplessness, slowly giving way to madness and obsession. Jiraiya watched in horror as his disciple's unstable emotions began to settle, but in the wrong direction. He couldn't let Nagato spiral any further. Steeling himself, Jiraiya flickered behind Nagato and raised his hand for a swift karate chop. Sorry, kid, you need to cool off first. He would explain everything once Konan returned. With Yahiko dead, only Konan had any hope of pulling Nagato back. But a hand shot out from a distance, intercepting Jiraiya's descending blow. Startled, Chidamaru cried out as he saw the newcomer, finally feeling a glimmer of hope. Kakuzu-san. Jiraiya withdrew his hand. Kakuzu, meanwhile, sensed that Jiraiya held no killing intent toward Nagato, easing up slightly. He had been locked in a fierce battle with Hanzo and wasn't aware of what had happened afterward. After disengaging, he searched in the direction Nagato's group had fled, and found no one, so he returned here. Chidamaru, trembling, noticed the 3 bloody holes in Kakuzu's body. Kakuzu-san, why you're hurt? Just lost 3 hearts. Nothing I can't replace later, Kakuzu said indifferently. Shame I couldn't kill that demigod. 300 million Ryo bounty, gone to waste. After quickly getting up to speed on the situation, Kakuzu locked eyes with the most dangerous person present, Jiraiya. What the hell happened here? Jiraiya calmly introduced himself. I'm Jiraiya, Nagato's mentor. Jiraiya. Kakuzu repeated the name, frowning slightly. Familiar. Oh, 200 million Ryo. You're that guy. Excuse me. The bounty on your head, from the underground exchange. The black tendrils on Kakuzu's body twitched restlessly. A 200 million Ryo target standing right in front of him, it was tempting. But with 3 hearts lost, Kakuzu knew better than to pick a fight now. He restrained himself and calmed down. Ah, I see. It was the first time Jiraiya had been addressed like that. Scratching his head, he asked. And you are? I'm Kakuzu. Mercenary and nominal member of Akatsuki. Kakuzu's gaze swept across the 3 people in front of him. The headcount was the same as when he'd separated from them, 3 people, but one had been swapped out for a white-haired 200 million Ryo figure. Kakuzu's expression darkened. Where's Yahiko? Jiraiya's heart sank. Oh crap. Of all things, he had to bring that up. No one said anything, but the shifting looks on their faces told Kakuzu everything he needed to know. Follow me. Chidamaru led them to Yahiko's bedside. Jiraiya kept a close eye on Nagato. Normally calm and composed, Nagato now completely lost control. Faced with the death of someone dearest to him, he howled in anguish. Jiraiya realized with a heavy heart that, after being apart from his students for so long, his words might not have the same weight they once did. Their only hope lay in Konan's return to help anchor Nagato's collapsing world. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes. Heart injury. Yeah. A fatal blow straight to the heart. A twisted smile appeared on Kakuzu's face. Hasn't been dead long. Looks like today's my lucky day. A mere fatal wound. Kakuzu had survived death 4 times over. Without another word, Kakuzu stretched out his hand. Black threads sprouted from his arms, extending into Yahiko's chest wound. None of them truly understood Kakuzu's abilities, so no one could tell what he was doing. Still, in that moment, hope flickered in the dark, hollow hearts of the 3 onlookers. Could Yahiko still be saved? In the battle against Hanzo, Kakuzu's fire, wind, and lightning hearts had been destroyed. Hanzo hadn't gotten off easy either, falling prey to Kakuzu's fake death and suffering serious injuries. Kakuzu now had only 2 hearts left. He reserved the earth heart for himself. The water heart, however, detached from his body, traveled through the black threads and into Yahiko's body. The pain of losing another heart made Kakuzu frown. Good thing you're lucky too, kid. Fortunately, Yahiko's primary chakra attribute matched the heart Kakuzu still had. Replacing Yahiko's ruined heart, Kakuzu used his black threads to reconnect the new heart with the body's blood vessels. The dead heart was removed. Kakuzu stitched up the surgical incision with his black threads. Slowly, bodily functions, deprived of energy and blood flow, began stirring again under the vigorous beating of a new heart. Yahiko's deathly pale face gradually regained color. It worked. Jiraiya stared at Kakuzu in astonishment. A jutsu that could bring someone back from death. Though he'd lost 1 heart, Kakuzu considered it a fair trade. Heh, 500 million Rio saved. 70 plus years of living, and this is the first time I've ever given away one of my own hearts. Unbelievable. Back at the Akatsuki hideout, for the first time in a long while, Nagato finally spoke up. Kakuzu-san. Jidamaru crawled to the bedside, practically in tears. Yahiko. Why Yahiko? From the haze of confusion, Yahiko slowly opened his eyes. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't I dead? Above him was a familiar ceiling. Turning his head toward the voices, he saw two tear-streaked, familiar yet unfamiliar faces. Nagato. Yahiko tried to call out, but all that came out was a croaky, broken sound. Eee. Ya. His vocal cords hadn't fully healed yet. Seeing Yahiko awake and uttering a sound, Nagato trembled and gently pounced on him. Yahiko. Thank goodness. Kakuzu winced, feeling second-hand pain. Oi, red-haired brat, be gentle. Through Nagato's retelling, Yahiko slowly pieced together what had happened after his death, why Jiraiya-sensei had appeared, and how Kakuzu had saved his life. Unable to speak yet, Yahiko directed a grateful look at Jiraiya first. Had it not been for Jiraiya, Nagato and Konan might have been lost as well. Then he turned to Kakuzu, gratitude written all over his face. My mission from Kirigakure, Kakuzu said blandly, was to ensure the survival of you three, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. His gaze drifted upwards, as if imagining himself swimming in a sea of money. Though I lost 300 million and 200 million Rio, the 500 million Rio mission is still intact. Jiraiya was dumbstruck. 500 million. What kind of absurd world was this where his three students were worth more than him combined? Yahiko, Nagato, and Jidamaru were equally floored. Jidamaru stammered. Kakuzu-san, but didn't you say, 50 million? They had seen bounties in the tens of millions for powerful jonin before. But over 100 million. 500 million. That was astronomical. Way above even Jiraiya's bounty. 50 million. That was Kirigakure paying me to protect their economic interests against Amigakure's interference, Kakuzu scoffed. That Mizukage sure knows how to waste money, tossing so much onto your heads. He cast a skeptical look at Yahiko and Nagato. Are you even worth that much? It sounded suspiciously like he was insulting them. Yahiko and the others scratched their heads awkwardly, chuckling sheepishly. Meanwhile, Jiraiya glanced at Nagato's Rinnegan, mind racing. Could it be that elusive Mizukage knew about the Rinnegan? Was that why he placed such a heavy bounty on these kids? Kakuzu had no intention of lingering in the spotlight. He retreated to his private room in Akatsuki's base, citing the loss of 4 hearts as a solid excuse no one could refute. Akatsuki had always kept a personal room reserved for Kakuzu. His clothes were riddled with holes. He pulled a new set from the closet and changed. In the mirror, his battered body reflected back at him. On the nightstand, a delicate paper flower stood proudly in a vase Kakuzu had bought for 999 Rio. Chapter 211, Chapter 210, Pointing the Way Forward. 2 days later. Yahiko was finally able to get out of bed and began dealing with the aftermath of his own recklessness and naivete. Nagato took charge and summoned back all the scattered Akatsuki members throughout the Land of Rain. He needed to consolidate their forces and avoid being wiped out by rogue rain ninja. Meanwhile, Jidamaru set out from their base, heading toward the area where the others had been traveling to, hoping to find any surviving Akatsuki members. In a remote and eerie forest, he discovered signs of battle. But Obito and White Zetsu had already removed all the bodies, for their own use. They didn't even leave a single corpse behind for the Akatsuki to bury. The worst-case scenario had come true. Other than Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, and the lucky survivor Jidamaru, the rest of the Akatsuki stationed at their base were all dead. It was the heaviest loss the Akatsuki had suffered since its founding. Rain still poured relentlessly over the Land of Rain. In a small graveyard, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, along with the Akatsuki members who had returned from their missions, erected tombstones for the fallen. Cold rain drenched them as they stood in silence. Jiraiya and Kakuzu stood behind them, one on each side. Under Shometsu's treacherous ambush, Hanzo had been seriously wounded by Kakuzu. Danzo, realizing the risk, didn't dare make a move against Jiraiya, not with his power and identity. Since then, Danzo and Hanzo's ninja hadn't dared provoke Akatsuki again. The mood was somber, but everyone carried themselves with composure. After all, what Yahiko and the others were experiencing now, Jiraiya and Kakuzu had both been through before. The pain of loss. It was a cruel trial every shinobi had to face in this world. Would they rise from it? Or drown in madness? Just as Kato Dan and Nawaki had once shaped Tsunade's fate. Jiraiya's thoughts drifted to the Uchiha who had appeared before Nagato. That Uchiha had likely experienced the same kind of suffering. Tsunade had chosen to abandon the world, while that Uchiha had chosen to forsake it entirely. If Jiraiya hadn't arrived in time to save Nagato, hadn't held him back. If Kakuzu hadn't miraculously pulled Yahiko back from the brink of death, Nagato might have accepted that man's ideology by now. If the Rinnegan's power were ever twisted toward evil, peace in the shinobi world would be in grave danger. Thank you, Kakuzu. Jiraiya spoke plainly. As their teacher, I failed to protect them. So that thank you, it's both from them and from me. No need. Kakuzu glanced at Jiraiya's outstretched hand, empty as expected, and showed no interest. You, me, we're all just pawns. Over the past 2 days, Jiraiya had already explained to Yahiko and Nagato how he'd managed to show up at the perfect time. It wasn't luck. It was thanks to Konan, who had sent word from far, far away. Mentioning this made Jiraiya's expression tighten a little. Actually, it wasn't just Konan. It was the one who orchestrated everything, Yagura, the fourth Mizukage. A leaf shinobi, willingly acting as a pawn for a Mizukage. Not exactly a topic Jiraiya was thrilled to talk about. But unlike Jiraiya, Kakuzu wasn't from the leaf. He hadn't been used. Jiraiya had been roped in for free. Kakuzu, on the other hand, had 500 million ryo on the line. Even his mask couldn't hide the smirk curling up at the corners of his mouth. Konan returned to the Akatsuki base later that afternoon. Her first visit was to Nagato and Jiraiya. Yahiko had locked himself in his room, reflecting on what had happened. He answered her when she called, but he refused to come out. After exchanging a few words with Nagato, Konan sighed. She understood how deeply this failure and its price had shaken Yahiko's ideals. Jiraiya finally spoke. Konan, Nagato. Let Yahiko have some time alone. Yes, sensei. Konan turned to Nagato. I want to go check on the others. Nagato nodded. All right, I'll go with you. The two of them quickly came to an agreement, then turned to seek permission from their elders. Nagato looked at Jiraiya. Konan, however, glanced toward Yagura. Naturally, the one who had come with Konan wasn't Yagura's real body, just a water clone. Still, Yagura could feel Jiraiya's sharp gaze trailing his back, as if he were guarding against him and trying to steal his disciple. From the moment Yagura stepped foot in the Akatsuki base, Jiraiya had kept a close eye on him. Yagura was getting used to it. It was just a clone anyway, Jiraiya couldn't actually do anything. He gave Konan a nod. Go on. Your teacher and I have some private matters to discuss. Konan bowed to him first, then turned and said goodbye to Jiraiya before leaving with Nagato and several Akatsuki members to the graveyard. Outside Yahiko's room, only Yagura and Jiraiya remained. They stepped a bit farther away, not wanting to disturb him. Yagura shrugged. The famous Jiraiya, huh? The way you're staring at me, I'm starting to get a little nervous. You can ease up, can't you? We're on the same side this time. Though Jiraiya wandered the world writing books, just as the toads of Mount Mayaboku had prophesied, he wasn't entirely detached from the major affairs of the shinobi nations. He'd kept a close eye on recent changes in the Land of Fire and the shifts in public sentiment. Through those, he'd come to understand what kind of person Yagura was. So tell me, Jiraiya said flatly. What exactly are you after this time? Like Yahiko and the others, Jiraiya's vision of peace leaned toward peace for Konoha. My goal. Yagura raised an eyebrow. I don't see how that's your concern. I'm not obligated to explain myself to a leaf ninja. Jiraiya pressed on. You're after Nagato's Rinnegan too, aren't you? He was worried Nagato would be lured away by Kirigakure. Though it seemed unlikely given his heart remained with the Land of Rain, the possibility couldn't be ruled out, especially after what had happened with Konan. That was something Jiraiya absolutely couldn't allow. Yagura chuckled. Clearly, Jiraiya already knew. So why ask? If the power of the Rinnegan couldn't be used for one's own purpose, then it had to be destroyed. But of course, it'd be better to take it. And Yagura believed he had the advantage. That's why he'd come to Omegakure. The man who had operated in the shadows had stepped into the light. 2. Yagura shifted the focus of the conversation. Oh. So you've met that Uchiha, the one calling himself Madara. Jiraiya's attention was successfully diverted. Even though he suspected Yagura's true intentions, his concern over that Uchiha took precedence. What do you know? Not much. Yagura was happy to share a little intel here. He came looking for trouble. I killed one of his most trusted henchmen. Our Kirigakure decoding unit pulled info from that guy's memory. That Uchiha, who calls himself Madara, wants to use the Rinnegan to gather all the tailed beasts and force the world under his rule. Half-truths, half-lies. Yagura was a master manipulator. He placed a hand over the seal on his stomach. You know, I'm a Jinchuriki myself. I see. Jiraiya believed him, he had to. It was the only way to make sense of how a Mizukage from far-off Kirigakure could know that Uzumaki Nagato from Omegakure possessed the Rinnegan. Nagato hadn't yet awakened the full power of the Rinnegan, nor had he used its ocular techniques publicly. The information had never leaked, not even Hanzo had known. You call that not knowing much? Jiraiya muttered. Yagura gave a modest smile. Whether as a Jinchuriki or as the Mizukage, I won't stand by and let that Uchiha run wild. Agreed. Nagato can't fall to the dark side. On that point, Jiraiya genuinely had to thank Yagura. For now, he had saved his disciple, preventing the tragedy where none of his students survived. For the future, Yagura might have saved Jiraiya's life. He wouldn't need to play the intelligence gatherer forever. Having established a rough alliance, Yagura then calmly overturned it. That's why I came here, he said. And now that they're safe, I'll be taking the Rinnegan for myself. Yagura turned toward Yahiko's room. 1 second, they were chatting. The next, the mask slipped and the knife came out. Jiraiya immediately crouched. Mizukage. I knew you wouldn't come without a reason. Earth-style, swamp of the underworld. The floor beneath Yagura's feet turned to a mire, trapping him in place. He couldn't move forward. Yagura sighed and looked back. You can't stop me, Jiraiya. You have no choice. No say. Maybe, as his teacher, you could try to do what I'm doing. But you're from Konoha. And what of it? Jiraiya snapped. He wasn't about to give up on the land of rain just because it wasn't his homeland. He refused to believe Konoha was weaker than Kirigakure. If Yagura thought his village could do what Konoha couldn't, he was wrong. Have you forgotten how you even met those 3 kids? Why they became war orphans in the first place? Wasn't it because of the war waged by Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure? Those bitter words hit hard. Jiraiya clenched his jaw. Yagura continued, all right, fine, let's set aside old history. There's another reason. You have Danzo Shimura in Konoha. I have me in the mist. Whoosh. Just as Yagura finished speaking, a wave of murderous intent burst out behind Jiraiya. A fist flew through the air toward him. Caught off guard, Jiraiya had no choice but to cancel his jutsu and dodge. The earth-shattering punch smashed a hole in the floor. The attacker? Kakuzu, the very man Jiraiya had thanked just hours ago. Kakuzu. You. Kakuzu rolled his shoulder. I only work for money. 500 million ryo wasn't enough. Jiraiya turned to Yagura, furious. A rogue ninja. Kirigakure must be swimming in stolen wealth, from Konoha and Sunagakure, no doubt. If Kakuzu hadn't intervened, Yagura might have broken free on his own. Yagura looked at him. I'm broke. Didn't add a thing. Kakuzu didn't deny the latter half of Yagura's comment. I made my own judgment. If those 3 kids want to survive, they've got a better chance with the Mizukage than with Konoha. So this is for Yahiko and the others. Yagura mentally translated Kakuzu's words. Heh. This old man was starting to sound like a doting grandpa. Unlike Yagura, who was feeling quite pleased after uncovering the truth. Jiraiya was just short of cursing out loud, Kakuzu, you bastard. Kakuzu's so-called neutral stance was perfectly illustrated by his indifferent comment. Let those 3 kids decide their future. That night, Konan and Nagato returned from the graveyard after paying respects to their fallen comrades. Yagura personally came over, joining Konan to drag Yahiko out of his room. It was like trying to stir a stagnant pool, no response whatsoever. Then Yagura dropped the harshest line of the day. Kakuzu, your turn. If he still won't come out, then just consider him dead. 500 million ryo down the drain, plus 4 of your hearts. Despite grumbling that Yagura was violating their original agreement, Kakuzu still rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Hey! Get out here. You can't afford to owe me that much. Everyone. At the very last moment before the day ended, under the weight of that threat, Yahiko finally emerged. After dinner, Yagura sat down with Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan for a serious talk. Jiraiya and Kakuzu stood watch on either side like silent guardians. After this last battle, Akatsuki had lost nearly half its fighting force. Yagura spoke with an air of command. Yahiko. From now on, Akatsuki still needs you at the helm. Yahiko clenched his teeth, rejecting it with difficulty. Lord Mizukage. I'm afraid I'm no longer suited to lead. I don't think I have what it takes. Yagura didn't mince words. You want Nagato to be the new leader, don't you? Yes. This wasn't just something he'd said privately to Nagato. Now, in front of everyone, Yahiko admitted it aloud, and seemed much more at ease because of it. I'm not the right person to lead anymore. Nagato's voice rose in protest. Yahiko, Akatsuki's leader has always been you. Everyone, me, Conan, we've always followed you. Conan stood by him too, offering her unwavering trust as always. Yahiko, don't blame yourself too much. Blame is exactly what's needed, Yagura cut in, correcting her bluntly. He didn't believe Yahiko's past ideals had been right, they were far too naive. And that was exactly why Yahiko had fallen into Hanzo of the Salamander's trap, a trap so childish it was almost insulting. Even if Hanzo hadn't struck such a blow to Akatsuki, if Yahiko had continued down the path of idealism, failure and death were inevitable. Peace isn't won through reason and talk. It only exists within the range of a cannon. Then Yagura laid out the road ahead for the three of them. You want peace? Then there's only one way, your power must be strong enough to force peace. By holding back that power, you create deterrence. That's how you make sure no neighboring country dares start a war. Even before the Hanzo incident, Yahiko had been considering stepping down and handing the leadership to Nagato, the one with the Rinnegan. Hanzo had shattered his ideals with harsh reality. Now, Yagura had come to show them the way to rebuild from the ruins. Yahiko. As I said, Akatsuki still needs you as its leader. That doesn't need to change. When Yahiko opened his mouth to object again, Yagura shut it down. Nagato and Conan follow you. You have the charisma, the leadership presence. Don't sell yourself short. Believe in yourself. That affirmation, from the Mizukage, no less, hit home. It was like someone had injected him with a dose of pure motivation. Naivety comes with your age. Yagura chuckled, thinking of himself. Who hasn't been naive once? Ah. Everyone in the room had the same thought. That might not be the best time to say that, considering you're probably the youngest person here. Yagura let Yahiko process things on his own for now. Then he turned to Nagato. Nagato, this part is for you. Nagato held his breath. For the sake of Akatsuki, you must let go of your fear of the Rinnegan. Learn to master its power. If Yahiko was Akatsuki's spiritual guide, then Nagato was its nuclear arsenal. Master the Rinnegan. And kill Hanzo of the Salamander. The room went silent with shock. Yagura didn't hold back, painting a bold vision for Akatsuki, or rather, for Nagato himself. Once you've done that, no one will control you ever again. You won't need to run from place to place, patching holes while getting sneered at. Every word struck a nerve, touching the core of Akatsuki's long-standing pain. Let Hanzo go to hell. The scale of their ambitions suddenly expanded. Then your ideals, your vision, can finally be realized openly, right here in the land of rain. You'll protect peace in this land with your own hands. Yagura turned to Conan. Conan, remember the sights you saw in the land of water? Don't you want to see the same thing happen here? For a moment, the young woman who had studied abroad in Kirigakure froze, then her eyes lit up with hope. Yahiko, the ideological leader. Nagato, the military might. Conan, the head of internal affairs. In Kirigakure, Yagura had carried the roles of both the first two himself. The elder Ginshur handled the administrative side. But there was still one more crucial element, an external ally. A partner who stayed true to their beliefs. Kirigakure lacked one. Sunagakure was unreliable. Kumogakure didn't qualify. And right now, Akatsuki, still weak, desperately needed one too. Yagura smiled warmly and extended his hand. In the name of the Mizukage, Kirigakure will be Akatsuki's strongest ally. Chapter 212, Chapter 211, Ally with the distant, strike the near. The path Yagura had laid out was still too urbanized for Yahiko and the others to fully grasp. It would take time to process. But there was no rush, after all, the one loafing around here was just a clone. The real Yagura had returned to his office, buried in work. The clone lounged back in his chair, thinking smugly that the real one was a bit of a fool. If he were the original, he'd send the clone to do the paperwork while he went out to relax. Still, clone or not, they were both Yagura. Note, kids watching from Kirigakure, please don't imitate these dangerous ideas. The key was not getting caught. If a Kage casually set foot in another nation's territory, it could easily spark an international incident. Being a Kage can be convenient, but it's also a liability sometimes. Time passed bit by bit. A pen twirled idly between his fingers. Yagura tipped his chin toward the trio. Well. Have you decided? If not, I can give you a little more time. Ever since they started dealing with Kirigakure, this wasn't the first, or even second, time they had received such patience and goodwill. Yahiko waved his hands quickly, a bit flustered. And no need. They were just nameless nobodies in this world. He was one of the 5 Kage. Yagura smiled. No need to be nervous. I've already invested this much time and effort into you 3. A little more won't hurt. What lay before them was the choice, whether or not to accept the path Yagura offered. Would Yahiko continue to lead the Akatsuki? Would Nagato embrace the Rinnegan and master its power? Would Konan fully align herself with Kirigakure and begin learning from them? After settling their nerves, all three nodded, giving Yagura their answer. As the de facto spokesperson, Yahiko stepped forward. We. Akatsuki won't let you down, Lord Mizukage. With a clear goal of overthrowing Hanzo the Salamander, Nagato met Yagura's eyes with newfound resolve. With Yahiko and Konan by my side, I can master the Rinnegan. Konan, already familiar with Yagura and having spoken with him at length on the way here, didn't add anything. Her decision had been made before this meeting even began. Good. Yagura let out a breath of relief. Akatsuki's situation was finally settled. His early investments, both in time and resources, had paid off. In fact, the returns far exceeded his expectations. He owed that to Konan. Yahiko and Nagato's acceptance likely hinged heavily on her support. He also owed a thank you to Orochimaru, and even to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato. It was because of their political victories in Konoha that Danzo and Orochimaru were forced to leave the village to avoid confrontation. The restless Danzo had gone to the Land of Rain, joining forces with Hanzo to strike at Akatsuki. Orochimaru came to Kirigakure, which allowed Yagura to get in touch with Jiraiya, just in time to pull Nagato back from the edge. In this twisted version of angel investing, Yagura had secured 3 future powerhouses and loyal allies for Kirigakure. Akatsuki, weak as they were now, were deeply grateful for the timely aid that had saved them. And Yagura himself was equally pleased. He couldn't help but smile. Kirigakure welcomes Akatsuki. You are reliable, trustworthy friends. And in terms of potential, you're top tier. I look forward to the day you overthrow Hanzo and become the true leaders of Omegakure. With that, he casually brushed aside the so-called demigod Hanzo. Which explains why a Kage stepping into another nation's territory was such a big deal. It really was dangerous. Though this wasn't the first bold thing he'd said, Yahiko and the others still found themselves stunned. Yagura, the dangerous person, made his position clear. When that day comes, Omegakure will be Kirigakure's closest ally. Closer than even Sunagakure or Kimogakure. Kimogakure had long been second best, always aiming for the top. With Konoha still sitting on its throne, they were currently focused on that fight. But once Kirigakure kicked Konoha off its pedestal, Kimogakure would shift its strategy. Sunagakure, on the other hand, had declined beyond repair. In a few more years, Yagura was confident he could turn them into a full-on puppet state. Kirigakure plus Sunagakure plus Akatsuki's Omegakure, this was the blueprint in Yagura's mind. And now, most of it was already in place. After the meeting, Yahiko and the others went back to regroup with the rest of Akatsuki's members for an internal conference. Kakuzu followed as well. With everything wrapped up, Yagura prepared to dispel his clone. Wait. Mizukage. Jiraiya called out, his face dark. As a Konoha shinobi and the one who had trained those 3 Omegakure kids, seeing them now snatched up by Kirigakure stung more than he could admit. Nagato had begun unlocking the power of the Rinnegan. If he really did overthrow Hanzo in the next few years and took over Omegakure, then Konoha would be in danger. Just imagining the consequences was enough to make Jiraiya's skin crawl. His past actions may very well have planted a future threat to Konoha's safety. What is it, Jiraiya? Yagura hadn't yet released the seal for his clone. He just smiled and said. Bit late to stop me now, isn't it? The foundation of Akatsuki had already been set. The moment those words left his mouth, Jiraiya's face darkened further. He and Kakuzu had both attended the meeting, but only as observers. Kakuzu had watched him like a hawk the whole time. Jiraiya scratched his head in frustration. Sigh. Head itchy. Headache. More importantly, the tide had already turned. As their former teacher, he should have been grateful to Yagura for saving his 3 students. Yagura chuckled at Jiraiya's inner turmoil. Didn't you leave Konoha to travel the world and write books? I've read Make Out Paradise, by the way. The action scenes were not bad. He should have been happy to receive praise for his writing, but coming from Yagura, it just made him feel guilty. That book's not exactly appropriate for someone your age. As soon as he said it, Jiraiya remembered, Yagura was younger than Yahiko and the others. No one tells me what I can or can't read, Yagura said with a sigh. Not even you, author-san. He exhaled and got back to the point. All right. If you're here to thank me as their teacher, I'll just say, you're welcome. But if you're speaking as a Konoha shinobi, well, then you're just asking for trouble. There's nothing you can do now. Even Jiraiya, watching how much Yagura had invested into Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, couldn't help but admire his foresight, decisiveness, and boldness. With so many sugar-coated incentives laid out, how could those 3 not be swayed? Yagura had treated them with genuine sincerity. He had extended a hand when no one else would. In return, they gave him their loyalty. Jiraiya had to work hard just to catch up to the thought process of this younger Kage. If Kirigakure and Omegakure form an alliance, what does that mean for Konoha? Oh. Thinking about Konoha now. Fine. I'll humor you, for the sake of Make-out Paradise. Yagura smirked, completely unfazed. Back to what we were saying before the meeting, you're their teacher, yet Konoha and Akatsuki could never be allies. Why? Because from the very beginning, Konoha lost too much to Kirigakure. There's decades of blood between Konoha and Omegakure. Entangled interests. Just recently, Danzo made an enemy of Akatsuki. But Kirigakure? We have none of that history. Yahiko and the others are loyal to Omegakure. They could never join Konoha. Once they grow stronger, they will inevitably pose a threat to neighboring Konoha. But I'm not asking them to become Kirigakure shinobi. I'm letting them fight for their own nation. To be fair, Danzo really was doing what he thought was best for Konoha. Yagura shrugged, then looked Jiraiya in the eye. So let me ask you this, as their teacher, your best option might be to kill all three of them right now. That's the only way to eliminate the threat. Chapter 213, Chapter 212, Teacher and Student. Doing the same thing as Danzo. Killing Yahiko and the others here, cutting off the chance that they'd grow up to become a threat to Konoha. From the perspective of a loyal Konoha shinobi, this was exactly what Jiraiya should have done. But because he is Jiraiya, because he isn't just a shinobi of Konoha, but a far more complex man, he couldn't bring himself to do it. If he were that kind of person, he wouldn't have taken in 3 orphans from the Land of Rain 10 years ago as his students. Tsunade and Orochimaru had completely different attitudes back then. There had to be another way. Both busy men, Yagura and Jiraiya, departed from the Akatsuki base one after another. Yagura dispelled his clone. As the memories of the clone returned to the real Yagura, a visible smile crossed his face. This was the best news he'd received in years, without a doubt. As for Jiraiya, a flicker of something unreadable passed through Yagura's eyes. Always stopping halfway, he trained Yahiko and the others, but never made sure they fully turned away from hostility toward Konoha. He saw that they cared more about the Land of Rain than Konoha. He even realized Nagato had the Rinnegan, yet he still didn't clean house as a loyal Konoha shinobi. Jiraiya had a kind of romantic idealism in his bones. It was one of a kind in the shinobi world. That was why people were so drawn to him. But from a realist standpoint, that very idealism would end up hurting both Konoha and himself. What's done is done. What can you do now, Jiraiya? Yagura quickly jotted down instructions for Kirigakure's next operations in the Land of Rain. Hanzo's latest moves had made his stance crystal clear, he was pushing back against Kirigakure's economic incursion. Until Nagato mastered the power of the Rinnegan and grew into a real threat, Kirigakure would temporarily scale back their activities in the Land of Rain. The next strategic focus would be the Land of Wind and Sunagakure. Previously, the Land of Wind had signed a trade agreement with the Land of Water, granting complete tariff exemptions on all imports. With the war over, Kirigakure flooded the market with high-quality handicrafts at prices far lower than Sunagakure's local goods. They were crushing the competition. Sunagakure was utterly powerless to fight back. In contrast, on Konoha's side, Minato Namikaze had proven himself capable, cutting his losses on irretrievable D-rank missions and switching to a new model of revenue generation. But even that couldn't compare with what Kirigakure had pulled off. Konoha had deep foundations, but they'd been forced to play catch-up. They copied every one of Kirigakure's business models, slapped a "Made in Fire Country" label on them, and slowly clawed back the market that Kirigakure had taken while they were distracted. Minato Namikaze. An undeniably formidable opponent. Yagura rose from his seat and stretched, glancing westward through the window, toward Konoha. Jiraiya, you're not willing to kill Yahiko and the others. That means there's only one person left who can solve this problem, your 4th student, the one who became Hokage. The most outstanding of them all. In front of Minato Namikaze, no one else could truly be called a genius. After leaving the Land of Rain, Jiraiya returned directly to Konoha. As one of the legendary Sannin, he encountered no resistance and was waved through every checkpoint straight into the Hokage's office, where he met his student, 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. They hadn't even finished 3 cups of tea when Jiraiya got straight to the point, laying out everything that had happened in the Land of Rain, including the situation with his 3 former students. The Rinnegan, huh? So that's what's got you so shaken. Minato immediately understood. His eyes darkened with concern. While Jiraiya had focused on describing Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, and the implications of the Rinnegan, Minato had picked up on another key detail, one Jiraiya had only mentioned in passing. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura. So it's the Mizukage again. Since assuming the role of Hokage, Minato had been juggling 4 major responsibilities. Domestically, the post-war recovery efforts following the Third Great Ninja War, and the power struggle with Danzo, the Konoha elders, and even Hiruzen Sarutobi. Externally, constant provocations from the Fourth Raikage of Kimogakure, not just militarily, but diplomatically and economically, and an unprecedented economic infiltration from Yagura and Kirigakure. Among them, the internal political battles were the most frustrating. These were Konoha's own people he was up against, and the power struggle affected every other area of his work. Even being able to implement Kirigakure-style projects was only possible because the elders had seen themselves missing out on the benefits and begrudgingly agreed. "So you met the Mizukage, huh?" Minato said with a note of regret. "I'd like to meet him myself someday, but all my diplomatic invitations have been rejected." Jiraiya frowned. "That kid, not someone to take lightly." Minato nodded. "I understand that much already." After the war, Kirigakure had revealed its true strength. The village had reinstated the bloodline clans it once suppressed, introduced a new generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and was shedding its bloody mist reputation in favor of one that emphasized raw power. And it was expanding its forces non-stop. "Jiraiya-sensei, you don't need to worry too much about the Akatsuki." Minato had already honed in on the key issue. "From what you've said, they are like you, ninjas who believe in peace." He saw through Hanzo's trap for what it was. If Yahiko had fallen for it, it only confirmed the kind of man Hanzo was. "Konoha has both you and me," Minato said calmly. "Surely they won't be against maintaining peace with Konoha, right?" Jiraiya's eyes lit up. Right. How had he forgotten Yahiko's ideals? He panicked, so overwhelmed by the standard political patterns of nations on the continent that he'd assumed an alliance with Kirigakure meant Rain would become an enemy. "You're right." Jiraiya exhaled deeply and looked at Minato with clear approval, inwardly smug, as expected of my student. Yahiko was alive again. And the one most rattled by this wasn't Hanzo or Danzo, it was Uchiha Obito. Sitting alone in the underground hideout, Obito's face was grim. Nagato had gotten his idealistic friend, his guiding light, back. There was no way he'd ever turn to Obito now. And without the Rinnegan's power, Obito alone couldn't hope to capture all the tailed beasts. He couldn't even defeat the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. Danzo and Hanzo, those so-called titans, couldn't even manage to kill one Yahiko. And Obito himself? He couldn't assassinate Yahiko personally. If he did, Nagato would turn on him first. Jiraiya. Kakuzu. Nagato had gotten lucky, he hadn't really lost Yahiko. Their old master Jiraiya had even come back to save them. And Yahiko was luckier still. He had literally come back from the dead. These two carried something Obito didn't, good fortune. It would be a long time before another chance like this would come. Obito was completely thrown off. 2 major failures back to back. And this was just the beginning. With a Kamui distortion, he vanished from the underground base, and reappeared outside the Akatsuki's hideout in the Rain village. In the rain, from afar, Obito watched and listened to Yahiko and Nagato inside the compound. They had suffered the same kind of despair, so why were they so different from him? When Rin and Kakashi were surrounded by Iwa Nin, when Rin threw herself into Kakashi's Chidori. Why had no one come to save her? Where was their team leader then? Where was the so-called Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze? "Wow, Kushina, your belly's really big now." "It's been 8 months, of course it is." Obito snapped back to reality. He was in Konoha again, watching from a distance as Kushina Uzumaki chatted with Uchiha Mikoto on the street. Mikoto held a baby that looked just like her. "Come on, Sasuke, say hi." Kushina cooed, "Ah, he's adorable." As Mikoto brought Sasuke close to Kushina, the baby seemed to sense something, and immediately burst into loud sobs. "Wah. Wah. Ah. What's wrong, Sasuke?" Mikoto quickly pulled him back. Don't cry, don't cry." Obito could use Kamui space-time transfer to bypass the village's sensory defenses, slipping into the heart of Konoha unnoticed. But his presence was too distinct. It wasn't long before a patrolling Uchiha noticed him. "Who's there?" Obito turned around. His gaze, dead, bitter, hateful, swept over the fellow Uchiha, paralyzing the men with terror. Without a word, he activated Kamui again and vanished from Konoha. Chapter 214, Chapter 213, The Formal Ceremony. One day. Uneventful, just like the rest, and it's 6 o'clock again. With his eyes level to the desktop, Yagura gathered the papers and stacked them neatly to the side. He glanced around the Mizukage's office and said, "Good work today, everyone." "You too, Mizukage-sama." Hopping down from his custom-made chair, sized to suit his small frame. Yagura had long since made peace with the fact that, much like his original self, he was destined to remain a tiny potato. Especially seeing how the others, like Mangetsu, kept growing taller and taller, far outpacing him. So he simply had all his office furniture modified to match his height. The highest-ranking official and first to leave work stepped toward the door. Just before exiting, he turned back and called. "Ao, come with me." Ao straightened immediately. "Yes, sir." Yagura and Ao left together. Elder Ginshur watched their silhouettes disappear through the doorway, already having a good idea of where they were headed. A warm smile tugged at his lips. Mei Terumi turned to him. "Elder, tomorrow's the day, isn't it?" Even though they had already confirmed it numerous times, with no chance of error. But anticipation has a way of making you doubt. No matter how many times it's confirmed, you still worry that you'll wake up tomorrow only to be told to wait one more day. It was the official inauguration of Yagura as the fourth Mizukage. By this point, Yagura's contributions had won the complete approval of the entire Hidden Mist village. No one questioned his legitimacy as the fourth. Anyone who dared. The Mist Shinobi would probably tear them apart. But Yagura had always honored the late Third Mizukage's final wishes. Coupled with his laid-back personality, he'd never cared much for pomp and titles. So, technically, he'd held the position of acting Mizukage all this time. Now, 5 years had passed. "Yes, it's tomorrow," Ginshur said with a cheery laugh. "There aren't any issues with the preparations, are there?" "None whatsoever." The person in charge responded immediately. "We notified the entire village a month in advance. The response has been overwhelmingly positive. Some people were even shocked." The speaker mimicked the villagers' reactions with exaggerated surprise. "Wait, Mizukage-sama wasn't already the official fourth?" That drew a round of laughter from everyone nearby. Mei Terumi chuckled behind her hand, lowering her gaze. She then turned to look out the window at the Hidden Mist village, a scene vastly different from what it had been 5 years ago. All around, there was trust and admiration. Yagura and Ao left the building. They moved stealthily through the village and arrived at the cemetery. Stealth was absolutely necessary. Yagura had practically become the village's treasured mascot. Every time he went out in public, if he were recognized, he'd trigger something like a fan riot, just like a celebrity chased by crazed fans. Ao was sent off to buy flowers. After disabling the protective barrier around the cemetery, he quietly followed Yagura to the graves of the previous 3 Mizukage. "Hey, third." Yagura placed the flowers in front of the grave. "I know I came just a month ago, but today's special, so I came to bother you again." Yagura had a long memory when it came to grudges. He still remembered Ao once telling him that someone had complained he talked too much. He couldn't get revenge, so the grudge stayed, until he forgot it someday. "Tomorrow, I'll officially become the fourth. I told the elders and Mei not to make a big deal out of it, but, well, sometimes they just don't listen." He placed his palm on the tombstone, infusing it with chakra to gently wipe away some lingering dust. Standing up, Yagura gave Ao a look and smiled. "Sorry to drag you out here with me, Ao. Let's head back." Ao blinked. "That's it. Yeah. Just wanted to say a few words. Let them know they can rest easy. I've got the Hidden Mist now." Then he joked darkly, "If I stay too long, they might get annoyed and crawl out to shut me up." The weather was beautiful, yet Ao shivered for no reason. He quickly regained his composure and scolded. "Mizukage-sama, please don't make jokes like that." All right, Yagura said with exaggerated obedience, playing along with Ao's serious tone. In the year after the war ended, Konoha year 48, Yagura had made bold moves in Konoha, Sunagakure, and the Rain Village. Having emerged from the war unscathed, the Hidden Mist became the only one among the 5 great shinobi villages capable of exerting influence on others. Even Kumogakure couldn't match it. The fourth Raikage was still transitioning into power. Though he kept playing petty tricks on Konoha, he didn't have the capacity to make any big moves yet. Otherwise, considering the long-standing feud between that hot-headed guy and Namikaze Minato, something would have happened already. To the outside world, it was as if the Hidden Mist had become the protagonist of the shinobi world in this new era, Konoha year 48. Their reputation soared. Even though they weren't understood during the war, now, seeing the devastation elsewhere and comparing it to their own prosperous recovery, everyone in the Mist wholeheartedly supported the decision not to join the war. The next morning, the streets surrounding the Mizukage building were completely packed. Everyone was waiting eagerly for the star of the day to appear. Inside the preparation room, Mei Terumi and Ringo Emuri were carefully helping Yagura get ready. "Is this really necessary?" Yagura fidgeted under their touch, visibly uncomfortable as they dressed him up. Mei was more understandable, she had always cared about appearances and had sent Yagura more clothes than he could count over the years. Thankfully, Yagura's body hadn't changed much, so everything still fit. Not that he ever wore anything besides his usual outfit. But Ringo Emuri, a total tomboy. And yet here she was, going along with Mei's nonsense. Yagura shot her a suspicious glance. Ringo only smiled and said, "I learned a thing or two from Mei." Inside, she was secretly grateful for all the times May had invited her to these kinds of things, even if she'd never seemed interested before. But how could she not be interested? It was the perfect excuse. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A justified reason to squish Yagura's cheeks. Since the day they met, Ringo had always treated Yagura like an adorable little brother. Ruffling his hair, pinching his cheeks, those were some of her rare, precious joys in life. And now, as she dabbed on foundation, she had plenty of surface area to work with. Amiri. May, applying eyeliner, chided gently, "If you keep goofing off, we'll be late." Ringo reluctantly withdrew her hands. Behind them, a brown-haired girl quietly laughed into her hand. Hee hee. Yagura didn't really mind. He had a good temperament for these kinds of things, and he often used his looks to his own advantage when needed. From outside the room, Zabuza called, "Hey. Are you done yet?" "All set." May and Ringo double-checked everything, then finally let Yagura out. Mangetsu took one look at him and snorted. "Not bad. You finally look like a proper human being." Ringo glared. "Shut up, Usagi Jellybean." Kisame didn't say anything. He simply gave Yagura a nod, then walked over to his girlfriend, Toon. The brown-haired girl shook her head. It wasn't hard at all. Really. They were the only couple in the room, making them stand out a bit too much. Noticing everyone turning to look, Toon flushed and ducked behind Kisame. Placing her hands on his firm, muscular back, she gave him a gentle push toward the others. "Go. Mizukage-sama is waiting." Expressionless, Kisame stepped forward. Everyone else, ugh, a couple. Gross. Today was a momentous occasion. All of Yagura's close companions had returned to the hidden mist, putting everything else aside. Sasori leaned against a wall, waiting quietly. "Congratulations, Fourth Mizukage." As a rogue ninja from Sunagakure, he couldn't show his face in public. "Thanks." On Yagura's left stood Mangetsu and May. On his right, Zabuza and Ringo. Behind him were Kisame and Toon. They stepped out onto the rooftop platform. The crowd below erupted into thunderous cheers the moment they saw him. "Fourth Mizukage-sama." Yagura raised a hand and waved. Despite the pressure, he was far calmer than he expected. Elder Genshur stepped forward, carrying the Mizukage hat. "Mizukage." "Thank you, Elder." Yagura accepted the hat and placed it firmly on his head. He lifted his gaze and spoke clearly. "I will devote myself to this village, with unwavering resolve, until my final breath." Chapter 215, Chapter 214, Ninetails Unleashed, Part 1. August 1st. The day of Yagura's official inauguration ceremony. The people of Kirigakure, already riding high on their village's meteoric rise, were whipped into even greater excitement. This wasn't an illusion, Kirigakure's new power was real. Under the leadership of the Fourth Mizukage, they truly believed their village was heading toward a glorious future. And don't forget, of all the current Kage, theirs was the youngest. But for Yagura himself, the ceremony didn't change much on a personal level. If anything, the village's fervor toward him only intensified. Now it was even harder for him to move freely. "Have I been too flashy lately?" The feedback from the village's inner circles had Yagura on edge. Internationally, though, the event drew little attention. The general public across the continent didn't particularly care who the Mizukage was. Still, the other four Kage took the opportunity to send over diplomatic correspondence. With the war over and Kirigakure slowly opening its borders, the internal changes fueled by siphoning resources from other nations during wartime were impossible to keep under wraps. Happiness is a matter of comparison. Once people start to feel that disparity, it's easy to become a target. But thinking back on it, Yagura figured, so what if they were being flashy? Which of the other villages currently had the power or the energy to mess with Kirigakure? As usual, he skimmed through the letters from Kimogakure and Iwagakure. Full of empty words, not worth a second glance. He did, however, linger a moment on Sunagakure's tone. Rasa wasn't exactly thrilled with him these days, and it showed. His language was far from respectful. As for Konohagakure, Yagura had lost count of how many times Minato Namikaze had tried to mend diplomatic ties with him. After Kirigakure poached Konohagakure's most loyal ally, Sunagakure, it was no surprise that Konoha found itself isolated once more. Sure, they'd technically won the war. But they were still surrounded by enemies on all sides. Kimogakure and Iwagakure remained sworn rivals. Sunagakure was showing diplomatic weakness and losing control over its own stance. From Namikaze Minato's perspective, Kirigakure must have seemed like the best breakthrough point. After all, we were allies during the war, briefly, Yagura thought. But he didn't reply. Minato had only been in office for less than a year, and while he looked calm and composed in managing domestic affairs, Yagura could sense something deeper beneath that surface. Hiruzen Sarutobi pushing his protege into the spotlight might have seemed like an attempt to turn the war hero into a human shield. But this particular shield was capable of using various means to wrest power from Konoha's upper echelons, even from Hiruzen himself, and then use that power to strike back at Kirigakure in very real, very effective ways. Yagura tossed aside Konoha's diplomatic letter and picked up the latest company reports coming from that same village. Cutting off economic lifelines, like killing someone's parents. His subordinate's hatred for Minato Namikaze practically leapt off the page. Without you, things would be so much better for us. Some even suggested taking military action against Konoha, seizing the opportunity to strike while they were vulnerable and force them into submission. Should we make a move during the Ninetales incident? Tempting, no doubt. If they could use the opportunity to capture Naruto Uzumaki, the vessel of the young Ninetales, that would be even better. Yagura tapped his pen against the document on his desk, again and again. Ultimately, he vetoed the proposal. Kirigakure had already become far too active, drawing the envious glares and cold shoulders of the other 4 hidden villages. If they launched an attack on Konoha now, the most hated target of all, then they'd be next in line to face collective retaliation. However, Minato Namikaze still had to die. Yagura picked up the letters from Kimogakure and Iwagakure again, this time giving them serious thought. He began to probe both Kage about the feasibility of eliminating Minato together. After all, Obito had failed twice already, who knew what he'd do next? They had to be prepared. Unlike Kirigakure, whose grievances were mostly economic, Kimogakure and Iwagakure had real, personal grudges against Minato. They wanted him gone even more. Eastern forests of Konohagakure. Anami Kid and 2 other Kirigakure shinobi dashed between the trees, heading toward the site of their current assignment. Still within the Land of Fire, but closer to its northwestern region. Suddenly, thud, thud, the 2 teammates behind him collapsed. Genjutsu. There hadn't been any physical attacks, no taijutsu or ninjutsu, either. But Kid could see it clearly, their chakra flow had been completely disrupted. He stopped in his tracks and scanned the area with his eyes, searching for signs of enemy shinobi. Shared vision. With a flicker of chakra, Kid activated his dojutsu. His 2 teammates instantly shared his vision, and using the link, he injected his own chakra into them, breaking the illusion. Their chakra flow stabilized. As the genjutsu faded, the 2 Kirigakure ninja realized how close they'd been to disaster. Thanks, Kid. No problem. Kid tugged at the zipper of his collar and looked up. He saw the enemy. One man stood on a tree in the distance, glowing with green-tinged chakra around his eyes. No doubt about it, the genjutsu that had felled his comrades came from him. Kid's expression grew grim. Damn, it's Shursue of the body flicker. One of the shinobi gasped. Shursue Uchiha. I've heard he's one of the Uchiha clan's top prodigies. His signature wasn't just his famed body flicker technique. He was also a master of fire release, throwing weapons, and genjutsu, hallmarks of the Uchiha clan. Even during the Third Great War, when he was just a child, Shursue had already carved out a fearsome reputation for himself. And now, even at a distance of nearly 200 meters, his genjutsu had still taken down 2 mid-level Kirigakure ninja. Kid didn't hesitate. Retreat. The 2 Kirigakure ninja had just experienced firsthand what it meant to have a reputation earned in blood. They didn't argue. With things taking a turn for the worse, and Kid not being a frontline fighter, they had no choice but to abandon the mission. The 3 of them turned back the way they came and withdrew. From afar, Shursue watched the Kirigakure team retreat without hesitation. They spotted me. An unusual eye technique. The way Kid had broken the genjutsu intrigued him. So, Kirigakure has a dojutsu user who can see through my illusions. Still, the mission was accomplished. In the next instant, Shursue vanished with body flicker, like he'd never been there at all. Back in Konoha, inside the Hokage's office. Mission accomplished, Lord Hokage. Shursue stood before Minato Namikaze. The Kirigakure shinobi have retreated. Minato didn't even look up from his paperwork. Good work, Shursue. Thank you. Minato and Shursue had quite a bit in common. They were both famous for their speed-based techniques, and both were fiercely loyal to Konoha. Despite Konoha's repeated offers to talk, Kirigakure had refused every time. They would rather align with Kimogakure than accept Konoha's goodwill. So Minato had no choice but to respond with force. There was no time to sit and wait. And this wasn't just about playing catch-up. Minato had started deploying shinobi like Shursue, interception specialists, to halt Kirigakure operatives wherever possible. The edge Kirigakure had gained over the past few years wasn't something that could be neutralized overnight. Money wouldn't solve it either, and Konoha didn't have much of that to begin with. It was cutthroat. But this was the world of shinobi, it was only natural. Please remember to rest, Lord Hokage, Shursue said, noticing the dark circles forming under Minato's eyes. Minato blinked, then smiled faintly. Right. Thanks. Things have been hectic at home lately, haha. After all, Kushina Uzumaki was now at full term. The birth of a Jinchuriki's child was the moment when the tailed beast's seal was at its weakest. Minato, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and every single person who knew this top-secret information were working feverishly behind the scenes, preparing for the moment Kushina would go into labor. Chapter 216, Chapter 215, The Ninetales Incident, Part 2. Of course, among the few who knew this information was Yagura himself. He just didn't know the exact due date. Kushina Uzumaki's pregnancy was top-level classified information in Konoha. Even though Yagura had taken steps to investigate, despite Kirigakure having numerous spies within the Land of Fire, those who had actually infiltrated Konoha itself were few, and most had already been discovered and eliminated. So in the end, Yagura had learned nothing from Konoha. He couldn't even confirm whether Kushina was truly pregnant. All he knew was that Naruto, along with the other 12 little champions, had all been born in the same year. The fact that Kushina was carrying Naruto, and the approximate conception date, had come from none other than Orochimaru. Around late September or early October, I'd say. Thankfully, no matter how wildly Yagura's butterfly wings had flapped, they hadn't disturbed the day Minato Namikaze and Kushina conceived Naruto. Counting back from the usual 10-month pregnancy, Yagura could make an educated guess about Naruto's birth. It's August now, just a month or two to go. The idea of making a move during the Ninetales rampage, that wasn't even a question. What really mattered was whether Yagura's butterfly effect had disturbed Obito's plans. Would the Ninetales incident still happen? Yagura got his answer straight from the Akatsuki. That Obito brat failed to win Nagato over. Right now, he's in no position to capture the tailed beasts. He's cornered, and getting desperate. Obito had approached Nagato again, this time while both Yuhiko and Konan were present. He had laid out his plan, to gather all the tailed beasts and use their power to bring peace to the world. And right now, he saw a golden opportunity. Kushina Uzumaki, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, was pregnant. Obito had invited Nagato to join him in capturing the Ninetales. Even if they couldn't succeed, just unleashing the Ninetales would be enough to inflict a devastating blow on Konoha, the village Nagato and his friends still held a deep grudge against. But once again, Nagato and his comrades turned him down. They didn't trust this mysterious Uchiha, whose goals remained unclear. Obito wasn't upset. He told them plainly, even without their help. I, Uchiha Madara, will make it happen. You can reconsider once I prove myself. Yuhiko and the others didn't openly antagonize the dangerous Uchiha, but as soon as Obito left, they packaged up the whole conversation and sent it straight to Kirigakure. They considered it a valuable tip, an offering in return for Kirigakure's repeated support. Yagura received the intel. Is he trying to use the Ninetales incident to show Nagato what he's capable of? Or is there some other reason? In the original story, Obito's motives for triggering the Ninetales rampage were always a bit murky, probably a retroactive attempt to patch up early plot holes involving the fox. But honestly, Yagura didn't care about Obito's exact reasoning. What mattered was that Obito would still go through with the traditional Konoha master-disciple disaster. The Ninetales incident was going to happen. That much was confirmed. So now, Yagura had to decide what he could do. Over the past 5 years, the other Kage had come to recognize Yagura as someone exceptionally good at exploiting opportunities to benefit himself and his village. He needed to analyze the situation with what he already knew. If the Ninetales incident were a jigsaw puzzle, he just had to find the missing pieces and put them together to form a picture that worked in Kirigakure's favor. Sending out Kirigakure's forces directly was out of the question. The village was still in its early stages of rebuilding, though Yagura had bolstered it in many ways, it lacked the depth that only time could provide. At the very least, I can't act alone. I can't let Kirigakure be the one to stick its neck out first. Surrounded by the sea, unlike the flat lands around Konoha, Kirigakure wasn't especially vulnerable to invasion. Still, politics was about appearances. What he needed was for another village to take the lead. And that candidate was obvious, Kumogakure, always eager to topple Konoha and take the top spot for itself. Thanks to support from the Daimyo of the Land of Lightning, a war-hungry battle maniac, Kumogakure had bounced back faster than any other hidden village after the last war. The fourth Raikage, had been constantly provoking Konoha, and his grudge against Iwagakure ran even deeper, due to his father's death at the hands of the third Tsuchikage. On the flip side, the Daimyo of the Land of Earth had drastically slashed military funding for Iwagakure. Inoki, who had exhausted himself plotting behind the scenes during the Third Great Ninja War, had ended up losing both the war and the Daimyo's favor. And now, he had to suffer the indignity of being taunted by the much younger Fourth Raikage, with no way to respond. Then let's pull Kumogakure in. Let the Fourth Raikage charge in first. Yagura had never been one to hesitate in matters of state. Once he decided this was viable, he immediately sent Sunagakure a top-secret intelligence package and a diplomatic invitation. He shared the news that Kushina Uzumaki was about to give birth, and invited them to join him in launching an assault on Konoha. The fourth Raikage's response. Instant. Practically a text message reply. He immediately began mobilizing troops toward the border between Sunagakure and Konoha. Just from his lightning-fast response, it was clear how seriously he was taking this. Just as Yagura didn't care why Obito wanted to attack Kushina, the fourth Raikage didn't care how the Mizukage had obtained the information. What mattered was the outcome, and what benefits they could extract from it. Sunagakure's military maneuvers didn't go unnoticed. The sudden shift sent a shockwave through Konoha. The whole village braced itself once more. That muscle-head Raikage really can't sit still, huh? Yagura smiled faintly when he received the news, his expression unreadable. He had thought himself decisive, but the fourth Raikage was even more aggressive. All the better. If the Raikage didn't mind making a spectacle of things, Yagura certainly didn't mind letting Sunagakure draw the fire. Well then. He turned to Onami Kid and said, apologies, something came up. You were saying, Kid. Let's continue. Yes, sir. Kid resumed his report about their team's mission in the Land of Fire, how it had ended in a confrontation with Konoha's own Uchiha Shursue. Yagura narrowed his violet eyes. Two important takeaways. First, Konoha was intentionally obstructing Kiragakure's shinobi from entering the Land of Fire. That was the main thing Kid had wanted to report. Such blatant obstruction was nearly unheard of during peacetime. Cross-border missions were a common part of shinobi life. But now, with Sunagakure forced to grovel in surrender, Konoha clearly felt the pressure. Second, Uchiha Shursue. If Kid hadn't mentioned him, Yagura might have forgotten that this character, in the main storyline, only ever appeared through hearsay. Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan ability, the most powerful genjutsu, Koto Ematsukami, could control a person's every action without them realizing it. Yagura was disturbingly familiar with that power. He began tapping the table with his fingers, the rhythm growing heavier. Ninetails. Uchiha. Uchiha Shursue, genjutsu. The keywords snapped together in his mind. The scattered puzzle pieces fell into place to form a clear image. There it was. Kid, Mei. He called out to both Kid, who had encountered Shursue, and Mei Terumi. He gave them new orders. Since the Hokage clearly doesn't want us operating in the Land of Fire, we'll simply respect that. Pass my orders down. From now on, any Kirigakure shinobi assigned to missions in the Land of Fire are permitted to abandon them if they run into Uchiha Shursue. There will be no consequences from our side. This was the same approach Iwagakure had taken with Minato Namikaze. Except, of course, Shursue was nowhere near as dangerous to Kirigakure as Minato had been to Iwagakure. Yagura was planning to elevate Shursue, to turn him into a threat so significant that the entire Uchiha clan would seem like a menace to Konoha itself. Both Mei and Kid responded promptly with a, yes, sir. Neither of them were fools. Yagura said this was due to pressure from the Hokage, but they understood the real message lay in the name, Uchiha Shursue. After all, this was just one ambush. Just one retreat after a single encounter with Shursue. Wasn't that a bit of an overreaction? Both of them had their doubts. But Yagura's decisions had never steered them wrong before. Neither voiced their concerns, they simply accepted the order and moved to carry it out. Chapter 217, Chapter 216, The Ninetales Rampage. 2 months later. October 10th. Uchiha Obito successfully infiltrated the secret location where Uzumaki Kushina was giving birth, killing the Anbu guards sent by Konoha. While Namikaze Minato's attention was focused on Kushina, Obito slaughtered the midwives, including Sarutobi Biwako, and took the newborn Naruto hostage. Using the child as bait, he lured Minato away from the site. Then, dragging the weakened and exhausted Kushina, he escaped. He undid the sealing technique suppressing the Ninetales within her. As the beast's chakra was forcefully torn from her, Obito looked on coldly, watching her collapse heavily to the ground. And then, he vanished. When he reappeared, it was in the middle of Konoha's bustling marketplace. It was nighttime. The people of Konoha, unaware that today marked the fourth Hokage's son's birth, were enjoying a peaceful evening, immersed in their simple joys and celebrations. The laughter and voices of the villagers filled the air, drifting through the streets and alleys, sounds Obito hadn't heard in years. Back when he was still Obito, the village had been just like this. It felt as if the scars of war had faded completely. Under Minato's leadership, the village had recovered astonishingly well over the past year. Summoning Jutsu. In a quiet alleyway, Obito slammed his palm against the ground. A massive summoning array spread across the street, walls, and surrounding buildings. Boom. With a deafening sound, summoning smoke engulfed the center of the village. For one breathless moment, all of Konoha fell into silence. Roar. A thunderous roar shattered the silence, the force of the sound wave dispersing the smoke to reveal the monstrous form of the Ninetales. Obito stood up, his Sharingan gleaming as he shouted with venom in his voice. Go, Ninetales. Bound by Obito's sealing technique and caught in the illusion of the Sharingan, the Ninetales' eyes spun with 3 tomo, quickly stabilizing into a fixed pattern. An older shinobi of Konoha gasped as recognition dawned. That's the nine-tailed demon fox. Boom. The Ninetales brought a massive claw crashing down, flattening everything in a wide arc. People and buildings were swept away like dust, the unsuspecting caught in its wrath, snuffed out before they even had a chance to react. Its 9 tails lashed out, smashing through structures with overwhelming force. Claws slashed and swiped. Each simple movement, powered by the beast's immense size and raw strength, unleashed catastrophic destruction upon the village. Since being sealed into a Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki clan, the Ninetales had never once broken free. This was entirely unprecedented. Like an earthquake striking a region unprepared, the beast's sudden rampage hit Konoha with the force of a natural disaster. The village had northwest warnings in place. No countermeasures. In the heart of Konoha, its most vital and prosperous district, the Ninetales was tearing through everything Minato had rebuilt over the past year, everything Sarutobi Hiruzen had nurtured for decades. Obito watched it all with satisfaction. The yellow flash should be back by now. And with that, Obito disappeared again, off to visit his old teacher. After all, he couldn't let Minato ruin this perfect scene. Sarutobi clan residence. Hiruzen squinted as he stared at the monstrous fox rampaging just beyond. So, it really is the Ninetales, he murmured bitterly. Even with all the precautions, we still failed. He dismissed the possibility that the failure had come from Minato's end. This was Minato they were talking about. Hiruzen had been briefed in full on the defensive measures taken for Kushina's childbirth. There was no way they'd overlooked something. Which meant the Ninetales had been forcibly extracted during the vulnerable moment of labor. The only explanation, an unexpected enemy had intervened. And worse, Minato hadn't been able to stop them in time. The Ninetales had been pulled out. Kushina was now on borrowed time. Which meant the midwife, his own wife, Biwako. Biwako. It wasn't just her. The Ninetales was wreaking havoc in the most crucial area of the village. Even 4 years of the Third Great Ninja War hadn't reached Konoha's core. Third Hokage-sama. An Anbu burst in. I know. Hiruzen snapped, throwing on his armor and glaring at the beast. I'll hold the Ninetales back. Third Hokage-sama. The Anbu cut in again, panting. Something terrible has happened. Shinobi from Kimogakure and Kirigakure are advancing toward the village. Hiruzen's expression changed dramatically. What? What did you just say? Kimogakure and Kirigakure launched an attack just now. Kushina's due date had been exposed. The Ninetales rampage was part of their scheme. They'd unleashed the beast to tie up Konoha's forces, and were now striking while the village was vulnerable. Hiruzen didn't have time to unravel the entire conspiracy. Right now, his priority was protecting the village. How many troops? Where are they now? Speak. Kimogakure is being led personally by the Fourth Raikage and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. They've already broken through our outer defenses. Sensor teams estimate their forces number over 10,000. Kirigakure is led by the Fourth Mizukage. Around 3,000 shinobi. But, our sensors also detected a tailed beast's chakra in their ranks, and... of course. The Mizukage was the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. Hiruzen nearly blurted that out in his panic. Any Anbu worth their salt would know that. Which meant, Kirigakure must have brought another tailed beast along. The 6 tails, Hiruzen muttered darkly. That's the only explanation. 3 tails, 6 tails, 8 tails, and the 9 tails. Were all the tailed beasts paying Konoha a holiday visit tonight? Yes, sir. The 6 tails Jinchuriki is likely among their forces, the Anbu reported nervously. And, Hokage-sama, the sensor team picked up Orochimaru's chakra signature within Kirigakure's army. Sarutobi's former student, returning after all this time. Marching with the Kirigakure forces. You don't seem worried at all, Mizukage-sama, Orochimaru commented casually, walking beside Yagura. The sudden escalation of the situation in Konoha brought a strange, bitter feeling to this former Sannin. 4 tailed beasts. 2 Kage. Attacking Konoha at the same time. A luxurious lineup, indeed. How will you respond, Hiruzen-sensei? Yet despite orchestrating this entire operation, Yagura showed no signs of excitement or urgency. Reports had just come in, Kimogakure's Fourth Raikage had already reached Konoha's northern outskirts. He and Killer Bee had left their slower main forces behind, seizing the fleeting opportunity to charge ahead and engage. Right now, they were battling Jiraiya and a Konoha unit. Fortunately, Jiraiya had been staying in the village recently, giving Hiruzen someone powerful to deploy against the rampage. Compared to the aggressive advance of Kimogakure, Yagura's Kirigakure forces were moving at a turtle's pace, slowly crossing the land of fire's border. They continued sending small squads to raid outposts and destroy Konoha's footholds across the country, effectively erasing all of Minato's year-long efforts. "I'm just here to tag along, the rampage is the main force," Yagura replied with a smile. "Besides, with you in the ranks, Orochimaru, don't I have to at least leave some face for Konoha?" Orochimaru didn't believe a single word. Soon, Yagura's vanguard sensors returned with new intel. As expected of the men known as the Yellow Flash, Minato had already resealed the Ninetails in a short amount of time. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and the Konoha troops remained locked in fierce battle with Kimogakure's advance unit. And against the Kirigakure army, the third Hokage himself was leading the charge, heading straight toward them. Chapter 218, Chapter 217, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was personally moving to intercept them. Yagura raised an eyebrow when he heard the news. "Orochimaru, it seems we'll be seeing your teacher again sooner than expected." Orochimaru noticed the surprise in Yagura's tone. It was clear that Hiruzen's arrival hadn't been part of Yagura's original intel. Still, he replied calmly. So how will you respond to Sarutobi-sama, Mizukage?" With that subtle twist of words, Sarutobi-sama, Orochimaru slyly tossed the decision back at Yagura. "Oh dear, how should I respond indeed?" The fourth rampage was still brawling with Jiraiya elsewhere. Yagura had initiated this entire operation. He had already acted extremely Mizukage-like by only bringing 3,000 troops to do the bare minimum. If he didn't at least fire a shot before retreating, it'd be hard to justify this move to the fourth rampage. Worse yet, Kirigakure would become a laughingstock among the shinobi world. Since Hiruzen had the guts to leave the rampage to Jiraiya and personally come after him, Yagura had no choice but to face him head-on. He quickly ran through the possible consequences of this confrontation. The only thing he wasn't sure of was Orochimaru's stance. "Orochimaru, let me make this clear up front." Orochimaru had a sense of what Yagura was about to say. At first, he thought he could brush it off with a careless remark, but the words caught in his throat. He realized, with a half-second delay, that his emotions weren't as cleanly severed as he liked to believe. Deep down, he still held a place for Hiruzen Sarutobi. "You can leave now, or you can choose to help your teacher." The unspoken message was clear: whatever you choose, I won't hold it against you later. Yagura met his gaze, and Orochimaru could tell the Mizukage meant it. Because Yagura still had need of him, for matters even more critical than the life of the third Hokage. By saying this publicly, Yagura was making it clear, the matter involving the dead demon-consuming seal was not just important, it outweighed even Hiruzen's life. And because he couldn't quite gauge Orochimaru's true feelings about his old master, Yagura was probing him. No matter what Orochimaru chose, no matter how things played out with Hiruzen, Yagura would continue to accept him. But he wanted an explicit declaration of intent. Eastern Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood at what he considered the village's final defensive line, his forces arrayed behind him, ready to repel Kirigakure's advance. The mist sensory units had already detected Konoha's positions from afar. In terms of mobility, both sides were roughly equal, there was no bypassing this battle. Kirigakure would have to confront them head-on. "They're here." Yagura surged to the front of the formation, wind-release chakra launching him into the air and directly into Hiruzen's line of sight. He locked eyes on the old man standing at the front of the Konoha shinobi, light armor, elderly frame. Wind and lightning burst forth as Yagura plummeted down like a falling star. Hiruzen's eyes widened. "He's fast." Yagura crashed down with a kick like thunder from the heavens, seemingly piercing straight through Hiruzen's body. His foot struck the ground. Too easy. The moment he felt the lack of resistance, he knew, earth clone. A hand of stone shot up from underground, seizing Yagura's leg. Thrown off balance, his body was flung high into the air. Midair, Yagura twisted and absorbed the momentum, landing steadily and exhaling. Hiruzen emerged from the earth. From that initial exchange alone, Hiruzen could tell that Yagura hadn't used any tailed beast chakra yet. But just from that brief taijutsu clash, it was enough to confirm the boy had crossed the threshold. Theoretically, someone who had served as Mizukage for years couldn't be weak. But seeing was believing. Back during the Chunin exams, even though this child had shown potential worthy of a Kage, he'd still been just a kid. Now, regardless of what tactics he employed as Mizukage, his raw power was enough to make Hiruzen wary. "Mizukage, such a grand visit, pardon me for not greeting you sooner." Hiruzen glanced briefly at Orochimaru within the mist's ranks, but he addressed only Yagura. "What wind blew you all the way to Konoha?" Back during the Third Great Ninja War, don't forget, Kirigakure got its foothold thanks to Konoha's patronage. There had been a foundation of camaraderie. The two villages even enjoyed a brief honeymoon period. But then Yagura had used Konoha and discarded them. He cut material ties, reduced support, trying to force Konoha into a losing war against the other great villages. As for Danzo Shimura's covert ops, that was never the real reason for the split. Just like every breakup, the reason you're told is rarely the truth. And after breaking from Konoha, Kirigakure only seemed to grow stronger. So, could there be any room left for sentiment? Enough, Hokage. Yagura cut off the opening act of Hiruzen's political theater. He hadn't come all this way just to trade pleasantries. We both know what's happening in Konoha. And I'm sure you're not so naive as to wonder why I'm here. He was here to take advantage of the chaos. Simple as that. Hiruzen dropped the act, his expression turning cold. Mizukage, you know. I can only say this, I wasn't involved. Not even a little. Yagura smiled. I just received some intelligence. Then I contacted the rampage and led my troops here. Now, I stand before you. Intel. The intelligence that someone had unsealed the Ninetails, causing it to rampage through Konoha's inner districts. A disaster that cost the lives of many, including the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. And yet, Konoha itself hadn't received any warning. But Kirigakure had. Yagura was telling the truth this time. But from Hiruzen's perspective, he was now an enemy. No matter what he said, Hiruzen wouldn't believe it. Your plan has failed, Hiruzen said darkly. The Ninetales was suppressed and sealed again by the fourth Hokage. He's now en route to confront Kimogakure, joining up with Jiraiya. A calculated bluff. Minato had sealed the Ninetales just recently, had died doing it. Hiruzen had seen it with his own eyes. Yagura couldn't possibly know that. And yet, the calm look on Yagura's face made Hiruzen feel uneasy. He knows. He knows Minato is dead. No. That's impossible. Even if Kirigakure had planted a spy within Konoha, they couldn't have gathered intel this sensitive this fast and gotten it to Yagura already. This information was locked down tight. Until Konoha had pushed back Kirigakure and Kimogakure and secured itself, it couldn't be leaked. Your schemes will never succeed. Reaffirming his resolve, Hiruzen roared, withdraw your troops now, and Konoha may still pretend none of this ever happened. He glanced behind him at the Konoha shinobi, united in defiance. So that's your foundation, then. Yagura tapped his foot on the ground. Enough lies. Minato Namikaze is dead, killed by the Ninetales. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried across the entire battlefield. A deadly silence fell over both sides. Dead? The yellow flash. Heh. Orochimaru's tongue flicked like a snake as he laughed coldly. Trying to hide that from this kid. Useless. After some time observing and collecting samples, Orochimaru had roughly figured out the scope of Yagura's omniscience. He knew about events that should happen, like the Ninetales rampage, and Minato dying in the process. But he didn't know the unexpected. Yes, it sounded like a tautology. But that's exactly how it worked. He didn't know Hiruzen would come to face him. Didn't know the rampage and Mizukage would launch a joint strike during the chaos. Didn't know where Orochimaru truly stood now. My foolish old teacher. Orochimaru pulled back his hood and revealed himself fully to the Konoha shinobi, staring mockingly at Hiruzen. The fourth Hokage you placed your hopes on, gone in his prime. What a shame. It was a declaration. He stood with Kirigakure now. His ties to Konoha were severed. Yagura smiled, satisfied. Hiruzen's face turned purple with rage. A member of the legendary Sannin had just publicly sided with the enemy. The morale of the Konoha shinobi, already fragile, wavered dangerously. Lord Fourth is really gone. No way. That's the yellow flash. But if it really is the yellow flash. Right. Hiruzen forced himself to calm down and shouted to cut through the panic. Orochimaru. Don't yell like that, Hokage. Yagura casually stepped forward and shielded Orochimaru with a hand. He is mine now. He'd always been fiercely protective. Just as he protected Mangetsu and the others he'd nurtured in the village, he treated Akatsuki, Sasori, and Orochimaru the same way. Orochimaru glanced at Yagura, taking quiet pleasure in the way Hiruzen's face twisted with emotion. My dear student, how far you've fallen, needing protection from the Mizukage brat. But now the enemy had seized control of the narrative, and Konoha's own intelligence network might as well be a sieve. No more words. Konoha shinobi. Fight for our village. Our home lies behind us, drive the enemy back. Hiruzen gripped an enormous, man-sized shuriken. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. He hurled it toward Yagura and Orochimaru. With a flicker of chakra, dozens of giant shuriken shot through the air. He had just severed a bond that had lasted decades. But some part of it still lingered. Orochimaru asked, you don't need my help, do you? No. Yagura snapped his fingers, and a wall of coral burst forth, intercepting the shadow shuriken. But if you're bored, go fetch the scroll of seals from Konoha for me. The forbidden jutsu scroll, Orochimaru had studied it long ago. A task. A gesture. A way to spare him from the coming battle. Even though he'd just declared his loyalty, and only verbally. If he chose to backstab Yagura now, Hiruzen would be thrilled. Very well. Orochimaru's tongue flicked nearly to his forehead, clearly delighted. He sank slowly into the earth. The technique was the same earth-style jutsu Hiruzen had just used to burrow underground. Seeing Orochimaru vanish, Hiruzen couldn't help but shout. Don't even think about it. Those are my words, old man. Yagura tore through the coral and shuriken like a thunderbolt. He closed the distance between them in a blink, slashing down with a blade of water and cutting through the last oversized shuriken in Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand. Your opponent is me, Hokage. But Hiruzen had already begun weaving hand seals. The moment Yagura struck, he activated an earth-release jutsu. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Beside Hiruzen, a dragon made of hardened mud surged up from the ground, spitting out a barrage of earthen shells at Yagura from point-blank range. There was no time to dodge. Yagura responded by forming a fresh layer of coral armor around himself, reinforcing it with his existing coral defense to absorb the brunt of the blast. More earth-style. Hokage, maybe you should have a little talk with Inoki. You might want to borrow that Tsuchikage seat for a few days. Humph, Inoki's temper is even worse than mine. Hiruzen couldn't help but think bitterly, he'd won the war, and still people expected him to step aside. Meanwhile, the third Tsuchikage had lost the war and emptied his coffers, yet still clung stubbornly to power. Fire-style, Dragon Fire Technique. White-hot flames wrapped around the mud bullets as they spiraled forward, roaring toward Yagura in a blazing torrent. Lightning and Water-style, Twin Dragon Bullet. Yagura didn't hesitate. He was fully capable of channeling two chakra natures at once. His chakra control was refined enough that he didn't even need to worry about stamina. A massive twin-headed dragon, twice the size of Hiruzen's flames, surged forward to meet the attack head-on. An explosion of energy followed. Black smoke from the blast mingled with white steam rising from evaporated water and scorched earth. Water counters fire. Lightning beats earth. And with overwhelming chakra force layered on top, the lightning water dragon tore through the flames, howling as it surged straight for Hiruzen. Scatter. Hiruzen barked the command, and the Konoha shinobi around him immediately dispersed. He too leapt out of the blast zone. Yagura, seeing the move, issued his own orders. I'll handle the third Hokage. Kagaya, Utakata, you two lead the main force against Konoha. Utakata, transform into your tailed beast form if necessary. Kagaya's eyes widened in surprise. Being given command was rare for him. Oh whoa. You got it. I'll bring back every last one of them. Utakata quietly sidestepped away from the loudmouth men, nodding politely to Yagura. Understood, Mizukage-sama. Saiken, alalalala Utakata, let's give the humans from Isabu a nice surprise today. Utakata, unusually enthusiastic, responded firmly, yeah. We won't let the Mizukage down. Saiken, wait. Utakata, and of course, thank you as well, Saiken-sensei. I couldn't have done it without your guidance. A blood-red, twisted chakra cloak covered Utakata's body. He turned and gave a quick signal to the Kirigakure shinobi to follow his lead. The Six-Tails Jinchuriki's body stretched and twisted with ease, darting into the Konoha ranks like a serpent striking its prey. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had already vanished beneath the earth. Hiruzen frowned at Yagura's seemingly reckless move. You're really just going to let someone like him run loose, Mizukage? My Kirigakure isn't like your Konoha, blessed with prosperity and talented bloodlines. I treasure every asset I have. Yagura chuckled. If someone's useful, you send them out. If they're still breathing, they should be contributing something. Even Orochimaru has value to offer. He twirled his blade toward Hiruzen before slowly pointing it down at the ground. Unlike Konoha, where even in times of crisis, there are people still hiding in the shadows, waiting. Chapter 219, Chapter 218, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Part 2. The subject now was Danzo and his root organization. Ever since the Ninetails rampage, a considerable amount of time had passed. The ordinary ninja without strength or political standing had been largely ignored in the grander schemes. All the burden had fallen on Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Anbu under his authority. He hadn't even had time to tally the casualties from his faction yet, but the number surely wasn't small. Danzo. Don't tell me that while the Ninetails was wreaking havoc on the surface, you were still sleeping soundly in your underground base, undisturbed by the chaos above. Yagura turned the water blade in his hand slowly, eyes fixed on his opponent. The third Hokage. With the third Kazekage and the third Raikage already behind him, all that remained was the third Tsuchikage. Once he defeated Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could say he'd gone up against all the thirds of the ninja world. And since Orochimaru had said he didn't mind, then maybe Yagura could leave Hiruzen Sarutobi behind, permanently. A flying blade shot forward as Yagura charged straight at him. Flying with wind release, it's similar to the magnet release flight of the third Kazekage. He couldn't let his guard down. Sarutobi Hiruzen treated this youthful Mizukage as a true enemy. Rather than rushing to clash directly, he dodged Yagura's lightning-fast blade with agile movement honed by decades of experience. Aerial combat favored Yagura, he could strike from above with ease. For Hiruzen, fighting upward from below was much harder. But those decades of battlefield intuition allowed him to close that disadvantage little by little. Seizing an instant, Hiruzen sidestepped, pivoted, and slammed an elbow into Yagura's extended arm before it could be retracted. This wasn't the aged version of Hiruzen from the Konoha Crush. Though past his prime, he hadn't declined too far yet. Quickly, a coral barrier began spreading across Yagura's captured arm. Hiruzen's years of combat experience kicked in. He immediately gave up on pressing the advantage in close quarters taijutsu. The world spun around for Yagura. Before he could recover, Hiruzen hurled him high into the air. Any slower, and the coral would have spread to Hiruzen's body, reversing their positions entirely. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Thanks to Yagura's own wind-release jutsu, a current had formed in the air, perfectly aligned with his airborne trajectory. Wind-fueled flame, as the dragon of fire surged upward, Hiruzen followed, chasing Yagura through the sky. Surrounded by flame. Water chakra surged to the surface of Yagura's body, reinforcing the coral armor to withstand the searing heat. He narrowed his eyes. The flames were nearing white-hot intensity, and even his reinforced defense was starting to falter. Shocking. The Hokage really did specialize in fire style. Out of all the Hokage, Hiruzen was the only one who truly stayed loyal to it. Even Danzo knew fire style had no future for a Hokage, he'd abandoned it in favor of wind release. But going head-to-head with me in chakra and ninjutsu, that's not a smart bet. This kind of fire style couldn't cause real damage. Yagura didn't even bother using water mirror technique to counter, it would have been a waste of chakra. Water style, Water Wall. The most basic, most practical water defense extinguished the flaming dragon's head. Water burst outward around him and came crashing down like a broken dam. Hiruzen's fire dragon scattered and died like a moth to the flame. With the surrounding mist ninja already evacuated, Yagura had no qualms about using large-scale jutsu. A tidal wave of water slammed downward, surging toward Sarutobi. Earth style wall. A towering wall of earth rose, but the attack was too wide, there was no room to dodge left or right. Hiruzen leapt up the freshly formed wall. In terms of elemental affinity, earth beats water. But not when the incoming water is of this scale. The base of his wall was shattered by a second wave of the deluge. He had just fought the Ninetails not long ago. And now, another tailed beast. Hiruzen stayed calm. At least he had stopped Kirigakuru's forces here, before they could reach deeper into Konoha. If they had pushed further in, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Splat. 2 water arrows zipped through the air. They struck the crumbling wall precisely, shattering Hiruzen's footing. Below was now a vast lake, no ground left for an earth-style response. He had no choice but to leap down across tumbling stones and debris. And this was Yagura's home field, water. Yagura closed in, landing atop the falling stones as well. They locked eyes from a distance, danger radiating between them. Hiruzen formed another fire-style seal, spitting out a series of compressed fire bullets. One struck a stone midair, burning through it cleanly. Then, he released chakra from his feet, sliding behind another stone for cover. A flash of inspiration hit Yagura. He whirled around and kicked a rock behind him hard, just as another fire bullet was about to strike. He immediately formed water-style signs and used pressurized water to slice the falling stones around him to pieces. Tap. 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 He moved with nimble speed, dashing and leaping through the stone field. His strong, compact legs sent him flying toward Hiruzen, each kick reinforced with chakra. He used the debris both to block the fire bullets, and to turn them into projectiles. Each falling boulder hurtled like a meteor toward the Hokage. The speed and frequency of Hiruzen's fire attacks couldn't keep up. Watching the meteor-like barrage rain down, he muttered. Is this the power of a Jinchuriki? To hurl boulders this easily, was this really the Mizukage, or was it the Raikage in disguise? Boom. The first stone struck, and the rest followed. Hiruzen was swallowed in the barrage. A blade tore through the aftermath, slashing with rapid light. Hiruzen's earth clone was shredded along with the debris. Yagura landed on the surface of the water and quickly scanned his surroundings, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was nowhere to be seen. With such density in the attack, even a Chunin could have dodged. Let alone the Hokage. There were plenty of fallen stones to use for hiding. But Yagura's instincts told him that Hiruzen wouldn't be in any of those obvious places. Then the only possibility was, below. The land beneath the water shook violently. A jagged mountain thrust upward from beneath the lake. Yagura jumped back fast, stunned by Hiruzen's daring counter. He really was hiding underwater. And this was his battlefield. If he'd been just a moment quicker and sealed the underwater area with demonic water domain, Hiruzen would have buried himself alive. But in the end, it was Hiruzen who proved more decisive, and more cunning. Yagura's jump lacked force. The mountain rose faster. The sharp peak slammed into him with brutal force. Against the raw power of earth, even coral was as fragile as paper. The blunt impact broke through and struck Yagura's chest. The sudden pressure knocked the wind from his lungs. His vision went black for a second. A chakra arm extended from his body, pressed against the peak, and pushed him away using the recoil. The stone mountain came to a halt. Nice dodge, Hiruzen muttered, looking up. No point wasting more chakra. He understood now. A water shadow who excelled in offense, speed, ninjutsu, and even defense. I guess you have no weaknesses, but that's not possible. The massive rocks crashed to the ground. Yagura dropped his water barrier and lashed his three tails outward, sweeping away the water and smoke around him. He had entered the tailed beast chakra mode. His purple eyes now held a beastly glint, his body turning toward Hiruzen's location. With a flick, his water blade cleaved through a giant stone in his path, the sharp edge splitting it cleanly. Through the narrow gap, they saw each other again. He was now drawing on the power of the tailed beast. Things were about to get serious. Just what Hiruzen wanted. He already knew, if it came to a contest of chakra or ninjutsu, he wasn't likely to win. Ninja art, summoning technique. Hiruzen slammed his palm to the ground, summoning his loyal partner, Enma. Enma arrived in his staff form, landing directly in Hiruzen's grasp. With a familiar weight in his hand, Hiruzen spun the staff expertly and pointed it straight at Yagura. Enma. Looks like I'll be needing you again tonight. A pair of eyes appeared near the staff's tip. What's going on tonight? No time to explain. Enma wasn't complaining, he was genuinely concerned for Konoha. Hearing the urgency in Hiruzen's voice, he nodded gravely. Understood. A staff, huh? Yagura looked at the weapon modeled after Sun Wukong's golden staff. Funny, his own predecessor had wielded one too. That green-flowered staff had been passed to Karatachi Natsuhiko. It hadn't made its way to Yagura. Not that he needed it anymore. Yagura thrust out a palm, launching a blast of heavy water. But Enma didn't wait for orders. Acting on his own judgment, he shrank just in time to dodge the beam, a shot powerful enough to slice through even his adamantine body. Hiruzen Sarutobi vaulted into the air with a push off Enma's extended staff. At the same time, Enma shrank to his normal size in his master's hand, twisted midair, and lunged downward, aiming directly at Yagura. Yagura easily dodged once more. This time, learning from the last exchange, he didn't waste a second, he immediately fired a jet of heavy water straight at the airborne Hiruzen. Enma shrank again, carrying Hiruzen, who still gripped the staff's end. The opposite end of the staff slammed into the ground right next to Yagura. Its length could change at will, and the timing of the transformations was nothing short of perfect, deviously precise. Enma didn't rely solely on Hiruzen's commands. He could assess the battlefield on his own, and Hiruzen, in turn, could keep up with Enma's independent decisions without missing a beat. After decades of working together, their coordination was flawless. Still, Yagura was struck in the gut by the staff's sudden extension. He grunted in pain and sprang backward to widen the distance. Troublesome, he muttered, skidding back while forming hand seals. Water mirror clone technique. For water clones leapt out, diverging from the trajectory of the previous attack. Yagura brought both hands forward. Behind him, his tail swept over his head, joining his arms in a three-point convergence of chakra. Tailed beast ball. Hiruzen's expression darkened the moment he sensed it, those 5 rapidly expanding spheres of chakra. That's right. 5. Every Yagura, perfectly synchronized, was gathering chakra to unleash the tailed beast's ultimate technique, the tailed beast ball. And all of them were aiming west. Toward Konoha. Yagura's target wasn't the nimble Sarutobi darting around like a monkey, it was Konoha village itself. Realizing Yagura's true intent, Hiruzen's face twisted with fury. Mizukage, you. But Yagura ignored him, fully focused on completing the technique. Enma. Extend. Gripping the lengthening staff, Hiruzen swung from the far left clone and swept in a wide horizontal arc toward the right. Water mirror, reflection. The moment the staff struck the first clone, that Yagura dissolved into water, canceling the tailed beast ball mid-formation. But in the same instant, an identical staff emerged, mirroring Enma's, and collided with his. What kind of technique is this? It's using the same power as mine. There was no time to think. The tailed beast balls were nearly complete. Hiruzen couldn't allow them to be launched, not toward Konoha. Without hesitation, he recalled Enma and began forming hand seals. Four shadow clones split from him as he landed, positioning themselves directly in front of the Yaguras. Mizukage. I will protect Konoha's people, its safety is my duty. Yagura scoffed, not bothering to hide his disdain. You won't protect anything. The tailed beast balls were seconds from being fired. Desperate, Hiruzen acted. He and each of his 4 clones formed different hand seals, drawing on different chakra natures. Each clone used a different element. 5 elements: Grand Barrage, Wind, Fire, Lightning, Water, Earth. 5 elemental jutsu surged forth together, converging toward the Yaguras. The far left Yagura had already reverted to water. The remaining 4 water mirror clones locked eyes on the 5 nature assault. They were all reflections. All water mirror clones. We've been waiting for this. Behind Hiruzen, the real Yagura reformed from a puddle on the ground. With a snap of his fingers, water spun into a short blade, which landed cleanly in his grip. He slashed outward without hesitation. Water mirror, full counter. The 5 elemental jutsu were copied and immediately turned back, hurtling toward Hiruzen. Chapter 220, Chapter 219, Sowing Discord Among the Uchiha. Yagura's use of the water mirror technique was nothing short of eerie and unpredictable. Thanks to the large-scale water release just moments ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen now stood surrounded by a watery battlefield, perfect conditions for the water clone technique. With Hiruzen's extensive combat experience, there was no way he hadn't anticipated that the Yaguras around him might just be clones. It was impossible he hadn't thought of it. And yet, the sheer speed of the water mirror technique's activation, and its uncanny ability to replicate Hiruzen's own jutsu, caught him completely off guard. It was just like earlier, when it had duplicated Enma's attacks. A replication ninjutsu that copied techniques exactly. The power and destructive force were identical. It required no hand seals and could be activated almost instantly, even in tandem with water clones. Hiruzen had already seen through and understood the nature of this mysterious technique used by the Mizukage. A jutsu so unheard of and strange had managed to drive the experienced third Hokage into a dangerous corner. His eyes darted around. Ahead of him, 4 water mirror clones were still building up chakra for tailed beast bombs, all aimed in Konoha's direction. None had turned to join the attack on Hiruzen himself. Behind him was his own 5 nature grand barrage, high-level chakra attacks of all 5 elemental releases, now hurtling toward him with deadly force. Since he was the original creator of that technique, neutralizing it shouldn't be difficult for him. But the problem was time. If he focused solely on defending himself, he wouldn't be able to deal with the tailed beast bombs before they were unleashed. Enma shouted, Hiruzen. Hiruzen gritted his teeth and made his decision. Both his main body and shadow clones continued spewing out the 5 nature barrage. For the sake of Konoha, he absolutely could not allow those tailed beast bombs to hit the still recovering village. I'm counting on you, Enma. The barrage struck the water mirror clones just as they were about to release the tailed beast bombs, interrupting all 4 blasts before they could fire. At the same moment, the replicated 5 nature barrage, copied by the water mirror, slammed directly into Hiruzen. Boom. The massive explosion rippled outward, sending shockwaves across the entire battlefield. Even the Mist and Konoha forces locked in combat at a distance felt the tremor. Akimichi Choza, already in his partial expansion form, staggered under the shockwave and tumbled backward. Behind him, more than 100 Konoha shinobi, also momentarily stunned, barely avoided being crushed by Choza's massive bulk. Crap. Nara Shukaku couldn't even steady himself before crashing into Yamanaka Inoichi. Forming a quick seal, he shouted. Shadow Possession Jutsu. His shadow reached out, connecting to Choza's body. Gritting his teeth and breaking into a sweat, Shukaku froze him in place just in time. The shinobi underneath scrambled out, realizing they'd narrowly escaped becoming pancakes. As the danger passed, Shukaku released his jutsu and got up off of Inoichi. Sorry, Inoichi. No problem. Choza sat down with a relieved huff, shaking the ground again, but it paled in comparison to the ongoing chaos caused by Yagura and Hiruzen. Regaining their bearings, the Kirigakure shinobi launched another fierce assault under Kagaya's command. Since the battle against the Raikage, Kagaya's unit had suffered the heaviest losses but also earned Yagura's greatest favor. Kimimaro, a young prodigy from their clan, had been singled out for training and praise. As long as the Kagaya didn't mess up, promotions and assignments came easy. In return, they gave back loyalty and raw strength in equal measure. Kagaya Ikima led the charge, barreling into the enemy ranks with ferocity that rivaled even Utakata's tailed beast form. Choza's oversized body was an easy target. With his strength still recovering, he shrank back to normal. So this is the battlefield of a Kage-level shinobi. Still shaken from the earlier shockwave, Choza turned to another battlefield. I hope Lord Hokage is okay. Shukaku glanced at Choza but didn't reply. His gaze instead locked on the mist shinobi. Especially that mad Kaguya leading the charge. Unlike Choza, the mist shinobi seemed completely unconcerned about their Mizukage's safety. Their will to fight is overwhelming, Shukaku muttered. To them, defeat wasn't even a possibility. Their Mizukage had always stood victorious. They believed in him, utterly, and threw themselves into battle with that belief. Yamanaka Inoichi, familiar with Shukaku's thoughts from years of teamwork, patted Choza on the shoulder. Worry about ourselves for now. Utakata had just been pinned down by Nara clan's shadow jutsu. Roaring, he tore himself free with brute force. Tailed beast transformations were hard enough to restrain as is. Utakata, taking full advantage of the opening, lashed out again. His rubbery, elastic form twisted and stretched to entangle the surrounding Nara shinobi like constricting vines. Between his raw power and slug-like flexibility, the Konoha ninja had no hope of breaking free. Eyes blank and vicious, Utakata scanned for threats. He'd lost all reason in this state, only distinguishing friend from foe by sheer instinct. How dare these weak humans restrain him? A corrosive yellow fluid oozed from Utakata's skin, dousing the trapped Nara shinobi at point-blank range. Their flesh sizzled as the acidic liquid ate through it. He snapped his body back, letting the limp shinobi collapse in a heap. Partial expansion jutsu. There, an opening. An Akimichi ninja struck from above, launching a massive fist toward Utakata's exposed side. But Utakata reacted faster, springing upward and twisting midair to wrap his rubbery form around the attacker. Acid began to corrode again. Except, it was just a log. A body replacement technique. The acid hit nothing of value. Utakata blinked, confused, question mark. Boom. A giant punch crashed down on the narrowest part of Utakata's elongated form, slamming him into the ground. Writhing in pain, he sprayed more acid in defense. Again with the acid. The Akimichi's iron-reinforced gloves corroded instantly, reduced to black sludge. Some of the acid splashed onto his light armor, eating straight through to his flesh. Before he could react, he heard a sonic boom by his ear, then saw the alarmed faces of Shukaku and the others. A sharp pain exploded in his side. Utakata had recoiled, claws raking across the Akimichi's body, tearing out half his right abdomen. He moved like a snake, killed like a bug, tough to kill and impossible to predict. It was only now, in direct combat with a tailed beast Jinchuriki, that the Konoha shinobi finally understood why the villages treated them as living weapons. And compared to this, their own tailed beast. They couldn't let this one rampage unchecked any longer. Shukaku's gaze swept over the field. The other two already knew what he meant. Inoichi, Choza, let's take this guy down together. They nodded without hesitation. Got it. Leave it to you, Shukaku. The trio, Inoshikacho, had been deployed alongside Hiruzen to defend against the Mist's assault. With the Uchiha clan under tight surveillance and other major clans like the Hyuga off supporting Jiraiya against Kimogakure, they were the only elite forces Hiruzen could still command directly. They weren't about to let the pride of their clans die in vain to this Mist Jinchuriki. Normal shinobi couldn't even scratch someone like this. They'd only drain a bit of chakra before dying. But there'd be no promotions for the dead. If they wanted their clansmen to survive and earn merit, they had to stop this Jinchuriki here and now. Narasama, we'll back you up. Several members of the Hokage's personal Anbu force stepped forward. Seeing that they were reliable allies, Shukaku nodded. Thanks. No need. We're all fighting for Konoha. Inoshikacho and the Anbu elite charged in to face Utakata. The battlefield shifted again, this time, a small but deliberate split. Kirigakure held the upper hand. Yagura moved slowly and steadily, conserving his strength. After all, the Konoha forces had just finished fighting the Ninetails. On top of that, he'd only brought a few people, but each one was handpicked from the best of the Mist's Chunin and Jonin. One ninja spun in a deadly dance, his body covered in bone protrusions, cutting down any leaf shinobi that tried to block his path. With Konoha's top fighters tied up, their side pushed forward with ease. Kaguya stole a glance toward Utakata's direction. Surrounded by elite Jonin, he was starting to falter under the pressure. The Inoshikacho trio focused on locking him down, while the Anbu hit hard from a distance, avoiding Utakata's rapid close-quarters charges. We're going over there. No point in wasting time on weaker opponents. He had to ensure the Six-Tails stayed safe. Calling out two top-tier Mist Jonin, Kaguya's team joined the battle against Utakata, helping divert the Anbu's attention. Now left on their own, Inoshikacho's ability to contain Utakata dropped sharply. Black smoke slowly dispersed with the wind. Yagura finally saw Hiruzen's state clearly. Earlier, Hiruzen had made the decisive call to protect Konoha and destroyed the tailed beast bombs before they could detonate. As per the no serious damage if there's smoke rule, he was still alive. He had shielded himself inside a defensive cage created by Enma's transformed golden staff clones, blocking the 5 nature barrage reflected by the water mirror. Thanks to that defense, Hiruzen had taken little damage. Still, he muttered, "Thanks, Enma." The barrier faded, and Enma returned to his normal staff form. Hiruzen twirled the staff and pointed it at Yagura. "Mizukage, let's see what other tricks you've got." "That was it," Yagura said with a smile. "That 5 nature technique you saw. That was my trump card." "Yours too, I'd guess." Hiruzen's heart sank. He hit a nerve. Come to think of it, the 5 clones he'd summoned earlier lined up perfectly with the 5 elemental natures. Could he have baited Hiruzen into using that jutsu? Was this all a trap to counter it with the water mirror? He'd anticipated one of Hiruzen's trump cards. Hiruzen scowled. If he kept using jutsu recklessly, he'd just be feeding Yagura more firepower. Even Enma's staff strikes had been copied by those clones. Every attack just came back at him. At this rate, it would become a battle of stamina, and Yagura's chakra reserves were far deeper. Unless he could figure out the exact mechanics and limitations of the water mirror technique, Hiruzen couldn't risk another attack. Yagura waited a moment, then, seeing Hiruzen's hesitation, smiled without fear. He turned, and began marching toward Konoha. Fighting on enemy turf had become an advantage. All thanks to Deidara. Extend. There was no way Hiruzen Sarutobi would allow Yagura to reach the leaf. His staff shot forward, stretching to block Yagura's path. Yagura came to a halt, glancing toward Konoha, then turning his gaze back to Hiruzen. "You're that afraid of me reaching the village? It's not like I haven't been there before. If I'd known this would happen, I should have accidentally dealt with you back during the Chunin exams." Hiruzen swung his staff down with force. Damn it. At that moment, Enma's eyes widened. The staff, which had lunged toward Yagura, suddenly snapped back at high speed. "We need to catch up." Yagura surged forward out of nowhere. He stepped down hard on the retreating staff, pinning it, and Enma, to the ground. Bending low, he said coldly. "You're too slow." Because it had already happened. Schlick. From behind, Orochimaru emerged from the earth. The Kusanagi blade slid from his mouth and pierced straight through Hiruzen's chest. Hiruzen coughed up blood. Ugh. With great effort, he turned his head slightly, catching sight of the familiar yet foreign face behind him. "Oh, Orochimaru. You were so focused on the Mizukage, weren't you, sensei?" Orochimaru said with a cold, mocking smile. "You're the one who taught me, never let your guard down, no matter the situation." The sword, soaked in his teacher's blood, slowly pulled free from Hiruzen's chest as the old man stumbled forward, every step draining his strength. Cough, cough. At the tail end of the staff, Enma's hand lashed out, trying to grab Orochimaru. But Orochimaru had already retreated a step, avoiding it. Enma instantly returned to his original form, catching Hiruzen's collapsing body with trembling hands. A full chest wound, impaled clean through. Even someone like Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't ignore a wound of this severity. His consciousness was already slipping into darkness. Then, for water blades shot in from a distance, piercing Enma's hands and feet, pinning him to the ground. Yagura's voice echoed over. "You had a clear shot at his vital organs just now, Orochimaru. You let him go. Then came back. You chose to help kill Hiruzen Sarutobi, but even then, you avoided his vitals, just a single piercing wound." It was clear. Orochimaru couldn't bring himself to land a killing blow on Hiruzen. And he didn't want to see Hiruzen die at Yagura's hands, either. So now, Orochimaru stood there, facing the animosity of Yagura, Hiruzen, and Enma all at once, with a strangely calm expression. Maybe this was the role I was meant to play in this life, Orochimaru thought. A role with no clean side. He didn't respond directly to Yagura's accusation, just gave a vague, "Is that so?" Yagura smiled at him. Not mockingly, more like they shared a mutual, unspoken understanding. Then, silently, he walked toward the fallen Hiruzen. He didn't care whether Hiruzen lived or died, so long as his own objective was met. If Hiruzen died, then the title of Hokage would surely fall to Danzo Shimura. Jiraiya. Tsunade. Neither of them were a match for Danzo. Unsurprisingly, Orochimaru still had a soft spot, he didn't want Hiruzen dead. So, Yagura would play it accordingly. He had his own methods to keep Hiruzen alive. After all, he had his eyes on the Uchiha clan, and this time, he wasn't leaving empty-handed. No matter who became Hokage, Danzo Shimura would still be in the picture. If Danzo became Hokage himself, the only difference would be how quickly things escalated. Hokage. Where's the Uchiha clan? I haven't seen them around. Hiruzen said nothing, just listening, trying to figure out Yagura's intentions. Is there a connection between the Mizukage and the Uchiha? Does this have something to do with the Ninetails rampage tonight? Did the Uchiha tip them off? The thought occurred to Hiruzen, but he quickly dismissed it. Impossible. Maybe the Uchiha had something to do with the Ninetails tonight. But there was no way they were working with the Mizukage. The Uchiha might covet the Hokage seat, sure, but ever since the second Hokage's era, suppressing them had become the politically correct stance in Konoha. Even so, the Uchiha clan was loyal. Loyal to the village, to Konoha itself. Yagura didn't push the topic. I heard from Orochimaru that Uchiha Shirsue's eyes have evolved into the legendary Mangetsu Sharingan. Is that true? Orochimaru's face twitched. No choice now. He had to take the blame for that comment, just to keep this entire game moving. Chapter 221, Chapter 220, Sowing Discord Among the Uchiha, Part 2. Yagura smiled faintly as he looked at Orochimaru. You were the one who insisted on saving your dear teacher Sarutobi's life. So for my sake, and for your teacher's, it's only right that you pay a little price, don't you think? Orochimaru licked his dry lips. Seriously, such a small body, but already so cunning. He never wants to come out on the losing end. Yagura raised his brows, eyes tilting upward smugly. He had a full hand of trump cards, jokers and bombs galore, facing off against an opponent holding only a jack. How could he lose? Why should he take a loss? Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the exchange between the child and his former student, too weak to speak. Ever since Uchiha Madara's death, no one in the Uchiha clan had been able to evolve their Sharingan into a Mangetsu Sharingan. That eye had become a legend, part of both Uchiha and Konoha lore. It had earned a place alongside the Byakugan as one of Konoha's two great dojutsu. But now, Uchiha Shirsue, a rising star of the Uchiha clan, had awakened the Mangetsu. A direct descendant of Uchiha Kagami, Shirsue had inherited the will of fire. Betraying Konoha was unthinkable for someone like him. Yet this revelation had been sealed off by strict orders from Hiruzen and Minato. Almost no one in Konoha knew about it. Orochimaru said, "You should thank me, Sarutobi-sensei." He had unwittingly become Yagura's information source for intel from Konoha. Being the good guy was a pain. Orochimaru could feel Sarutobi's stare growing more murderous by the second. And the more Hiruzen thought about it, the more convinced he became. That had to be the only explanation. Back during the fight, it had already felt like every move he made had been anticipated by the Mizukage. So it was Orochimaru who'd leaked his, and Konoha's, intel to Yagura. Thank you. If not for you, would I be in this mess in front of the Mizukage? It's all your fault, Orochimaru. Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru with deep contempt and sorrow. The defection had largely stemmed from a power struggle between Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo, forcing Orochimaru out of the village. Not even a year ago, Hiruzen had discovered one of Orochimaru's labs, and had still let him live. But now, joining another village, and handing over Konoha's confidential intel, including that of the Hokage himself. Orochimaru. You've lost the right to call yourself a shinobi. Orochimaru shifted his gaze. Blood continued to pour from the piercing wound inflicted by his own student, one that had narrowly missed his heart. He deliberately avoided any fatal spot. Yagura clicked his tongue and offered a sarcastic compliment on his behalf. Hokage, your student's still more loyal than Minato's. You should be grateful. Hiruzen panted heavily. Who was he talking about? Minato's students. Kakashi Hatake. The supposedly dead Uchiha Obito from the Kanabi Bridge battle. Or Nohara Rin, the girl who died by Kakashi's hand after falling under genjutsu. After that fierce battle, the intel Yagura had dropped about Konoha echoed endlessly in Hiruzen's mind. It could very well be true, and possibly tied to Konoha's current crisis. And the implications behind Yagura's words? Enormous. What do you mean by that? Yagura played coy. It's getting late. I should withdraw. Next time, we'll have another go, Hokage. Hiruzen didn't press further, he was eager to see the boy gone. Still, he sneered. Aren't you afraid the Raikage will cause you trouble for this? After all, the Raikage was still locked in combat with Jiraiya. Yagura abandoning the field now was nothing short of throwing his ally under the bus. It's easy to come up with a reason. Yagura paused, turned back with a grin. A battle with the third Hokage, both sides suffered heavy injuries. If not for the intervention of the Konoha rogue Orochimaru, I would have died right there. Hey. That was pushing it. Orochimaru twitched with a visible vein popping on his forehead. Another pot of blame dumped on him. Yagura raised an eyebrow. The capable bear more burden. You'll live. If Kirigakure and Konoha chose to tell the outside world a consistent version of this skirmish. Orochimaru would become more than just a Konoha traitor. In this narrative, he'd be the man who saved the Mizukage from the Hokage. Betrayer of the Hokage, savior of Kirigakure. A loyal shinobi of the mist. Of course, Orochimaru had the option to refuse. He could give up, leave Sarutobi to die. But faced with Yagura's impassive eyes, he looked away. A glance at Hiruzen, who had nothing left to say. Hiruzen no longer knew what to make of his most brilliant student. Betrayer of Konoha. Yet, here he was, saving his life at the edge of death. Orochimaru, what are you really thinking? You spared me once. I'll spare you, and Konoha, this time. Let's call it even. Not wanting to linger and tempt fate, Orochimaru spoke first. Let's go. There was a decisiveness in his tone that hadn't been there before. It was clear. His bond with Konoha, cut. A surprising but welcome bonus from this operation, Yagura thought. He nodded. Good. Then, turning back with a casual wave, he said, later, Hokage. Take care. Don't worry, we'll have chances to work together again. With that, Yagura pulled the fuse on a signal flare and fired it skyward. The sharp whistle of igniting gunpowder cut through the air like a bird's cry. The mist shinobi still in fierce combat saw the signal. It was the retreat signal. Commander Hoshigaki Hozuki and the squad leaders barked orders, all units, retreat. Kisame, that's it. They're retreating. Utakata, don't underestimate the Mizukage. Kisame, then explain why he pulled out. Utakata, I don't know. Lord Mizukage has his own reasons. We just follow orders. Kisame, humph. If only you treated me the way you treat him. But whatever. Human politics. You're about at your limit anyway. Utakata, Thank you, sensei. Kisame, shakes himself off. Utakata released his tailed beast mode. His training time hadn't been long enough. He wasn't yet proficient. The transformation put immense strain on his body. 10-finger barrage. 8th form, waterfall basin. Ice style, freezing wind. With backup from Hoshigaki and the others, Utakata safely withdrew from Nara Shukaku and the Konoha squad's attack zone. Even the opposing Jinchuriki retreated. The mist shinobi were pulling back in order, efficiently, and without chaos. That flare left no doubt for the Konoha forces. Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Chosa asked, what should we do, Shukaku? Should we pursue? Emotionally, Shukaku wanted to chase them down and deal them a heavy blow. But he was a man ruled more by logic than passion. Before him stood a massive ice stone wall, frozen by ice release, blocking the path. With Sarutobi gone, Shukaku was the highest-ranking commander on site. No pursuit. We hold position and recover. Some Konoha shinobi nearby protested. Shukaku-san, you're just letting them go. They're not retreating from defeat. The withdrawal was too organized. They even took their fallen comrades' bodies. Every step covered, prepared for potential pursuit. This wasn't a rout. If they chased, it'd just prolong the war. And to be blunt, Shukaku's men weren't their match. Their numbers were about even. But Konoha's Ino, Shika, Cho trio was facing an equally elite selection from Kirigakure. Even among ordinary shinobi, the Mist's individual strength was already on par with Konoha's. The Mist had always been known for taijutsu and genjutsu, yes. But now they infused elemental chakra, wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth, into their blades. This new style of chakra-infused genjutsu was something Konoha had never seen before. Chosa, stay here with the others. Be ready in case they counterattack. Shukaku needed to locate Hiruzen and figure out the bigger picture. Inoichi, you're with me. Got it. Retracing their steps. They soon found Hiruzen, heavily wounded. After understanding the full sequence of the battle, they split up. Inoichi secretly escorted the Hokage back to the village for treatment, while Shukaku remained behind to command the Konoha forces. For now, the battlefield between Konoha and the Mist had come to a temporary close. Once outside Konoha's inner borders, Yagura sent word to the Fourth Raikage about his own defeat and injuries. At the same time, he received news, the Fourth Raikage and Killer Bee were still fighting. But this was an opportunity too good to pass up, one they hadn't had even after years of war during the Third Shinobi World War. A direct breach into Konoha territory. The Raikage was obsessed with pressing the attack, wanting to strike while the iron was hot. That was understandable. But Yagura's goal was different. Konoha's foundation ran far deeper than it appeared. It couldn't be toppled in one surprise offensive. It would take attrition. One blow at a time. The Third War. The Ninetails incident. Kumogakure's raid. And now, Yagura's plot against the Uchiha. A teacher's life is quite the expensive thing, Yagura muttered as he stopped walking. He had rejoined the Mist Shinobi. This place was far enough from Konoha not to be scouted, yet close enough for a swift return. Orochimaru seemed to have expected that things weren't over yet. He didn't resist. If anything, he looked intrigued. With a raspy voice, he asked, "Heh. And what do I owe you this time?" After everything Yagura had done, it wasn't hard to deduce his real target in this operation, the Uchiha clan. Ordinary Sharingan weren't worth much. But Uchiha Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan. That, Yagura clearly valued. And Orochimaru was intrigued too. "I need you to run an errand back to Konoha." Yagura handed him a scroll. "Deliver this to the Uchiha. Make sure it's obvious. You'll live." "Well, that's rude." Orochimaru took the scroll, just as rude, and casually began untying the string to read it. Yagura didn't flinch. He crossed his arms and raised a brow. "Go ahead." It wasn't some sensitive intelligence, or a heartfelt letter trying to win over the Uchiha. Orochimaru unrolled it fully, stared for a long time, and frowned. Blank. There was no text. And it wasn't some kind of chakra-encoded hidden message either. He was sure. Yup. Blank. Yagura nodded with a smile. "At most, it has some of my chakra on it. For monitoring purposes." So all he wanted was for Orochimaru to hand over a blank scroll with Yagura's chakra on it. All right. Orochimaru could already guess what kind of ripples this letter would cause, but he agreed anyway. He was on the pirate ship now. And he intended to see the job through. The life and death of the Uchiha clan had nothing to do with him. Parting ways with Orochimaru, Yagura led the forces of Kirigakure out of the Land of Fire. On the way, they passed through the Land of Bears and had a brief interaction with the ninja from Hoshigakure. Then, they departed from the continent altogether. Meanwhile, Konoha was fighting on home ground. Those who had just recovered from the battle with the Ninetails were immediately thrown back into combat, steadily reinforcing the front lines against Kimogakure. Jiraiya managed to hold off both the Fourth Raikage and Killer Bee, buying valuable time for Konoha. Though the Fourth Raikage and Killer Bee hadn't lost, Kimogakure had. Their deep strike force, surrounded and isolated, eventually couldn't hold out against the ever-growing number of Konoha shinobi. Then came more bad news. The Fourth Raikage received word that Kirigakure had begun its retreat. Furious and bitter over the lack of preparation that caused them to miss such a golden opportunity, the Raikage and Killer Bee led the retreat of Kimogakure's forces. For Konoha, the disaster was finally over. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had died in battle. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Jiraiya were both gravely wounded. In the span of a single night, Konoha's shinobi had fought 3 brutal battles, with casualties numbering in the thousands. By early the next morning, news had spread throughout the shinobi world, causing a massive uproar. The reactions of Inoki and Rasa aside, what stood out was the sheer scale of death and destruction. Another catastrophe. Another staggering loss of life. What were Konoha's higher-ups even doing? People cried out, their parents, their children, their very lives. Can Konoha not even guarantee the basics anymore? Why had the Ninetails rampaged? Why had Kimogakure and Kirigakure chosen this exact moment to launch such deadly attacks? Once again, someone had to take the fall. Whether it was Hiruzen Sarutobi or Shimura Danzo, they were both seasoned political players, masters at the art of deflecting blame. Hiruzen moved first, launching an emergency PR campaign that pinned everything on the vessel of the Ninetales, Naruto Uzumaki. Public outrage, which had been directed at the village leadership, was swiftly redirected toward a child. Naruto became the incarnation of the Ninetales, the so-called culprit responsible for the fourth Hokage's death and the catastrophe that had befallen Konoha. And as the official narrative now stood, he was not Minato's son. As for Danzo, he couldn't shift blame onto an infant barely a month old. But there was another target capable of bearing the weight. The Uchiha clan. Not even Orochimaru could be blamed for this one. In the aftermath, as Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and others replayed and analyzed the Ninetales rampage in excruciating detail, something troubling surfaced. Many shinobi had seen the Ninetales' eyes change into the 3-Tomo Sharingan. This meant one thing: the Ninetales might very well have been under the control of the Uchiha. As Hiruzen racked his brain for a way to explain this to the villagers, his Anbu brought urgent news. Shimura Danzo had mobilized his root forces and surrounded the Uchiha compound. "Danzo, what are you doing?" He had always been aggressive, but this time, he had truly stunned Hiruzen. The third Hokage rose immediately and rushed to the scene. At such a critical moment, wasn't this just adding fuel to the fire? When he arrived at the Uchiha compound, he saw the standoff with his own eyes. 2 sides locked in confrontation, Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Fugaku. The tension in the air was so thick, it was like swords were drawn and ready to clash. Danzo. "Hiruzen, you came just in time." Danzo stepped forward, face grim, holding up a sheet of paper in his hand. Not far behind him, Uchiha Fugaku's face was even darker, tinged with despair and a sickly pallor. Hiruzen gave the paper a glance and asked, "What is this?" "Correspondence between the Uchiha and Kirigakure," Danzo declared. Hiruzen, like Orochimaru before him, immediately noticed something. The scroll was blank. "The ones from Kirigakure entered Konoha," Danzo said coldly. "My men saw them visit the Uchiha." He turned sharply to Fugaku. "If you've got nothing to hide, then why destroy the contents of the scroll?" "Danzo, I've already explained clearly." Suppressing his anger, Fugaku shouted, "That scroll was already blank when I received it. And I presented it openly for inspection." Among the crowd of Konoha shinobi, Orochimaru stood hidden. What Danzo had captured was merely his snake clone. From a distance, he quietly observed both sides. So that's how they're playing it. The Mizukage had actually anticipated Danzo's thoughts and actions to this precise degree. Sometimes I really think that Mizukage is terrifying in a way that doesn't match his age. Orochimaru had never before seen this kind of dimension-shifting strategy in the shinobi world. Chapter 222, Chapter 221, Shursue. What will you do now, Lord Third? Orochimaru couldn't help the pleasure surging in his chest. For once, he felt sending him on this errand by Yagura hadn't been a total waste. Hiruzen Sarutobi was hesitating, again. Shimura Danzo's voice was heavy with suppressed fury. "Hiruzen, I'm doing this for Konoha." Danzo was neither a fool nor reckless. And neither was Hiruzen. This so-called classified letter, was it possible the Mizukage was staging a solo performance? A ploy to frame the Uchiha? Not just possible. Damn it, it was obvious. The Uchiha clan's greatest crime, at most, was a hunger for power. If they truly conspired with Kirigakure to launch a Ninetales incident, they wouldn't be seeking control of the village, they'd have destroyed it already. What use is power if the village no longer exists? Hiruzen clenched his fists in frustration. Danzo had to see this. How could he still rush ahead, blind to the manipulation? Danzo had his own reasons. He believed this was the perfect chance to wipe out the Uchiha once and for all. Setting aside his private lust for their Sharingan, which, of course, he would never admit publicly, this move could silence public unrest. A noble sacrifice, framed as being for the good of Konoha. Even if this was all a trap, even if it served some unknown end for the Mizukage, what of it? Kirigakure feared the Uchiha's strength and wanted to drive a wedge between them and Konoha. And Konoha feared the Uchiha's ambition and what it might bring. Eliminating the Uchiha would bring peace and security to the village. Or so Danzo thought. Hiruzen. Danzo's glare was sharp and unrelenting, but Hiruzen didn't budge. He had no intention of rushing this. Konoha couldn't afford to be shaken right now. Danzo. Fugaku. I believe this is all just a misunderstanding. He didn't even look at Danzo. His focus was on the other men in the room, Uchiha Fugaku. They'd left him out of the conversation long enough. Like a fish on the chopping block, forced to wait silently for the blade to fall, no wonder the proud Uchiha clan head was fuming. Outside, root operatives had surrounded the Uchiha compound. And although caught a step behind, the Uchiha were quick to respond. Weapons were drawn, and the standoff began. Hiruzen stepped in, trying to mediate. "I swear to you, I will investigate this matter fully. Danzo, withdraw your root forces. Fugaku, rest assured, I believe the Uchiha are loyal to Konoha." Danzo, of course, wasn't about to let this golden opportunity slip away just because Hiruzen said so. They hadn't seen eye to eye since the death of the second Hokage. There was no more reasoning with him. Danzo responded coldly, "You don't have the authority to command root." Hiruzen exhaled slowly. "Then I will resume the role of Hokage." Originally, he had planned to make that announcement at a formal gathering, in front of Danzo and the other advisors. Jiraiya was still recovering in Konoha, helping his master keep things stable. Hiruzen had already asked him in private. Jiraiya had no interest in becoming Hokage. Tsunade was disillusioned. Orochimaru had defected. There was no suitable heir. And so, the mantle fell back to him. He wasn't young anymore. But perhaps he could hold the position long enough to find a worthy successor. The public declaration of his return eased some of Fugaku's tension. During Minato Namikaze's term, the Uchiha had experienced a rare period of peace. Unlike these old guards, Minato hadn't suppressed them. His wife, Mikoto, had even been friends with Kushina Uzumaki. But fate had been cruel. Peace had not lasted. Now, with the seat vacant again, Fugaku had feared Danzo would rise to power. The Sarutobi faction had lost too much during the Ninetales attack. And despite his suspicions of Hiruzen, at least the man wasn't actively malicious like Danzo. Danzo forced a polite smile. "Ah. Then your return to the Hokage seat is a blessing for Konoha." If Hiruzen was Hokage, he did have the authority to command Root. For now, Danzo would retreat. Time was on his side. He gave the order, and Root operatives pulled back. But not before Danzo threw one last lingering look at his friend. Orochimaru, hiding among the Root, also left with him. Fugaku narrowed his eyes as the enemy of the Uchiha withdrew. Then he turned to Hiruzen and, rare for him, offered a tone of civility. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your clarity. In truth, Hiruzen had always treated the Uchiha with suspicion, he had never been soft with them. But compared to Danzo, he seemed almost benevolent. You're welcome, Fugaku. Hiruzen tried to smooth things over and clean up after Danzo's mess. Konoha is facing a crisis. We must all work together to survive it. As for this letter, I believe the Uchiha have been falsely accused. He returned the blank scroll to Fugaku, a symbolic gesture, returning the so-called evidence of treason. A message, we're not pursuing this any further. Thank you. Fugaku hadn't expected a blank scroll to hold such power. Of the three key players today, he had been the only one truly in the dark. Perhaps this was why he could never become Hokage. His political instincts were far below those of Hiruzen or Danzo. With things resolved, Fugaku finally saw the big picture, and broke into a cold sweat at how close he'd come to disaster. Your return to the Hokage office is good news, for Konoha, and for the Uchiha. Hiruzen smiled and accepted the goodwill. He'd played the good guy, and whether or not the Uchiha supported him, at least they wouldn't oppose him now. He had defused a crisis and gained a potential ally. It was a perfect outcome. After a bit more small talk, Hiruzen said his goodbyes and returned to the Hokage's office to begin reclaiming his authority. He hadn't even warmed the seat, when a chilling report landed on his desk. Danzo hadn't backed off at all. His Root operatives were now hunting Uchiha Shursue. At the time Root had surrounded the Uchiha compound, Shursue had been away on a mission. Danzo had discovered this and quietly dispatched a squad to find him. The moment he'd left the Uchiha grounds, Danzo doubled back, to go after Shursue himself. The prodigy of the Uchiha. Only 12 or 13, already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. So feared by Kirigakure that the young Mizukage had once ordered their operatives to abort if they encountered him. To Danzo, Shursue was the clan's greatest threat. And this attack came even earlier than in the original timeline. Shursue was 4 years younger. He didn't yet understand what kind of man Danzo truly was. He still held respect for the elder, and not enough suspicion. That moment of hesitation cost him dearly. Danzo struck suddenly, and took his right eye. Danzo held the stolen eye, unwrapping the bandage over his own right socket to reveal another Sharingan. This one has more value. Yours can replace it. No telling which Uchiha had originally owned that eye. Shursue was stunned. But in that instant, he understood. Danzo had always coveted the Uchiha. Always schemed for their eyes. Clutching the bleeding socket, Shursue stared at Danzo with eyes no longer filled with respect, but with bloodshot hatred. His clansmen had long despised this Konoha elder. But Shursue had never listened. He had believed in the will of fire. And now Danzo had torn that belief out of his chest, shattered it, and stomped it into the dirt. Hand over your other eye. For Konoha's sake, we cannot allow such dangerous eyes to remain with the Uchiha. FSSHH, FSSHH, FSSHH. Root operatives emerged around Danzo, moving in. Run. Only one thought remained in Shursue's mind. He weaved signs, spewing flames to force a gap. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Water style, Wild Water Wave. Steam clouded the battlefield. Using the cover, Shursue escaped backward. Fast as expected, Danzo muttered. Pursue him. He won't get far. The elite Root squad charged through the steam. Their numbers were few, but all were top-tier operatives. That was why Shursue hadn't sensed them before the ambush. The chase was relentless. Shursue lived up to his name, the Body Flicker Master, but these Root shinobi were no ordinary pursuers. And Shursue, already wounded and weakened, was steadily losing ground. He deflected a wave of shuriken with his tanto. A Root operative dropped from above, swinging a matching blade down with crushing force. Others moved in, flanking him. FSHHH. But they struck only air. Another body flicker. Twilight deepened in the forest. Root tracked him without pause. Shursue turned and slashed, a blade of fire in his hand. He triggered explosive tags mid-move, collapsing trees, and sending them crashing between himself and his pursuers. The flames caught and spread, forming a wall of fire. But it wasn't enough. The Root shinobi pushed through unscathed. Shursue clenched steel wire in his teeth. This wasn't his first real battle, he had fought in the Third Great Ninja War. Running now, leaving his unprotected back exposed, was suicide. He had no choice. He would have to stand and fight, The fire dragon roared down the steel wires, blazing straight toward the 5 root operatives. One of them burst through the flames and hurled several kunai at Shursui. The kunai struck obstacles in front of him, and the round devices attached to their tails exploded in thick, choking plumes of poison gas. Another root operative appeared in Shursui's path of retreat and launched a swift kick. Each of these enemies was stronger than the current Shursui on their own. Together, their continuous assault left him overwhelmed. Knocked back, he crashed into the spreading poison cloud. Caught off guard, he inhaled the toxic smoke as he gasped for breath. All 5 root members emerged unscathed, surrounding the now paralyzed Shursui, whose limbs refused to respond due to the venom. In perfect sync, they each raised a kunai rigged with explosive tags and hurled them at Shursui's legs. Boom. The explosion kicked up a cloud of smoke and debris. From the haze, 4 massive serpents lunged forward, sinking their fangs into the throats of 4 root operatives. Their jaws tore through arteries in a single, fatal bite. In one sudden move, 3 out of the 5 were gone. Only 1 root managed to escape, barely, his body replaced by a wooden substitution. The surviving operative, wearing a dog-faced mask, shouted in panic, "Who's there?" Before he could react, a tangle of small snakes slithered up from beneath his feet, scaling his legs with terrifying speed. One of them opened its mouth and drove a hidden blade through his calves. The mask was torn away. From the smoke, Orochimaru emerged. His face, now fully visible, left both the root ninja and Uchiha Shursui stunned. With a flick of his arm, a serpent lashed out, its mouth spitting a blade that pierced the last root's heart. Then, Orochimaru summoned another snake, which coiled around Shursui and dragged him away from the battlefield, hardly a secure or hidden place anymore. The earlier explosion had badly injured Shursui's legs. He couldn't move, let alone escape. Orochimaru took him to one of his personal hideouts in Konoha. It lay beneath a cliff, hidden behind a raging waterfall. A fox may have 3 dens, but this snake had more than triple that. The ones Hiruzen and the others had destroyed weren't even half of them. He closed the mechanical door behind him and lit the lantern at the entrance. Orochimaru scanned the interior of the hideout. He hadn't visited in a long time, but it hadn't been discovered or disturbed. Still usable. He retracted the snakes and laid his guest down. Shursui's legs were so badly damaged, he couldn't even stand. Faced with a rogue ninja, even one who had just saved him from Danzo and Root, Shursui found it hard to show any form of respect. Out of the wolf's den, straight into the tiger's lair. He was painfully aware of his helplessness. Once again, he was nothing more than a pawn in the hands of those in power, manipulated at will. Shursui muttered bitterly, "Orochimaru." "Why?" "No reason," Orochimaru replied coolly. "I just wanted to see what made the fabled Mangekyo Sharingan so special." As always, Orochimaru acted on his own whims. By sheer coincidence, he'd been hiding among the root operatives. It made things easier, and let him swoop in to rescue this living legend. To Orochimaru, Shursui was just a vessel, a body carrying a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. But during the entire battle, Shursui hadn't used any of its power. Aside from his body flicker technique, he'd relied on standard fire style, Uchiha Kenjutsu, and wire manipulation. Just typical Uchiha abilities. Orochimaru's interest quickly faded. Doesn't seem like there's much worth noting. If Yagura had been here to hear that, he would have snapped back. You wouldn't be talking if you'd actually seen Shursui's Mangekyo in action, you'd be 6 feet under. It felt like a desperate situation, but didn't quite feel like one, either. Orochimaru had saved him, and there was no killing intent in the air. That's why Shursui hadn't used his final trump card, Koto Amatsukami. Still, he took note of the mechanism Orochimaru had operated when entering, how he'd opened and closed the hidden door. Bracing against the wall, Shursui slowly got to his feet and collapsed into a chair. He stared at the closed door, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. The entire hideout was silent, save for the crackling of the lone lamp at the entrance. Shursui sat alone. He just left. Shursui had no idea what Orochimaru was thinking. He couldn't even begin to guess. But to truly follow Orochimaru's train of thought, that would be terrifying in itself. Still, he was alive. By some stroke of luck, he had survived. This place seems hidden and secure enough. I wonder what's going on out there now. He searched the hideout, eventually finding some medical supplies. Without hesitation, he helped himself. He portioned out the herbal medicine into doses. Then he pressed the salve onto his wounds and wrapped his legs in bandages. Biting the end of the cloth to tighten it, he secured the dressing. His eyes, too, after bandaging, he lowered his forehead protector to conceal them for now. With the worst of the injuries dealt with, Shursui whispered to himself, "I'll recover here first." In his current state, if he went outside and ran into Danzo's men, he wouldn't stand a chance. Fortunately, he had brought enough soldier pills and water to last a while. Chapter 223, Chapter 222, The Night of the Uchiha Massacre. Where is Uchiha Shursui? Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his hand on the desk, glaring furiously at Danzo. Danzo Shimura's face remained as expressionless as ever. I don't know. The leak of Shursui's whereabouts had gone a bit beyond what Danzo anticipated. Hiruzen still held onto a significant portion of his core power base and had yet to hand it over to Minato Namikaze. Given that, it wouldn't take long for him to reclaim the Hokage seat. Hands braced on the table, Hiruzen glared at Danzo, barely holding back his anger, just as he always had. The Uchiha clan has already noticed Shursui's disappearance. Danzo responded with his usual nonchalance. Oh. Is that so? If only Hiruzen had a Hyuga by his side, just one Byakugan could have seen the chakra signature of Shursui behind Danzo's bandages, right in his right eye. They could have caught him red-handed. But no such luck. Hiruzen's shoulders sagged, and he slumped back into his seat. Seeing the shift in Hiruzen's demeanor, Danzo pressed further. Hiruzen, you're going to bury Konoha's future. Danzo, we're both not fools. Don't think I don't know exactly what you're after. Danzo's words reignited the fire Hiruzen had just managed to quell. They were alone in the Hokage's office, no Anbu guards, no advisors. Just the two of them. You want to use this opportunity to eliminate the Uchiha and dispel the public's mistrust of Konoha's leadership. The Ninetails incident may have been the spark, but the true cause lay deeper. Danzo's personal ambitions, the Uchiha clan's restlessness, and their desire for political power, Hiruzen didn't need to spell it out. They both understood perfectly. Hiruzen's voice grew intense. But have you even considered the consequences? No. There is no concrete evidence linking the Uchiha to the Ninetales attack. And you want to wipe out an entire clan just to ease public pressure and salvage our reputation. What do you think the other clans will say? It wasn't that Hiruzen couldn't stomach sacrificing the Uchiha to quell the villagers' anger. He feared the consequences that would come after. No clan leader was an idiot. To survive, you had to have a certain level of intelligence, even if you weren't especially ambitious. Take the Akimichi clan, for example. Their leaders had always known they weren't cut out for politics, so they firmly tied themselves to the Nara and Yamanaka clans. That's why the Ino-Shikacho alliance had endured for generations. If the Konoha leadership decided to eliminate the Uchiha for political reasons under the guise of justice, what precedent would that set? Even if the Uchiha had been reckless, what was to stop the same thing from happening to the other clans next? Danzo scoffed coldly. They wouldn't dare rebel. His worldview was far more hardline than Hiruzen's. As long as they controlled the military. As long as the Nara and other clans' heirs remained embedded in the shinobi ranks, they were essentially hostages. Maintain those two conditions, and the power would remain firmly in their hands. They were at an impasse again, ideologically divided, logically incompatible. The conversation ended, for now. After their meeting, both Hiruzen's and Danzo's factions accelerated their efforts to find Uchiha Shursui. Dead or alive, he had to be found. Shursui wasn't just any ninja, he was a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Uchiha, a true inheritor of the will of fire, and the bridge between Konoha and his clan. Receiving Hiruzen's signal of goodwill, the Uchiha lifted their self-imposed restrictions and also deployed every available member to search for Shursui. But as time passed, anxiety spread within the Uchiha compound. The lingering hostility after the Ninetales attack, Danzo's actions earlier that morning, it was all adding up to one message. Konoha no longer had room for the Uchiha. Even Shursui, their bridge to the village, had been quietly eliminated by the higher-ups. What would come next? Wait for Konoha to strike first and then fight back. That night, Hiruzen received a message from the Uchiha clan. Are you sure? He sat up straight in bed, shocked, staring at the Anbu operative before him. The intel is solid, the Anbu said, bowing low. It came from Itachi Uchiha, son of clan head Fugaku. The Uchiha clan was planning a coup. Fanned by internal discord and fueled by Fugaku's growing distrust of the leadership, the clan was ready to act. Could Hiruzen's promises really be trusted? Rather than wait to be slaughtered, the Uchiha had decided to strike first, reclaim their power and pride by taking control of Konoha. Summon Danzo to the tower. Now. Hiruzen threw off his sleepwear, donned his light armor and official uniform, and rushed toward the Hokage building. On his way through the silent streets, Hiruzen's face was grim. If the Uchiha really intended a coup, everything had changed. The Ninetales attack. Still just a suspicion, not proof. No one in the upper ranks had ever truly considered it conclusive. But a rebellion. That gave him all the justification he needed. Hiruzen. Danzo stormed into the office, his eyes alight. The look he gave Hiruzen said everything. The landmine you were afraid of just disarmed itself. You have no reason to hold back now. And better yet, you don't even have to dirty your hands. All Danzo needed was Hiruzen's tacit approval. The rest, Root would handle. That had always been their purpose, to do the dirty work no one else could. Sigh. Hiruzen let out a long breath, closing his eyes before fixing Danzo with a cold stare. He didn't nod. But he didn't say no, either. After decades as Hokage, Hiruzen wasn't some indecisive fool. But compared to Danzo's belief in fear and force, Hiruzen always tried to consider the bigger picture. Tonight, though, he wouldn't interfere. And that was all the permission Danzo needed. With a flick of his sleeve, Danzo left the Hokage building, leading his Root operatives straight to the Uchiha compound. Late that night, like most people, the Uchiha were asleep. That single evening marked the decisive moment. The clan's rebellion had barely begun, still in its earliest planning stages. Many had gone to sleep feeling triumphant after convincing Fugaku to support the uprising. Some were so excited they even called their wives to celebrate. They never expected Hiruzen and Danzo to act so swiftly, so ruthlessly. For Konoha, they had decided, the Uchiha would be sacrificed. Root operatives easily infiltrated the clan's defenses, weakened by celebration and overconfidence. Many Uchiha were killed in their sleep, their eyes gouged out. The night was ablaze with fire. Screams echoed through the compound. "We're under attack. Konoha bastards are here to kill us. Defend the main house. Don't let them break through." Ayaha. I knew Konoha couldn't be trusted. They were caught completely off guard. Those who survived the first wave grabbed weapons and rushed into close combat with Root. In the main house at the heart of the compound. Fugaku. Mikoto Uchiha stood beside her husband, eyes filled with worry as she looked toward their two sons. Konoha's sudden assault defied all logic. The Uchiha were still fighting bravely, yes, but surrounded on all sides, outnumbered and outmatched, Mikoto already knew. This would be their end. Sigh. Fugaku exhaled and finished wiping down his standard-issue shinobi blade. "I'll buy us time. Itachi, take Sasuke and leave the village. The Uchiha may fall, but our bloodline must not." Weiwa. Perhaps sensing the tension in the air, baby Sasuke woke up crying. Itachi rose with trembling hands and picked up his brother. Father. Itachi. After tonight, we are no longer shinobi of Konoha." Fugaku didn't say anything more. There was nothing left to say. As clan head, he had failed. He had not led the Uchiha out of danger, instead, he had led them to ruin. As a father, he had also failed. He hadn't raised his sons properly, and had allowed them to walk the wrong path. Hokage's peer, clan leader, father, so many titles. And yet, he had lived up to none of them. Now all he could do was try to correct what little he could. The future of the Uchiha. Sasuke's life. I leave them to you. Staying behind in the compound was a slow death. Using himself as cover, Fugaku led what was left of their elite forces to break through the siege. Luckily, the Uchiha compound wasn't located in the heart of Konoha. They left over half the clan behind to buy time. Fugaku fought his way out. Even outside the village, Root kept up the pursuit. The Uchiha around him dwindled rapidly. One by one, they stayed behind to protect him and the boys. None of them ever knew that the one they were protecting was the very person who had sealed the Uchiha's fate. 5-year-old Itachi ran through the forest, clutching his baby brother tightly, eyes filled with grief and horror. But for Konoha's sake, was it really the right thing to do? If the Uchiha had truly launched a coup and sparked a civil war within Konoha, wouldn't the other villages have seized the opportunity to attack? "I'm sorry. I wasn't a good father. Itachi, take Sasuke and live." There were no more Uchiha left to protect them. Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly left behind his final words, then turned with Mikoto to face the Root shinobi. Even a moment's hesitation would only waste the lives his parents were about to give up. Itachi didn't allow himself a single glance back. Head down, he ran for his life. Their safety didn't last long. Before long, the Root shinobi caught up. The orders they'd received were clear: annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. Every man, woman, and child. Father. Mother, they're dead too, aren't they? So the entire Uchiha clan had to die for Konoha's sake. Even Sasuke, who wasn't even a year old. Stay away from us. Itachi turned. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Flaming projectiles shot out in all directions toward the Root shinobi. For someone his age, using a fire style jutsu was already impressive. Child's play. But it didn't work. The Root shinobi easily dodged the attacks with fluid, precise movements. One of them burst forward through the dark, his long blade glinting coldly as it aimed straight for Itachi's face. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fireballs blasted in from the side, crashing into several Root shinobi and setting them ablaze. Farther back, Mangetsu Sharingan spun. Several root shinobi locked eyes with him and instantly collapsed, caught in genjutsu. Uchiha Shursue appeared, hoisting Itachi onto his back. With a flicker of the body flicker technique, he vanished from the area. That was close. Shursue. The older brother he had worried about all day was alive. And with him, came hope. Shursue gave a quick explanation. He'd been ambushed by Danzo, and only just now managed to return. What happened? He asked urgently. Not even a full day had passed. He'd barely patched himself up and had planned to sneak out during the night to check the situation. But when he reached Orochimaru's base, all the root agents nearby were gone. Not a single one left behind. He dared to sneak closer to Konoha, and from a distance, he saw flames rising from the Uchiha district. Everything had changed. For the moment, they were safe. Shursue had managed to hold off the nearest pursuers, but it was only a matter of time before more showed up. Itachi filled him in on everything, what had happened, what he had done. Shursue didn't respond at first. He didn't blame him. It's my fault. I wasn't there when you needed me. Itachi's intentions had been pure, but his view of the world was still too naive. If Shursue had been in his shoes, he might have made the same choices for Konoha. But now, it was too late for regrets. Danzo and the third Hokage. Their actions had been more cunning and ruthless than anything the Uchiha could have matched. Time was running out. Root would undoubtedly have sensory-type shinobi with them. Itachi unwrapped the cloth on his back, handing the bundled Sasuke to Shursue. Shursue, take Sasuke. I'm entrusting him to you. Itachi. They're after me. Sasuke is innocent. If Sasuke could survive. If Shursue could survive. That was enough for Itachi. More than enough. All right. There was no time for dramatic gestures or arguments over who should stay behind. They made their decision. Shursue and Itachi split up, heading in different directions. Itachi. Shursue's path was clear. No one was chasing him. That meant the 5-year-old Itachi would have to face the root shinobi on his own. There was no time for sorrow. Using the body flicker repeatedly, Shursue raced back to Orochimaru's hideout with Sasuke in his arms. At least for now, it was safe. He quickly packed up all the supplies he could carry and, without wasting a moment, fled before Root could arrive. Securing the bundle around Sasuke, Shursue leapt from a high cliff. The night was dark, no one above could see anything in the canyon below. Following the river that cut through the valley, Shursue carried the last remaining bloodline of the Uchiha downstream, running for their lives. Chapter 224, Chapter 223, Menma and Sasuke. A few days later, in Kirigakure. At the new settlement of the Uzumaki clan. Yagura held a Shinigami mask in his hand. So this is the exact mask Namikaze Minato used, right? Yes, Mizukage-sama, the clan head replied respectfully, fully cooperating with Yagura's investigation. Recently, only this mask has shown any signs of activity from the Shinigami. Alright, thanks. With both the Shinigami mask and White Zetsu's body now secured, all that remained was for Orochimaru to master both the dead demon consuming seal and his own living corpse reincarnation technique. And then there was the other half of the Ninetails, its in chakra, sealed inside Minato himself. Yagura casually added, I heard a child was recently born into your clan. It had happened on October 10th, the same day as the Ninetails incident, and Naruto Uzumaki's birthday. A curious coincidence. One that Yagura took note of. Yes, the Uzumaki clan had replied with pleasant surprise. Mizukage-sama, despite your busy schedule, I'm honored that you're paying attention to matters in our clan. Yagura smiled warmly. No need to be modest. The Uzumaki clan is part of Kirigakure now, it's only natural. I keep an eye on Soijetsu of the Hozuki clan, and Kimimaro of the Kagaya clan too. By saying this, Yagura was placing the Uzumaki, new arrivals to the village, on equal footing with the well-established Hozuki and Kagaya clans. The Uzumaki clan head was moved to tears. All the rumors about Yagura using them as chakra batteries were swept away in that moment. Mizukage-sama had always cared for them deeply. So what if they had to act as power sources for the village? It was all worth it. Yagura and the clan head left the clan's territory together. Orochimaru still hadn't returned from Sunagakure. Who knew where he was off wandering? Without his key scientist present, Yagura had come simply to confirm the mask situation himself. That child, has he been named yet? The baby born on the same day as Naruto. Yagura had already decided, this child would be the next Jinchuriki of the half of the Ninetails. Mind if I name him? Of course not, the clan head immediately agreed. A name from the Mizukage himself, his parents will be honored. Yagura nodded without hesitation. Let's name him Uzumaki Menma. A nod to the Menma from the Road to Ninja movie, the dream world villain who stood opposite Naruto Uzumaki. Yagura then followed the clan head to meet the newborn Menma. Both of Menma's parents were Uzumaki, so the child had the clan's trademark red hair and red eyes. He wouldn't exactly resemble the dark-haired Naruto from the alternate reality. Not perfect, but it didn't matter. If, by some strange twist of fate, the child had inherited black hair and eyes, perhaps from a parent with blood as powerful as Minato's, Yagura might have been worried about him unleashing a massive Rasengan on Kirigakure someday. A parting gift, like a mirage from the sea, a fairy tale in the making. The parents didn't object much to the name change. It was the Mizukage, after all. Who were they to oppose? As they stepped out of the house, Mizukage-sama, a Kirigakure Anbu agent, appeared in front of Yagura, casting a glance toward the nearby Uzumaki. Yagura waved him off. No need for secrecy. Speak. Yes. The Anbu hesitated only a moment, a sign of utmost respect. An S-rank target, Uchiha Shursue, has entered the land of water. How shall we proceed? Yagura tilted his head. Huh. News of the Uchiha clan's extermination had already spread across the ninja world. Konoha's official statement claimed the Uchiha had plotted a coup and were preemptively dealt with by the wise and mighty Hiruzen Sarutobi. It followed hot on the heels of the Ninetales attack, the fourth Hokage's death, and Hiruzen's return to office. Everyone in the shinobi world was glued to the unfolding drama in Konoha. Compared to those headlines, the Uchiha massacre barely made ripples. Yagura had been devouring the updates more eagerly than most, along with the inner circle of gossip-hungry shinobi around him. And this time, the massacre had happened 7 years earlier than expected. The culprits weren't the still young Uchiha Itachi, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Such a huge divergence demanded Yagura's full attention. But Konoha had locked down information, so what little he'd learned was patchy. According to their official statement, every Uchiha had been wiped out, no survivors. Yagura hadn't known whether to believe it, until now. Shursue survived. What the hell happened in Konoha? By all accounts, Shursue should have been among the first to die, probably even before the rest of the clan. If Shursue lived, what about Itachi? What about Sasuke? Was Shursue alone? Only him. Yagura thought, then that means Itachi and Sasuke weren't with him. If Itachi were still around, he'd definitely be traveling with Shursue. The Anbu took a sharp breath before adding cautiously, there was also an infant. Mizukage-sama. Shush. I'm thinking. What the hell? Yagura furrowed his brows deeply, silently shouting the question in his head. That baby must be Sasuke. But why would Shursue bring him along? To get answers, he'd have to ask Shursue directly. The Koto Amatsukami, his Mangekyo Sharingan. And more importantly, Uchiha Sasuke. You. Come with me. Lead the way. The Anbu, long familiar with Yagura's unpredictable leadership style, nodded without hesitation. When it was time to act, Yagura didn't hesitate. Yes. Same route, same procedure, Shursue had entered the land of water via the exact path Orochimaru once used. He followed the same sequence of events too. Discovered upon entry, he surrendered quietly, allowed himself to be monitored, and was held at a border outpost until a message could be sent to Yagura. And just like Orochimaru, he'd brought a child with him. Except while Orochimaru had brought Kabuto, capable of fending for himself, Shursue had brought a much younger Sasuke. Do you have milk formula and diapers? He had asked the guards at the outpost. By the time Yagura arrived, pushing aside the tent's curtain, he saw Shursue gently tending to the baby on the bed. 2 border guards stood at either side, with a squad of Anbu behind Yagura. Border Guard A, why does this feel familiar? Border Guard B, don't jinx it. Thanks to Konoha's shinobi, our screen time has skyrocketed. Border Guard A, right. How many other border guards get to see Mizukage-sama this often? Shursue had seen Yagura's picture beforehand and had been informed that the Mizukage would meet him in person. Given the size of the escort, it was easy to deduce who Yagura was. As he entered, Yagura's eyes landed on the baby Sasuke, his diaper mid-change. He politely looked away. Sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt. Shursue, ? It's just a baby, why are you looking away? With the diaper changed and the initial awkwardness out of the way, the two sat down for a more comfortable talk. Since he was there seeking asylum, Shursue cooperated fully with Yagura's questions. From him, Yagura learned the full story of the Uchiha massacre. His first reaction was about Hiruzen Sarutobi, well damn. That old turtle actually had the guts to go through with it. Without Hiruzen's approval, Danzo never would have dared act. The sudden shift in stance, going from passive to full-on execution in less than a day, was jarring. But considering the Uchiha's pride and stubbornness, it wasn't exactly unexpected. In every timeline, they seemed doomed to fall. At least this time, the clan's essence had survived. My condolences, Yagura offered, glancing at baby Sasuke. So, the older brother died to cover your escape. Shirsue's lone eye dimmed. Yes. Understood. I'll have my people verify the details, but for now, I've got the gist. Even if Shirsue had no reason to lie, it was still just his side of the story. A little caution never hurt. Yagura wasn't interested in asking why Shirsue had chosen Kirigakure over Konoha's neighboring nations. What mattered was this: they were here now, and he intended to make use of them. Konoha defectors aren't new to us. Orochimaru is here. A few rogue shinobi, too. Oh, and some Uchiha defectors. You'll meet them eventually. Yes, Kirigakure had accepted a few rogue Uchiha over the years. It made sense. Disillusioned with their treatment in Konoha, some had left long before the massacre, and so they'd survived. Shirsue exhaled in relief. Thank you, Mizukage-sama. He was grateful not only for the shelter but for the knowledge that other Uchiha had survived. There was no future left for them in Konoha. The third Hokage and Danzo had wiped out the clan, and with no Itachi to pin it all on this time, the surviving members would be hunted without mercy. Caught between loyalty to the village and grief for his clan, Shirsue couldn't bring himself to hate Konoha entirely, but he also couldn't pretend the massacre hadn't happened. Even if he could, Konoha would never trust him. So he'd fled to Kirigakure, where rogue shinobi were treated with more leniency. In the heart of Kirigakure, right near the central ring of the capital, I've got a place for you. To show his sincerity, Yagura personally led Shirsue to his new lodgings. It's not a gift, just an official lease. You'll pay rent. Ao, walking beside them, helpfully quoted a number. Shirsue's face stiffened. Mizukage-sama, there's no need for such luxury. I'm grateful for your kindness, but any simple place will do for me and Sasuke. No need to go to such trouble. Ah. This isn't even that expensive. Wait, no, I mean it's not that fancy. Yagura, clearly trying to boost real estate sales, not that he'd admit it, seemed almost confused by Shirsue's reluctance. Shirsue said quietly, I don't plan to be a shinobi anymore. His nation was gone. The hidden leaf, the village he had vowed to serve since childhood, had become the enemy that wiped out his clan. His family was gone. The once proud Uchiha clan had been reduced to nothing. He could no longer find any meaning in continuing to fight, no path forward. Forcing a weak smile, he added. So I don't think I need to stay here. Please, don't waste the space. Give it to a ninja who can actually be useful to you. That, along with the news that Shirsue and Sasuke had arrived, caught Yagura completely off guard. He exchanged a glance with Ao, trusting the older shinobi's judgment. Then Yagura replied. All right. If that's your choice, I won't stop you. But if you're not going to be a ninja anymore, how do you plan to support the child? There are plenty of jobs, both in the land of fire and the land of water. Shirsue had already thought this through. He had made up his mind. At least for now, he wouldn't pick up the Kiba blades again. Cracking a small, self-deprecating joke, he said. With my reputation as Shirsue of the Body Flicker, I think I could handle deliveries or food service just fine. Yagura tilted his head in disbelief. Seriously? Uchiha Shirsue, S-rank deliveryman. If his signature body flicker technique had feelings, it'd probably be weeping right now. All right. Since Shirsue had made up his mind, there was no point in playing the good guy, or the bad guy, and trying to talk him out of it. Let him cool off in Kirigakure, settle in a bit. Later, once he'd adjusted, Yagura could revisit the conversation. Turning to Ao, Yagura said, you'll be his point of contact. Meet any reasonable requests, and get everything arranged for them. Ao gave a sharp nod. Understood, sir. Yagura nodded back and smiled slightly at Shirsue. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving you in Ao's hands. Of course. We're the ones who've interrupted your work. It's no trouble at all. Then Yagura looked directly at the lower half of Shirsue's face, the only part not hidden behind the cloth, and said with quiet sincerity. If every interruption brought me an Uchiha Shirsue and an Uchiha Sasuke, I'd happily be interrupted every day. Back in the Mizukage's office, Yagura resumed dealing with the daily paperwork. By the time he finished, the sun had already passed its peak. A report had come in from Iwagakure. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, had finally admitted to himself that he was too old. And with no worthy successors in the village, especially none who could inherit his unique dust-release Kekii Tota, he had taken on 3 disciples, his granddaughter Kuratsuchi, as well as Deidara and Ikaiwa. Even Inoki's finally giving in to old age and training the next generation. Yagura had also received an update from Ao. Shirsue had rented a small detached house just outside the 5th ring of the village. It was more than enough space for both him and Sasuke, and even had a decent-sized yard that could be used as a training ground in the future. Thinking about the next generation, Yagura got a little excited. Kimimaro, Suigetsu, Haku, and that Uzumaki kid, Menma. Now add Uchiha Sasuke to that lineup, personally mentored by none other than Uchiha Shursue. Yagura's voice sped up with excitement. Talk about a god-tier lineup. SXZR. That's a team of legends. What the hell are you fantasizing about? Mangetsu smacked Yagura on the arm, cutting off the imaginary summoning ritual. You think you're the Tsuchikage or the Hokage now? How old do you think you are? Planning for the next generation already? You've still got 50 more years as Mizukage. Oh, come on, don't tell me you want me still in office at 60. Who am I trying to murder by then? I'm not pulling a Hiruzen. Mangetsu didn't hold back with that smack. Yagura blinked in confusion, trying to figure out what he'd done to deserve it. What was that for? I thought you were still on a mission overseas. Finished early. Mangetsu leaned back against the wall, looking exhausted. Heard our precious Mizukage took a little trip to the border again. I came to check if you got yourself hurt. In my own country. What could possibly happen? You never know, Mangetsu teased. You might already be caught in some Uchiha Genjutsu and not even realize it. Of course I had to come check for myself. That actually gave Yagura pause. Should I be worried? You said it. Mangetsu leaned in, crouching slightly to examine him at close range. After a while, he let out a short breath and chuckled. Far as I can tell, you're not under any Genjutsu. Damn it, don't scare me like that. What kind of Genjutsu inspection takes that long? Yagura pushed Mangetsu away from his personal space and sighed with relief. Glad to hear it. Chapter 225, Chapter 224, Wedding Rehearsal. Watching Yagura's completely indifferent reaction, Mangetsu clicked his tongue. Tease after tease, and not even a twitch. Roles reversed and still no response. Back when you were the one dishing it out, I sure didn't take it this calmly. Killjoy. Mangetsu pouted and placed a carton of milk on Yagura's desk. Drink this later, then take a nap. Yagura immediately scooted half a body's length back. When did you become my babysitter? Milk before napping, napping after milk, Hitsugaya Toshiro would approve. Yagura felt vaguely offended. Who's the one always whining about not growing taller? Mangetsu glanced at the height difference between their heads and retaliated accordingly. Yagura cast a resentful look at both Mangetsu and the milk carton. Still, he picked it up, stabbed the straw in, and started sipping with a soft slurp. Mangetsu nodded approvingly. Now that's more like it. No, you don't get it. This isn't something hard work can fix. This is a curse set by the author, a power from beyond the world itself. He sucked harder at the straw, as if trying to drain Mangetsu himself into the straw. Note, via liquefied body, insert doghead emoji for self-preservation. Yagura figured it was time to throw a curse of his own. You'll end up shorter than your little brother. Wow, what a vicious curse. Mangetsu took it as friendly banter and didn't take it to heart. Anyway, I'm heading back. Yagura tossed the now empty milk carton back at him. Alright, thanks for the mission work. Get some rest. You too. Don't stay up too late. Mangetsu closed the door behind him, taking both himself and his trash out. With the chatterbox finally gone, Yagura could return to work. Only, he couldn't bring himself to focus on the paperwork no matter how hard he tried. His grip on the pen was so tight, it nearly snapped in half. Damn you, Mangetsu. Of all the things to bring up. He gave up, threw the papers aside, got up, and walked into his private rest area. Maybe it's not too late for a growth spurt after all. When in doubt, sleep it out. Covers eyes. A few days later. Konoha issued a public notice to the entire shinobi world, 2 new names added to the S-rank rogue ninja list, Uchiha Shursue and Uchiha Itachi. Every other member of the Uchiha clan, aside from these 2 and the young child Sasuke, had been confirmed dead, either killed in the Uchiha district or elsewhere within Konoha's borders. A few who had defected before the massacre didn't count. Oh, and before executing the clan, Konoha had spared a few Uchihas for the Yamanaka clan's Inoichi to extract their memories. Inoichi personally verified, the Uchiha had been planning a coup against Konoha. The massacre came in response. Thus, Konoha's actions were framed as just, in accordance with the rules of the game. The Uchiha perished because they weren't strong enough. With this thin veil of justification, Konoha barely managed to win the approval of the other clans. Well, except for a few Hyuga branch members who started peddling conspiracy theories, citing the mysterious disappearance of the Senju clan back in the day, tying it to the Uchiha massacre, and trying to stir up trouble. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo dealt with that group quietly. Konoha had more or less stabilized in the aftermath of the Ninetails rampage and the Uchiha massacre. Yagura wasn't particularly surprised by the outcome. Those two old geezers might constantly fight behind closed doors, but when it came to dealing with outsiders, no one in Konoha could match them. No chance of internal chaos. What really caught Yagura's attention was the notice that listed Uchiha Itachi as an S-rank rogue. As everyone knows, if someone's been killed, they're dead. And dead people can't become rogues. Shursue was alive, so his inclusion made sense. Therefore, if Itachi made the list, he wasn't dead. He hadn't been killed by Danzo and the others. Assuming it wasn't that Sarutobi and Danzo had simply spared him. There could only be one explanation: someone saved him. Who had the guts to go up against Konoha's top dogs and the skill to rescue Itachi from Danzo's root agents? The answer was obvious: the men who possessed Kamui, Uchiha Obito. He'd lost the Akatsuki, lost Black and White Zetsu. Obito was now a one-man army. And yet, he still had the nerve to drag a 5-year-old into all this, using him as child labor. Sinful. But Yagura wasn't exactly in a position to judge. Technically speaking, he was a child soldier too, and his job was even heavier than most in the shinobi world. After the Konoha incident, the other villages slipped back into post-Third Shinobi War recovery mode. Kirigakure, isolated out at sea, kept to its policy: don't mess with us, and we won't mess with you. Militarily, Yagura had never been the warmonger type. He preferred the economic route. His starring role: the finance channel. Minato's efforts were wiped out overnight during the Ninetales incident, leaving Konoha back at square one, as if the Third War had just ended. Yagura took the opportunity to expand his influence within Konoha. Sunagakure, now weakened, had been pummeled over the years until it practically took on the shape of Kirigakure. The military channel, starring role belonged to the Raikage of Kumogakure. Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Konoha had all reduced their forces post-war. Only the Raikage was still ramping up, even initiating small-scale military actions against Konoha and Iwagakure. Nothing that escalated into full-scale war. The biggest incident came 3 years later: the attempted abduction of Hyuga Hinata to acquire the Byakugan. It failed. The Kumonin were killed during the mission. The Fourth Raikage used the incident to pressure Konoha into handing over the head of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's father, Hayashi. He even sent forces to the border, practically threatening to ignite a Fourth Shinobi War. Byakugan or war? Was the Raikage actually serious? Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't dare take the risk. Konoha couldn't afford it. To avoid a war, he sacrificed the Hyuga's interests, ordering the clan to hand over Hayashi as a gesture of good faith. The Hyuga pulled a fast one, giving up Hayashi's twin brother, Hizashi, from the branch family instead. Since Hizashi had the caged bird seal, his Byakugan would self-destruct upon death, preventing it from being stolen. Sarutobi approved the loophole, handed Hizashi over, then ramped up troop presence at the Fire Lightning border and contacted the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. The Raikage had been pushing his luck lately. Fortunately, this time, the usually neutral Inoki agreed to support Konoha. Konoha and Iwagakure joined forces against Kumogakure. Enraged, the Fourth Raikage turned to Kirigakure for support, but Yagura declined in the name of peace. Kirigakure did, however, offer material aid. Just, no manpower. Kirigakure, fight. Fight. I sparkle. Kumogakure, the hell you just say. Flips table. Against both Konoha and Iwagakure, the Raikage didn't have the strength to win decisively. Even if he dragged them into a mutual brawl, Kirigakure would be the one reaping the benefits. Kirigakure had already capitalized on the last war: just look at how modernized and powerful it had become under the Fourth Mizukage. Lesson learned from the last Shinobi War. Kumogakure backed down. Sarutobi and Inoki breathed a sigh of relief. At least the Raikage's brain wasn't made entirely of muscle. Just one spark away, that's how close they were to the start of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. Yagura felt a tiny bit disappointed. If those 3 villages had gone at it again. What a beautiful mess that would have been. This brush with war ended up defining the tone for the next few years. At most, minor friction between villages. No full-scale conflict. At least, not until the main characters regained their power from before the Third War. A white chapel. Sacred music played. Zabuza led a tiny, pale-skinned boy down the aisle. Both were dressed formally, black for Zabuza, white for the boy. This outfit's so damn uncomfortable. Why the hell am I playing this part? He grumbled inwardly, but the setting wasn't appropriate for complaining. Otherwise, Yagura would raise hell. Kirigakure rule number 1, of all the people to piss off, never piss off Yagura. Adjusting his tie, Zabuza glanced at the script on the podium and forced himself to read aloud, suppressing his discomfort. Do you both willingly choose to become lifelong partners with the person beside you? Yagura looked lovingly ahead. No matter what the future holds, good or bad, wealth or poverty, health or sickness, ease or hardship, you'll face it together. You'll entrust your Correction, lives to one another. Mangetsu was the first to speak. I do. The bride, Terumi Mei, hesitated, clearly conflicted, then gave her answer. I do. Okay. That was perfect for the rehearsal. Yagura clapped cheerfully, calling it a wrap. Mangetsu and Mei immediately broke formation and bolted off stage, separating as quickly as possible. Friends, sure. But saying I do to that guy/girl. Yagura wasn't pleased with their attitude. What's with you two? You're the best man and maid of honor for tomorrow. Act a little more excited. Nope. Not happening. Mei forced an awkward smile at Mangetsu. He gave her the exact same look. Question, if your crush is trying to pair you up with your love rival at your fake wedding, how are you supposed to be happy about it? Yagura frowned. That wasn't good enough. We're running it again. Damn it. Mangetsu dragged a hand down his face. Why are we doing this? Shouldn't Kisame and Tune be the ones rehearsing? They're the actual bride and groom. This proves the story's still properly heterosexual, Yagura replied, all logic. Besides, when have you ever heard of a wedding having a redo? That line, Mei actually liked. Mangetsu was starting to regret all those years of milk offerings. Not only had it failed to help his height, it didn't win any affection, either. Off to the side, Zabuza stood holding Haku's hand, watching the two troublemakers with a blank face. TCH. Haku mimicked Zabuza's pose, arms crossed, trying to look cool. TCH. But the effect was the exact opposite, 180 degrees off. Zabuza got hit right in the feels. Clutching his face, he groaned. Stop copying everything I do, Haku. Haku was obedient, yes. But sometimes he was too obedient. He'd been by Zabuza's side since he was a child, always affectionate and attached. Zabuza's feelings toward Haku were complicated. Normally, he had no patience for kids. But when it came to Haku, it was like some kind of karmic debt. As if he owed him from a past life. He had endless patience. And a bottomless soft spot. Zabuza immediately crouched down and began explaining to Haku that what he'd just done was wrong. His voice was soft and careful, gentle and reasonable, he seemed afraid he might make Haku cry. If it had been any other kid, Zabuza would have kicked them halfway across the room without a second thought. But now. Lighting director Ringo Emuri shifted the spotlight directly onto Zabuza. Watching his flustered expression, Ringo couldn't stop herself from chuckling. Well, now I've seen everything. Zabuza's turned into a doting father, raising someone else's kid like his own. Nearby, props master Sasori was idly fiddling with a Rubik's Cube. Given his age, he's more like an older brother than a dad. Close enough. Still child-rearing. Ringo nodded seriously. But I gotta say, Haku's way more pleasant to deal with than Soijetsu and the rest of that crew. Sasori didn't answer, he was too focused on his cube. It had been his favorite little hobby these past few years. Speaking of kids, Ringo added, did Yagura ever ask you to find a successor for your puppet techniques? Anyone promising? None that caught my eye. Sasori wasn't exactly passionate about the search. He'd just gone through the motions to appease Yagura. Maybe your standards are too high. I'm looking for someone who's proficient in biology, physics, chemistry, engineering, mechanics, and programming. Is that really so much to ask? Ringo scratched her head, trying in vain to recall a single chemistry equation. Nothing came up. Sasori's definition of proficient obviously went far beyond a basic ninja academy education, he meant truly proficient. Normal shinobi trained to fight. Who had time to dig into all those advanced sciences? Combat ability always took precedence. The academic overachiever Sasori scoffed, if they can't master all that, they're not qualified to inherit my puppetry. Ringo looked at him, surprised. It was rare to see Sasori so chill about something. Yagura's not pressuring you. Sasori gave a lazy, mocking sneer. If he's so eager, he can do it himself. Lunch is here. Ao's voice echoed up from the main hall, and both Ringo and Sasori set down their things and headed down to eat. Kisame and Tune, newly engaged, were handing out lunchboxes. Tune bowed slightly. Sorry to trouble everyone like this. Thank you all for helping with our wedding. Yagura laughed as he took his box. Come on, we're friends. When one of us gets married, the rest help out. Next time, the roles will switch. Kisame glanced around at his teammates. Marriage, huh? Easier said than done. Aside from himself, blazing ahead like a rocket with his whirlwind romance, getting married tomorrow, no less, everyone else didn't even have a proper partner yet. It would probably be years before anyone here attended another wedding. Right, Mangetsu. Kisame raised an eyebrow and locked eyes with Mangetsu. Mangetsu gave a tight-lipped smile that didn't reach his eyes. He gave a dry chuckle and plopped down beside his younger brother Soijetsu on the bench. Would that blockhead of his ever wake up and realize what was in front of him? Soijetsu looked from his brother to the Mizukage, then sighed in a strangely world-weary tone far beyond his years. On the bench, Soijetsu and Kimimaro were sitting together. They were assigned to carry the bride's train tomorrow, though, as of now, there was no bride, so they were just waiting around. Kimimaro glanced over in confusion. Why are you sighing? Soijetsu didn't bother explaining. Nothing. Kisame and Toon helped carry in some of the food, while Sasuke insisted on helping too. Part of the meal was homemade by the couple, the rest had been ordered from outside. Mei followed close behind Sasuke, keeping an eye on him. Sasuke-kun, helping out your big brother Shursue already? 6-year-old Sasuke beamed, full of pride. Yup. I'm a man too. Mangetsu glanced over at Soijetsu, who was scarfing down food beside him. Soijetsu caught the look and immediately jumped in to prevent the inevitable comparison. I can help too. You're not helping. Mangetsu threw an arm around his little brother's shoulder and patted his own chest. Don't worry. I'd never let you go hungry. You're not going out on missions anytime soon. Kimimaro, who had been quietly eating, paused to glance at the two brothers. Zabuza, meanwhile, had just covered Haku's ears. No way was he letting Haku absorb that kind of overindulgent parenting style. Soijetsu turning out halfway normal was probably due to sheer force of will. Chapter 226, Chapter 225, The Bachelor Night Before the Wedding. After lunch and a brief 1 to 2 hour rest, Yagura, the wedding's general coordinator, gathered all the key participants of tomorrow's ceremony for 2 more rounds of rehearsal. This time, the groom Kisame and bride Toon joined in. Mangetsu, you're the best man. Mei, maid of honor. Zabuza, you're officiating. Haku will bring the rings. Soijetsu and Kimimaro, you two will carry the bride's train. Logistics and decor, Ringo and Sasori. Ayo, you're handling the announcements. Yagura took the wedding of the first couple in his close circle very seriously. Everyone from their tight-knit group had a part to play, perfectly cast in their roles. If not for Orochimaru and Uchiha Shursue politely declining, Yagura would have pulled them in too. They'd all been part of Kirigakure for 7 years now, yet those two still kept a bit of distance. Still, Shursue and Orochimaru kept in touch with each other, and even with a few former Konoha shinobi. That's why they were only appearing tomorrow as guests at the official ceremony. Shursue would be bringing Sasuke along. Once the 2 rehearsals wrapped up, the day's scheduled activities were done. Wanna go hang out somewhere? Ringo Amuri, more proactive than most of the guys, nudged Yagura with a suggestion. It's rare for all of us to be together like this. We barely get a chance once a year. Aside from Yagura and Sasori, who were pretty much stationed in Kirigakure year-round, everyone else was constantly out on missions across the continent. Especially now, with their generation of 7 ninja swordsmen having grown into Kirigakure's elite fighting force. Even the youngest, Mangetsu, was already 19 or 20 now. They weren't the little 10-year-old sprouts anymore, no longer solely under Yagura's protection. Each of them could now stand strong on their own, making names for themselves in the shinobi world through sheer strength and accomplishments. So for people like Ringo Amuri and the others, they were either out on missions, or en route to one. Today they might be in the land of wind or fire, clearing out threats from Konoha or Sunagakure. Tomorrow, they could be off to the land of rain, working with the Akatsuki to eliminate obstacles. Yagura glanced around. No one seemed opposed, so he agreed easily. Sounds good. Let's use the trendy term for it, Kisame's last weekend of freedom. Zabuza grinned at Kisame. Your bachelor weekend, huh? Ha. Tomorrow, you walk into marriage and become your wife's loyal shark. Kisame accepted the tease with good humor. Where are we going, and how are we doing this? Now you're talking. Leave it to me. Ringo Amuri slung an arm over Yagura's shoulder. Grilled skewers, booze, karaoke, none of that can be skipped. I'm taking you all to my favorite spot. You still go out a lot these days. Yagura gave her a look. She was around Kisame's age, and Kisame was getting married. Ringo caught the implication. What's that supposed to mean? So it's fine for men to be forever young at heart, but us women aren't allowed to stay 18 forever. She wasn't even at the age where she had to get married yet. Okay, Yagura raised his hands in surrender, smiling. My bad. You're right. Now hurry up and lead the way. We've been running around all day, everyone's starving. They're already hungry. Did you forget to feed them at lunch or something? Ringo took the lead, heading down the road. She didn't bother with the rougher guys in the group. They could starve for all she cared. But with kids like Haku tagging along, she couldn't just ignore them. Terumi Mei leaned over and whispered to Yagura. Should I take them home first? No. Suigetsu threw his hand up. Sister Mei. We're adults now. We want to do adult stuff. What adult stuff? Zabuza said dryly, shooting Suigetsu a glance before casting a judgmental stare at Mangetsu, his longtime rival. He looked at both brothers the same way. What kind of big brother teaches his little brother that kind of stuff? Look at my kid, Haku. Not even blood-related, but 10 times more well-behaved than your punk brother Suigetsu. Mangetsu rolled his eyes and shot back a practiced, shut up. He didn't see any issue with how he raised his brother. Zabuza should take a good look in the mirror, wasn't he the one who was ridiculously mature at that age? Suigetsu's eyes sparkled. Big bro is awesome. The brothers stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to throw down with Zabuza, in perfect sync, expressions, posture, even that, energy, like they were cast from the same mold. Kimimaro, heading home early. Ao crouched down next to him. I might need to leave soon. Ao was the one who brought Kimimaro out of the Kagaya compound today. I've still got work. Sorry. Among the trio, Kimimaro was as well behaved as Haku. Suigetsu was the only one who took after his big brother's rebellious streak. It's okay, Ao-san. Yagura called over, what kind of work? Is it urgent, Ao? Yeah, from the elder. Sorry, Mizukage-sama. Yagura nodded in understanding. Got it. You're free to go. The elder, Ginshur, was still going strong. Pushing 80, he'd started to slow down a little on the job, but overall, his health was surprisingly solid. He could continue serving as the country's top minister. He stayed active, kept up with regular checkups at the medical corps, and kept himself in excellent shape. But age was still catching up. The matter of a successor couldn't be ignored forever. Ao had already been selected as the elder's successor, a decision made jointly by Yagura and Ginshur. He was incredibly responsible, Kirigakuru's #1, methodical and reliable. Maybe a little too stiff, but that actually balanced out Yagura's tendency for bold or erratic ideas. He was like Yagura's anti-fever medicine. So, while Ao didn't seem part of Yagura's inner circle, his future position was anything but minor. I'll skip too, Toon said. She looked at the group, nearly all top-tier Kirigakure elites, and felt out of place. They're all your comrades. I'll take Kimimaro back to the Kagaya compound. Still got a few wedding things to prep. All right. Thanks. Kisame didn't insist. His large, calloused palm, hardened from years of sword work, settled gently on her shoulder. See you tomorrow. Feeling his hand squeeze softly, Toon's cheeks flushed. She rose slightly on tiptoe in reply. The rest of the group leaned in, sunglasses on. Oh. Still acting like newlyweds, Mei muttered as she looked away first. Public displays of affection were her weakness. Hey, jealous. Hurry up and find someone, Mei, Yagura teased. Wouldn't do to let things play out like in that other world, where Mei ended up a single woman past her prime. In that world, she'd sacrificed her youth for Kirigakure and Mr. Window for marriage. But in this world, she had Yagura running interference. If she wanted to find someone, she totally could. As far as Yagura knew, the number of suitors who'd gone to propose to the Terumi clan, well, they'd practically worn a trench through the door. Sigh, what a buzzkill. Ringo Amuri keenly sensed the mood shift from Yagura's offhand comment. Mei was clearly stressing about marriage. She quickly broke the tension. Let's go. If we wait much longer, the place I want to take you might be packed. All right, let's move. Everyone followed behind Ringo Amuri. Kisame and the others trailed along. Sasori was at the end, offering a quiet word to the distracted Mei. If you don't want to go, I can speak for you. They'd worked together during a past battle against Kimogakure. Since then, they'd kept a respectful acquaintance. Mei forced a smile. It's Kisame's bachelor night. How could I not go? Together, they rejoined the group. Ringo's favorite joint was a grill tucked away on one of Kirigakure's side streets. Nothing fancy. The main reason she liked it. It was close to her place. Step out her door, take a few turns, and boom, there it was. Given their status, they reserved a private room. It wasn't luxurious, kind of out of sync with who they were, but hey, they were here for skewers, not status. Boss. This, and this. Ringo circled items on the menu. Don't want these. Just grill everything else. Chicken wings, thighs, however much you've got, bring it on. The owner had served Ringo before. But seeing this VIP party today, he felt deep gratitude for his decision to set up shop here all those years ago. Right away. The food would take time. Zabuza went ahead and grabbed a few crates of beer. PSSHT. A can popped open. He drank deep. Haku, stay Aries. Don't look. Zabuza, feeling a little guilty, tried to cover Haku's eyes. But Haku pried open a crack between Zabuza's fingers and stared through. Zabuza-san, is it tasty? No, it's awful. Zabuza barked, glancing nervously at Mangetsu, trying to see how he handled this. Time to steal some parenting tricks. Mangetsu, however, wasn't even drinking. He just lazily rolled the can in his hand and occasionally pressed the chilled metal to Soijetsu's face to mess with him. Yagura grabbed the karaoke mic and looked around. Anyone want to sing? Everyone immediately backed away. Karaoke was nothing new to Yagura, but for most people in the ninja world, it was still a strange and unfamiliar thing. Singing in front of Southwest many close friends. Social death. You'd have to change villages the next day. Even Emuri, who came here often, never sang in front of others. She always booked a private room and sang alone. Yes, she often did. And she loved it. You guys are no fun. Not even as bold as Suigetsu and Haku. The two younger boys looked tempted, but with all the grown-ups around, they wisely restrained themselves. Yagura, ever the instigator, tried again. Kisame, you're the groom tomorrow. How about singing one? Kisame gave a polite but clearly uncomfortable smile. Zabuza, noticing Haku's attention had shifted, quickly took another swig, only to choke on it and nearly cough up a lung. Cough. Cough, cough, if you want to turn this wedding into a funeral, go ahead and let Kisame sing. Well, we can't just sit around. That's boring. Clearly, this group wasn't cut out for karaoke. Yagura didn't feel like performing a solo either, that'd just be lame. He set the mic aside and pulled over a box of board games and card decks from a nearby shelf, spreading them across the table. Alright, what do you guys feel like? Uno. Poker. Dice. Amuri's eyes lit up. She rubbed her hands together like she was about to win big. Dice. Let me at it. I guarantee I'll destroy you all. Her motion with the dice cup was smooth and confident, she was clearly a regular. Yagura looked surprised. Wow, Amuri. You're shaping up to be the next gambling prodigy. Chapter 227, Chapter 226, Suigetsu. Sasori reckoning was coming. Mei Terumi silently apologized to him, her thoughts elsewhere as she responded. Yes. Yagura pinched the bridge of his nose. At 20, his youthful hormones were in overdrive, and it was becoming a bit much. He knew his appearance was a plus, being the pride of Kirigakure for so long, his allure was undeniable. However, with his subordinates and friends, perhaps due to their familiarity, Yagura had never entertained such thoughts. This time, he decided to let it slide. Hey, you can come out now. Yagura's eyes scanned the universal hiding bush, a smile in his gaze. There's no gossip to be had. How boring. Ringo Amuri was the first to emerge. I thought I could attend your wedding after Kisame's. But, as expected. Mangetsu chimed in, you're a bit sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. What, feeling sorry for Mei? Yagura raised his chin, retorting as usual, I suggest you foot the bill later. Fine, I'll pay. No big deal. Ringo Amuri gave Mangetsu a hearty punch on the back, you said it. Then I'll eat to my heart's content. She really meant it, Mangetsu winced in pain, considering a comeback, careful, or you'll get so fat you can't lift your thunder sword. No worries, I'll burn off the calories with lightning release first thing tomorrow. Is that what your lightning release is for? Tongue sticking out. Ringo Amuri playfully tugged at Mangetsu for a while. They were the epitome of pure friendship between a man and a woman. At this moment, Yagura felt a bit relieved that Amuri always treated him like a younger brother, never developing feelings like Mei did. Let's go, time to head back. The food will get cold. Yagura looked somewhat annoyed at the person urging them, what, eager to return to your little games. Sasori extended an arm from his sleeve, revealing the round mechanism at his elbow joint. I'm Sasori, not him. Everyone was stunned, what? When did you two switch? Sasori and Orochimaru had collaborated on some technical projects, and 2 years ago, they created a human puppet identical to Sasori himself. Unlike his previous transformation into a puppet, this one utilized Sasori's DNA to create a core, which was then implanted into a humanoid puppet. Aside from being a bit dazed at times, it was nearly impossible to distinguish them without focusing on appearance. Don't equate the clone's actions with the original. So Sasori clarified his identity to prevent Yagura from holding the real Sasori accountable later. He was just a weak, innocent, and pitiable human puppet. It's been me all day. He didn't want to come. For Sasori to attend such events would indeed be unusual. When they suggested plain truth or dare earlier, Yagura had sensed something was off. But his train of thought had been interrupted. Yagura held his head in frustration. I knew it was too easy when Sasori agreed so readily. You've mastered the ninja substitution technique. This puppet of Sasori's was rarely used. Yagura and the others had only seen it a few times in Sasori's lab and puppet workshop. Back in the private room of the barbecue restaurant, Zabuza wanted to drink and pulled Kisame and Ringo Emuri into it. After a hearty gulp, Zabuza exhaled, Kisame, this is your last single weekend before marriage. Let's not go home sober. Ringo Emuri, wishing you a speedy addition to the family. Mei Terumi joined in, count me in. A rare guest indeed, the usually reserved Mei wanted to join. Ringo Emuri immediately accepted her application, welcome, welcome. Mangetsu, accompanied by Suigetsu, didn't join in, focusing solely on feeding his younger brother. He ignored all of Suigetsu's winks and silent reproaches. Maybe Zabuza was right, was his method of teaching his brother a bit flawed. Mangetsu vigorously ruffled Suigetsu's hair, meeting his brother's resentful gaze, and couldn't help but laugh, just eat. Nothing wrong here. Younger brothers are such adorable creatures, how could they possibly be wrong? You're hopeless. Shifting attention away from Mangetsu, Yagura decided to be the good guy and took it upon himself to look after Haku. This allowed Zabuza to drink to his heart's content. The two kids, with their big curious eyes, stared at Sasori, who was engrossed in his stir-fried noodles, but you can actually eat human food. I can eat, it converts into energy. Don't you use chakra as energy? You know the Akimichi clan, right? They convert fat into chakra, an energy transformation. Sasori explained his technical makeup, not much can be converted, but I don't rely on this method to replenish chakra. In summary, I can eat human food. Haku was amazed, there's such a technique. Can I ask the clan leader sister for one? Clan leader, Murasaki, has gained weight recently. Yagura covered his ears, pretending he heard nothing. Haku, a girl's weight is a private matter, it's more dangerous than S-class information. In the Ninja Academy, Haku, who scored full marks in both theory and practice, immediately zipped his lips. There's a big event tomorrow. The drinkers didn't lose their minds, they exercised restraint and stopped after a reasonable amount. Mangetsu went to settle the bill. Everyone headed home. Mei Terumi was the most intoxicated, not being a regular drinker and having consumed too much tonight. Adults really can't handle this kind of talk. Feeling flustered from being teased by Mangetsu, Yagura scowled. Stop blaming everything on maturity. Try being more like Emuri. It wasn't some universal law at fault. So now you're blaming me in your heart, aren't you? Mangetsu fumed silently. Be like Emuri. Who was it that came running to find me the moment they got back to the village? Why didn't you go to someone else? Go to Emuri. Go find Zabuza. Yagura froze, physically and mentally. Mangetsu's voice sharpened. Who was it that said, I've always saved this seat for you, don't make me wait too long? And who was it that dragged me diving with them? And during the New Year Lantern Festival, who lit lanterns with me? Who snuffed out Black Zetsu with me? Yagura lowered his eyes. So. They really had gone through all that together. Fine. Fine. I'm the one overthinking it. Ha, ha, ha. He gasped for breath. If Suigetsu hadn't needled him earlier, Mangetsu wouldn't have even considered laying all this bare tonight. Now he just made himself even more frustrated. Then he looked up, and met Yagura's dazed, unreadable gaze. A sudden panic hit Mangetsu. Had he just lost control of his emotions? Sorry. They both spoke at once. When their voices overlapped in the air, they both froze, caught off guard. Mangetsu quickly turned around, muttering as he moved toward the way he came in, I'm leaving. Hey. Yagura gestured toward the room's door. There's a perfectly good front door, you know. Use it. There were still people in the living room. Mangetsu winced. And what exactly am I supposed to say about being in your room? This wasn't like when they were kids. Back then, sneaking in was done with the expectation of getting caught. It was called sneaking in, but it was practically open defiance. This time was different. Now that he had real skills, he'd managed to sneak in properly, without anyone noticing or expecting it. If Yagura's father or grandfather saw him leaving the room now, even diving into the ocean wouldn't wash the stain off his reputation. You've got such a tongue. Let's see that verbal magic. Be my guest and improvise. Mangetsu instantly broke into a cold sweat. But judging by Yagura's smirk, he wasn't joking. Stepping past him, Mangetsu silently slipped out of the room. The door clicked shut behind him. His legs gave out. He slumped backward against the door. Hey, you pervy little brother-obsessed freak. Yagura's voice came through from the other side, low and muffled. Back to back, separated only by the thin door. Mangetsu let out a long breath. Thank God, he was still human inside, not the heartless cement block Mangetsu imagined. I just came of age. My family's already trying to set me up with someone appropriate. I've met a few, but none of them interested me. Not just me. May's in the same boat. Ah. That explains why you two suddenly got so damn aggressive. Yagura shoved his hands into his pockets and basked in his own charm. Well, you've both got good taste and high standards. It wasn't just Mangetsu who had to deal with the burden of adulthood. Yagura did too. Ever since coming of age, Mangetsu and Mei Terumi weren't the only ones who'd confessed their feelings to him. Being separated by a door made everything easier. No need to look each other in the eye made conversation smoother. Yagura treated them pretty much like any other suitor. Except maybe he threw in a few more comforting words, but ultimately, they weren't that different from the rest. He worked from 8 in the morning till 9 or 10 at night almost every day. He hadn't really had the time, or the mental space, to consider romance. So he never accepted, never rejected. Just bought time with vague answers and delays. Mangetsu pressed on boldly. Don't tell me, as long as you're in this position, you're not planning to date anyone. That's the idea. Until things settle down, I can't in good conscience make promises to anyone. But isn't Kirigakure stable enough already? Look at the immigration stats. How many people move to the land of water every year now? Ugh. Why do you overthink everything? Mangetsu had always lived by the mantra of seizing the moment. Yagura's cautiousness drove him nuts. If the next chapter of life ends with the moon falling and the world ending, would you rather spend your last night worrying, or make it one to remember with me? Is this chapter ending or not? You really don't hold back. Yagura couldn't help but laugh. If I ever get to the point where I can step down and hand things to the next generation, I'll absolutely do it. This job is exhausting, whoever wants it can have it. Day in, day out. Morning till night. Every time he worked late, Yagura found himself reminiscing about the old days serving as the Third Mizukage's aide. And by then, you'll be old enough to join the council. Don't be dramatic. At most, I'll wait until Suigetsu and the others are fully grown. Mangetsu did a quick calculation. About 5 or 6 years. Yagura concluded on his own, I'm going to bed. Later. Back at the Hozuki household. Mangetsu stormed in and yanked the blanket off his sleeping little brother, scooping up a startled Suigetsu. Suigetsu. You really are my blood brother. If it weren't for Suigetsu egging him on, he wouldn't have gone to the Karatachi house at all. Suigetsu choked in a tight bear hug, momentarily forgetting to liquefy and escape. Stupid Nissan. I am your blood brother. But if you keep squeezing me like this, I'm revoking your big brother privileges. Pick whichever sword you want from my collection. Mangetsu released him with a serious gleam in his eyes. He had decided, it was time to start training his little brother. Dual blades. Long blade. Blast blade. Or how about all three? He didn't even need the physical swords anymore. Of the 7 ninja swords, aside from Same Hata and the Thunder Blade with their unique properties, he could already replicate the rest perfectly. And even without using a sword, his Hozuki clan hydration techniques alone could land him easily in the top 5 of Kirigakure's current combatants. Suigetsu immediately dropped into a full kowtow on the bed, wide awake and teary-eyed with joy. Big bro. Being born as your little brother, what a blessing. Chapter 228, Chapter 227, Kisame's Wedding. The next day at noon. Kisame's wedding was held in grand fashion. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, with Yagura personally attending to offer his congratulations, practically everyone of note in Kirigakure showed up. Whether they had business or not, many came simply to make an impression on the leadership. Still, Yagura remained backstage the entire time, acting more like the general director, overseeing the whole event. He wasn't fond of social gatherings like this to begin with. And especially since this was a close friend's wedding, he was even less willing to turn such a joyous occasion into a showcase for the elites and political players. As the wedding march reached its climax, Haku wore a pure white suit today, his porcelain doll face so flawless it looked almost unreal. As he walked down the aisle, he seemed like a snow spirit stepped out of a painting. In his hands was the ring box, which he solemnly offered to today's prince. The bride, draped in a 12-meter-long train, stepped forward. Haku glanced up and exchanged a look with Suigetsu and Kimimaro, their eyes all brimming with joy. The 3 of them had completed their task and quickly scampered off the stage. Now that it was the real ceremony, Zabuza dropped the casual tone he'd used during rehearsals. With full dramatic flair, he read out the lines with more than passing effort. Now, let us welcome our groom to place the ring on his bride. Kisame dropped to one knee, tenderly and loyally taking Toon's left hand. And gently slipped on the ring, a symbol of love. Bang. Confetti cannons fired. Thunderous applause erupted from the guests. Petals rained from above while guests tossed pink flowers high into the air. The hall was instantly transformed into a pink-hued paradise. Watching Kisame's path in life take such a decisive turn, Yagura couldn't help it, tears welled in the corners of his eyes before he could stop them. Hearing the faint sniffle beside him, Sasori blinked. You're really that moved? Even the bride and groom hadn't cried yet. But Yagura had always been quick to tears. What's with that perfectly in-character look on your face? Sasori, who had been pulled in for backstage support, was here in person, his true body. Nothing more than what it looks like, Sasori said with a crooked smile. Just thinking, you really are soft. I'm still human. I laugh, cry, get angry, and grieve. I'm not a god. Yagura accepted the comment with a calm shrug. Just then, the door behind them pushed open, and Orochimaru walked in. Despite working together on several cutting-edge projects and breakthroughs, it was only with Orochimaru's help that Sasori had completed one of his works. Still, Sasori couldn't stand him. As soon as he saw Orochimaru, he frowned and opened fire. You slimy snake. You actually showed up. Oh, come now. I'm human too. Orochimaru parroted what he'd just overheard outside the door, learning by example and applying it instantly. Sometimes when you're cooped up in a lab, it's nice to get out, stretch your legs, and offer blessings to a colleague tying the knot. Perfectly human behavior, wouldn't you say? What kind of blessing could you possibly give? A shed snakeskin. Orochimaru gave a small scoff and didn't bother continuing the verbal sparring. Instead, he turned to Yagura with something more serious in mind. Compared to Sasori, he was far more mature. All right, Yagura said, stopping Sasori, who looked ready to turn Orochimaru into snake soup, with a raised brow. If you've got something to say, just say it. It's about my reincarnation technique. Orochimaru let the words hang for effect, wearing the triumphant smile of a scientist who had finally cracked a major problem. You completed it. Yagura's eyes widened with surprise and joy. Not wanting to drag things out too much, Orochimaru nodded decisively. Yes. I finished it, just a few days ago. The conditions required to retrieve the Ninetails sealed in the Shinigami's stomach were finally all in place. Thanks to being personally instructed by a member of the Uzumaki clan, learning the dead demon-consuming seal hadn't taken Orochimaru much time or effort. The only remaining hurdle had been the living corpse reincarnation technique itself, something Orochimaru had to invent from scratch. Over the past several years, Yagura had poured resources into him without regard for cost, for this very moment. How confident are you? Not just 80%, more like 100. Sasori rolled his eyes. Such boastful flair. After all the money spent and years invested, he finally completed one jutsu, and still acted like he was some genius. He always lost a bit of his cool when dealing with Orochimaru. It was probably the curse of being in the same field. After confirming Orochimaru's progress, Yagura said, "This isn't the place for that conversation. Let's meet later, somewhere private." Of course. Orochimaru agreed without protest. He wasn't so tactless as to discuss classified research in public. He'd chosen this time specifically because the wedding was winding down, and he figured Yagura's duties were wrapping up as well. No need to wait too long, and he could attend the wedding while he was at it. Yagura smiled, genuinely pleased that Orochimaru had chosen to wait for such an important moment in Kisame's life. Well done, Orochimaru. I knew I wasn't wrong to believe in your abilities. Orochimaru remembered every coin he'd earned from Yagura and every breakthrough made with those resources. These were things he'd never received in Konoha. Back there, he had to conduct his experiments in secret and rely on clandestine support from Danzo. Money really could move mountains. Thank you for your praise, your trust, and your support. Orochimaru bowed slightly, responding with the deference of a subordinate acknowledging his superior. He gave a polite nod and excused himself. At the edge of the high platform where they stood, Yagura looked out across the wedding hall, overseeing everything like a director surveying a finished scene. His gaze landed on the Uzumaki clan's section of guests. Among them was the red-haired boy he'd named Menma. Sitting near Uchiha Sasuke, the two boys, similar in age, were happily playing together. Yagura, Isabu, you, Saiken, and the Ninetails are going to end up forming a 369 trio in our village. Isabu, probably. I'm clearly the weakest though. Yagura. Don't say that. Your water mirror technique could rank top 3 among all the tailed beasts. Isabu, I think so too. Yagura, When did you get so cheeky? A tailed beast should at least pretend to be humble. 2 hours later. The wedding ended and the guests slowly began to trickle out. Once his work was done, Yagura finally stepped down from the control room. He stretched his arms and wrapped his long sleeves around him. Most of the crowd had left, leaving only the families and clans closest to Yagura, like the Hozuki, the Uzumaki, and the Uchiha. No one who remained was going to cause trouble, not for themselves, and definitely not for Yagura. Approaching the newlyweds, he offered his heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations on your marriage. Yagura smiled. Traditionally, there's supposed to be a little, playful mischief in the bridal chamber tonight. Kisame blinked. Nani? He didn't recognize the term. But seeing Yagura's knowing smirk, one that only adults would understand, he started putting the pieces together. Bridal chamber, he didn't know the full meaning. But the word mischief he understood just fine. The combination clicked instantly for Kisame and the others. Toon's face turned crimson. Kisame instinctively reached out to shield her flustered expression and swept a wary glance over every adult male in the area. Well, your husband's big and scary. We wouldn't dare disturb you too, lest we get beaten to a pulp, Yagura chuckled, covering the little trap he'd just set with humor. We'll save that tradition for the next lucky couple. He'd already made it clear he wasn't planning to fall in love for another 5 or 6 years. There was no way he'd be next in line. Satisfied that he hadn't forgotten anything. He didn't even need to contribute a wedding gift. Repeating his congratulations one last time, Yagura finally said. Unfortunately, I've got something else I need to take care of. I'll have to head out. All right. Thank you for everything. Leaving the wedding venue behind, Yagura signaled the Anbu to contact the Uzumaki clan and tell Menma to stand by. Then, he headed straight for Orochimaru's lab. Chapter 229, Chapter 228, Edo Tensei. Orochimaru had already requested one in advance from the Uzumaki clan. Yagura, there's something I need to make clear first, Orochimaru said, leading the Mizukage down into the basement of his laboratory. Sasori followed closely behind them, eyes locked onto the slithering snake's every move. It's about that technique you strictly forbade me from researching, Edo Tensei. Yagura remembered all too well the devastation that technique had caused in the future. Kabuto had once used Edo Tensei to summon a horde of the dead, and combined with the White Zetsu army, they wiped out over half of the 80,000-strong allied shinobi forces. Even though Kabuto had long since been separated from Orochimaru, he'd proven himself a prodigy in Kirigakure's medical corps. Still, just in case. Yagura didn't want to wake up one day and find Orochimaru standing across from him, unleashing an army of the dead and dragging Kirigakure into chaos. But from Orochimaru's tone now, could it be? A burst of oppressive chakra exploded from Yagura's body, instantly bearing down on Orochimaru. So the funds he'd allocated weren't just used for impure resurrection. Orochimaru had used them to study Edo Tensei as well. Please, allow me to explain, Orochimaru said calmly. He was no stranger to pressure. If he were the type to be intimidated, he never would have dared to disobey orders in the first place. I've studied the exact structure of the seals within the Shinigami, Orochimaru continued. The half of the Ninetails was sealed inside Minato Namikaze himself. Then Minato added another 8 trigrams seal on top of that. Yagura wasn't angry at the existence of Edo Tensei, he was angry at Orochimaru's unauthorized actions. And if you want to extract the Ninetails, you have to first resurrect Minato Namikaze, break the seal on his body, and pull the Ninetails out of him. The three descended to the second basement level, a wide open space with 2 massive summoning arrays drawn on the floor. On one side lay a white Zetsu body, Orochimaru's ideal vessel for living corpse reincarnation. On the other side was the sacrificial offering required for Edo Tensei, an insignificant corpse, tightly bound by Orochimaru's snakes. Only people like this, those deemed disposable, would be permitted by Yagura to willingly give their lives to Orochimaru's experiments. Yagura listened, and Orochimaru's reasoning started to make sense. With the Uzumaki clan gone, Konoha no longer had any suitable candidates for a powerful Jinchuriki. Even if becoming a Jinchuriki was forced by circumstance, there had to be a reason Hiruzen Sarutobi was bold enough to seal half the Ninetails into the Shinigami and call it a day. Minato had done an impeccable job. To retrieve that half of the Ninetails, any would-be thief would need to possess 3 things: the dead demon-consuming seal, release, living corpse reincarnation, and Edo Tensei. And most critically, they'd need to know that Minato used the dead demon-consuming seal to entomb both himself and the Ninetails. That information was never meant to leak. But Hiruzen had never imagined that not only would someone uncover that secret, his own student Orochimaru would figure out how to exploit the Shinigami itself. Yagura let go of his initial anger at Orochimaru's audacity and underhanded methods. Thank you for your understanding, Orochimaru said smoothly, knowing full well that Yagura responded better to reason than threats. As long as he wasn't killed on the spot, things could usually be talked through later. He then turned to Sasori. Surprisingly, Sasori had no objections to Orochimaru's reckless move. This matter was of great importance, and Sasori knew how to prioritize. As long as the snake got the job done, nothing else mattered. Still, Orochimaru couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. A shame, really. Their little clashes had been one of the few things he genuinely enjoyed about living in Kirigakure. Whether it was productive academic debate or pointless verbal sparring, Orochimaru always found some entertainment in it. He believed Sasori felt the same way, he just lacked Orochimaru's self-awareness. Shall we do it? Right here, right now? Yagura asked, arms crossed as he tapped his fingers against them in thought. Only Minato needed to be resurrected, and only one white Zetsu body was available. Unlike that grand spectacle from the original timeline, when 4 Hokage were summoned and the truth of the world laid bare, this was a much smaller operation. Let's begin, Yagura said, giving the green light. Pull both Minato and the Ninetails out from the Shinigami's belly. This glitch in the Shinigami's code could only be used once, there was only one white Zetsu body available. Once he's summoned, don't reveal our intentions immediately. This is probably your first time successfully using Edo Tensei, right? I need to test whether you can actually maintain control over your puppet. Just in case. Orochimaru's first attempts at Edo Tensei hadn't been smooth. He'd once summoned the third Kazekage, only to have the corpse break free of his control. If Minato did the same, and warped straight back to Konoha with the Flying Thunder God, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yagura wouldn't hesitate to take Sasori's advice, boil Orochimaru into snake soup and hand it to Hiruzen personally. Sasori nodded. It's a serious matter. A little caution won't hurt. Orochimaru had no objections. Then I'll begin. Sasori, I'll need your help in a moment. He placed the Shinigami mask over his face. Orochimaru's chakra flared violently. His body convulsed as if possessed, dancing like a deranged spirit under demonic influence. Clang. A face identical to the mask appeared. The spectral form of the Shinigami materialized above Orochimaru. All I have to do is slice open the Shinigami's stomach and break the seal, Orochimaru said. Then I can retrieve what was sealed inside. Dead demon-consuming seal, release. As Orochimaru uttered the incantation, the Shinigami drew its blade and sliced into its own ethereal belly. The wound appeared as a swirling black hole in the Shinigami's body, but Orochimaru's own stomach was cut open in the process. Blood gushed down his torso, soaking his robes. Cough. The catch is that I have to be the offering. Heh. It went just as planned. A soul flew out from the Shinigami's stomach. The dead demon-consuming seal, release, successful. Now we're set. Sasori waved a hand, and threads of chakra tore open the mouth of the white Zetsu body, begrudgingly helping Orochimaru once more. Much appreciated, Orochimaru said with a sly smile. Working with you is always a pleasure, isn't it? Shut up. I don't think so. Orochimaru opened his mouth, and his true form, a snake, slithered out, diving into the white Zetsu body. In the blink of an eye, the white Zetsu's face had taken on Orochimaru's appearance. He had finally obtained the perfect vessel, one fused with Hashirama cells, capable of immortality, leaving behind nothing but an empty snakeskin for the Shinigami. The prize he sought from the Shinigami had already been claimed. The white Zetsu body adapted to him rapidly, morphing within seconds into Orochimaru's former appearance. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. His hands formed seals. Edo Tensei no Jutsu. The soul was drawn toward the bound sacrifice. The Shinigami vanished. Tattered cloth-like chakra enveloped the corpse. A moment later, yellow hair broke through the fragments, followed by a face and body with the distinctive texture of an Edo Tensei summon. Minato Namikaze had returned.